The end times ruthless system. A strong woman hoarding supplies and building infrastructure. At this moment, her negligent father, indifferent grandparents, and stepmother were pressuring her to vacate the house for her brother's wedding. Han Qingxia decisively sold the property to them at an incredibly low price. While they reveled in their apparent fortune, Han Qingxia took the money and feverishly began stockpiling supplies. With the formidable assistance of the super base system, Han Qingxia successfully constructed her invincible refuge. As the world succumbed to the zombie crisis, Han Qingxia enjoyed a tranquil vacation within her sanctuary. While others suffered from hunger, her dog feasted daily at a buffet. As everyone struggled to squeeze into the survivors' enclave, terrified and anxious, Han Qingxia's base had transformed into the most formidable steel fortress in the world. Chapter 1. 15 days before the apocalypse. Recent flu outbreaks are on the rise. Please pay attention to personal protection, minimize public outings, avoid gatherings unless necessary, and keep warm. Han Qingxia, are you even listening to me? Startled by the news on the television, Han Qingxia gazed incredulously at her surroundings. In the dilapidated living room of over 30 square meters, a group of middle-aged men and women crowded upon an old mahogany sofa. At the center of this assembly sat a plump, elderly woman, her hair streaked with gray, likely in her 60s or 70s. The old woman was glaring furiously at Han Qingxia, her fleshy, sagging facial muscles quivering in agitation. Observing this scene, Han Qingxia realized it mirrored the moment, just a fortnight before the apocalypse, when her loving grandmother, caring father, and kind stepmother had read her to vacate her home. She had just been amidst the zombie siege at the eastern base. Han Qingxia, ever since your mother passed, your stepmother has treated you as her own. Everyone speaks highly of her. Now that your brother is getting married, he wants to borrow your house. What are you being so stingy about? You're simply an ungrateful wretch. Mom, Qingxia isn't ungrateful. She will surely be appreciative, interjected the plump woman seated beside her, feigning diplomacy. Oomph. The stout matron huffed disdainfully. Quickly vacate the house. Your brother has said that your place has been rented out for too long. The furnishings are too shabby. Without new furniture, he cannot marry. You should reimburse him for the expenses after all. He is your brother. As his sister, you ought to prepare something for his wedding. Amidst the crowd, Han Qingxia suddenly burst into laughter upon hearing this. They wanted her house and expected her to pay for new furniture. How ludicrous. Even more absurd was the fact that in her past life, she had indeed complied with such demands. In her previous existence, her mother had tragically died in a car accident when she was just 14. Not long after, her stepmother, accompanied by a son of her own, entered their lives. On the surface, her stepmother appeared to be exceptionally caring, attending to Han Qingxia with meticulous devotion. During that rebellious phase, Han Qingxia had been as prickly as a thorn, lashing out at everyone. Yet she secretly yearned for the warmth of familial love. Li Lin's gentle understanding truly captivated her. She supported her unconditionally, which led Han Qingxia to momentarily regard her as a mother. She was willing to offer her everything. In the end, even the sole property her mother had left her, she had hesitated only briefly before acquiescing. As the apocalypse descended upon the world, she was cast aside more than once. Ultimately, in their frantic bid to board the rescue vehicle, they callously kicked her aside to secure their own escape. It was then that Han Qingxia truly comprehended the essence of insincerity and the hollow nature of familial bonds. What does it mean to possess genuine affection? From the very beginning, she had merely been the sustenance on their plates, the blood they consumed. Once she lost her value, they unceremoniously discarded her. None among them regarded her as a true kin. She yearned to deliver a resounding slap to her past self for her foolishness. Bang! Before their eyes, Han Qingxia hurled several bags of cheap fruit from the old tea table into the trash bin and seated herself defiantly before them. Han Qingxia, what are you doing? These imported apples were specially bought for you by my mother. She said you adored apples. How could you throw them away? Exclaimed the young man, who had been engrossed in his phone while lounging on the short sofa, his voice dripping with indignation. Han Qingxia offered a scornful smile. Did she truly have a fondness for apples? How was it that she herself was unaware? With a frigid glare directed at her so-called elder brother, she inquired, "Do you possess the right to discuss matters of the house with me?" In that moment, Han Qingxia's eyes filled with an icy resolve, bore into him. Han Ying felt an inexplicable tremor within, unable to meet her gaze. Those eyes radiated a lethal intensity, a ferocity honed through a decade of survival in the desolation of a forsaken world. Instantly, Han Ying crumbled under her stare. "Hate the tea this moment." The stepmother, Li Lin, hastily intervened. "Jiang Xia, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? If that's the case, we can postpone our visit. I understand your grievances, but after all, Han Ying is your brother. The girl must have a house in the city center, and currently, even wealth cannot secure such properties. One must enter a lottery to obtain them. Alas, consider this a plea from your mother. Please assist your only brother. In the future, when you marry, we will find a way to secure a place for you." "What do you mean by secure?" At this moment, the usually silent Father Han finally spoke, glaring fiercely at Han Xia. "Do you truly believe this house belongs to you? What business does a young lady have with a house? This property is for your brother. When you marry, let your husband acquire one for you. Why compete with your brother?" Upon hearing her father's words, Han Xia felt too exasperated to even be angry. In her previous life, she had questioned why Father Han treated her, his biological daughter, with such disdain while favoring his stepson. The truth was, Han Ying was indeed his biological son, his very own flesh and blood. Prior to marrying her mother, he had been wed to Li Lin in their hometown and had a son with her. In his eyes, she was insignificant, not to mention how grotesque his demeanor became after the apocalypse. She extended 2 fingers, 2 million. The crowd fell silent, bewildered by her declaration. "Han Xia, what are you saying? This house is my mother's premarital asset, and it has been legally notarized and gifted to me. The title deed is in my name. If you desire it, then you must pay 2 million would be a fair price. Are you truly contemplating selling the house to us? You must be jesting. And where would we possibly procure such a sum?" Han Xia raised her electronic watch. "I shall grant you 5 counts to ponder. Should you refuse, I shall sell it to another." 5. "Han Xia, we are your elders. How dare you discuss finances with us?" Grandmother Han Ying exclaimed in fury. 4. "You ungrateful wretch. You'll make you regret this." Han Xia cast a frigid glance at the elderly woman and quickened her count. 3, 2. "I dare you to try." Han Ying's father stood, preparing to strike her. With a swift kick, Han Xia sent the chair beneath him flying and regarded the now fallen Han patriarch with indifference, coolly stating, "1. Han Xia, you have truly overstepped your bounds. You dare to strike your father." Faced with the outrage of the crowd, Han Xia dismissed them entirely, retrieving her phone to make a call. "Manager Li, I wish to sell the house for 2 million. This property had long been entrusted to an agency for rental, and only when Han Xia turned 18 would she be able to obtain the keys. This was why the house had remained in her possession for so long. You all wish to acquire it." Han Xia chuckled as she glanced toward them. "Very well, I shall." "Stop. We agree." Li Lin interjected upon realizing Han Xia was about to sell. "Jiang Xia, sell it to us." What a farce. This property was valued at 3 million. 2 million would be an effortless sale. Moreover, the restrictions on new homes in the city were numerous. One needed a household registration and a lottery chance, making Han Xia's house exceedingly desirable. Although the reasons for this situation not unfolding as anticipated remain unclear, the paramount concern is that the bargain should not be exploited by outsiders. With 2 million, she could easily turn a profit of an additional million even through a mere resale. She needed to act swiftly. Han Xia observed the slight curve of Li Lin's lips as she agreed, and then she ended the call. "Very well, I shall sell it to them." Though Han Xia felt a pinch in her finances with the 2 million price tag, she recognized that she could not afford to let go of the property in such a short time frame. Time equated to money, and she was in dire need of both. Most crucially, once the property was sold to them, they would be financially drained. She calculated that they had merely 2 million at their disposal. It is worth noting that just 3 days prior to the onset of the apocalypse, the government issued warnings to stockpile supplies. She was quite curious about what they intended to hoard. Ding! 2 million credited to the bank card. Half an hour later, at the bank counter, Han Xia's account reflected the added 2 million that although Li Lin and her companions wore reluctant expressions, they complied nonetheless. On Han Xia's side, Manager Li's phone calls rang incessantly. She was unwilling to voice her displeasure. fearful that Han Qingxia might sell directly to the intermediary. The housing authority is on holiday for the next few days. Let us finalize the transfer once they reopen, Han Qingxia stated, looking at them. Don't worry, Qingxia, we have complete faith in you. Li Lin replied, her fox-like eyes narrowing in a charming smile as she gazed at her. There's no rush regarding the transfer. We will notify you when the time comes. She presented a facade of generosity and assurance, but Han Qingxia knew better. It was not her that Li Lin trusted, rather. She was wary of her soon-to daughter-in-law, fearing her name might be inscribed on the property deed. Currently, the deed bore Han Qingxia's name, allowing her to defer matters for the time being. Hearing this, Han Qingxia's smile deepened. This is simply splendid. At that moment, Han Ying remarked, Han Qingxia, since our family has purchased the house, you should promptly vacate. Dispose of all that rubbish from your home. I have no interest in any of it. Soon, I will bring my wife over to buy new furniture. Seeing their family spending money, he instantly adopted a different demeanor. Yingzi, how can you expect your sister to move out so quickly? Let her stay a few more days. She is considerate enough to offer you some storage fees and even replace some furniture. As her brother, you ought to be a bit accommodating. A wretched thought crossed Han Qingxia's mind as she yearned to tidy up the situation with these people. Her summer was still alive. Woof woof. Summer. When Han Qingxia embraced summer, she was on the verge of tears from the overwhelming emotion. Her summer was still alive. Despite intentions to give it away later, Han Qingxia was resolute in protecting it, clashing with others multiple times that Li Lin, for the sake of her stepmother's reputation, had kept it, but it remained confined to Han Qingxia's room. However, whenever Han Ying and his family arrived, it was once again locked away. In her previous life, shortly after the apocalypse began, Han Ying's family had seized the opportunity while she was out foraging for food and had devoured it. Han Qingxia had always blamed herself for not being able to protect it. Summer. Woo woof. Summer licked Han Qingxia's hand. Summer, rest assured, in this lifetime, I will never allow you to be harmed again. Woof woof woof. Summer barked with remarkable understanding. Having settled Xia Tian, Han Qingxia then commenced preparations for packing her belongings. This apartment had been leased for numerous years, resulting in considerable wear and tear. However, the furniture had been procured by her mother before her passing and was quite expensive when initially purchased. During her mother's lifetime, she had resided here with her. That moment, a voice reverberated within her mind. Ding. Superlord system initiated. For every 1,000 yuan worth of possessions carried within 1 hour, a 1 cubic space will be awarded. Han Qingxia was taken aback. Her boon had arrived. Countdown. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Han Qingxia, incredulous, processed the words in her mind. She impulsively grabbed her phone from the table to test the system. Scan complete. Mobile phone detected. Value 4,999 yuan. Awarding 4 cubic meters. A vacant space of 4 cubic meters genuinely materialized in Han Qingxia's mind. In the blink of an eye, the phone in her hand vanished, reappearing in the empty expanse within her mind, a spatial dimension. It had come. Chapter 2. Rewarded space. Han Qingxia was instantly elated upon witnessing this, as she had anticipated. Having read countless novels in the past, she recognized this as the legendary system. Han Qingxia swiftly embraced this advantage and began voraciously absorbing items. Concurrently, she discerned the pricing criteria. The system recognized the original purchase price of the items. Even if the items were worn or disassembled for transport, it was of no consequence. She immediately embarked on a spree of moving and dismantling. Scan complete. Gold jewelry detected. Value 58,000 yuan, awarding 58 cubic meters. Detection. Water cup. Valued at 39 yuan. Detection. Calendar. Valued at 10 yuan. Detection. Small desk. Valued at 369 yuan. Reward. For cubic meters. Detection. Mahogany table and chair set. Valued at 25,000 yuan. Reward. 25 cubic meters. Detection. Trash bin. Valued at 15 yuan. In a span of approximately 10 minutes, everything from household shoes, hats, and clothing to pots, pans, cups, and trash bins, as well as storage jars, collectible albums, and il clippers, to larger items like tables and chairs, and beds and cabinets. Anything that could be moved was taken away by Han Qingxia. Even the rotten apples that Han Ying and the others had brought today were scooped up and tossed in. Detection: rotten apples, 5 kilograms, valued at 2.5 yuan. Upon hearing the price, Han Qingxia spat in disdain. What a stroke of bad luck. They dared to sell her rotten apples at 50 cents per kilogram while claiming they were imported, and then had the audacity to ask her for a 3 million yuan house. What kind of people were they? Yet, she did not disdain them. A mosquito, no matter how small, is still a morsel. She accepted it. Soon, everything movable in her home was cleared out, and her focus shifted to the immovable items. Detection: 1 toilet, valued at 1,999 yuan. With a mighty effort, Han Qingxia removed the toilet. She had always possessed considerable strength, but in comparison to her previous life, where she had struggled for 5 years in a post-apocalyptic world, this body felt considerably weaker. After the toilet was removed. Detection: wash basin, valued at 699 yuan. Detection: range hood, valued at 2,599 yuan. Detected stove, valued at 489. Detected security door, valued at 1589. Damn it, she intends to dismantle everything, not leaving a single screw for that bunch of bastards. Detected glass window, valued at 400. Detected floor, valued at 150. In the span of an hour, Han Qingxia meticulously stripped her home bare. Except for the walls, everything movable was taken apart. The flooring was completely lifted, the windows and doors were all removed, and even the tiles that couldn't be carried away were shattered and taken. The countdown has 3 seconds remaining. Listening to the countdown, Han Qingxia suddenly had an idea, rushed to the entrance, and stood on the railing to reach a small light bulb in the hallway. Detected a 10-watt light bulb, valued at 5 yuan. Time's up. Total acquired: 289 cubic. Only then did Han Qingxia, feeling satisfied, turn to Xia Tian and say, "Xia Tian, let's go." Not long after she left, Han Ying's family brought the newly pregnant daughter-in-law to their new home. "Dear, this is our new house, located in the city center, in a school district, over 100 square meters. 1 staircase with 2 households, and no one lives next door. So the entire corridor is ours. The lighting is excellent. It's the best layout in this community. It's only 100 meters from your workplace. If you want to move in right away, we can do that. The furniture and appliances are all here." A throng of people ascended to the 3rd floor. When they reached the eastern unit, they were all left dumbfounded. This. The entire house, devoid of furnishings, lacks even a door and windows. What is even more infuriating is that they have not left a light bulb in the hallway. Han Ying's new wife, upon witnessing this, turned on her heel and declared, "Humph, you expect my family to fund the renovation of this bare shell? Let me make it clear, unless this house is properly furnished, I will not marry. Furthermore, my name must be included." Han Ying's grandmother was so enraged that she felt faint. She contemplated calling Han Qingxia to inquire about what transpired. Although they had no intention of keeping the existing items, planning to purchase new furniture and renovate, they could not simply leave it as a shell. They could just buy some new furniture after all. The flooring laid by Han Qingxia's mother was quite decent. How did it come to this? However, they were unable to contact Han Qingxia at this moment. Meanwhile, Han Qingxia was standing before an air raid shelter located in a tunnel on the outskirts of a city. This shelter was originally intended for a mountain crossing highway, but due to insufficient funding and a change in government planning, the tunnel was abandoned. After the project was halted, the government repurposed it as a bomb shelter. "What do you intend to do with the air raid shelter?" asked the agent who had brought her there, performing his routine inquiry. "I am starting a business, cultivating mushrooms," Han Qingxia replied casually. She had only just learned that air raid shelters fall into 3 categories. The first type includes those in city centers, such as shopping malls, parking garages beneath residential buildings, and underground hospitals' ordinary shelters. These locations are convenient, well-equipped, and capable of rapidly evacuating people. However, they are utterly useless in the event of a zombie apocalypse. On the contrary, places that attract large crowds are often the first to succumb. Furthermore, there are tunnel-like shelters and specialized national defense structures. These specialized defense fortifications have played a significant role in the latter stages of the apocalypse. Many stable large bases have been established relying on such structures. However, specialized national defense facilities are not available for lease to Han Xia. The tunnel-style shelters are perfectly suited for her needs. They are located in secluded areas, far from the masses, spacious enough, and equipped with a comprehensive ventilation system and heavy iron doors, precisely what Han Xia requires. Moreover, these shelters are easily available for rent at remarkably low prices. For instance, the one Han Xia's leasing costs merely 2,000 a year, with a minimum lease of 20 years. By paying 3 years' rent in advance, she can secure this expansive shelter, equivalent to the size of 5 basketball courts, for just 6,000. Upon hearing Han Xia express her entrepreneurial aspirations, the agent regarded her as a rare opportunity, nearly bursting with delight, convinced that there are indeed many FOs who only see the low price without considering the inconvenient location. Transporting goods from there will certainly pose a challenge. Truly, among 10 entrepreneurs, 9.5 are fools. Yet, he would not caution Han Xia having a tenant was advantageous for him. He collected his fee, signed a contract, took 500 as a service charge, and promptly departed. Han Xia watched the agent leave with a beaming smile, not uttering a single word. She observed him with indifference, knowing full well that she could not reveal her true intentions to someone so foolish. After 10 years of navigating the post-apocalyptic landscape, the first lesson she learned was to refrain from forewarning the ignorant about impending disasters, for the ignorant themselves are a calamity. Once she had seen the agent off, Han Xia led Xia Tian into the shelter. She meticulously examined the surroundings, and to her astonishment, in addition to a complete original ventilation system, she discovered a well left by a former tenant and an electric wire within the air raid shelter. Testing the water from the well, Han Xia found it to be pure mountain spring water, completely independent of the city's pipe water system. After the water treatment plant had been contaminated, the tap water had become utterly unusable. This well could provide her with a reliable source of water. As for the electric wire, although it was not currently live, it indicated that circuits had previously been installed here. With the purchase of a power generation device, she could bring this place to life once more.
Chapter 3. Stockpiling supplies at this moment, she couldn't help but recall that a considerable portion of the tunnel outside was encircled by barbed wire, though much of it had fallen into disrepair and collapse. Given this, it would be entirely feasible to mend the barbed wire and restore power to it. Such an enhancement would significantly bolster the defensive capabilities of her shelter. This task was indeed attainable. Suddenly, the voice in her mind resurfaced. The Super Lord system has been activated. Please reinforce the original base. The system will bestow rewards based on the degree of reinforcement. Countdown. 15 days. Han Qingsha's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as she registered the new mission, she heard the system's notification. Detection of one battle dog at the base. Reward. Battle Dog's combat power increased 100-fold. Physical attributes enhanced 100-fold. Han Xia gazed in astonishment as her summer companion began to transform before her eyes. Its physique doubled in strength, claws elongated and sharpened to an extraordinary degree, and the signs of aging that had once marred its appearance vanished, replaced by the formidable aura of a beast. Woof! Woof! Han Xia exclaimed in delight. At the construction materials market, she possessed a small car left behind by her mother, ensuring her mobility. It was time to fervently fortify her base. She located a factory specializing in barbed wire, ordering 2,000 square meters of razor wire and circular barbed wire. This steel barbed wire could easily be wrapped around the existing wire, requiring minimal effort yet yielding excellent results. The cost was 7 yuan per meter, and Han Xia spent a total of 14,000 yuan. This was no trifling sum. The owner dispatched a large truck to accompany Han Xia for delivery. She guided them to an open area on the outskirts, instructing them to unload by the roadside. I'll call for a vehicle to transport it later. All right. She wished to keep the location of the base concealed. Fortunately, darkness had fallen. After unloading their belongings in a vacant area, Han Xia instructed Xia Tian to keep watch while she meticulously stored each item within her space, taking advantage of the remote surroundings. Today, her space had expanded to 289 cubic meters, and the furniture she owned occupied only a fraction of that. There was ample room to accommodate the barbed wire, leaving her considering the necessity of renting an additional warehouse. As she diligently reinforced the wire, inch by inch, Xia Tian occasionally assisted by fetching tools. The two worked tirelessly from dusk until dawn, ultimately securing the entire 2,000 meters of wire along the existing fence. Eagerly, she anticipated the rewards for her efforts. Just as she completed the final reinforcement, a voice resonated in her mind. Reinforcement of barbed wire detected. Defensive effectiveness increased by 100-fold. As the reward manifested, Han Qingxia marveled at the transformation of the entire line of barbed wire she had just reinforced. It visibly thickened, became denser and sharpened. Each blade from the purchase gleamed ominously, and the tiny barbs had significantly elongated. The previously flimsy wire gate had now evolved into a formidable steel lift gate. She approached the wire mesh and pushed with all her might, but it did not budge an inch. She had previously noted that while the wire could effectively deter intruders, it would falter against a vehicle forcefully breaching it or a horde of zombies. Now, however, even if thousands of zombies were to assault her defenses simultaneously, they would be unable to tear through her fortified barbed wire. Han Qingxia felt immense satisfaction and could hardly contain her excitement to acquire additional materials for further fortification. However, at this moment, a more pressing matter reminded her. The persistent barking of her dog, Summer, indicated that she was hungry. "You must be hungry too," she said. Summer whimpered in agreement. They had only eaten a small amount the previous day and had been busy all day without formally beginning their procurement of supplies. Han Qingxia then recalled that there was still some food in her space. She remembered clearing out the steamed buns from her house yesterday and, with a thought, a steaming packet of soup dumplings appeared in her hand. To her surprise, they were still warm. Curious, Han Qingxia summoned her refrigerator. Upon opening it, she was astonished to discover that, even without power, it remained cold inside. This meant that the space granted to her by the system was a sealed environment where heat could not dissipate. Whatever was placed inside remained unchanged upon retrieval. Overjoyed, Han Qingxia realized that this also meant she could stockpile supplies without worrying about expiration dates. When the time came to store food, she could do so without hesitation. Renting this place would cost 300 a month, requiring a deposit and payment in advance. Located in the suburbs was a vacant house. Han Qingxia stood with Summer in front of a middle-aged man, around 40 to 50 years old. The suburban roads were flanked by numerous idle houses, remnants of former farms, as most people had moved to the city. Many of these empty farmhouses had signs advertising for rent, especially those in favorable locations. Han Qingxia sought a relatively spacious farmhouse with convenient transportation along the main road outside her shelter. She intends to utilize this as a transit station, storing supplies here, which she will then transport using her spatial system, allowing her to remain inconspicuous while conveniently procuring goods. This is to avoid situations like yesterday, where unloading cargo on the roadside could easily attract attention. For 100, no deposit, I'll rent it for a month, as a warehouse. Han Qingxia bargained with the landlord. That won't do. If not, I shall seek elsewhere. The landlord immediately halted her, conceding, all right, for 100 it is, but you mustn't damage my property and vacate on time. No problem. Han Qingxia paid the 400 and received the key. She would certainly vacate by the due date, for she would hardly wait until then. Spending this extra 100 was still a saving of 200. It was difficult to negotiate at the air raid shelter, yet this would surely yield savings. After successfully securing the warehouse, she commenced her procurement of supplies. The first item on her list was food. She initially identified 10 shops, purchasing 400 bags of 50-pound rice from each. First, she aimed to stockpile 100 tons of rice. In reality, 100 tons is not an exorbitant amount. Any dedicated grain wholesale station could provide it. Furthermore, 100 tons would only occupy a space of 5 meters in length, width, and height, which her storage could accommodate. The transportation was feasible. This rice cost Han Qingxia over 400,000, enough to sustain her for several lifetimes. Additionally, she planned to stockpile 1,000 boxes of instant noodles in various flavors, including Japanese tonkatsu, braised beef, seafood, spicy beef, and dry noodles. She aimed to acquire every flavor available on the market. Since the onset of the apocalypse, instant noodles have become a luxury. They are easy to prepare, taste delightful, and provide a rich supply of oil and salt, eliminating the need to search for condiments, making them the ideal sustenance in a post-apocalyptic world. The price of instant noodles ranges from over 50 to more than 100 yuan per box. The most common box containing 24 packs of braised beef noodles is priced at 54 yuan, while the more expensive Japanese tonkatsu noodles cost nearly 100 yuan for 30 packs. On average, a box costs around 70 yuan, and purchasing 1,000 boxes totals 70,000 yuan. How could one possibly forego the addition of sausages? Jiang Xia ordered 200 boxes of her favorite spicy crispy corn sausages, followed by another 100 boxes of Wujiang pickled mustard greens. These two items amounted to less than 30,000 yuan. After securing the most essential provisions, her gaze turned towards self-heating meals and pre-prepared dish packs. These items are incredibly convenient, requiring only a brief heating to enjoy. She visited various brand stores, purchasing a box of every dish available. 1 box of Taiwanese braised pork, 1 box of homemade tofu, 1 box of Brazilian barbecue, 1 box of sweet and sour pork tenderloin, 1 box of mushroom and chicken, 1 box of minced eggplant, 1 box of kung pao chicken, and 1 box of curry chicken bites. The average price for these meal packs hovers around 7 to 8 yuan per bag. Jiang Xia acquired over 20,000 bags across a dozen stores, spending approximately 150,000 yuan in total. This quantity would suffice for her to have 1 bag per meal for the rest of her life. Having stocked up on these essential foods, Jiang Xia felt a semblance of security, knowing that her provisions would last her a lifetime without the worry of food scarcity. Only with a well-stocked pantry could she prepare for other needs. By the end of the day, unbeknownst to her, she had already spent nearly 700,000 yuan. Previously, she had savings of over 300,000 yuan, half of which was accumulated from years of rent. Now, having sold her house for 2 million yuan, she was left with 1,700,000 yuan. And yet, this was without even beginning to prepare for other necessities. Money seems to dissipate swiftly, almost effortlessly. At this moment, Jiang Xia's gaze deepened as she opened her palm, revealing a strikingly read property deed before her. With composure, she searched online for a local private financial lending number and dialed it. "Hello, I wish to mortgage my property and borrow some funds. Certainly, come to my office for a face-to-face discussion tomorrow at 10. After hanging up, Jiang Xia resolved to mortgage her property once more. A smirk appeared on her lips. She harbored a grudge that demanded retribution, and it would be repaid with interest. She prepared to welcome her grand gift. Chapter 4. Ruthless exploitation. That afternoon, Jiang Xia emerged from an old office building in the city center. Upon exiting, her account had swelled by an additional 1.5 million. Such lending companies were more voracious than vampires. She had sold her house to the Han family for 2 million, yet to these predatory lenders, she could only secure 1.5 million. Moreover, the interest rates were exorbitantly high. Jiang Xia had signed a promissory note for a 7-day repayment period, during which she was obligated to return 2 million to the lending company, lest they seize her property. It was a bottomless pit, a trap designed solely to ensnare her home. However, this was of no consequence, for she had no intention of repaying the loan. In fact, she possessed no property at all. The 12-day loan period was perfectly timed, coinciding with the impending apocalypse, ensuring that the lending company would come after the Han family. At that juncture, a fierce conflict would undoubtedly erupt between the two parties. Neither was to be trifled with, yet it remained uncertain who would prevail. Regardless of the victor, within a matter of days, this house would devolve into mere vapor. With 1.5 million now in her possession, Jiang Xia contemplated the funds deposited by the lending company. A spark of inspiration ignited within her, prompting her to borrow from every lending platform available in the market. Harvest. Relentlessly harvest. Clear everything away. After a flurry of transactions, she found herself enriched by an additional 500,000. This is purely a narrative arrangement. Please refrain from online lending. Steer clear of such debt for a blissful life. Now, Jiang Xia possessed 3,700,000. She was once again poised to procure an array of supplies. With her coffers brimming, she first visited a construction materials factory to fortify her stronghold. She purchased 40 to 50 surveillance cameras before seeking out a seller of generators. She required a power generation device. Generators are categorized into wind, hydro, thermal, and diesel types. The first three options were impractical, as they required complicated installation and were time-consuming. Moreover, they were largely out of stock and needed to be custom-ordered from specialized manufacturers. Diesel, however, was quite suitable. "How many kilowatts of generator do you need?" inquired the seller. "What options do you have?" "We have 30, 50, 200 to 800. Anything above 1,000 is rather expensive." Han Qingxia gleaned the specifications of diesel generators. The smallest, 30 kilowatt model, ranged from 10 to 20,000. The mid-range, 200 kilowatts, was priced between 50 and 100,000. For 300 kilowatts, the cost exceeded 100,000, with prices doubling for higher capacities. Generators above 1,000 kilowatts began at $1 million. Notably, imported models were 30% more expensive than domestic ones. Opt for the domestic ones. Our local products are not inferior to imports and tend to be more durable and practical. Besides, imported ones have specific requirements for diesel. What do you intend to use it for? Opening a restaurant? The seller continued. Indeed, she required electricity to power the grid for everyday lighting in her shelter. A generator of restaurant grade would suffice. However, she ultimately chose to purchase the most expensive and powerful generator. After all, her system rewards would increase with her level. If she was going to invest, she wanted only the best. One fell swoop. Money was no object. Han Qingxia, embodying the essence of a wealthy individual, acquired the most cost-effective generator priced at 1,200,000. The shop owner, upon witnessing her demeanor, could hardly contain his joy. Han Qingxia requested additional items, and she insisted on taking everything from the shop, including soundproof mats, toolkits, and various inexpensive trinkets, all as complimentary additions. Without any hesitation, the owner even gifted her the remaining 10 liters of diesel in stock. Upon seeing the fuel, Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Do you know anyone who can sell diesel at a lower price?" Diesel was notoriously difficult to procure. Purchasing it required identification at the gas station, where one had to register and was limited to only a few liters per visit. In fact, many stations refrained from selling fuel in small quantities, offering it solely for vehicles. However, establishments that sold generators often had connections. There existed a black market for fuel, where covert operations siphoned oil from major drilling sites and processed unclaimed oil from the sea for clandestine sale. Indeed, after her inquiry, a knowing smile appeared on the owner's face as he discreetly led Han Qingxia aside and handed her a business card. "If you need fuel, call this number and mention my name. They'll give you a discount, 20% cheaper than the market rate." "Thank you," Han Qingxia responded as she accepted the card. It appeared that those within related industries were indeed interconnected. As Han Qingxia stepped out, her boss murmured, "The recent flu outbreak has truly affected the market." "Indeed," she replied nonchalantly, striding away without uttering another word. This flu was merely a harbinger of the impending apocalypse. Within 2 weeks of the virus's onset, those infected succumbed unexpectedly, and before anyone could recover from the grief of losing loved ones, they discovered that the deceased had all returned, though this return signified their transformation into a different kind of being, a zombie. On the day the apocalypse commenced, she happened to be at the hospital, accompanying her new sister-in-law for a report when the air was pierced by horrifying screams. She witnessed a patient, who had been pronounced dead and was being wheeled in for emergency care, suddenly sit up and lunge at their grieving relatives. A crowd rushed to intervene, yet Han Qingxia observed in terror as the first victim of the bite began to mutate within mere minutes. He convulsed, rising from the floor, and when he finally stood upright, his body was devoid of color, and his eyes had transformed into a leaden gray reminiscent of cinematic zombies. Lacking pupils, devoid of life, radiating a terrifying, ravenous hunger. He opened his gaping maw and lunged at those attempting to restrain him. Chaos erupted throughout the hospital. Such occurrences transpired in every corner of the establishment. All who were bitten would mutate within 5 minutes. Joining the fray to devour it is precisely because she initially exhibited such exceptional capabilities that the Han family deemed her exceedingly competent, leading them to entrust her with all responsibilities, searching for supplies and safeguarding everyone. These tasks were all undertaken by Han Qingxia. In her past life, she believed that being needed by them and protecting her family was her ultimate fulfillment. However, It is essential to consider whether the ones she protects are family or merely a pack of beasts. In this lifetime, she vowed never to act foolishly again. Han Qingxia instructed her boss to deliver the goods to the warehouse and, during the journey, inquired about the diesel situation. Moreover, delivery was possible, and they could bring it to her the next day. Han Qingxia requested that they send as much as possible. She wanted all the available stock from their inventory. She made a substantial purchase, acquiring 1 million worth of goods. The supplier offered her a 25% discount, resulting in her spending nearly 2 million on this outing alone. Chapter 5. Upgrading the shelter. After unloading the supplies from the warehouse, Han Qingxia placed the large generator into her space, which had ample room. She first positioned the generator in the innermost storage room of the shelter. Upon detecting the 1,000 kilowatt generator, a reward was granted. A permanently indestructible generator with minimal energy consumption. Han Qingxia was astounded. She gazed at her generator, which now appeared to be coated in a silvery sheen. Its strength and quality vastly improved from before. Most importantly, it was permanently indestructible. It is known that generators require maintenance over time, and Han Qingxia could only strive to extend its lifespan. To her surprise, the system had directly enhanced it to be eternally durable. This was simply marvelous. Continuing her efforts, Han Qingxia proceeded to install the cameras on the barbed wire she had set up yesterday. The location of her tunnel shelter is exceptionally advantageous, surrounded by a vast circle of trees. The main highway lies 1 kilometer away, while the secondary road extends for another 500 meters before vanishing into the forest. It is nearly impossible for outsiders to discern the presence of a concealed tunnel ensconced by barbed wire. It is remarkably inconspicuous. The internal cameras meticulously monitor every angle within her domain. After successfully installing the cameras, Han Qingxia connected them to the circuit powered by a generator, enabling surveillance of any unexpected intruders. Instantly, all cameras and electrified barbed wire sprang to life, displaying a myriad of surveillance feeds on her computer screen. Simultaneously, the system detected the surveillance and electric grid upgrades. The monitoring system was enhanced, increasing the electronic eye's range tenfold, capable of automatically detecting all living and non-living entities. The grid system was also upgraded, allowing for a maximum electric shock of 10,000 volts. Han Qingxia was astounded, her gaze fixed on the newly enhanced surveillance footage, which boasted a resolution 10 times superior to the previous images. With the finest 100-meter monitoring capability, she could now extend her view up to 1,000 meters, clearly observing the distant highway through the gaps in the trees. At that moment, a bird attempted to land on Han Qingxia's barbed wire. After circling for a moment, found a perch. Suddenly, with a beep and a flash of sparks, the bird fell lifelessly to the ground. A glimmer of satisfaction shone in Han Qingxia's eyes as she witnessed this display of enhanced defenses. This was excellent. She eagerly anticipated who might dare to invade her base in the future. Touching it would mean certain death. In the summer, refrain from approaching those barbed wire fences. Do you understand? Woof. The upgraded summer has experienced not only physical growth, but also an enhancement in intelligence, becoming more perceptive than before. Han Qingxia gently ruffled his head and retrieved some food from her space, sharing a meal with Summer. After their repast, she resumed organizing her base. To her surprise, she discovered that tidying up the air raid shelter yielded rewards, such as cleaning the well and removing weeds. The system detected an upgrade in the well, rewarding her with a pristine mountain spring. It also noted a reduction in weed coverage, granting her fertile soil. The yield of her crops would increase 100-fold, and their growth rate would accelerate 10-fold. Han Qingxia felt invigorated upon seeing this. Clean water and fertile soil. Her base was gradually becoming stronger and more prosperous. This fundamental resource guarantee would enable her to cultivate fresh fruits and vegetables, allowing her to achieve self-sufficiency in the future. She planned to purchase a variety of seeds soon. 10 days swiftly passed, and now less than 3 days remained until the apocalypse. For the past 7 days, Han Qingxia began each morning by running 10 kilometers around the air raid shelter, significantly enhancing her stamina while familiarizing herself with the terrain. She had become intimately acquainted with the surrounding landscape. Her tunnel-based air raid shelter was nestled within a mountain, with a circular barbed wire barrier constructed at a mid-slope position on either side of the mountain. The point where the barbed wire connected to the mountain was a steep cliff, making it exceedingly difficult to circumvent the fence. Approaching from the opposite mountain was even more challenging. The terrain at the back is significantly steeper than at the front, with an abundance of shrubs and trees lining the path. Even seasoned climbers would find it challenging to navigate. The sole peril lies in the threat of fire. Forest fire prevention has always been a critical concern, and it is exceptionally difficult to mitigate unless Han Qingxia preemptively clears a substantial area of trees to create a firebreak. However, such deforestation would expose her to human eyes. After careful contemplation, she bent down to clear a circle of dead branches and fallen leaves around her. The trees must remain untouched. Once felled, they would easily draw attention. In a world teetering on the brink, humanity poses the greatest danger. It is far more prudent to prevent human intrusion than to anticipate the calamities that some might bring. One must not lose sight of the essentials. Furthermore, forest fires are not easily ignited. The moist environment of the forest means that tidying up the ground litter and deadwood can effectively reduce the risk of fire. Centered around her protective barrier, Han Qingxia cleared a pristine area. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. Fire hazard detection has decreased. Reward. The cleared area will remain forever unburnable. Han Qingxia exclaimed in delight, as her golden opportunity proved invaluable at a crucial moment. The safety of her bunker would be further enhanced. With her greatest concern alleviated, she immediately turned her focus to other matters. For every inch she cleared, she received a corresponding reward. For every enhancement made, her base's defenses strengthened. Her stronghold was rapidly fortifying. Over the past few days, her deliveries had been arriving steadily. After completing her tasks in the bunker during the day, Han Qingxia would head to the warehouse in the evenings to collect her items. She instructed the delivery personnel to place her packages in the warehouse, where she had also installed an oversized surveillance camera at the entrance, with Xia assisting her from within. In this era of peace and prosperity, even in the absence of supervision, individuals refrain from malevolent actions, especially with the presence of an exceptionally fierce dog. The delivery personnel routinely unload their cargo in bulk and depart promptly thereafter. The detection system has noted that the warehouse is filled to capacity. Han Qingxia's order of 100 tons of rice, 1,000 boxes of instant noodles, 200 boxes of ham sausages, 100 boxes of pickled vegetables, and over 20,000 bags of meal kits has all arrived and is meticulously arranged within the innermost large storage room of her bomb shelter. The reward is a super warehouse. The food is preserved with a permanent freshness lock. Before Han Qingxia, the entrance of the large warehouse transformed instantaneously into a vault door reminiscent of those seen in television dramas. This robust metallic door could withstand even the most sophisticated explosives, with access granted solely through Han Qingxia's iris recognition. Upon opening the warehouse door, she found the items meticulously categorized and stored, with the most crucial feature being its function: permanent freshness. No concerns about expiration. Moreover, a shipment of seeds that Han Qingxia had ordered subsequently arrived. She had placed an order for common crop seeds and saplings. Nearly all vegetable seeds were ready for planting, while for crops such as sweet potatoes, she needed to procure seedlings. All seeds were remarkably affordable, particularly the sweet potato seedlings. After ordering a substantial quantity from the largest seed store, she inquired with the shop owner, who generously gifted her several seedlings. Additionally, when it came to fruit trees, it was advisable to purchase mature saplings with a longer age. Growing fruit trees from seedlings is labor-intensive and time-consuming, with slow results. Thus, acquiring a 10-year-old sapling was extremely economical. A prime-quality 10-year-old sugar heart red Fuji apple sapling was priced at merely 70 to 80 yuan. Han Qingxia made a substantial purchase of a variety of saplings intended for a decade-long endeavor. She acquired apple saplings, fig trees, jujube trees, pear saplings, mulberry saplings, cherry saplings, orange trees, plum saplings, UME trees, walnut trees, chestnut trees, hazelnut trees, peach saplings, pomegranate saplings, and persimmon saplings, acquiring 3 of each. This selection ensures a continuous harvest throughout the seasons while guaranteeing their survival. In total, she procured over 100 saplings for a mere 6,000 yuan, occupying an area of merely half an acre, specifically the vacant space to the right of her air raid shelter. To the left, she constructed a state-of-the-art plastic greenhouse and framework, into which she sowed a diverse array of vegetable seeds: greens, cucumbers, eggplants, carrots, tomatoes, cabbages, scallions, kale, and beans. While many vegetables can be conveniently cultivated from seedlings, Han Qingxia opted to start from seeds to ensure a continuous yield each year, as seedlings planted in one season would not yield new plants the following year. For tuberous crops like potatoes, planting the tubers suffices. Fortunately, her land is exceptionally fertile. Once the seeds are sown, they are bound to thrive without requiring excessive effort on her part. In a mere 10 days, Han Qingxia's air raid shelter underwent a remarkable transformation, both inside and out. As time progresses, only 3 days remain until the impending apocalypse. After planting the final sapling, she pondered what else she might need for her self-sufficient, secluded life in this newfound haven. Perhaps she would consider raising chickens, ducks, and fish. Despite having an abundance of meal packages, nothing compares to the delight of fresh produce. After consuming meal packages daily, she felt that something essential was missing. Purchasing some chickens, ducks, and fish for personal cultivation, Han Qingxia envisioned the luxury of indulging in fresh meat at her convenience. With this thought in mind, she promptly drove to the agricultural market. As usual, she left her summer attire in the warehouse, facilitating the arrival of supplies later on. Having not ventured into the city for several days, Han Qingxia was acutely aware of the unsettling atmosphere upon her return. Everyone around her wore masks, their expressions marked by anxiety. At a stall brimming with live chickens and ducks, she surveyed the dozen or so birds, noting a healthy mix of males and females. "Could you offer me a discount? I would like to purchase them all." The vendor's eyes lit up at her request. "You want the entire lot? Very well. I can let them go for 10 yuan per gene. Normally, my chickens go for 15 and ducks for 11. After a brief calculation, Han Qingxia acquired 26 birds, each averaging 6 to 7 gene, amounting to over 1,900 yuan. She instructed the vendor to deliver the poultry to her warehouse and proceeded to procure additional items. While meandering through the market, she stumbled upon an array of fresh fish. A spark ignited in her eyes. The air raid shelter possessed a water source, allowing her to excavate a small pond. Without hesitation, she purchased over 30 fish, including carp, crucian carp, flower catfish, and grass carp, alongside 40 gene of fresh shrimp. Han Qingxia had a particular fondness for shrimp, relishing dishes such as stir-fried shrimp, sweet and sour shrimp balls, and shrimp stir-fried with eggs. She added a little extra to her payment for the vendors to deliver a large plastic tank and oxygen generator to her warehouse. The total expenditure for the fish and shrimp exceeded 3,000 yuan. She continued her shopping spree. Unable to procure live pigs and cattle, Han Qingxia, however, possesses a refrigerated warehouse and ample space. She promptly located a pork stall and ordered 1,000 gene of pork and 500 gene of beef. Given the substantial quantity, Han Qingxia urged the vendor, offering additional funds, prompting the shop owner to arrange an order from the slaughterhouse, ensuring delivery to her warehouse on the same day. The price for this meat was elevated, and Han Qingxia spent over 40,000, leaving her with more than 160,000 remaining. As she prepared to depart, she noticed a stall in the corner that was closing down, where live baby goats were being sold. Without hesitation, Han Qingxia purchased 2 lambs for 1,500 yuan. It was said that the seller had previously engaged in breeding goats for milk production, but due to a poor market, had decided to sell off the remaining few, with Han Qingxia fortuitously acquiring the last 2. After hearing this, Han Qingxia nodded knowingly. She was well aware of such matters, always venturing out with a professional-grade mask. However, the flu was not the source of the zombie virus. It merely caused widespread transmission, diminishing human immunity, which led to the vulnerable being infected as the zombie virus emerged, resulting in the misconception that the flu was the true culprit. Han Qingxia had spent a decade navigating the apocalypse to gradually uncover these truths. Yet the exact origin of the zombie virus remained a mystery to her. There were those who suggested that the virus was a game in a divine hunting ground, as it had brought about various changes in humanity. After ensuring the vendor delivered the goats to her warehouse, Han Qingxia did not linger further at the agricultural market. One cannot simply leave such a substantial sum unspent. Han Qingxia sought a secluded spot devoid of any surveillance and stowed away 2 lambs into her space before driving away from the agricultural market with Xia Tian. Along the way, she chanced upon a farm tool store where she procured an entire set of commonly used implements, including an astonishing 20 shovels. Many remain unaware that among agricultural tools, the shovel boasts formidable combat capabilities. In times of conflict, every household without weapons would wield their own shovels. In rural disputes, should a shovel be grasped, it is no jest. Presently, the sophisticated military shovels derive their functionality from the humble shovel's prototype. Especially in apocalyptic scenarios, cold weapons often prove to be more effective than firearms. Han Qingxia's stockpile of shovels would suffice as her primary weaponry for the time being. Additionally, she acquired baseball bats, whose striking power is notably impressive. Chapter 7. The raid on the Grand Mall. Han Qingxia entered a sports equipment store. After purchasing several of the sturdiest and finest baseball bats, she took the opportunity to acquire an array of exploration gear, including flashlights, helmets, armor, protective gear, tents, protective suits, and tactical jackets, all essential for outdoor endeavors. This shopping spree amounted to over 20,000. Furthermore, the store offered various emergency kit accessories, such as tweezers, pliers, bandages, thermometers, and more, prompting Han Qingxia to remember that she needed to visit a pharmacy. After exiting the outdoor equipment store, she proceeded to the pharmacy to replenish her stock of cold medicine, hemostatic agents, antipyretics, vitamins, bandages, alcohol, iodine, and other common pharmaceuticals. She showed no interest in prescription medications, as they were truly unnecessary. She had struggled for a decade in the apocalyptic world, and those who still required daily doses of various medications had long been eliminated. A minimal supply of emergency medicines would suffice, for in this desolate era, poor health was a cardinal sin. Upon exiting the pharmacy, the clock indicated it was already around 5 or 6 in the evening. The city sparkled with vibrant neon lights. Han Qingxia had successfully gathered all the essentials. Food, drink, shelter, and daily necessities were secured. Now, she could consider replenishing her stock of upgraded daily commodities. With a remaining sum of 1.57 million, she decided to indulge in a little shopping spree, a chance to revel in the world before the apocalypse. First, Han Qingxia treated herself to a lavish meal at a Michelin-starred hotel, something she had never afforded before. She ordered a sumptuous feast. Mushroom soup, garlic ribs, pan-seared silver cod, crispy chicken, and garlic shrimp. All the delicacies she had once deemed unattainable. Particularly enjoying the garlic shrimp and filet mignon, she instructed the kitchen to prepare 10 portions for takeout, ensuring she had some to share with her friend Xia Tian. After booking a suite at the hotel, she continued her shopping expedition downstairs in the mall. The mall was a veritable treasure trove of goods, with a dazzling array of tempting foods. Having become accustomed to hardship, Han Qingxia first wandered through the food section. It was here she realized the abundance of items she yearned to purchase. However, time was limited and funds were finite, rendering these luxuries not essential to her procurement list. Such indulgences were mere embellishments of a prosperous era, now rendered trivial in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Yet, in this moment she could indulge freely, relishing in the joys of consumption and delight. Han Qingxia embarked on an extravagant shopping spree, moving discreetly from store to store, where upon entering, she would request an entire assortment of snacks, promptly settling the bill and instructing the staff to deliver the bounty to her hotel room upstairs. Each shop attendant, upon hearing her request, widened their eyes in astonishment and hurriedly began to pack her orders. For instance, in the first bakery, she had all freshly baked goods, including bread, cheesecakes, cream puffs, delicate cream squares, mochi, cream rolls, durian millefeuille, salted egg yolk pastries, waffles, and butterfly puff cookies, meticulously assembled for her. At the subsequent Korean fried chicken establishment, she indulged in an array of flavors, selecting sweet and spicy sauce, amber sauce, garlic soy sauce, honey mustard, and more, requesting everything from boneless chicken pieces to whole chickens. In the bubble tea shops, she sampled every flavor available, ordering milk tea, fruit tea, ice cream tea, milk cap tea, and slushies, leaving no stone unturned. After settling her payments and providing her address, she departed without causing a stir. In this whirlwind of indulgence, she spent over 200,000 yuan solely on snacks. Each shop typically held stock worth around 10,000 yuan. But for places like the cold noodle shop and egg waffle stall, where she deemed it unnecessary to hoard, she merely requested a sampling of each flavor, resulting in expenditures ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand yuan. With her lavish spending, she had swept through all the snack shops located on the second and third floors of the mall. Having completed her snack shopping, she ventured to the very bottom of the mall, the supermarket. Naturally, a visit to the supermarket was a must. She initially pushed 2 large shopping carts, traversing the expansive, warehouse-style supermarket. At the checkout, her carts were filled with a diverse assortment of items, yet each contained only a single piece. For instance, a variety of snacks including 1 bag of each flavor of potato chips, a selection of cookies and candies, as well as an assortment of beverages such as fruit juices and colas, each in a bottle, must not be overlooked. Additionally, prepared foods like roasted sausages, roasted chicken, grilled fish, sushi, rice balls, and boxed meals are essential. Furthermore, semi-finished products such as marinated chicken, pork chops, fish fillets, and army stew must also be included. Household necessities such as personal care items, facial creams, and the indispensable sanitary pads, along with disposable towels and wet wipes, must not be forgotten. Naturally, since her purchases are grounded in enhancing her quality of life, she also ordered essential appliances like a washing machine, a robotic vacuum, and a refrigerator. In the past, she would never have considered such acquisitions. Now that she has the means, she must indulge. After 2 carts brimming with goods were checked out, Han Qingxia approached the manager and requested that he provide her with the entire stock from her shopping cart, excluding the appliances. However, she had underestimated both the inventory and prices of these items. Before she could claim everything from the 2 shopping carts, her wallet was already empty. With a budget of 3 million, she had only managed to procure a mere third of her intended purchases. How awkward! Previously, when she stockpiled basic grains and oils, the prices were reasonable, but these processed goods had skyrocketed in cost. Gazing at the dwindling balance in her account, Han Qingxia ultimately resolved to settle for what she had. This would suffice. At worst, she could always create her own culinary delights from raw ingredients in the future. She provided her address to the manager and inquired whether the delivery could be made today. The manager assured her that it was entirely feasible. A tinge of regret washed over her as she glanced at the well-stocked supermarket. It felt somewhat disheartening. After exiting the supermarket, she strolled around, having only explored the food areas on levels B1 and B2 and the grand supermarket thus far. In the aforementioned clothing district, she found herself without much money to spend. Her account held merely a remainder of 70 yuan. However, 70 yuan was still enough to indulge in a little shopping. With no qualms about her finances, she first purchased a cup of iced cocoa for 14 yuan from a convenience store, and then proceeded to browse through various clothing outlets. By the time she had explored 3 floors of boutiques, her iced cocoa had been consumed. During her shopping spree, she did spot a few appealing garments. "How much is this baseball jacket?" she inquired. "Miss, it's currently on promotion for half price, totaling 2,000 yuan. Upon hearing the price, Han Qingxia remained silent. 2,000 yuan, even at half price, was still exorbitant. This was the finest mall in their locality, housing only high-end brands. The prices were truly beyond her reach. Departing empty-handed, Manager Wang nudged the sales associate who had just quoted the price to Han Qingxia. "Why bother with her? Clearly, she's a penniless wanderer. Did you not notice her empty hands after perusing several floors? She could never afford our wares. In the future, be more discerning. Learn to gauge people's worth." The chastised sales associate merely pouted, saying nothing. Han Qingxia overheard their remarks but chose to disregard them, continuing her stroll. After struggling for so long in a post-apocalyptic world, she was far from being a mindless fool. She would not rush into arguments or impulsively spend money just to prove a point. In this harsh reality, there was no need for face-saving, only survival mattered. Chapter 8. A harsh confrontation with Han Ying. As Han Qingxia continued her exploration, she suddenly caught sight of 2 familiar figures. A young man accompanied a pregnant woman, walking ahead of her. Wasn't that Han Ying and his wife, the very duo who had previously taken advantage of her? "Dear, please calm down. Today, buy whatever you desire. Just forgive me and don't be angry. Be careful not to disturb the baby." "Han Ying, have you been deceiving me all along? Your family doesn't own that apartment. You're deliberately misleading me. That apartment truly belongs to my family." My dear, I am perplexed by the situation. My mother indeed purchased that apartment for 2 million from Han Qingxia. We can transfer the ownership as soon as we find her. But wait, didn't your mother say that apartment still belongs to Han Qingxia? It was a gift for you to live in, which is why my name couldn't be added. How is it now that it's your family's property and can be transferred? My love, Sai, regardless, this apartment will eventually be ours. I am the only son in my family. What is mine will undoubtedly be yours. Just trust me.
Han Ying.
How can I possibly trust you? You previously mentioned it was furnished and ready for move-in, yet it turned out to be a bare shell. You claimed it belonged to your family, and now a debt collection agency has appeared. I can see through this. Your family is deceiving me. I absolutely cannot keep this child. I am calling right now. My love. My love. Han Qingxia stood at a corner, overhearing their conversation, a smile creeping onto her lips. How delightful. In just 10 days, the Han family has become so entertaining. Her grandmother has even been hospitalized. However, it could become even more entertaining. She watched Han Ying, who was desperately trying to chase after his wife while holding onto the escalator, and mischievously whistled in his direction. Overwhelmed, Han Ying turned at the sound and caught sight of a girl leisurely leaning against the glass railing, gazing at them. That is none other than Han Qingxia. Upon spotting her, Han Ying abruptly halted, contemplating pursuing her instead. But at that moment, his wife had already descended to the next level. Wife. On one hand, he had his wife who was about to undergo an abortion, and on the other, Han Qingxia. Han Ying felt an overwhelming desire to split himself in two. After weighing his options, he ultimately resolved to chase after Han Qingxia. Damn it! If he could just capture that wretched woman and present her to his wife for an explanation, wouldn't that suffice? He pivoted and sprinted up the descending escalator in a fervent effort to pursue Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia, unhurried in her steps, evaded him by slipping into the opposite elevator as soon as he arrived, prompting Han Ying to chase her throughout the entire shopping mall. The pursuit led him to the underground parking lot. Damn it! Where do you think you can escape to, you wretched woman? Breathing heavily, Han Ying cornered Han Qingxia in the parking lot's recess. You conspired against me behind my back. Just wait until I catch you today. At that moment, Han Qingxia, with a mischievous smile directed at Han Ying, casually closed the trunk of her car. I have the same intention, she remarked, brandishing a baseball bat in her hand. Upon seeing the bat, an alarm bell rang in Han Ying's mind. You dare to strike me? Before he could finish his sentence, Han Qingxia swung the bat with a resounding thwack. She swiftly subdued Han Ying, dislocating his jaw and rendering him speechless, then dragged him to a secluded corner of the parking lot for a thorough beating. Having survived a decade in a post-apocalyptic world, she had mastered various combat techniques. A fully grown man would be dispatched in mere moments. However, her treatment of Han Ying was, in truth, remarkably lenient. She dragged him into a corner and beat him for half an hour, breaking his arms and legs with relentless ferocity, striking only the most painful yet non-lethal areas. After 30 minutes, Han Ying lay on the ground, barely conscious. Han Qingxia leaned against the car door, kicked Han Ying's motionless body, and bent down to retrieve his phone from his pocket, stepping on his head to dial 120 with his device. Look how considerate I am, calling 120 for you. You should thank me. Han Ying nearly spewed blood at this remark. If only she had shifted her foot from his head even slightly, he would have appreciated her kindness. Damn you. TSK. So ungrateful. You can just remain in the hospital like your grandmother. Han Qingxia pressed her foot down harder, sending him into a 7-day coma. She promptly tidied up the scene, removing all traces of Han Ying's identity. This was essential, as the hospital would struggle to ascertain his identity when reporting to the authorities. Additionally, she transferred all his money from WeChat and Alipay into her own phone, utilizing his fingerprint for the transactions. After completing these tasks, she transported him to a bar street outside the parking lot. The location from which she called 120 was also on the bar street. It wasn't long before the ambulance arrived, and she nonchalantly observed as they carried him away. Calmly standing under a streetlight, she used Han Ying's phone to message his parents, informing them that he had been assaulted and urging them to go to the hospital. Once all was said and done, Han Qingxia sold his phone to a small mobile shop by the roadside. Even if they report to the police, it is certain that within 3 days, they will not uncover anything about Han Qingxia. However, once they investigate Han Ying's whereabouts and discover her connection, it will be too late. After giving Han Ying a good beating, Han Qingxia found an additional 30,000 in her account. With this sum, she procured more supplies, completely emptying several shelves at a convenience store outside the mall, stuffing her spoils into her small cart. Just as she was about to drive away, a loud thud resounded as a man collapsed onto her car. Han Qingxia's gaze darkened. At that moment, a group of fashionably dressed men and women approached, hoisting the man away. "Apologies. Miss, my friend has had too much to drink." One of the tattooed men gestured to Han Qingxia, offering an explanation. After lifting the unconscious man, the group departed amidst laughter and chatter. "Damn it, Old 3 went down after just 2 drinks. He claimed he could handle 1,000 cups. I remember Old 3 used to be quite the drinker. Perhaps marriage has weakened him." Laughter erupted in waves. Han Qingxia leaned against her car window, observing the group as they vanished from view. Her gaze settled on the young man being supported in the center. His head hung low, his body rigid, and the hand dangling beside him appeared unnaturally pale. However, it wasn't long before the young man regained consciousness. "What just happened? What's wrong? You got drunk, didn't you? You're utterly useless. How much did you even drink?" The group continued to jest as they walked away, while Han Qingxia's expression grew increasingly somber. She lowered her head to check the time on her phone. Today is the 9th. In her previous life, the outbreak of the zombie virus occurred on the 11th. The apocalypse began on August 11th. Chapter 9. The Arrival of the Apocalypse. Her room was already cluttered with items. She had informed the front desk to send someone to deliver her belongings, opening the door for them to enter. At this moment, the table, floor, and bed were all filled with items, including several pieces of hot fried chicken. With a wave of her hand, Han Qingxia absorbed these items into her space. She planned to spend the night here before departing the following day. Money spent should not be wasted. Before falling asleep, Han Qingxia engaged in 3 hours of physical training, pushing herself to the brink of exhaustion before taking a shower. Afterwards, she checked the surveillance of her bomb shelter and the warehouse before preparing for sleep. The summer air responded in a human-like manner, as the dog obediently watched over the items in the warehouse. Han Qingxia slept soundly in the hotel until 6 the next morning. She was awakened by the blaring sirens of police cars and ambulances. Residing in a hotel in the city center, it had excellent soundproofing. However, she was quite sensitive and would awaken at the slightest disturbance. The moment she heard the sirens, she rushed to the window. Pulling back the curtains, she looked down to see numerous police cars and ambulances in the street below. Not far from her hotel were bustling bars and entertainment venues, from which these emergency vehicles were emerging. She spotted an ambulance parked in front of the bar she had seen the day before, where several bloodied individuals were being carried out. A troubling thought began to form in her mind. Just then, footsteps hurriedly approached outside her room, accompanied by urgent knocking at the door. Han Qingxia grasped a shovel as she approached the door, peering through the peephole to find a hotel staff member outside. Although her expression was tense, her body bore no wounds or traces of blood, and her complexion appeared normal. "Is everything all right, miss? I am from the housekeeping department, and we have received multiple reports from guests who have fainted and are in need of assistance. May I inquire about your well-being?" Han Qingxia replied through the door. "I am fine. Please remain patient in your room for a while longer. The hotel will graciously extend your rest time free of charge. Apologies for the disturbance." The housekeeping attendant moved on to the next room. At that moment, a surge of anxiety coursed through Han Qingxia. The apocalypse had seemingly arrived ahead of schedule. She swiftly seized her car keys and exited the hotel, ensuring she took with her the complimentary water, beverages, and toiletries from her room. As she opened the door, she noticed the housekeeping attendant had reached the farthest room. After knocking several times, the attendant produced a room key and unlocked the door. Han Qingxia observed as she stepped inside. Before long, an urgent voice pierced the air. Sir, what is wrong? Room 809. A guest has fainted. Quick, come." The staff member called out to her colleagues through her earpiece. Han Qingxia strode purposefully towards the elevator. As she entered an empty lift descending, The adjacent ascending elevator doors simultaneously opened, revealing a group of staff members emerging and hastily making their way towards the innermost guest room. Just as the elevator doors closed before her, she heard a piercing scream. Ah, that familiar sound. The zombie virus has erupted prematurely. Han Qingxia decisively pressed the button for the 5th floor as she descended the elevator, bypassing the reception hall on the ground floor. This edifice was a hotel building seamlessly integrated with a shopping mall. The lower 2 levels and the 5 floors above were occupied by the mall she had explored just yesterday. At this hour, 6 o'clock, the mall was in a state of closure, with the earliest employees not expected until 8. Thus, the shopping area was truly a desolate zone. In an apocalyptic scenario, the greatest danger lay within the throngs of people. One must evade the crowd. Upon reaching the 5th floor, her expectations were confirmed. The mall was enveloped in darkness, the lights extinguished. Yet, as she entered the 5th floor atrium, the sounds of distant screams pierced the silence. A glance out the window revealed chaos unfolding on the streets below. She witnessed a blood-soaked man erupting from a nearby bar, lunging at a woman jogging past. He aimed for her abdomen, and upon tackling her, began to savagely gnaw at her insides. The woman screamed in agony, but her cries were futile against the man's voracious assault. His face smeared with blood as he devoured her heart and lungs like a beast. At 7 in the morning, the city was relatively quiet, save for the police and emergency services at work. A police car, upon witnessing the commotion, halted abruptly to intervene and restrain the man. Meanwhile, the woman, now lying in a pool of blood, began to convulse unnoticed. Her spasms quickened, and suddenly, she lay still. Miss, she exclaimed as she suddenly opened her dull, lifeless eyes, instinctively biting at her would-be rescuer. The scene erupted into chaos. Han Qingxia stood by the 5th floor window, witnessing this harrowing spectacle. This was the apocalypse, the end of days she was all too familiar with. It had indeed arrived ahead of schedule, a full day earlier. Welcome to the era of doom. With determination, Han Qingxia turned and dashed towards the 5th floor. She intended to descend to the B2 parking lot via the escalator, steering clear of all elevators. As she sprinted into the deserted mall, her attention was captivated by the plethora of goods surrounding her. Supplies. How could she leave this treasure trove empty-handed? She resolved to take everything she could carry. At that moment, a voice resonated within her mind. Beep. Super Lord system activated. Time limit, 2 hours. For every 10,000 yuan worth of supplies collected, earn 1 cubic meter of personal space. Gripping her baseball bat, Han Qingxia thought, what a divine assistance. With a resounding crash, the glass before her shattered. Han Qingxia rushed in, arms outstretched. Anything her hands touched vanished into thin air, directly entering her newly acquired space. At that moment, she paid no mind to whether the surveillance cameras captured her actions. After all, what was the point? The apocalypse had arrived. Who would still be scrutinizing footage for evidence? Beep. Detected 279 pieces of fashionable women's clothing, valued at 650,000 yuan. Reward, 65 cubic meters. Beep. Detected 144 pieces of fashionable men's clothing, valued at 580,000 yuan. Reward, 58 cubic meters. Beep. Detected 489 designer wedding dresses, valued at 1,890,000 yuan. Reward, 189 cubic meters. Regardless of whether it is menswear, womenswear, children's clothing, undergarments, shoes, socks, bags, or wedding gowns, Han Qingxia desires them all. This time, the acquisition of resources is far more exhilarating than the initial move. Even if her home is meticulously tidied, it contains only a limited number of items. However, this time, the rewards are exceedingly bountiful. Each store boasts goods worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. She systematically plunders each establishment, leaving behind unparalleled cleanliness in her wake. Chapter 10. Zero-cost shopping spree at the Grand Mall in approximately an hour. Han Qingxia has completely emptied the luxury boutiques on these few floors. She spares nothing. From women's and men's apparel to children's wear, sports attire, shoes, bags, watches, and cosmetics, including the grand jewelry stores featuring diamonds and gold. The latest pineapple phone and pineapple computer are being fervently acquired. In America, there is Apple. In China, there is pineapple. Previously unaffordable luxuries such as SK2, the light bulb cream, and La Mer are now being eagerly absorbed. High-end handbags that were once merely admired from a distance, along with luxury items requiring additional purchases, are now being swept up. The dazzling diamond rings, exquisite gemstones, and golden treasures that forever shine in the display windows are being seized with fervor. Her own space has swiftly expanded to over 10,000 cubic units. Although the prices in luxury boutiques are exorbitant, with a single bag costing tens of thousands, the inventory is scant. Many luxury stores only showcase a superficial layer of goods. Clients must often place special orders because of the high unit prices, resulting in a genuine lack of stock. Astonishingly, there are no ultra-premium items with prices exceeding 1 million in this mall. Otherwise, Han Qingxia's space would have surged dramatically. Luxury goods truly hold immense value. Han Qingxia has now arrived at the underground food court. Yesterday, she thoroughly ravaged the culinary section. Although she felt a twinge of extravagance for the money spent, it ultimately proved to be a significant time saver. At this juncture, time was of the essence. The zombie virus had just erupted, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. She needed to complete her scavenging within the next 2 hours and make her escape while transportation remained functional. Had she not spent money yesterday, she would now be forced to merely glance at the scattered and inexpensive shops ahead. Nevertheless, as Han Qingxia dashed through the food area, she managed to acquire a few essentials. An oven, an ice cream maker, and a coffee machine, items that would enable her to create culinary delights at home. Sprinting past these locations, she arrived at the grand supermarket she had visited the previous day. There, she had spent over 1 million, merely scratching the surface of the abundant supplies within. With a determined leap over the barricade, Han Qingxia entered the supermarket, her scavenging efforts accelerating. She swiftly began to plunder the shelves, absorbing every item in sight. One shelf of chocolates, another of biscuits, a third of potato chips, and a shelf brimming with cooked sausages. Without hesitation, she charged into the kitchens of the raw and cooked food section, discovering a freezer stocked with frozen ham and another with freshly roasted chickens. Everything she had refrained from purchasing the day before was now within her grasp, and she seized the opportunity with fervor. In less than half an hour, the vast warehouse supermarket was left utterly bare. She continued her frenzy, gliding on roller skates, swiftly sweeping through the aisles. After depleting the supermarket, she noted that she still had 20 minutes remaining. At that moment, Han Qingxia noticed the internal elevator. Such supermarkets typically have their own storage facilities. Han Qingxia stepped into the internal staff elevator. As the doors gently parted before her, she was greeted by rows upon rows of neatly packed goods. Hundreds of boxes of premium rice, countless crates of imported snacks, a myriad of alcoholic beverages and condiments, everyday necessities, sanitary products, and much more filled the vast warehouse area. At that moment, Han Qingxia realized that the $1 million haul she had taken yesterday had indeed found its home here. Truly, there was an abundance. Gliding on her roller skates, she navigated through the towering stacks of supplies, creating a wide path with each sweep. As the system's countdown neared its conclusion, Han Qingxia, drenched in sweat, opened a chilled bottle of cola and savored its refreshing taste. By then, the warehouse had been entirely cleared. In this endeavor, she had amassed over 14,800 cubic meters of space. While it may seem modest, this volume equated to a space measuring approximately 25 meters in length, 25 meters in width, and 25 meters in height. However, in the grand scheme, it was quite substantial, akin to the size of a 10-story building. The resources she had claimed merely constituted 1% of the total, not even filling a single floor. This largest shopping center in the city had been thoroughly emptied by her efforts, with all the goods now residing within her spatial realm. A satisfied smile graced Han Qingxia's face. She chose not to ride the elevator but instead summoned it to her floor and directed it to the underground B2 parking lot. Given that the elevator emitted sounds both ascending and descending, she deemed it prudent to avoid any potential dangers that might arise in the parking area, as zombies would undoubtedly be attracted to the noise. Safety first. With light and swift steps, Han Qingxia descended the employee staircase. Upon reaching B2, she found that the elevator she had arranged had just arrived. With a sudden clang, Han Qingxia witnessed a woman, who had initially intended to dash into the staff elevator, pivot and race towards it instead, calling out in desperation, "Help! Help!" Trailing behind her were two blood-soaked individuals, also clad in staff uniforms. "Stay away! Stay away! There's someone inside. You devour her." The woman, akin to a desperate soul grasping for salvation, spotted the elevator doors opening and, in a fleeting moment, intended to rush in to rescue the person inside and confront the lurking monstrosities outside. However, as the elevator doors parted, it revealed an unsettling emptiness within. In her moment of bewilderment, she was suddenly tackled by the very beasts pursuing her. "Don't bite me! Don't bite me! Recognize who I am. I am your manager Wang. Please, don't bite me." The woman's piercing screams echoed, and at that instant, she caught sight of the staff stairwell door swinging open. A young girl, dressed in simple athletic attire, emerged. The woman was momentarily taken aback. The girl looked somewhat familiar. Wasn't she the one she had disparaged as a pauper just yesterday? "Help me! Help me!" she cried out, frantically waving at Han Qingxia. "Please, save me. I'll give you our store's gold card. No, I'll gift you a piece of clothing. 10 pieces. 100 pieces. Help me."
Han Qingxia,
gripping a baseball bat with one hand, found herself faced with an unimaginable scenario. In that moment, she resolved to do but one thing, to step away as the woman's cries grew ever louder. A silent gratitude welled within her for the fleeting utility of the situation. With a swift press of the accelerator, Han Qingxia surged out of the garage at full speed. It was just past 8 o'clock, and the city was gradually stirring to life. As the zombie virus erupted in the early morning hours, a wave of confusion and terror engulfed everyone within a mere 2 hours. The first unfortunate victims were the breakfast establishments, sanitation workers, public transport services, and 24-hour businesses. In these bustling venues, the moment a single case of mutation emerged, chaos ensued. This morning, emergency lines 110 and 120 were overwhelmed, rendering subsequent calls for help futile. The city's functional departments were paralyzed. Next, the office workers, including those at the mall where Han Qingxia was employed, found themselves ensnared in this pandemonium. Fortunately, many employees who relied on public transport were stranded en route, as there were no vehicles available. Unfortunately, those who managed to board the buses faced a hellish nightmare. Numerous elderly passengers collapsed, and once they attempted to stand, there was no escape for anyone aboard the bus. A fortunate few reached their workplaces, like manager Wang, who arrived by car or electric scooter, only to discover that the gates were locked for the day. Gathered in small clusters, they exchanged puzzled glances until they noticed an individual staggering towards them, drenched in blood. This was the onset of the apocalypse. Witnessing such a scene, everyone instinctively assumed it was a brawl or a perilous encounter. Well-meaning individuals who rushed to offer assistance were swiftly met with the grim fate of becoming zombies themselves. This alarming scenario unfolded across the city, with every area succumbing to the onslaught. Han Qingxia understood that this was merely the beginning. Countless individuals remained trapped in their homes, yet to emerge. Now is the opportune moment to depart while everyone remains oblivious. A little delay will undoubtedly incite a wave of collective exodus, paralyzing the entire traffic system. Just then, a young woman with outstretched arms appeared before Han Qingxia. Her boyfriend was currently assisting an elderly man who had fallen. "Stop the car. Someone has collapsed here. Pause for a moment to take her to the hospital." The woman stood in the middle of the road, attempting to halt her. At that instant, Han Qingxia was the sole vehicle on the entire street. It was perplexing why the roads were so deserted today. The emergency numbers, 110 and 120, were unreachable. Finally spotting a vehicle, she felt compelled to stop it, standing resolutely in the roadway. Han Qingxia regarded the woman before her with a chilling gaze, pressing the accelerator to the floor. Whoosh! The woman blocking the road was taken aback by Han Qingxia's unyielding speed, barely managing to evade a direct collision that would have been fatal. "What kind of person are you? If you want help, at least slow down. Are you trying to run me over? Insane. Cold-blooded. Selfish. Utterly devoid of compassion. A lunatic. Honey, are you alright? Darling, I have never encountered someone like that before, who not only refuses to assist but also accelerates, nearly hitting me. Be cautious while standing by the roadside to flag down vehicles. There are plenty of selfish individuals in this society. Few possess our kindness. You should capture a photo and expose her online. Just as the man was speaking, he suddenly screamed, for his neck had been viciously bitten. The assailant was none other than the elderly woman he was aiding. At that moment, the elderly woman regained consciousness from her stupor, her murky gray eyes snapping open as she sank her teeth into his neck. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth, splattering the surroundings. The man's wife instinctively recoiled a couple of steps before lunging forward, striking the elderly woman with her handbag. "Release my husband. Let him go," she shouted, kicking and hitting the undead woman with fervor. Seizing the moment when the old woman loosened her grip, she hastily pulled her husband up. "Darling, we must hurry to the hospital. Are you all right?" She supported her husband with one hand while desperately trying to fend off the rising undead woman. No matter how fiercely she struck, the creature remained unfazed. More terrifyingly, the old woman's limbs were grotesquely contorted, defying the very laws of nature. Her pallid face bore no trace of color, her lifeless, gray eyes fixated upon them, and her toothless mouth gaped wide, stained with blood, resembling a zombie straight out of a horror film. A wave of terror washed over the woman. Could this truly be a zombie? Just then, she was suddenly tackled to the ground by her undead husband, who sank his teeth into her neck.
"Ah, darling."
"It's me," she cried out, but the old woman lunged at her as well, tearing into her abdomen. The zombie greedily feasted upon her, and in the instant her intestines were violently ripped from her body. The last image that flashed before her eyes was of a speeding car, its exhaust trailing behind. The vehicle had not come to a halt. Kindness and warmth? Apologies, those are the realms of paradise. Here, this is hell. Han Qingxia pressed the accelerator to the floor. Whoosh! Boom! Crash! As she sped onward, Han Qingxia realized with growing dread that the road ahead was deteriorating rapidly. A multitude of vehicles and crowds were fleeing in the opposite direction of Han Qingxia. Ahead, several cars had overturned at the intersection, obstructing a significant portion of the roadway. As Han Qingxia navigated around these vehicles, she beheld a horde of zombies clustered around the open doors, ravenously tearing into the drivers and passengers trapped within the smoke-emitting cars. The air was filled with piercing screams, and blood gushed forth in torrents. Sensing Han Qingxia's passage, the zombies seemed to detect fresh prey and began to pursue her vehicle. Every moving creature became their target. The entire street corner was a chaotic scene. Han Qingxia furrowed her brows, realizing something was amiss. Why were there so many zombies? Suddenly, she spotted a large red cross ahead. Damn it, a hospital. She had been pondering how such a fierce outbreak could occur on this road, only to discover the presence of a hospital. With a resounding crash, Han Qingxia barreled through a dozen approaching zombies, hastily crossing the intersection. The hospital was a disaster zone, but breaking free from its confines promised safety. As the zombies surged from several entrances on the left, they lunged at her vehicle, drawn by its reverse trajectory. Among them, a bloodied female zombie clad in a nurse's uniform was the swiftest. She crashed through the railing from the left and lunged at Han Qingxia's car. Thud! A large, blood-stained handprint slapped against Han Qingxia's windshield. The female zombie opened her bloodied maw and lunged with a howl, crashing against the windshield and voraciously gnawing at it. At such a close distance, Han Qingxia could distinctly see her grotesque, mutilated visage. The nose had been entirely devoured, leaving only a gory black cavity, while the skin around the right eyeball had entirely vanished, causing the eye to droop perilously from its socket, as if it were on the verge of plummeting. One side of her mouth was torn open to the bone, while the other still bore traces of the shimmering lip gloss she had applied that very morning. With frantic howls, the nurse zombie, frustrated after several futile attempts to penetrate Han Qingxia's defenses, widened her mangled mouth. The muscles contorted, ripping her already damaged face further apart, resembling the infamous slit-mouthed woman from Japanese folklore, as she lunged violently at the glass. With a sudden screech, Han Qingxia executed a graceful, pirouetting maneuver, spinning a full 360 degrees, which sent the zombie hurtling away, allowing her to evade the onslaught of other zombies closing in from both sides. Zombies held no terror for her. She had dispatched far too many to fear them now. With renewed determination, she pressed the accelerator, roaring forward at full speed, escaping the confines of the hospital. Just as she navigated through an intersection, poised to break free from the hospital's grasp, a deafening crash resounded. A massive truck with 22 wheels careened uncontrollably into a small car, colliding directly in her path at the intersection she was about to traverse. There was no avoiding it. A cacophony of screeching metal and thundering crashes ensued as vehicles toppled over. Han Qingxia's head jolted violently, the impact of the airbag shaking her. At that moment, the grand intersection was transformed into chaos, with an enormous truck pinning several smaller cars askew, effectively barricading the thoroughfare. As Han Qingxia's vehicle precariously rested just 10 centimeters beneath the enormous, overturned tire, she narrowly evaded disaster. After the jarring impact of the airbag left her head buzzing, Han Qingxia struck the airbag in front of her, attempting to regain control of the car. Alas, the vehicle was inoperable. She had not previously considered vehicle maintenance. Time was scarce, funds were limited, and in the latter stages of the apocalypse she rarely relied on a car. Though she possessed one, fuel was an exceedingly scarce resource. In those dire times, every drop was precious, and utilizing it for vehicles was a luxury she could not afford. Han Qingxia had grown accustomed to walking short distances, employing modified bicycles for medium ranges, and completely eschewing far travels. Who would venture such distances in a world gone awry? In the apocalypse, recklessness was tantamount to courting death. Thus, she did not regard gasoline-powered vehicles as essential investments. Now, however, her vehicle had failed her, presenting an unexpected conundrum. Suddenly, a rustling sound drew closer from outside. Rubbing her temples to clear her mind, Han Qingxia calmly surveyed her surroundings within the car, unbuckled her seatbelt, and pushed the door open. As the door swung ajar, a shovel materialized in her palm. When confronting zombies, a knife proved ineffective. Its thin blade and narrow surface rendered it nearly useless for extraction once embedded in flesh. But a shovel. With a resounding thud, Han Qingxia brought the shovel down upon the nearest elderly zombie, crushing its skull. Following this, she delivered a swift kick. With a sharp sound, the shovel's head penetrated the zombie's cranium, severing its brainstem. Thus, the creature was utterly dispatched. She twirled the shovel in her hands, a hint of disappointment flickering across her face as she set it down and departed. It was still early in the outbreak. The zombies lacked the crystalline cores within their brains. Under such circumstances, her method of dispatching them became increasingly brutal and straightforward. Bang, 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 bang. With precision, Han Qingxia targeted a less congested area of zombies, wielding her shovel with ferocity, clearing a path through the wreckage at the rear of the accident scene. The zombies were primarily clustered at the front, drawn by the overwhelming scent of blood. Han Qingxia moved swiftly and efficiently, her actions silent and decisive. Seizing the opportunity while the number of zombies remained manageable, she burst forth from the disaster site. As she neared the intersection, a piercing scream reached her ears from a nearby vehicle that had also been struck, yet its occupants were fortunate enough to remain alive. It was a luxurious sports car. She's killing people. A girl in the passenger seat trembled, gripping her boyfriend's hand in sheer terror as she watched Han Qingxia wreak havoc outside. Han Qingxia cast a cold glance toward the interior of their vehicle. The airbags had deployed, rendering the car useless, much like the individuals inside. Continuing her retreat, she resolved to find another vehicle for escape. If that proved fruitless, she would run out of the city on foot. At that moment, the door of the vehicle behind her swung open. "Can you take us with you?" A young man in the driver's seat urgently called out to Han Qingxia. "If you take us to safety, I'll pay you. My father is the chairman of Dongping Group. We have plenty of money. Just tell me how much you want." Han Qingxia didn't even spare him a glance as she pressed onward. "Honey, what are you saying to her? She has committed murder. Countless lives. We must report her and have her apprehended." Bang, bang, bang. After dispatching 5 zombies, Han Qingxia finally exited the confines of the hospital. She found herself in a narrow alley of a residential area. At this moment, the neighborhood remained largely unaffected by the zombie outbreak, as most residents were confined within their homes. Han Qingxia traversed the deserted greenbelt, occasionally encountering a few sanitation worker zombies or jogger zombies, which posed little challenge to her. As she walked, she searched for a vehicle. Unfortunately, no cars were in sight. Behind her trailed two little shadows. "Darling, this path is too arduous. I can hardly walk in these high heels. If you can't manage, then just go." The man's patience was wearing thin. After being scolded, the woman's face instantly reflected her dismay. She yearned to play the damsel and elicit her boyfriend's sympathy. "Honey," to her surprise, her usual charms fell flat today. "How did I end up with such a useless and brainless woman? You can't do anything and only hinder me. If you wish to die, don't drag me down with you. Leave." Upon hearing this, the woman's vibrant visage faltered. She bit her lip, gazing ahead at Jiang Xia, who was dispatching zombies with a shovel, and the boyfriend who had abandoned her to catch up. She chose silence, limping along in her high heels to follow. Jiang Xia continued her path through the side greenbelt, and at that moment, she finally spotted an open delivery truck parked in front of a convenience store. A vehicle. If there were no cars available, she would have had to break into an auto shop to steal one. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xia sprinted towards the unloading truck, prompting a pair of individuals behind her to hastily pursue. Upon reaching the vehicle, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that the keys remained in the ignition and the door was ajar, revealing the absence of its occupant. A fleeting glance at the convenience store behind her revealed an eerily deserted scene, with not a soul in sight, save for the blood that stained the floor at the front desk. It appeared that this location had also fallen victim to chaos, as someone must have transformed and driven the others away. After retrieving the car keys, Jiang Xia adhered to her principle of never leaving empty-handed and dashed inside to scavenge for supplies. She understood that spending an additional half-minute to clear the store of its contents now would save her an inordinate amount of time and effort in the future when seeking equivalent resources. The zombie apocalypse was not merely a fleeting moment but an enduring reality that would only grow more dire. No one would ever scoff at an abundance of supplies. With a decisive flick of her heel, she resolved to gather what she could. By the time the two individuals trailing her entered the store, it was nearly stripped bare, save for the items at the front desk. This time, Jiang Xia opted not to take the shelves. The store's modest size allowed her to make a couple of laps, absorbing every available resource within. She collected a variety of snacks, candies, daily necessities, and her former favorites, convenience store exclusive rice balls, sushi, boxed meals, bread, cakes, and ice cream. Furthermore, the beverages had also been largely depleted. Was this a newly opened convenience store? The woman, breathless from her exertion, rushed in to find the interior nearly empty. Jiang Xia was acutely aware of the persistent presence of a tail following her. As she prepared to depart, she feigned carrying 2 buckets of water and embraced the vehicle parked outside in their view. "Hey, you didn't pay for that. And what are we supposed to eat now that you've taken everything?" A woman vociferously challenged Jiang Xia. Her words elicited a retort from the man beside her. "Are you out of your mind?" After berating her, the man attempted to catch up with Jiang Xia, pleading, "Miss, could you take me away? Please drive me to the Wan'er mansion in the west of the city. Once we arrive, I will pay you 1 million. The man's expression soured abruptly. Money was of no use now, utterly worthless. He watched helplessly as Jiang Xia drove away in the delivery truck. "Darling, look at her. She doesn't even acknowledge you. We should call the police." "Fool, do you really think the police or money are of any value now?" the man shouted in rage. 40 minutes later, Jiang Xia successfully navigated out of the city and onto the suburban roads. As she distanced herself from the metropolis, the number of zombies and anomalies on the road diminished significantly. The outskirts appeared to remain unaffected for the time being. With a screech, Jiang Xia parked in front of her warehouse. "Woof, woof." Summer immediately sensed her arrival and excitedly barked in greeting. Jiang Xia approached and affectionately rubbed its head. "You've worked hard." After reuniting with Summer, she loaded a substantial amount of goods from the warehouse. These were the supplies Jiang Xia had procured the previous day from the farmer's market and supermarket. With a sweeping gesture, all the densely packed provisions were transferred into her space. Her space could accommodate the chickens, ducks, and lambs acquired yesterday. Upon this thought, she attempted to include Summer within it. However, woof, 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 it was impossible. She surmised that the system could only store low-intelligence living beings with food attributes, and dogs were not eligible. Consequently, it was evident that living humans would also be excluded. Han Qingxia felt little disappointment. The existence of such a function was a bonus, but its absence was inconsequential. She firmly believed that her own strength was the true essence of power. The system, as a formidable external aid, should not be overly relied upon. It could only be utilized to enhance her own abilities, transforming that power into her own. Otherwise, should the system vanish or an unforeseen event occur, catastrophe would inevitably follow. After clearing her warehouse of supplies, Han Qingxia shut the door and left with Summer, heading straight for her bomb shelter. An hour later, Han Qingxia collapsed onto the ultrasoft cloud sofa she had procured from the shopping spree. She opened a bottle of cola and heated up the delectable steak and shrimp from the Michelin restaurant, enjoying them with Summer as they sat before the enormous television, watching the current news. Emergency broadcast. Emergency broadcast. This morning, numerous incidents of violent injuries have occurred. Let us join our correspondent on the scene to understand the situation. In the live news segment, a reporter approached an area cordoned off by police tape. In his footage, Chapter 12, The Nation in Ruins, the vicinity of the hotel from which Han Qingxia had fled earlier that morning was prominently displayed. The bar street was surrounded by a large police barricade. Within the cordon, law enforcement officers were desperately employing smoke grenades and similar dispersal weaponry in a futile attempt to quell the burgeoning riot. The dense fog was thick with a seething mass of humanity and the intermittent shriek of terror. Vehicles lay overturned and vandalized, while emergency medical vehicles were trapped at the epicenter, their paramedics nowhere to be found. It was evident that a desperate attempt to flee had been thwarted. Leave. You must leave immediately. Police officers vociferously expelled those who dared approach the perimeter. The scene was undeniably gruesome, prompting the reporters' grave concern as they remained ignorant of the underlying cause. Let us seek insight from those with first-hand knowledge. Spotting an injured individual emerging from the haze, the reporter, accompanied by their camera, hastened towards them. Sir, do you have any information regarding? A piercing scream cut through the air as the camera spun wildly, as if its operator had been assaulted. Upon its violent impact with the ground, viewers witnessed the reporter being brutally tackled by the fleeing figure, a torrent of blood splattering against the lens with a sickening splash. The feed abruptly terminated, the interview cut short. The live broadcast's sudden interruption left viewers in stunned silence. Han Qingxia, observing the abrupt cessation of the city channel's broadcast, raised a questioning eyebrow, realizing that her timely withdrawal had been crucial. A moment's delay would have undoubtedly compromised her escape. She switched channels, landing on the provincial station, which was currently broadcasting pre-prepared news reports, evidence of the temporal lag inherent in relaying breaking news from the ground. The municipal station is capable of broadcasting live news, yet the provincial station remains unresponsive at this moment. After reporting an economic update, the host continues to deliver a flu warning with his customary smile. Recently, influenza has been rampant, and he urges everyone to minimize their outings to avoid cross-infection. Suddenly, he collapses onto the host's desk. Once down, he lies motionless. Upon witnessing this scene, a look of panic and bewilderment overtakes the host's previously calm and solemn demeanor. He attempts to glance towards the director, and in that instant, his eyes widen in terror, as if confronting something profoundly horrifying. The director shouts, "Cut!" Yet, before he can finish his command through the earpiece, the man who had just fallen on the desk lunges forward. A sudden beep follows, and the television station abruptly displays a no-signal message. Such occurrences are rampant among numerous television stations. Some have succumbed early, while others have faced delays. Those that fell early have long lost their signal, leaving only a screen of static, while the latter are witnessed live by their audiences. On this day, every institution is swiftly falling. After switching between several channels, Han Qingxia discovers that aside from a few preset channels airing animations and dramas, all others are shrouded in darkness. Soon, the interrupted signals are redirected to the national channel. A stark black background displays an urgent announcement on the screen. Emergency notification. Nationwide attacks are occurring. All citizens are advised to remain indoors. All universities are suspended, and all businesses are closed. Secure your doors and windows. Await rescue. Await rescue. Await rescue. The national broadcasting station severed all signals, uniformly disseminating an announcement. Awaiting rescue, repeated 3 times. Han Qingxia was intimately familiar with this scene. In her previous life at the onset of the apocalypse, the television station had released a similar bulletin. Initially, everyone implicitly trusted the announcement, believing the crisis would soon be resolved. However, unbeknownst to them, it was a cataclysmic blow. The zombie virus was fundamentally incurable. The only recourse was to immediately quarantine everything, exterminating all infected individuals, including those with even minor injuries. By the time the authorities grasped the situation, the zombie virus had already thoroughly and extensively erupted. Ultimately, they abandoned comprehensive rescue efforts, devolving into local self-preservation. Subsequently, they ceased issuing any notifications whatsoever. Everyone was left to fend for themselves. The national apparatus had disintegrated. By the time the populace at the grassroots level comprehended the reality, their household food supplies and resources were already depleted. No one would proactively deliver provisions to them. It was at this juncture that everyone realized the true apocalypse had commenced. They had to procure resources by their own means. Han Qingxia was exceedingly fortunate in her previous life. She had witnessed the mutation firsthand at the hospital during the initial outbreak. This stroke of luck allowed her to evade the immediate zombie outbreak crisis. At that time, her residential complex resounded with screams for 3 consecutive days and nights. Any household that opened its doors was completely annihilated. Later, everyone gradually discerned a pattern. By refraining from making noise and securely closing doors and windows, they could temporarily evade the zombies. While everyone was lying low, Han Qingxia decisively ventured out to seize resources. At this stage, the zombies' attack power was still relatively low. Moreover, the vast majority of people had not yet reacted. They were all cowering at home, afraid to move. Han Qingxia, fully armed and meticulously wrapped from head to toe, cautiously ventured out to the neighborhood supermarket to seize supplies. The residents were apprehensive, fearing that Han Qingxia had undergone a mutation. Throughout the ordeal, Xia kept calling from inside, drawing an increasing number of zombies towards their home, prompting the family to allow Han Qingxia inside. At that moment, Han Qingxia regarded them as true kin. After a few coaxing words and some self-reproach, she shared the supplies with them, even imparting valuable strategies for combating zombies. The resources from their neighborhood store were swiftly depleted during this raid, leading to the demise of a significant number of residents. Throughout it all, Han Qingxia remained vigilant and even fiercely repelled several groups of neighbors demanding supplies, steadfastly protecting the Han family until the rescue vehicle arrived. When she learned through the radio that a rescue vehicle was on its way, she decisively led her family towards the designated rescue point. However, the Han family was reluctant to leave, believing they were safe at home with Han Qingxia present. The radio broadcasts regarding the rescue convoy were not simply about where they were. The vehicles would rush to their location to save them, but rather indicated a singular path to safety. They announced several relatively secure areas for residents to gather, with the promise that the rescue convoy would transport them if they passed through. This posed a considerable risk, especially when the Han family realized that the rescue point was quite distant, further fueling their resistance. The thought of potential peril along the way, particularly for their elderly and pregnant members, instilled a profound sense of dread. Han Qingxia, with heartfelt persuasion, urged them not to seek fleeting comfort. Only by reaching the rescue point could they attain true safety. There, they would undoubtedly find provisions distributed by the state, ensuring not only the birth of Han Ying's child, but also a secure living environment for the elderly Han matriarch. Most importantly, Han Qingxia surmised that this wave of rescue would not persist indefinitely. Seizing the opportunity to depart was imperative. Otherwise, they would find themselves unwanted in the future. After extensive deliberation, the Han family resolved to heed Han Qingxia's counsel, gathering all their supplies to leave. In truth, all of Han Qingxia's anticipations proved accurate. They managed to catch the last and only wave of rescue. Subsequently, urban rescue efforts were entirely abandoned due to the overwhelming number of zombies, leaving only a single group to be saved, while a safe zone was established as a base. This base served as a refuge for humanity, uniting them against the undead, a trend that would dominate the future. Their early inclusion in the base was a stroke of immense fortune, as they enjoyed complimentary supplies and accommodation, while those entering later would be required to relinquish their belongings and find their own shelter. The later one entered, the more dire the circumstances became. Can be said that Han Qingxia had always been on the right path. However, her singular misstep was treating the Han family as true kin. She selflessly strategized for their benefit, only to be cast aside when it came time to fend off the zombies. It was only after being so rudely rejected that Han Qingxia fully awakened to the truth. One must learn to genuinely love oneself and mature. One should never covet what does not belong to them. The notion of family had merely been an illusion she had clung to. After narrowly escaping from a sea of corpses and blood, Han Qingxia found herself in another base, her mindset irrevocably transformed. She no longer craved love or affection. She embraced a cold-blooded demeanor intertwined with her inherent rebellious spirit. She became the sole captain of a self-defense unit without any supernatural abilities. Standing firm among a multitude of empowered individuals, she even led her team to perennial victories. It was well known that had Han Qingxia possessed even a modicum of supernatural power, not only would she have commanded the self-defense unit, but the entire base would have bowed to her will. Her strength resided in her very essence. However, as time progressed, the opposition between humans and zombies became increasingly complex, with the disparate bases entangled in chaos. In densely populated areas, conspiracies flourished, and ultimately, Han Qingxia perished amidst a zombie siege surrounding her base. No more thoughts. I shall never step foot into another's base, she mused, rubbing her temples. There were few bases that genuinely fostered a relatively peaceful existence for its inhabitants. Initially, Han Qingxia had gained notoriety within her base for her ruthlessness, which had propelled her to a position where others dared not provoke her. One could not survive without a fierce disposition in such a world. This is my base. She gazed at the bomb shelter she had constructed, her eyes alight with determination. She was resolute in her quest to fortify her base further, transforming it into her true fortress of steel. After casually surveying the other stations and confirming the complete disruption of signals, yielding no useful information, she rose to reinforce her stronghold. She recalled that her base's fortification reward period had yet to conclude. Having satisfied her hunger, Han Qingxia led her team to her vegetable patch. Once the enclosure was finished, she waved her hand. The 20-odd chickens and ducks she had previously purchased were ushered inside. She also allocated a separate pen for the 2 lambs. The system detected livestock, chickens, ducks, sheep. As a result, their reproductive and overall health have been elevated to their zenith, rendering them immune to all ailments. Han Qingxia was astonished to witness a hen strutting by, laying a warm egg right before her eyes. Such efficacious support. She must persist. In the orchard, Han Qingxia sought out a vacant plot, primarily considering the proximity to her well and the lower elevation, and commenced excavating a pond. Digging the pond was arduous labor. After toiling for an entire day, she finally created a rectangular pond of moderate size. Once the pond was hollowed out, she chiseled a channel from beneath her well, and water immediately gushed forth. When the pond was replete with water, she generously released the fish and shrimp. To prevent the shrimp from being devoured by the fish, she partitioned the pond, keeping the fish and shrimp separate. The system detected a fish and shrimp pond. Consequently, the reproductive capacity and health of the fish and shrimp have been elevated to their peak, ensuring they remain perpetually disease-free. Initially, Han Qingxia was apprehensive, as aquaculture demands a degree of expertise. She feared her inexperience would lead to failure. However, the system preempted her concerns. Having such an efficient system was truly advantageous. She only needed to forge ahead, and the system would handle everything else. After securing the well-being of her chickens, sheep, fish, and shrimp, Han Qingxia hastened to fortify her base. Her previous role as a self-defense team leader had equipped her with a comprehensive understanding of infrastructure and security. Her most fundamental defensive fortifications have been established, featuring high-voltage barbed wire, razor wire, imposing iron gates, and basic air raid shelters. However, there is now a pressing need for some offensive structures. While she cannot procure larger offensive installations, constructing simple traps poses no challenge at all. She entrusted Summer with the task of guarding their home while she ventured into the forest, 500 meters beyond the barbed wire, to set her traps. Should anyone approach, falling into the traps would serve as a forewarning. She wished for them to retreat swiftly. Han Qingxia devoted an entire day to excavating 10 trap pits, meticulously considering almost all possible paths for intruders, strategically placing them along the routes they were likely to traverse. Once she completed the traps, a sound resonated in her mind. Ding! 10 traps detected. Reward: trap attack power increased by 100 times. Before Han Qingxia could revel in her success, another notification followed. Ding! Basic defenses completed. Commencing evaluation. Chapter 14. The importance of raising dogs. Basic security measures are accomplished. Basic storage is completed. Basic energy systems are operational. Basic sustainable agricultural and livestock production capabilities are established. Basic combat capabilities. One combat dog has been configured, achieving 50% completion. Reward: Class A gift package. Congratulations! The overall security of the base has been enhanced by 100%. Precision crossbow tower 1. Short arrows 100 bundles. 1 state-of-the-art, high-functionality armored vehicle. Fuel 1,000 tons. As the system rewards were bestowed, Han Qingxia's base underwent a remarkable transformation. The electrified barbed wire and gates morphed once more, doubling in height and thickness, instilling an unparalleled sense of security. Above her air raid shelter, a tower-like arrow turret had emerged. Within her space, there were an additional 1,000 tons of fuel supplies and a remarkably exquisite luxury armored vehicle. Han Qingxia first released her armored vehicle. The camouflage-patterned behemoth glimmered with a cold, steely dominance under the sunlight. Han Qingxia promptly entered the vehicle to test her skills. Having previously operated military vehicles, she was adept at driving armored cars. However, she had never experienced one of such superior quality. With exceptional off-road capability and protection, along with fire support, the armored vehicle was equipped with a small-caliber flamethrower turret, and both the engine and turret operated solely on fuel. The system-enhanced tires were sturdier than the steel tracks of conventional vehicles, while also offering agility and speed. The vehicle's structural integrity was 100-fold stronger than that of ordinary armored cars. Surrounding the chassis were concealed panels, which could be activated with a single touch inside the cockpit, enveloping the entire vehicle in armor. Han Qingxia could effortlessly navigate through hordes of zombies in this formidable machine. Indeed, it was the most advanced and powerful armored vehicle, unparalleled in the market. What a treasure! After taking a spin and familiarizing herself with all the vehicle's features, Han Qingxia reluctantly exited her war chariot. Once she stepped down, she headed straight for her tower. Inside her air raid shelter, she had already expanded to include a 2-story staircase. Ascending the stairs, Han Qingxia entered the newly rewarded precision bow and arrow turret. 8 elongated windows presented perfect sniper openings, allowing her to cover a radius of 1,000 meters around her air raid shelter. In the central position of the tower, a 360-degree rotating precision crossbow stood poised, accompanied by 10 neatly arranged quivers, each containing 100 steel-tipped barbed arrows. Han Qingxia seized one arrow and placed it upon the bowstring, aiming at a bird within her domain. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air. Thud! A bird perched at the edge of her defensive shelter fell lifelessly to the ground. Without delay, Han Qingxia rushed to the site of her recent kill, accompanied by Xia Tian. The bird lay still, devoid of breath, with the arrow having pierced through its entire body. The silence of its demise underscored the weapon's remarkable penetrating power, a perfect armament for the apocalyptic era. As she surveyed her increasingly formidable base, a thought crossed her mind regarding the recent reward announced by the system. She had merely attained an A-grade reward. If she were to achieve a higher level of completion, would the rewards be more plentiful? Her thoughts drifted to the aspect she was lacking. The combat capacity of her base was only 50, as she possessed only one dog, Xia Tian. Did this imply that her canine companions were insufficient? It seemed that she must seize opportunities to rescue a few more dogs in the future. Woof, woof, woof. After a hearty meal, Han Qingxia began to browse the internet. It was now the 3rd day since the onset of the apocalypse, and the network remained operational. Following the outbreak of the zombies, the city's water supply was swiftly compromised. Countless corpses floated in the large purification pools of the water treatment plant, contaminating the water source almost immediately. However, the electrical supply appeared to endure a bit longer. In certain smaller cities, the power supply system is inadequate. Following the outbreak of the zombie crisis, electricity was lost almost instantaneously. In contrast, cities with more robust electrical infrastructures managed to endure for 1 to 6 months. Han Qingxia recalled that in her previous life, City A maintained power for approximately 3 months. Once the electricity was gone, the internet soon followed suit. Of course, as time progressed, the number of individuals online dwindled significantly. In the early days, those who survived had a modicum of supplies, water and food, sheltering in their homes, with little else to occupy their time besides surfing the web. After a week, however, their stocks began to deplete, and the urgency of survival eclipsed any desire to remain online. Help! I am trapped in my bedroom. My parents are frantically pounding on my door. I have not eaten for 3 days. I have finished the last bottle of cola. Who will come to my rescue? Is there anyone who knows the owner of Unit A101 in the Shangshi Garden community? My girlfriend has been missing for 3 days. I am desperate to know how she is faring. Oh no, I have just consumed the last of my water. There are still some snacks left, but without water, what am I to do? Wasn't there supposed to be rescue efforts? How is it that I have waited 3 days without any sign of assistance? On the 3rd day of this apocalyptic ordeal, the corridors echoed with anguished cries, and the food in the refrigerator was nearly exhausted. My father insisted I venture out to gather food for my younger siblings. He warned that, if I refused, he would cast me out himself, reminding me that, at my age, I must contribute to the family. As the elderly grew frail and the young remained vulnerable, I sought blessings for my endeavor. Keep fighting, Qingqing. Amidst the overwhelming tide of various posts, Han Qingxia's attention was drawn to a record posted by a girl named Longing for Eternal Sunshine. She clicked on the link to her published record page. Before the cataclysm, she had been sharing her life experiences. Han Qingxia noticed that this girl, too, had lost her mother at an early age. Her father remarried, and her stepmother soon bore a younger brother and sister for her. Consequently, she had become an unnoticed entity within her own home. Fortunately, their family managed to evade the initial chaos of the apocalypse by staying indoors, but it wasn't too long before their supplies dwindled. In such dire circumstances, it was evident what would happen next. She would inevitably be cast aside. Remarkably, even after being sold, she maintained a sense of optimism, foolishly accepting her fate. Han Qingxia observed that this young lady had just posted an update 5 minutes prior, where she typed out a line of instructions on the screen. First, fortify your body. Don the thickest and sturdiest garments available at home. Wrap your hands and feet with tape 3 times. Don a helmet and carry a backpack. Designate a route, aiming for the nearest convenience store. Do not stray elsewhere. Utilize the shovel and baseball bat found at home as weapons. Avoid the bedboard and refrain from using a kitchen knife, as it is ineffective against zombies. Strike at their heads when encountered, for that is their Achilles heel. Fear not. This is merely the beginning, and by overcoming your trepidation, you shall prevail. After completing her final sentence, Han Qingxia pressed the send button. Chapter 15. Enhancing physical abilities in this young girl, Han Qingxia recognized a fragment of her former self. Generously, she imparted a set of experiences to her. However, whether the girl would heed this advice or even acknowledge it was a matter of fate. Following her message, Han Qingxia commenced physical training within the base, determined to elevate her physical prowess to its former peak over the coming days. As she began her regimen, a resounding chime echoed in her mind, heralding a new development. The superlative overlord system has been initiated, with a 10-day time limit. The host's augmented combat prowess will yield rewards. The ultimate recompense will be assessed based on the completion grade. Han Qingxia. Already engaged in rigorous training, Han Qingxia was further galvanized. This time, she resolved to attain a 100% completion grade reward. With fervent determination, Han Qingxia commenced an intensely demanding regimen of militarized physical conditioning within her subterranean shelter. 354, 355, 356, 360. Han Qingxia concluded 360 sets of physical exercises, drenched in perspiration, Upon completing the final plank, she felt as though her body was on the verge of disintegration, utterly devoid of strength. Her energy had been completely depleted. However, concurrently with this depletion, she could distinctly perceive her limits being shattered time and again. She was elevating herself, growing stronger. This routine was initially imparted to her at the base by her most devoted subordinate, Su Xiaoyang. Formerly a soldier in the military, he came to City A for rescue operations following the outbreak of the apocalypse. However, during the rescue process, he was abandoned by his superiors. Su Xiaoyang's comrades perished or scattered, leaving him as the sole survivor, wandering to the Dadi base where Han Qingxia had previously resided. Han Qingxia was the one who rescued him. He had always been taciturn, disinclined to converse, and solely focused on execution. He was Han Qingxia's most invaluable weapon. Numerous squads sought to poach him, but he remained steadfast. Presumably, those who had served in the military possessed an unwavering sense of loyalty. Once he acknowledged Han Qingxia, he would not readily betray her. Subsequently, during the siege of zombies, he made the ultimate sacrifice before Han Qingxia's very eyes. After completing her physical training, Han Qingxia reflected on the myriad events of her past life. However, her trajectory had already shifted, and the individuals and occurrences of her previous existence were no longer relevant. One must learn to be content. In this life, she could relish the summer. She dragged her weary body to take a shower, during which she steamed a pot of rice in her rice cooker and heated 10 self-heating packets in the microwave. Then, she fried 5 delicious golden eggs. Once she finished her shower, Han Qingxia topped the rice with all the dishes, opened a bottle of cola, and settled down at her computer with the rice cooker in her embrace. The more energy she expended, the more she needed to consume. She was abundantly supplied with provisions, including sustainably sourced eggs, duck eggs, chicken, and fish. She could indulge in whatever she desired. I heeded your advice and traversed through the least populated garden behind our community. And indeed, I encountered no zombies. I have now successfully reached the convenience store. I just snapped 3 pictures of individuals, and it frightened me to death. Fortunately, it was a close call, as the store was devoid of people. Han Qingxia glanced at the 3 characters spelling Brother Xia and chuckled softly. Her online moniker was Jiang Xia, perhaps leading others to perceive her as male. Here, there was an abundance of water and food, and the location of the convenience store was generally advantageous. The zombie virus outbreak occurred during the early morning. Although the streets appeared crowded with zombies, the reality was that they were not numerous. In this apocalyptic era, it is the throngs of people that must be avoided, not the undead. By barricading the convenience store entrance and retreating into the narrow storage room, she could remain concealed, with ample food and drink available. When the rescue vehicles arrived, she would be among the first to evacuate. It was the residential areas filled with people that posed the true peril. In the shadows of the residential area lurked a multitude of dormant zombies, and soon, individuals would emerge in search of supplies, heralding an impending wave of a massive zombie crisis. The key to safety lay in evading the throngs of the undead. She decided against dwelling on it any longer. Instead, she sought solace in a light-hearted film, dining while watching. In the meantime, she downloaded a plethora of films, television series, and novels to enjoy later, a feast for her entertainment. After her meal, Han Qingxia took a leisurely stroll with Xia, inspecting the perimeter of her base and tending to her little chickens, ducks, vegetables, and sheep. Upon returning, she resumed her training, which persisted into the depths of the night, leaving her utterly exhausted by the time she sought rest. At dawn the following day, she rose and began her physical training, acutely aware of the remarkable increase in her strength and endurance. Her muscles ached, yet she persevered through the training, only to then indulge in a refreshing shower and prepare her meal. Today's repast consisted of a generous bowl of rice, complemented by roasted chicken and a hearty military-style hot pot, provisions she had scavenged from a large supermarket. All were preserved within her storage space, untouched by decay. Adding some water and powering the device, the military hot pot bubbled with a bounty of ingredients. Slices of beef, succulent shrimp, an assortment of beef balls, chicken balls, fish balls, various mushrooms including enoki, oyster, and shiitake, along with a plethora of fresh vegetables. This was a pot meant to serve 4, yet Han Qingxia consumed it all, adding several aromatic pan-fried eggs, freshly laid from her chicken coop. She had checked earlier that morning, discovering her chickens now produced around 20 eggs daily. She could not finish the eggs, so she left them in the chicken coop to hatch chicks, planning to store them in the warehouse when resources became plentiful. After indulging in a hearty meal, she leisurely sipped a cup of charcoal-infused yogurt to aid digestion. Soon, she would need to train to work off the food. At this moment, who could enjoy life as much as Jiang Xia? While others struggled to fill their stomachs, she was preparing for exercise to burn off her meal. She turned off a movie she was halfway through, finding it uninteresting, and decided to browse the forum. To her surprise, she discovered that her comments from yesterday had gone viral. In just one day, she received over 10,000 likes, with a multitude of people praising her and calling her a master, urging her to share more insights. Some even speculated whether she was affiliated with the situation, given her detailed knowledge. Jiang Xia paid no mind to their comments. Brother Jiang Xia, I have safely arrived home. Thank you. Upon reading this, Jiang Xia raised an eyebrow. Today marked the 4th day of the apocalypse. Chapter 16. Family annihilation this morning at 7:30. Oh no, my brother insists on going out, and my father wants me to accompany him. I truly don't know what to say. It is incredibly dangerous outside, and I do not wish to go again. Jiang Xia finished reading through her 3 recent posts, noticing the flood of comments, some praising her, others criticizing her brother, and many seeking her advice. She briefly glanced at the messages from a young girl in her private inbox, but chose not to respond, instead bookmarking the post as if it were a live stream. After finishing her show, she resumed her physical training. With 10 days of intensive training ahead, every moment counted. Each movement was executed with the utmost precision. Within 3 minutes, her body began to sweat profusely. 5 minutes later, she was drenched in sweat, her entire body aching with the strain of her muscles, constantly teetering on the brink of her limits. Breakthrough, breakthrough, breakthrough. Jiang Xia endeavored to endure just 1 more second with each training set. Fortunately, her regimen was rooted in the most scientific and effective methods, with appropriate rest intervals meticulously arranged between each set to prevent overexertion. It was through this almost ascetic and extreme training that her physical endurance flourished most efficiently. After 5 hours of training, as per usual, she concluded her workout, took a hot shower, and then savored a meal prepared in her rice cooker, which was filled with 10 bags of ready-to-cook ingredients. With energy expended, she replenished her body. She consumed copiously, ensuring ample digestion. This was a transformative process of energy conversion within her body, all contributing to the fortification of her physique. Upon opening her computer, Jiang Xia noticed a new update on a post she had saved, posted just a minute ago. It depicted her brother's finger, which had been bitten, now showing a purplish-black hue. Concerned netizens quickly advised her to expel him, warning of potential mutation. Jiang Xia left a comment urging, "Kill it, quickly. Summer brother, you finally emerged." I just relayed the netizens' suggestions to dad and stepmom, and they chopped off his finger, saying the injury was small and wouldn't pose any risk. Jiang Xia, upon reading this, felt an urge to yell in frustration, urging him to hurry and get away. Clutching her spoon, she fixated on the screen for a solid 15 minutes, until her spoonful of rice had grown cold. Yet no further news arrived. The transformation into a zombie occurs within 1 to 10 minutes. Those with frail bodies may succumb in approximately 1 minute, while the physically robust and mentally resilient may endure for a brief span of 10 minutes. The notion of merely severing the bitten limb is a jest. Once infected, the zombie virus swiftly permeates the bloodstream, wreaking havoc throughout the body, leaving no opportunity for survival. Jiang Xia could almost foresee the grim fate awaiting the young girl. Her brother would initially exhibit rapid breathing, followed by a swift onset of pallor and coldness, culminating in rigidity within mere seconds. Should she choose to terminate his life at that moment, they might yet escape with their lives. However, her biased father and doting stepmother would certainly prevent her from taking such action. Their hesitation during those fleeting seconds would lead them to descend into the depths of hell together. Jiang Xia shook her head, decisively shutting down the forum before seeking solace in a light-hearted family drama, munching as she watched. She had not been devoid of compassion for that girl. Had she heeded her advice to take refuge in the convenience store from the onset, severing ties with those individuals, or had she forcefully ended her brother's life, she would not have found herself in such a dire predicament. Yet, in this world, 99% of individuals are ensnared in their own webs of oppression. Even when they experience profound reluctance, they leap into their own infernos without a second thought, as foolishly as she had in her previous life. Fortunately, in this lifetime, she would not repeat the same mistakes. Anyone who dares to oppress her would meet their demise at her hands. Unfettered and audacious, she would live authentically in this apocalyptic world. No longer fixated on the posts, Han Qingxia finished her meal and resumed her training. She commenced with some light digestion exercises, and once her stomach began to settle, devoid of any burdens, she transitioned into high-intensity physical conditioning. Time has swiftly passed, and a week has gone by. Over these days, Han Qingxia's routine has been dominated by training, bathing, and meals. Out of the 24 hours in a day, she dedicates 18 to rigorous training. Her regimen, grounded in scientific principles and professional expertise, invigorates her with every exertion. The enhancement in her physical condition is visibly remarkable. Where she once struggled to complete a 10,000-meter run, she now accomplishes it without a hint of fatigue. Her strength has doubled, enabling her to lift 100 pounds of rice with ease, and she can now single-handedly carry it. In terms of combat skills, she has returned to her former prowess, capable of simultaneously defeating 5 formidable foes in unarmed combat. When armed, her lethality is instantaneous. After concluding her training for the day, Han Qingxia indulges in some braised beef. She utilizes the 500 pounds of fresh beef she had stockpiled before the apocalypse, enhancing it with an array of spices and slow-cooking it in a pressure cooker. Once infused with flavor, she slices it cold and pairs it with dipping sauce. The taste of the fresh braised beef is exquisite. With such delightful provisions at hand, who would settle for mere rations? Han Qingxia has an abundance of supplies, allowing her to feast without concern. As she savors her braised beef, she also prepares a large pot of simmering bones, seasoned only with a pinch of salt, for her companion, Summer. Whatever she consumes, Summer enjoys as well. Together, they revel in their meals within the confines of the base. Meanwhile, the world outside has transformed drastically. Chapter 17. The Urban Cataclysm. It is now the 10th day since the onset of the apocalypse, markedly different from the initial days of chaos. The radio's rescue announcements have ceased. National proclamations are on hold, and the public's anxiety, compounded by nearly depleted food supplies, has reached a critical low. In recent days, residents have begun to venture out in search of sustenance. They either perish from starvation or fall victim to the undead. Driven to the brink, the terrors of the zombie apocalypse have become less daunting. However, following this wave of desperation, the number of zombies in the city has surged dramatically. Few have managed to escape unharmed from the hordes of the undead. Among those who venture out for food, 9 out of 10 meet a grim fate.
This is noist.
Initially, the fear and inexperience of the populace rendered them incapable of confronting the menace directly. With zombies lurking omnipresently, a sudden encounter with a throng can spell doom. The influx of newly transformed zombies has escalated, and the insatiable hunger of those trapped within is mirrored by the ravenous hordes outside. In this state of famine, the zombies have begun a frenzied invasion of human habitats. For instance, my door is on the verge of giving way. The cacophony of moans from the undead outside has grown increasingly deafening. They pound incessantly on my door, and I have barricaded it with anything I could find. Locked away in the innermost room, I wonder how these creatures still manage to discover my presence. I possess a considerable stockpile of food. Is there anyone who can come to my aid? I am willing to exchange my provisions for salvation. Han Qingxia glimpsed a rather appealing young man in a livestream, engaged in a rescue operation. His profession as a food blogger explains his abundance of supplies, courtesy of numerous sponsors and his own culinary evaluations. His stock is indeed substantial. Moreover, his reclusive nature, seldom venturing outdoors, has placed him among the fortunate few during this crisis. The sole misfortune lies in the fact that he resides in a youth apartment, where almost everyone on his floor has succumbed to the transformation. Zombies roamed ceaselessly outside his apartment, and after several days of panic, the blogger, heeding the advice of netizens, reinforced the front door and took refuge in the innermost suite, striving to mask his scent. Yet now, he could only hear the increasingly thunderous pounding on the door. It seemed as if the entire horde of zombies had encircled him. "I can come to your rescue, but you must share half of your provisions with me." "No problem. I live directly above you. I shall lower a rope from my window, and you can grasp it while I hoist you up, all right?" The blogger promptly began to gather his belongings, securing the camera to his head to livestream the unfolding chaos. Instant noodles, jerky, self-heating meals, water, he laid them all out. The individual from above urged him to first hoist the food to facilitate his ascent later. The blogger, speaking to the camera, lamented, "I'm not foolish. If I send all the supplies up without taking me along, how could that possibly work?" He fastened every bit of available resources onto himself. At that moment, he heard the sound of his room's door being breached. Crash! "Hurry up! I'm coming!" The blogger glanced over, and indeed, his door had been shattered, with countless zombies surging inside. Each undead creature was cloaked in a grimy black hue, many with their abdomens grotesquely gaping, festooned with rotting flesh resembling dark, twisted ropes spilling from their bodies. Their skin, a deep brown, clung tightly to their faces, some having lost all semblance of features, reduced to a gruesome mass of blood and sinew, exposing ghastly voids. These zombies, starved for days, lunged at him with clawed hands. Who could witness such a scene without feeling their knees weaken? He pulled the flimsy little door of his bedroom shut and leaped onto the balcony. "You must save me," he cried out as he grasped the rope dangling above. However, as he clutched it, he felt the weight of his burdens pressing down upon him. "You are too heavy." The fitness coach above nearly lost his grip due to the sudden weight, almost plummeting down. "There's still time. Lower the food separately. First, bring up the food." "No. Together." The blogger resolutely refused. In such a perilous moment, if he relinquished the food, he would undoubtedly forsake his own rescue. "Then toss out some food." Upon hearing this, the blogger immediately discarded his water without a second thought. "Not enough. I haven't eaten for days. I lack the strength," he implored. "You must throw out a bit more." The blogger, grumbling into the camera, remarked, "And this is supposed to be a fitness coach. If I throw everything away, what will I eat later?" He tossed out a few more items, and just when his weight became manageable enough for those above to hold onto, the door to his room was breached. "Ah! Hurry! Pull me up! Quickly! Pull me up!" He found himself suspended in mid-air. "Hang the food onto the nearby frame. I will pull you up separately from the food. Then, pull up the food." "No, no! The food must come with me." God only knows whether he would let go of him once the food was secured. In this day and age, food is life. "You must trust me. Otherwise, you won't be able to come up." At that moment, the blogger hesitated, but before he could dwell on it, a bony hand seized his ankle. The blogger struggled violently, kicking and pulling, pain and fear driving him to climb higher. "I truly cannot pull you up. I will give you food. I will provide you sustenance." At that moment, he ultimately resolved to relinquish the food, but it was already too late. The zombies, having caught the scent of human flesh, howled as they scrambled towards the windowsill, desperately reaching out into the night. Some zombies fell, while others managed to grasp the climbing blogger. The relentless horde behind trampled over their fallen comrades, surging forth like a tidal wave of the undead, reaching for the blogger suspended in midair. Sharp claws pierced his skin, and a swift zombie seized his leg. With a tremendous force, it tore his leg clean off. As one leg was brutally torn away, the other soon fell victim as well, leaving him with merely two bloody, bare leg bones. The piercing screams and the gushing blood incited the frenzied zombies below, who rapidly converged towards this scene, attempting to ascend. "We must eat. We must feast." The fitness instructor above, witnessing this horror, abandoned all thoughts of food. He loosened his grip, letting the blogger plummet into the abyss below. As the blogger fell, the zombies clinging to the walls and windowsill pursued him like ravenous hounds. The moment he hit the ground, he was engulfed by the surging tide of zombies, swiftly torn apart and consumed. Chapter 18. The warehouse was smashed after watching this live broadcast. Han Qingxia's computer screen emitted a beep and lost signal. This was not due to any graphic content leading to a ban, but rather, The website server had crashed. The urban power supply remains intact, and the network is still operational. However, the myriad of website servers scattered across the nation did not cease functioning simultaneously. Some of the smaller servers, housed in the residences or offices of their administrators, had already succumbed in the days leading up to the apocalypse. Larger companies, lacking oversight, managed to endure for a longer duration. Yet, it is evident that this prominent video platform has already shut down, signaling the gradual conclusion of the online revelry. They must now confront the harsh realities of the apocalyptic era. After Jiang Xia shut down the website, she opened her personal library of downloaded films. Fortunately, she had managed to download all available resources, ensuring she could indulge in her collection while living alone. As she finished her meal and contemplated pausing the movie halfway through, her surveillance monitor emitted a series of alarming beeps. Jiang Xia immediately dashed to her control panel. All her surveillance equipment was connected to this large computer in front of her. On the multitude of screens, a small, inconspicuous display in the corner flickered to life. Jiang Xia was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the footage. It was from the surveillance camera of the warehouse she had previously rented. On the day the apocalypse struck, she had hastily removed her summer supplies from the warehouse, forgetting to deactivate the camera. At that moment, the footage revealed the entrance to her warehouse being breached. The surveillance system, equipped with audio, captured the ensuing dialogue. "But you rented this space. Entering is illegal, isn't it? What does legality matter now? Just hurry up and grab what you can." "Exactly. She has things that should be shared with us." Crash. The sound reverberated as the door to Jiang Xia's former warehouse was forcefully broken open. The former landlord, accompanied by a throng of individuals, charged into the premises with great fervor. However, upon entering, they were met with sheer astonishment. "What on earth? Why is it so empty? Is this what you referred to as an abundance of supplies with goods scattered everywhere? Surely you must have misjudged. Even with a vehicle delivering goods, cannot all be meant for her. A few packages and a couple of boxes, and they've already been taken away. This is truly unfortunate. Our trepidation in accompanying you here has been in vain." The group departed, grumbling bitterly. Before leaving, the former landlord, in a fit of rage, caught sight of the surveillance camera left by Jiang Xia and smashed it down with a single blow. With a beep, one of Jiang Xia's cameras was destroyed. Observing this scene, she leaned back into her chair with a sense of satisfaction. She had anticipated that the influx of individuals would set their sights on her. Thus, she had prepared a rented storage space. Otherwise, in the wake of the apocalypse, with human nature's darker sides emerging, if many were to discover her base, visitors would undoubtedly come knocking. Preparedness is key. Caution is paramount. Watching these individuals return defeated, she felt a mixture of relief and delight. However, she was inherently petty. She would not forget the old man who had vandalized her surveillance camera. Chapter 19. The tide of escape. The following day, Jiang Xia was poised on the ground, resting on her elbows, legs together, toes touching the floor, abdomen tight, her entire body taut with muscle. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, cascaded down her forehead. She had maintained this plank position for nearly an hour. Her body glistened as if it had been submerged in water, drenched in perspiration. In just 10 short days, while consuming 3 vats of rice daily, Jiang Xia had noticeably slimmed down. However, this form of slenderness is not merely a matter of weight, but rather one of posture. Her entire being has become significantly leaner, with well-defined and taut muscle lines, a dramatic decrease in body fat percentage, and the emergence of abdominal muscles, leaving no trace of the previously loose and soft musculature, replaced instead by an ever-present sense of explosive power. Concurrently, her mental state has undergone a profound transformation. Regular exercise invigorates her spirit, keeping her in a perpetual state of enthusiasm. Jiang Xia, inherently a fierce and rebellious individual, possesses a pair of bright, piercing eyes that starkly contrast with the fearful and despondent expressions of ordinary people outside. Just her gaze is enough to dominate a crowd, illustrating the difference between a predator and a flock of sheep. She grits her teeth, enduring the final moments of exertion on the mat. Every muscle in her body feels as though it is weighed down by 1,000 pounds, and the aching pain causes beads of sweat to cascade from her forehead. It hurts. The agony makes her muscles tremble. Yet, she cannot surrender. Perseverance. Each additional second of endurance marks a breakthrough in her physical capabilities. And more crucially, the time for rewards is drawing to a close. Just as her jaw begins to numb and she approaches the brink of exhaustion, a familiar voice resonates in her mind. Time for physical enhancement has concluded. With a thud, Han Qingxia collapses onto the yoga mat, gasping for air. It is over. She can finally take a moment to rest. At this juncture, not a single finger of hers can move. Commencing evaluation. Host's physical enhancement. 100 complete. Speed enhancement. 100 complete. Endurance enhancement. 100 complete. Strength enhancement. 100 complete. Congratulations on achieving an S-level reward. Congratulations on doubling physical capabilities. Doubling speed. Doubling endurance. After her injury, her healing speed doubled. She was rewarded with an extraordinary martial arts technique. In the absence of severe injuries, she could live a century. Han Qingxia. Upon receiving her reward, she immediately felt a profound transformation within her body. It was as though her previously drained form had been replenished in an instant. She was overflowing with boundless energy. Han Qingxia leaped from the ground, discovering that her agility had significantly increased. Approaching her beloved armored vehicle outside the base, she was suddenly overcome with an irresistible urge to lift it. In fact, she did just that. Grasping the edge of the vehicle's frame, she positioned her feet firmly and, with a surge of strength, astonishingly lifted one corner of the state-of-the-art Type 88 armored vehicle by a whole centimeter. One must not underestimate this centimeter. The vehicle weighs over 20 tons. Testing her speed, Han Qingxia sprinted at full throttle, effortlessly achieving the level of a world champion. The limits of physical endurance are typically marked by insurmountable barriers with each incremental increase. Yet, the system's reward had directly doubled her capabilities. Her strength and speed had reached the absolute pinnacle of human potential. Han Qingxia even felt that as supernatural abilities emerged in the future, her current state could rival those of ordinary speed and strength wielders. This reward was genuinely commendable. After testing her physical prowess, Han Qingxia entered her personal space. At that moment, a tome on martial arts lay within her realm. She promptly opened it. As she perused through several techniques, her eyes brightened with excitement. Every technique is executed with precision and ferocity, specifically designed to target both the human body and the undead, embodying a myriad of extraordinary strategies. It is no wonder that this martial arts discipline is said to surpass the fighting techniques of the current era. Each move encapsulates the wisdom of decades of seasoned warriors. Han Qingxia felt as if she had discovered a treasure and immediately commenced her studies. 5 days swiftly passed, during which Han Qingxia remained at the base, devoting herself entirely to training. Each morning, she adhered to her routine of jogging around the mountains, warming up before practicing her combat skills. In the course of her daily activities, she utilized the rice cooker to prepare meals. After dining with Xia Tian, she would feed the chickens, ducks, and sheep, while also tending to the vegetables and fruits. Her hens and ducks were producing an abundance of eggs, yielding approximately 20 each day. Han Qingxia would take only a few for her daily consumption, leaving the remainder in the coop for the hens to incubate. The crops in her garden flourished remarkably well. She anticipated that within 10 days, the fast-maturing leeks and bok choy would be ready for harvest. The base was thriving, moving toward a promising future. Meanwhile, the urban landscape outside had undergone drastic transformations in recent days. Yesterday evening, Han Qingxia stood atop her tower, surveying the surroundings and gazing toward City A. At just past 8 o'clock, she observed the sporadic lights of the city flickering, one by one, extinguishing in a cascading manner. The power had been cut off prematurely. In her previous life, electricity had persisted for a considerable duration. This time, it lasted merely half a month. The outbreak of the zombie virus had occurred earlier than anticipated, and all uncontrollable factors were shifting, leading to the inevitable collapse of the power plant. It appeared that this lifetime presented challenges far greater than those of the last. As electricity serves as a fundamental source of energy, Han Qingxia, in her previous life at home, relied solely on electricity for cooking and sustenance due to the interruption of gas supply. Moreover, She could observe the state of the zombies outside through the sound-activated lights and surveillance cameras. Now, with the loss of electricity, the difficulty of survival in the city has significantly escalated. Standing atop the tower, Han Qingxia could almost hear the piercing screams and the cacophony of vehicles emanating from the city ahead. The roar of engines reverberated in the night as she caught sight of numerous vehicles speeding frantically along the road at the end of the path leading to her bomb shelter. They were madly fleeing into the city, pursued by a long line of relentless zombies. In the darkness, many of the escaping vehicles collided, and the sounds of their crashes resonated hauntingly through the night. A fortnight was ample time for everyone to come to terms with the grim reality, particularly the notion that help would not arrive. The citywide blackout today would undoubtedly be the final straw for many. Their singular focus now was to escape the city at all costs. Han Qingxia understood that a new wave of desperate flight was about to commence. At dawn the following day, she once again stood atop the tower and witnessed a multitude of accident scenes along the road outside her path. The number of zombies wandering the main thoroughfare began to swell. Some congregated near the wreckage, feasting on the bodies, while others aimlessly roamed in the vicinity. A considerable number even strayed into her territory. As Han Qingxia seized her crossbow, poised to eliminate an oblivious zombie, she paused. Chapter 20. The one-time audience. Why bother with killing zombies? They pose no real threat. Moreover, the presence of zombies wandering around her territory serves as a natural guard. Who would dare to approach her domain? Upon contemplating this, Han Qingxia immediately abandoned the intention to shoot the zombies. Instead, she gazed through her binoculars and felt a tinge of regret at the scarcity of zombies at the entrance of her base. If only there were more, it would be ideal to completely block her path. With this thought in mind, Han Qingxia quickly devised a plan. Half an hour later, she drove her armored vehicle to the outskirts of her territory. Parking amongst the trees, she disembarked with Xia and began to walk towards the road. The further they ventured, the more pungent the smell of blood became. Observing the scene up close was far more exhilarating than through the lens of her binoculars. A multitude of vehicles fled from the city, each one trailed by a dense horde of zombies. These creatures seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of fatigue, rushing towards the moving vehicles with wild abandon. Those unfortunate enough to encounter a mishap, even momentarily slowing their speed, would be engulfed by the ravenous throng in an instant. The zombies swarmed over the cars like leeches, furiously banging against the windows. The drivers found their vision completely obstructed, and with a resounding crash, they collided with other vehicles. Once a car toppled, the zombies became even more exhilarated, climbing aboard to feast with frenzy. Meanwhile, those fortunate enough to be in sturdy vehicles navigated the accident-laden roads, skillfully dodging obstacles as they screamed in terror while fleeing the city. A glance around revealed nothing but scattered wrecks and a handful of wandering zombies. These creatures meandered along the sides of the road, eagerly pursuing any vehicle that passed by. As Han Qingxia assessed the relatively calm traffic conditions, 3 vehicles sped by, drawing away the majority of the zombies. She descended from a crumbled wall, standing 100 meters high, accompanied by Xia Tian, who moved with greater steadiness than she. Their landing spot was at the scene of an accident. A middle-aged female zombie was trapped inside an overturned car. Upon seeing Han Qingxia, she struggled violently to escape. The creature appeared disheveled, with hair that had not been washed in ages, and her face was gaunt, devoid of muscle, yet still somewhat intact. Her chest was torn open, and a bony hand adorned with a diamond ring reached through the gap, attempting to grasp Han Qingxia. However, hindered by her unbuckled seatbelt, the zombie was powerless to act. Han Qingxia glanced inside the vehicle, noting its emptiness, which suggested that during the catastrophe, her husband had abandoned her to flee. Tragically, this unfortunate soul had not even unfastened her seatbelt before succumbing to the bite. Determined to uphold her dignity, Han Qingxia raised her weapon and declared, "Go to heaven to find your husband." Having dealt with the threat within the car, she proceeded to the rear, seizing the crossbar. With a firm tug, the abandoned vehicle was dragged to the intersection near her home. A few scattered zombies began to approach. There was no need for Han Qingxia to intervene. Xia Tian lunged with a fierce growl, swiftly dispatching the oncoming foes. One silver lining of this zombie crisis was that it did not infect animals, only humans. It was a cataclysm for mankind. As a German shepherd, Xia Tian possessed extraordinary combat prowess, further augmented by system enhancements. These zombies were no match for him. With a single swipe, he could eliminate them effortlessly. The act of killing was remarkably easy. Do not kill it, Tiangu. Just incapacitate it. Upon hearing Han Qingxia's command, Xiaoyan let out a bark and spared the zombie, opting to tear off only its upper half instead of crushing its head. Han Qingxia observed the remaining upper half of the zombie crawling forward, howling in distress. Ah! My Tiangu exhibits remarkable execution. Together, she and Xiaoyan worked in tandem. Xiaoyan handled the zombies while she managed the towing, successfully dragging all the other vehicles involved in the accidents to the entrance of their small path, effectively blocking the road. Indeed, gazing at this colossal accident scene, it was evident that anyone with even a modicum of sight would be deterred from venturing through. Moreover, she instructed Xiaoyan to direct the remaining zombies towards their location, commanding them to serve as her sentinels. Han Qingxia's actions did not go unnoticed by a few passing vehicles. However, none stopped to inquire. After all, this was a desperate escape from the apocalypse. Everyone was focused solely on fleeing as swiftly as possible, with little energy to concern themselves with others. Han Qingxia remained indifferent to the vehicles that brushed past her. They were merely transient spectators. Even as she displayed her extraordinary strength, their curiosity was fleeting, overshadowed by their own impending crises. Once Han Qingxia secured her small path and assigned the remaining upper body zombies, she departed the scene. She promptly ascended to the tower. Her surveillance computer had been relocated to the tower for convenient monitoring of defenses. At that moment, within dozens of small monitoring screens, one that had the farthest view of the road began to emit a sound. Han Qingxia magnified the surveillance footage. A pickup truck laden with cargo suddenly barreled down the small road, which had only just become congested, and came to an abrupt halt before her. The occupants of the vehicle appeared momentarily bewildered upon encountering the cluster of vehicles blocking their path. They lingered for about 10 seconds, attracting the attention of the scattered zombies. Subsequently, the driver reversed slightly to evade the encroaching undead, then pressed the accelerator once more, intent on forcing their way through. At this sight, Han Qingxia's gaze turned icy. Clearly, they were heading straight for her. She swiftly grasped the crossbow beside her, aligning the sight to target the tires of the approaching vehicle. With a swift release, the bolt flew through the air, resulting in a resounding explosion as the tire burst. The occupants of the vehicle, upon realizing the tire had exploded, surged forward due to inertia before coming to an immediate stop. Before long, 4 or 5 burly men disembarked from the vehicle. Among them, Han Qingxia recognized a familiar figure, the very agent who had rented her the bomb shelter. "Are you certain it's safe inside?" She recalled him assuring her. "Absolutely. It's a bomb shelter. There isn't a soul within dozens of miles. Hardly anyone knows of this place. A month ago, I rented it to a girl for mushroom cultivation. Who knows? We might even find some mushrooms to eat. Brothers, let's get to work. Clear the zombies, change the tire, and we'll charge in." In her view, the group of men quickly divided into 2 teams. One to eliminate the surrounding zombies, and the other to lift the vehicle in order to replace the tire. "Tiger brother, why does it seem like all the zombies around here have been dealt with?" one of them remarked. "Indeed, they're all just half zombies. Moreover, were these vehicles towed here by someone?" At that moment, the individual crouching down to change the tire exclaimed, "Brother Hu, this is not right. Our tires have been shot to pieces." No sooner had he spoken than a sharp whoosh was followed by a resounding bang. Another tire burst. Anyone with even a modicum of sense would realize that something was amiss. They had trespassed into someone else's territory. "Brother Hu, there's a powerful figure nearby. This is their domain. What should we do now?" The heavily tattooed giant, referred to as Brother Hu, seized the agent and growled, "What the hell have you done? Wasn't it said that this place was deserted?" The agent stammered, "I distinctly remember only one woman rented it." "Don't give me that nonsense. Can a single woman orchestrate all of this?" I don't know. Perhaps it has already been taken over by someone else," the agent said, trembling in fear as he glanced at Brother Hu. "Get lost." Brother Hu flung him forward. With a swift whoosh, the agent scrambled towards Brother Hu, seeking refuge. Observing the precision and speed of the arrows flying towards them, Brother Hu felt a chill run down his spine. They were swift, accurate, and utterly silent. It was impossible to discern where they originated. If their intent was to kill, evasion would be futile. Yet, simultaneously, a realization dawned upon them. I understand now. Her range is limited. Indeed, she can only shoot at the front tires. The group immediately grasped the situation. Otherwise, the assailant could not have merely punctured their two front tires and only fired when the agent was pushed to the front. It was precisely because that was her maximum range. Brother Hu, what shall we do now? Are you leaving? Wang Hu's fierce gaze gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. Leave? How could that be possible? Not to mention that their vehicle was broken and immobile. Where could they possibly go? If they did not seize this place and eliminate those within, they would have no foothold left. He flung open the rear car door and dragged out two disheveled women with unkempt hair. You two, move to the front. Go. Han Qingxia, through her crosshairs, beheld two young women, their bodies marred with injuries. They were herded forward like frightened lambs, bewildered and at a loss for what to do. Han Qingxia, having navigated the harsh realities of the apocalypse, was all too familiar with such scenes. In the wake of the world's collapse, women quickly became subservient to men due to vast disparities in physical strength and mental resilience. The malevolence of humanity was laid bare in such dire circumstances, with depravity knowing no bounds. However, Han Qingxia had never anticipated that merely half a month into the apocalypse, individuals would so swiftly cross moral lines and treat women as less than human. TSK, 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 Han Qingxia, self-proclaimed guardian of human decency, found it intolerable. She considered herself the very floor of humanity's moral foundation, and this behavior was far worse. Such actions were devoid of humanity. For those who had forsaken their humanity, Han Qingxia's finger slipped from the trigger of her crossbow. She removed a short arrow, affixing something to it, ready to send them a gift. If you don't move, I'll leave you here today. Hey zombies, come forth. Wang Hu, propelling the two girls forward, noticed their entry into the shooting range without being shot at, and his eyes brightened. You two halt. Stay put. He was now certain that the individuals inside possessed some semblance of morality, refraining from taking the lives of innocent women. With this in mind, they could effectively manipulate her. Brother Hu, what shall we do now? Retrieve the vehicle, change the tires, and let the two women lead the way. He instructed his men to swiftly tow the car to a secure area, retrieve two spare tires from the supplies, and then bind the two women to the front of his vehicle. The message was unmistakably clear to the opposing party. Should she attempt to harm them, these two women would be the first to perish. If she truly disregarded their lives, they could escape the vehicle at the first opportunity. But should they succeed in their plan, she would meet her demise shortly thereafter. In the apocalyptic era, morality was a luxury they could not afford. Once the tires were repaired and the hostages secured atop the vehicle, they hastily boarded and faced the road obstructed by Han Qingxia's vehicle. With a thunderous roar, they charged forward. This time, the assault proceeded remarkably well. Astonishingly, their adversaries refrained from firing. As the group reveled in their fortune, a swift whoosh pierced the air. A short arrow, imbued with a pouch of fresh chicken blood, struck their pickup truck's door with a resounding thud. The arrow embedded itself at an angle, half lodged within the vehicle's frame, while the other half secured the door shut. Inside the vehicle, the occupants were left in stunned silence. In a simultaneous attack, both doors were struck by short arrows. Bang! Their tires were once again punctured, causing the vehicle to spin wildly before coming to a sudden halt. Vivid blood splattered across the entirety of their truck, and the overwhelming scent of blood transformed their vehicle into a prime target for the encroaching horde of zombies. All the surviving zombies along the roadside were converging towards them, trapped like sardines in a can within their vehicle. Goodness, how infuriating! That inside is nothing but a tortoise. She deceived us intentionally. Is there any way out? The car door is locked. Wang Hu, observing the approaching horde of zombies, decisively rolled down the window and began to crawl out of the vehicle. His movements were not aimless. He grabbed hold of a woman to use as a shield, remaining hidden behind her as he made his escape. Just then, a half-decayed zombie on the ground seized his leg. Quick-witted, Wang Hu pushed the woman aside and evaded the grasp. Whoosh! A short arrow immediately shot towards his back. Relying solely on instinct, he narrowly dodged it. Once he escaped, he realized he could not release his hostage. He had to stay behind her and charge forward. After running approximately 1,000 meters along a narrow path, he discovered an exceptionally concealed air raid shelter within the woods. Outside the shelter stood a tall barbed wire fence, densely populated with surveillance cameras and an incredibly sturdy iron gate. Leaping over the wire, he caught a glimpse of vegetables being cultivated and chickens and ducks being raised inside. He gazed in awe at the fortifications and the well-equipped interior. Indeed, this place had been claimed by a powerful figure. Someone had purchased it in advance and transformed it into a bastion. Could it be someone had foreseen the impending zombie apocalypse? This seemed impossible. Just as he pondered this perplexity, the woman he had been clutching suddenly bit down on his chest. Chapter 22. She is the boss they speak of through the crosshairs. Jiang Xia nearly burst into laughter at the scene before her. She had long witnessed the woman being bitten, which is why she had allowed Wang Hu to charge straight to her base entrance. Watching that woman transform before his very eyes, only to turn and bite him, was a delightful spectacle. There is nothing quite as gratifying as lifting a stone to smash one's own foot. She observed the others through the scope, ready to assist any who might attempt to flee with a swift arrow. Here they referred to the zombies. Jiang Xia was no benevolent soul. She harbored a vengeful spirit, a marauder of the apocalypse. Those who dared to offend her would pay 100-fold. From her vantage point atop the tower, she maintained a firm grip on the unfolding chaos. As she watched the group succumb to their fate, her gaze fell upon the intermediary still cowering inside the vehicle. How remarkably composed he was. While others scrambled to escape, he remained paralyzed, hiding desperately within the confines of the car. Seeing this, Jiang Xia calmly nocked an arrow, aiming for his window. Whoosh! Bang! The windshield of their pickup was shattered by her shot. The nearby zombies, having just finished feasting on others, turned their attention back to the pickup, including those who had already become one of them, like Wang Hu. They surged towards the truck, clawing at the remnants of the broken glass in a frantic attempt to seize the sole survivor within. In that moment, the occupant truly experienced what it meant to be suffocated by despair and regret. Why had he brought them here? Perhaps, as the weakest member of this small team, he felt compelled to offer the most valuable resources, lest he be cast aside. His initial reaction was to think of the air raid shelter he had rented out a month ago. He recalled the girl who had leased the shelter from him, a young and somewhat naive entrepreneur. To his astonishment, she intended to cultivate mushrooms within its confines. He even contemplated that by the time they stormed in, the place would already be teeming with mushrooms and that enchanting girl. If fortune smiled upon him, she might have succumbed to the undead, and dispatching a single female zombie would pose no challenge for their group. Should luck be in his favor, she might remain unaltered, thus adding a woman to their ranks, one he could indulge in. Despite her lack of intellect, the girl was undeniably beautiful. He had never anticipated that this expedition would lead to their demise. He had yet to even lay eyes on her. At that moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a girl amidst the throng of advancing zombies, standing with her arms crossed, coldly observing him. In that instant, he comprehended the truth. Damn, he was the fool. That stunning girl was, in fact, the powerful figure they spoke of. She had always been here. This territory was her dominion. Alas, it was too late for regret, as he was soon pierced through the chest by the encroaching horde of zombies. Woof, woof, woof. Summer had driven all the zombies outside, returning victorious. She regarded the oblivious fools as merely offering recompense for their transgressions. Jiang Xia also dragged the vehicle aside to fortify and seal off the area. This time, no one would be able to breach their defenses. Chapter 23. New members in the back of that group's pickup truck. There were a total of 20 large cardboard boxes. Within the confines of the storage, there lay 10 boxes brimming with instant noodles, 5 boxes of rice, 2 boxes of drinking water, 1 box containing an assortment of meats and vegetables, and a box overflowing with gold. Remarkably, the price tags had not even been removed. It was evident that they had deliberately seized these treasures during a fleeting visit to a gold shop. Upon witnessing the abundance of gold, weighing no less than 30 to 40 pounds, Han Qingxia could not help but feel a deep sense of admiration. Indeed, the human affinity for gold is truly ingrained in their very essence. However, their decision to carry gold was astute. Even in a world teetering on the brink of collapse, gold remains the sole currency with enduring value. She meticulously categorized the supplies and stored them in her warehouse. Additionally, she had confiscated a service pistol, a model utilized by law enforcement. It was apparent that this band of marauders had plundered places beyond their rightful reach. Han Qingxia regarded herself as a good Samaritan in her quest to eliminate threats to the populace. After all, individuals imbued with such a strong sense of justice are becoming increasingly scarce. When faced with such a horde of ruffians, who among the ordinary would not hasten to flee, desperate to escape, yet she, instead of merely scaring them away from her territory, had bravely countered their aggression, repelling the attackers while generously offering them a zombie meal package to prevent them from wreaking havoc on others. Certainly, she could have simply frightened them off without resorting to such measures, but her sense of duty compelled her to ensure their demise. A person of her caliber, so noble, so just, was a rarity indeed. She chose to regard this as a reward for her valorous deeds, for she could hardly bear to witness such chaos unfold. Han Qingxia graciously accepted her spoils. At that moment, a notification from the system resonated in her mind. Detected base defense battle 1. Successfully defeated 6 enemies. Seized 20 boxes of supplies. Congratulations. You have earned 26 points. The system shop is now open. Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she discovered the points mall. To her astonishment, a shopping interface materialized in her mind, presenting a plethora of resources. Within it lay provisions, medical supplies, firearms, and materials for base construction, each accompanied by distinct attributes. For instance, the food section featured an energy bar, capable of replenishing stamina swiftly and sustaining hunger for 10 hours, priced at 5 points. There was also a loaf of bread, offering complete energy restoration and hunger endurance for 20 hours, available for 8 points. The Yunnan Baiyao, a renowned hemostatic and analgesic, promised instant relief for 20 points. She navigated to the weapons interface, where an array of firearms awaited her, each boasting additional damage and accuracy enhancements. Every item was a treasure, yet the prices were exorbitant. She currently possessed only 26 points. Han Qingxia gazed longingly at the offerings, her anticipation growing for an imminent invasion of her territory. Suddenly, an alarm blared from her monitor. Approaching her computer, she observed the dimming sky outside, where several large vehicles had parked beyond her surveillance range. The infrared camera revealed that a group of individuals had disembarked from the vehicles. They surveyed their surroundings and swiftly eliminated the nearby zombies. Han Qingxia felt a surge of joy. Could it be that they were delivering heads to her so soon? She meticulously monitored their actions through the camera, planning to strike as soon as they trespassed into her territory. However, to her surprise, these individuals focused solely on dispatching zombies. They lured all nearby undead to the roadside, exterminated them, and then opened the rear doors, releasing a pack of dogs from within. At this moment, Han Qingxia could not discern their appearances or attire, relying solely on the thermal shapes detected by the infrared sensor to make her assessments. One thing she could ascertain was that they had indeed unleashed a pack of dogs. Following the release, a few individuals appeared to engage in a dispute. However, it was not long before everyone returned to their vehicles, leaving only the dogs behind. The pack, observing the departing vehicles, sprinted after them with fervor. Within the view of Han Qingxia's infrared camera, both the vehicle and the chasing dogs headed towards the city, eliciting a hint of perplexity. What could this possibly signify? The next morning, Han Qingxia rose early as usual to warm up. Even without the system rewards, her warm-up routine must persist. As she prepared to jog around the perimeter of her territory, her surveillance camera triggered an alert once more. This time, she connected her phone to the computer, allowing her to view all the footage on her mobile device. Upon glancing at her phone, she noticed a group of dogs on the road outside the air raid shelter, numbering around 14 or 15. Each was clad in uniform. This pack had arrived at the location where Han Qingxia had witnessed the peculiar scene the day before and came to a halt. At that moment, a public announcement chimed on her phone. The A City rescue operation has commenced. Rescue vehicles have entered a city. Survivors are urged to gather at the following assembly points promptly. Upon hearing this, Han Qingxia understood. The rescue team that had passed by her door yesterday was accompanied by their dogs. She drove her vehicle to the outskirts of her base, where the main thoroughfare was entirely cleared of zombies, creating a rare safe zone. A group of dogs stood vigil at the entrance of Han Qingxia's road, their gaze fixed upon the direction of the city. The demeanor of these dogs was far from satisfactory. Each bore wounds of varying severity. Some had been scratched, others bitten, with abdominal abrasions being commonplace, and their ears and tails marred with nicks. One, in particular, suffered grievously, its hind legs savaged to the point of exposing ragged, bloody bone. It could hardly walk, limping painfully while relying solely on its front limbs to move, dragging its hindquarters behind as it trailed the pack, gazing longingly towards the city. As Han Qingxia stepped out of the vehicle, the sight of these 15 beleaguered canines illuminated the ordeal they had faced the previous night, undoubtedly having pursued their journey into the city only to encounter a throng of zombies. Yet it was evident that they had failed to find their owner. In this apocalyptic world, everyone was ensnared by fate, and upon encountering me, you shall follow me henceforth. Having tended to the dog's wounds, with particular attention given to the most critically injured one, Han Qingxia resolved to procure some Yunnan Baiyao from her system's marketplace. You must remember the kindness of your new master. I have exchanged 20 points for this medicine, she declared. From this day forward, stay by my side. Do you understand? I shall never abandon you. As she murmured these reassurances, she diligently bandaged the nearly lifeless dog. The creature lying on the ground seemed to comprehend her words, its eyes reflecting a profound humanity as it silently gazed at her. Upon completing the bandaging, Han Qingxia presented the dogs with fresh raw beef, a true delicacy. The moment they caught sight of the food, their excitement erupted, paws scratching at the ground, yet they hesitated to approach. Go on, eat. It is all for you, she encouraged warmly. Upon hearing the sound, the dogs rushed forward and began to voraciously devour the food. Their manner of eating clearly indicated that they had been famished for quite some time. However, they did not consume every morsel. Each canine left a small portion untouched. After finishing their meal, they picked up pieces of meat and turned to dash towards the entrance. Han Qingxia exclaimed in dismay, "Woof!" Summer, witnessing this pack of dogs preparing to flee, charged towards them with an air of authority. Enhanced by the system, Summer's stature was double that of these ordinary dogs, and its claws were 10 times sharper. The fierce aura it emanated rivaled that of a king among beasts. The military dogs, intimidated by Summer's presence, huddled together in a show of defiance. Seeing this scene, Han Qingxia shook her head and approached Summer, urging it to let them go. Summer barked defiantly, as if to protest that these ungrateful dogs had consumed its food and did not deserve mercy. Han Qingxia gently patted Summer's head, opened the door, and allowed the fleeing dogs to escape. As the door swung open, the pack cast a grateful glance at Han Qingxia before dashing outside. Even the dog that Han Qingxia had rescued with her points carried a complete piece of beef, joining its companions in their retreat. Before departing, it circled around Han Qingxia, limping with its injured legs but determined to keep up. Han Qingxia retrieved an electric scooter from her space and followed Summer. The dogs were still searching for their former masters. After receiving food, their first thought was of their previous owners. Even when they were not fully satisfied, they left a portion behind for them. Witnessing this, Han Qingxia's typically cold and indifferent heart was unexpectedly tugged at. The overwhelming majority of dogs are indeed more loyal than humans, particularly military dogs. Once they have recognized their master, they would never abandon or betray them. At this moment, Han Qingxia tightly embraced the head of her dog, Xia Tian, murmuring, "I am sorry for my past life." "Woof!" Xia Tian responded with a crisp bark, nuzzling affectionately against her. It expressed an almost human warmth towards its owner, despite not comprehending the reason behind Han Qingxia's sorrow. In the evening, she delivered a generous amount of food to the dogs and tended to their wounds anew. Xia Tian, upon witnessing this, grew increasingly displeased with the other dogs. Woof, woof, woof. Every time they met, it would scold them as if to say, "You ungrateful mutts, feasting on my owner's kindness." The military dogs would whimper in submission before Xia Tian but displayed an extraordinary fondness for Han Qingxia. Whenever she arrived, they would gather around her, lingering for a moment. 2 days swiftly passed. Additionally, they cleared the area of any zombies. Any undead that dared to approach Han Qingxia's territory would be swiftly dispatched, as they would never allow a single zombie to encroach upon her domain. The events unfolded on the evening of the 3rd day. After completing her tasks at the base, Han Qingxia came to check on the pack of dogs and, from a distance, observed them sprinting excitedly ahead. She had never seen them behave in such a manner, brimming with exhilaration. Accompanied by Xia Tian, she made her way to the familiar vantage point, gazing into the distance, where she spotted a convoy of green military vehicles emerging from the city. In that moment, Han Qingxia understood. They had finally awaited the return of their master. The military dogs excitedly raced towards the approaching green canvas vehicles, their arrival taking the occupants by surprise. One of the trailing vehicles came to a halt, and a young man emerged from the driver's seat. He immediately embraced one of the dogs, prompting the others to joyfully gather around them, barking with delight. Upon noticing the fresh beef, he was momentarily taken aback. However, he soon released the dogs, equally hungry. He returned the meat to them and turned back towards his vehicle. They had received orders from the base to provide ample space for survivors, which meant abandoning the dogs. This was a command, and they had no choice but to comply. The dogs, witnessing this, lunged towards the green vehicle. Even from a distance, Han Qingxia could hear a cacophony of screams. "Ah, why are there dogs? Get away! Get away! There's a virus! Terrifying dogs! Ah, hurry!" The soldiers who had disembarked hastily returned to their vehicles, starting them up with urgency. The dog that had just been embraced darted towards him, clutching the meat, but instead of a warm embrace, it was met with the cold, unyielding door of the vehicle. With a roar, the vehicle resumed its journey, swiftly catching up to the ones ahead. The pack of military dogs, witnessing the retreating vehicle, chased after it in a frenzy. But alas, the distance between them only widened until they could no longer keep pace. They wandered in despair, lost without their master. Such is the cruelty of the apocalypse. No one has the luxury of choice. In a world where hope is scarce, no one is willing to abandon even the slightest possibility. In this apocalyptic era, where maximizing benefits is paramount, the base has chosen humans over dogs. "This time you must accompany me," declared as she stood before them. "I have vowed never to forsake any of you. Grant me your trust." Is no savior cloaked in virtue, her heart yearns for dogs. The pack of defeated canines gazed at the human before them, momentarily silenced. Soon, a dog, whose wounds had been painstakingly treated by, emerged from the group. It circled around her once, then lay at her feet with a soft whimper. Its presence prompted the others to surge forward, encircling. The system detected 15 battle dogs from the base. Loyalty at 100%. Reward: full health restoration for base dogs. Base defense doubled. Points: 150. Upon hearing the notification, his eyes sparkled anew. Her base, from an exterior perspective, had taken on the appearance of a castle. Chapter 25. Expanding Territory 2's further delight. Receiving this batch of military dogs granted her an additional 150 points. Without delay, she accessed the shop interface, scrutinizing the offerings available for exchange. The food section now displayed 10 items, ranging from energy bars to super energy liquids priced at 100 points, all designed for rapid replenishment of stamina and satiety lasting from several hours to days. Had no pressing need for food, yet the medicinal supplies had expanded to include 2 new items. Apart from the 20-point rapid hemostatic Yunnan Baiyao, there exists a 50-point super adhesive bandage and a 100-point emergency pill. Han Qingxia clicked on these 2 medical items to examine the details. Super adhesive bandage. Applicable to all wounds, it rapidly repairs injuries, even those involving arteries. Han Qingxia exclaimed, "Wow, this means that if my neck were to be cut, applying this could heal it." The emergency pill further astonished her. Han Qingxia remarked, "Oh, both of these pills are incredibly powerful." As she continued to scroll down, she encountered something even more astonishing. A zombie virus inhibitor priced at 100,000 points. Could it be that an inhibitor for the zombie virus exists? After her initial excitement, she glanced at the price tag. 10,000. 100 million. She sighed. Forget it. With my meager 156 points, I am not worthy of such aspirations. Nonetheless, Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her system's marketplace astonishingly offered such extraordinary treasures. If she could procure one, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire world. She rubbed her hands together eagerly. 100 million points. She was determined to accumulate that amount to exchange for one. She must prepare one for herself. After perusing the medical items, Han Qingxia turned her attention to weapons. The selection in the weapons section was equally tantalizing. A standard P5 was priced at 500 points, while a superior Glock cost 1,000. The submachine guns and shotguns were even pricier, starting at 5,000 points. Han Qingxia had her eye on an AK, which was marked at 8,000. The weaponry produced by the system boasted attributes far superior to those available in the outside world, with power and lethality increased by an incalculable degree. Though the price is steep, it profoundly resonates with Han Qingxia's heart. Quietly, she added another AK to her shopping cart, vowing to save more in order to acquire a fine weapon. Beyond that, there exists a locked interface within the shopping mall, indicating that a score of 5,000 points is required to unlock it. Han Qingxia is left in suspense, wondering what treasures might lie beyond. This system mall aligns perfectly with her preferences. She desires everything, yet lacks the necessary points. It is truly vexing. Han Qingxia attempts to click on the channels for acquiring points, and a series of prompts materializes before her. 1. Complete system tasks to earn points. 2. Expand territory to gain points. 3. Increase territory members to accumulate points. As she gazes at these three options, she recalls her previous encounter where she eliminated an invader, thereby completing a base protection task that rewarded her with points. Today, she has accepted 15 dogs, augmenting her territory's populace, which counts as one method. The second option, expanding her territory, sparks an idea. She resolves to begin extending her domain from the very next day. At dawn the following day, Han Qingxia chooses not to traverse the confines of her territory, but instead races toward the back mountain. As she runs, she directs her subordinates to carry ropes for marking the land. In ancient times, there was the practice of running the horses to enclose the land, and now, she engages in running the dogs to enclose the land. Han Qingxia instructs Xia to lead with the incantations of fortune. Congratulations and prosperity. Bring forth the red envelopes. Great auspiciousness and longevity for 100 years, commencing from the left. Meanwhile, she herself leads from the right with the winds of the east, south, west, and north, chanting the same blessings. Congratulations and prosperity. Bring forth the red envelopes. Great auspiciousness and longevity for 100 years. These are the names bestowed upon her newly acquired canines. Divided into two groups, they simultaneously encircled the rear mountain with ropes. By afternoon, Han Qingxia successfully reunited with Xia Tian in the central part of the mountain. Han Qingxia tied the ends of the ropes together and subsequently bound all the ropes in sequence. Busy with the pack of dogs until nightfall, she finally managed to enclose a section of the rear mountain. The ends of the rope were secured to her wire fence, thereby claiming a territory with an approximate circumference of 3,000 meters. The system detected that the area of her territory had doubled, granting her a reward of 1,000 points for the initial expansion of her domain, along with the bonus of territory connection. Han Qingxia was elated. It was indeed feasible. By proactively claiming land and occupying uninhabited zones, the system recognized it as her territory. Just by enclosing her mountain, she earned 1,000 points in rewards. If she were to seize several nearby peaks, her points would multiply significantly. If she could conquer the nearby city, the prospect of 100 million points no longer seemed unattainable. At that moment, she sensed another reward from the system, territory connection. As she closed her eyes, the land she had claimed today and the previous air raid shelter seemed to automatically sketch a terrain in her mind. Whenever foreign entities entered, her sixth sense would alert her immediately. Xiatian, 500 meters to the west. Woof! Upon hearing the command, Xiatian dashed forward. Half a minute later, The sounds of a confrontation reached her ears. By the time she arrived, Xia Tian had already dispatched a zombie that had inexplicably infiltrated Han Qingxia's territory. Han Qingxia observed the scene before her, suddenly enlightened. So this was how it was utilized. Within her perceptive range, a few scattered gray dots reappeared, and she led her dogs to eliminate them. Wishing you prosperity and a long life to the south, great fortune and red envelopes to the west, while the winds of the four directions guide you eastward. The rest, follow me. Han Qingxia swiftly subdued the zombies within her territory. Throughout this process, she became increasingly adept at understanding the utility of the heart-linking territory. Indeed, the appearance of gray dots signified zombies. Even in the most remote locations, she could pinpoint their presence. This allowed her to be immediately aware of any movements within her territory, without the need for surveillance alarms. This functionality proved invaluable, especially as she was now poised to expand her domain. The cameras could not keep pace, yet she could sense in advance whether anyone had intruded into her realm. At the break of dawn the following day, Han Qingxia commenced the clearing of an area in front of the air defense wire. This time, she endeavored to employ a different method, erecting a sign as a boundary marker. In these times, few remained alive, and those who could argue about land ownership with her were virtually non-existent. This sign shall stand here. This place is mine. Who dares to dispute? Upon detecting an increase in territorial area by 5 acres, the system announced, reward, 500 points. Hearing the system's notification, Han Qingxia's spirit soared. Indeed, her instincts had not led her astray. These uninhabited zones, even those that once had owners, were within her reach for expansion. However, there was one prerequisite. It must have been she or her dogs who cleared and measured the land. Today, Han Qingxia took her dogs from the base to the site of the monument, which spans approximately 5 acres. She marked the territories they had explored together, reminiscent of an adventure game where the protagonist must traverse certain areas to illuminate the map. Fortunately, her dogs served as her team, significantly expanding her exploratory range. As she planted her sign into the ground and clapped her hands, the map of her domain unfurled in her mind. Standing still, Han Qingxia contemplated the direction of her next expansion. Thus far, she had successfully claimed an entire hill for her shelter. To her left lay a road, while to her right stretched a sparsely populated mountainous region. Within this rugged terrain was an abandoned quarry and a scattering of mountain villas. The road to the north led to City A, with its flat terrain easy to conquer, while the right side proved more challenging. After a brief moment of reflection, she resolved to commence her undertaking on the right. Indeed, it was the prudent choice. Han Qingxia preferred a steady approach over haste. Although the terrain on the right was complex, it was far more secure. Why venture to the left road when she could fortify her hold on the more promising ground? A person might appear at any moment, or perhaps a horde of zombies, necessitating thorough clearance. Indeed, her territory had stringent safety requirements. All zombies must be eradicated. Failure to do so for an extended period would lead the system to automatically sever that portion of land from her domain. This was quite understandable. How could a territory be deemed one's own if it was infested with zombies or other aberrations? Nonetheless, this also quelled her fleeting desire to keep a few zombies as guardians. Fortunately, she now has numerous capable assistants. The 15 military dogs, endowed with high intelligence and remarkable agility, serve her well as guardians, adept at eliminating any stray zombies. It is essential to raise more dogs, especially as her territory expands. The current number is far from sufficient. Her points have increased by 1,000, bringing her total to an impressive 2,656. Everyone has worked hard, so it is time to eat. With a grand gesture, Han Qingxia unveiled fresh beef from her supplies for the dogs to enjoy. She has never been stingy with her companions. If she dines on meat, her subordinates shall partake in the same. Han Qingxia herself savored a steaming Korean fried chicken meal, a treasure she had previously stockpiled at the mall. With an abundance of provisions, she varied her meals daily. Today it was Korean fried chicken, tomorrow a military-style hot pot, and later, glossy, crispy roasted meats. While exploring her territory, she would casually snack on ready-made delicacies such as handheld pancakes, cold noodles, and grilled cold noodles to satiate her hunger. All the food retained the freshness and warmth of the moment it was stored. As Han Qingxia donned her gloves to tear into the fried chicken, she could feel the crisp texture of the exterior, as if it had just emerged from the fryer. With a single pull, the succulent chicken leg released its juices, complemented by the aromatic garlic soy sauce, filling her senses with a delightful fragrance. A sip of chilled cola accompanied each bite, bringing immense satisfaction, especially in this apocalyptic era. To indulge in the culinary delights reminiscent of a more prosperous time is a true blessing. In that moment, all her day's fatigue vanished. She devoured the fried chicken with gusto, consuming enough for 3 people. In the summer, as the enticing aroma wafted through the air, the dogs eagerly approached, hoping to partake in the feast. Han Qingxia, having nibbled on half of her meal, generously tossed the remaining morsels to her canine companions, who joyfully gathered around her to indulge. Once their appetites were satisfied and their bellies full, Han Qingxia rose to stretch, engaging in light activity while keeping a watchful eye on her chickens, ducks, fish, vegetable garden, and fruit trees. The eggs she had previously set aside in the chicken coop had accumulated significantly, and in the past few days, several chicks had hatched. The poultry, enhanced by the system, exhibited remarkable vigor and astonishing reproductive rates. The incubation period for ducks is notably longer than that of chicks, approximately 40 days for ducklings, while chicks take around 20 days. At that moment, the duck enclosure had yet to yield any ducklings. However, Han Qingxia had observed several mother ducks diligently tending to their nests. Her 2 little goats were a delightful surprise, steadily growing in size and beginning to develop. Han Qingxia recalled her employer mentioning that these goats were initially bred for dairy production. It seemed that soon she would have fresh goat's milk to enjoy. Additionally, her vegetable garden was thriving. Fast-growing and high-yielding crops such as Chinese cabbage and chives had already begun to produce bountiful harvests. Each day, she made it a point to collect a portion of the produce. Even after harvesting, the following day would present more, necessitating her return. Neglecting to harvest was simply not an option, as she detested waste. Regardless of how arduous or busy her days became, she committed time to gather her vegetables, dedicating an entire room in her underground storage to preserve the fresh produce. Moreover, the carrots, spinach, lettuce, and asparagus she had planted were nearing their harvest period, with tomatoes and potatoes also on the cusp of abundant production. Moreover, in the vicinity of the fish pond, the population of fish has doubled compared to before, with a multitude of small fry emerging. Han Qingxia has not actively tended to the pond, as she lacks the necessary skills. However, with the support of the system, she need not worry. All the little fish are lively and thriving, growing plumper by the day. Everything in her base is progressing positively, and her territory is expanding. The future is promising. On the following day, as per routine, Han Qingxia set out to explore new territory, driving her armored vehicle. She entrusted the 7 dogs, led by Xia Tian, to guard the base, patrolling the mountains and eliminating any zombies that appeared, while she took the remaining 8 to seize the next hill. Her target for the day was a villa district. This mountainous villa area was once a renowned development, designed exclusively for the affluent. The entire estate comprises only 10 villas, yet it is said that not even half of them were sold, and very few have ever been occupied. Chapter 27. Encountering the living. As Han Qingxia arrived at the mountainous villa region in her imposing armored vehicle, her eyes were immediately drawn to the clusters of quaint villas nestled on the hillside, arranged in a staggered yet harmonious manner. The spacious gaps between these villas ensured a high degree of privacy, perched as they were on the mountainside, offering a panoramic view of the entire city. Those who could reside here are undoubtedly among the elite, either wealthy or prestigious. She first dispatched her dogs to ascertain whether any living beings were nearby. East wind, south wind, you search the left side. West wind, north wind, you scout the south. Red central, white board, you search upward. 2 prosperities, stay in place. Should anyone appear, alert me. Woof woof woof. The 8 dogs immediately dispersed to carry out Han Qingxia's orders. Calmly, she produced a sign and inscribed upon it the words, "Private territory. Trespassers will die." She refrained from mentioning vicious dogs, as this area served as her radiation territory, a place she seldom frequented due to an insufficient number of dogs to allocate. By erecting a sign as a boundary marker, she intended to eliminate any intruders who approached. Han Qingxia cast a glance at the 10 villas, aware that she must thoroughly scour each one. She left 4 dogs stationed outside and commenced her sweep of the villas with her companions from the 4 cardinal directions. The first villa was evidently unsold, as its front door bore the original lock. Jiang Xia retrieved a piece of wire from her space and deftly manipulated the lock until it yielded, granting her entry. Having spent considerable time in the apocalypse, she had acquired a variety of skills. Upon entering, she found the interior in a raw state. After surveying the premises, she left a mark of the character on the mailbox at the entrance, and a map materialized in her mind. Territory expanded by 500 square meters. Reward, 100 points. Jiang Xia smiled slightly. This was more like it. She continued her exploration of the remaining villas. After methodically inspecting up to the 9th villa, she noted that among the earlier ones, only 2 were furnished while the rest remained unfinished. Moreover, she encountered no signs of life. Thus, she successfully expanded her territory across 8 villas. However, upon arriving at the 9th villa, she noticed a vehicle parked in the small garden out front. Rubbing her fingers along the dusty window, she discerned that the layer of dust was minimal, suggesting that the occupants had not lingered long. Observing the villa's windows, she realized that all the curtains were tightly drawn. She knocked on the door and pressed the doorbell. Jiang Xia raised her eyebrows slightly, as she carefully took out a piece of wire to fiddle with the lock. This time, she sensed that the door was bolted from the inside. Jiang Xia was convinced that someone was indeed inside, either alive or transformed into a zombie. At that moment, she felt a vibration from the wire, indicating that someone was twisting the door lock. Jiang Xia realized it was a living person. She hesitated for a moment. In a place devoid of ownership, or even one where the owner was absent, she could occupy it without any moral qualms. However, there was someone inside, someone alive. She lowered her hand that had been resting against the door. In this apocalyptic world, all laws had crumbled, and the worst aspects of human nature could be unleashed freely. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, it was entirely permissible to dominate the weak and seize what one desired. Yet, Jiang Xia found herself incapable of such cruelty. She regarded herself as the very foundation of human moral limits. She felt no guilt when it came to taking lives, but she was not a tyrant devoid of restraint. Her malice and ruthlessness only emerged when her interests were threatened. For instance, if someone dared to encroach upon her already claimed territory, she would undoubtedly eliminate them. But now, she would be the one intruding upon another's domain, driving out or killing the inhabitant, and forcibly claiming their home. She could not bring herself to do that. Jiang Xia decided to spare the survivor inside for the time being. Just then, the door behind her opened a crack. A middle-aged man, with a scruffy beard and wearing spectacles, peered cautiously at her with a gaunt face that bore the signs of prolonged hunger. Behind him stood a similarly haggard middle-aged woman. At that moment, a curious little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, peeked out from beside the man's leg. Woof woof, woof, woof. The winds from the 4 corners of the world howled as they bellowed at the man behind the door. Cease your barking, Jiang Xia commanded the dogs, scrutinizing the middle-aged man before her. She left him with a stark warning. This territory belongs to me, save for this place. You may not enter, or I shall dispose of you. With that, she strode purposefully towards Villa number 10 at the far end. At that moment, the man called out to her urgently, "There are flesh-eating zombies inside. Do not go." Jiang Xia halted her steps and turned to face him. "You are aware?" she inquired. The man gravely nodded. There was a party at Villa number 10 that night, a throng of young men and women reveling until the early hours. Suddenly, screams pierced the air, and a multitude of young people fled from within, bloodied and terrified. Yet they did not escape far before being overwhelmed and devoured. "What were you doing at that time?" Jiang Xia pressed. "We were paralyzed with fear, keeping the door tightly locked, hiding in our rooms, only to discover later that they had become zombies." Jiang Xia's gaze shifted from the man's face to the door, then to the interior of the house, and finally to the blood-stained ground outside, a testament to the violence that had transpired. "Have you managed to sustain supplies until now?" she inquired. The man, momentarily at a loss for words, pressed his parched lips together, wary and silent. In such dire circumstances, it was impossible for anyone to freely discuss provisions. Jiang Xia remained vigilant, and he, too, was on guard against her. Noticing their silence, Han Qingxia, accompanied by the dogs, resumed her course toward Villa number 10. The man wished to offer further caution but ultimately refrained from speaking. "Darling, who is that person?" Uncertainty lingered, yet it was evident that she must have supplies. The man, recalling Han Qingxia's radiant complexion and her vibrant, healthy physique, felt a profound conviction. Even the dog she brought along boasted a lustrous coat. At this juncture, it was implausible to maintain such an appearance without ample resources. "Can we ask her for some food later?" his wife inquired anxiously.
Daddy, I am hungry.
His daughter exclaimed, clinging to his leg. The man's gaze deepened. He extended his hand, and a green light emanated from his palm, causing a nearby branch from a potted plant to seemingly come to life and soar into his grasp. Gripping the vine, he somberly stated, "Let us observe first. There is no need for haste." Han Qingxia approached Villa number 10. Indeed, the villa was in utter disarray. The front door was firmly shut, and blood was splattered across the ground, on the door, and throughout the garden. Han Qingxia circled the villa, surveying the terrain and the general conditions within. Chapter 28. Slaying the mutated zombie. Han Qingxia possessed an extraordinary strength. With a single kick, she forced open the iron security door. The moment the door swung wide, she and her 4 dogs swiftly dispersed to either side. A roar erupted as 3 famished zombies charged forth from within. They were 2 women and 1 man. One female zombie, who had been a stunning beauty in life, retained a semblance of her former allure even in death, her face remarkably intact, though one leg bore the marks of gnawing, revealing a ghastly white bone. The other female zombie, however, was not so fortunate. Her visage was marred by grievous bites, the prosthetic of her nose grotesquely exposed, dangling precariously. An ocular orb was averted, revealing yellowish maggots writhing within the averted flesh. The male zombie, attired in an elegant suit, bore a gaping chasm in his chest. His hands grasped at the air, lunging forward with feral abandon at the scent of fresh human flesh. As the trio of zombies surged forth, Han Qingxia dispatched one with a swift strike of her shovel. The remaining 2 were swiftly overwhelmed by the 4 canines, who, in a concerted assault, brought them down with dispatch. These were the most exemplary of military dogs, and they had been instrumental in resolving numerous predicaments for Han Qingxia. Thump, thump, thump. The 3 zombies were summarily dispatched. With swiftness and panache, the slaying of zombies was a trivial matter. Han Qingxia, positioned at the threshold, rapped upon the doorframe, the sound serving to lure forth any remaining undead. Yet, the interior remained silent. It would appear that these were the only 3 zombies present. Han Qingxia, accompanied by her canine companions, cautiously ventured within. Even in the absence of zombies, her movements were characterized by prudence and circumspection. The villa comprised 3 levels, a subterranean floor and 2 above ground. Opulent and exquisitely decorated, the interior exuded the unmistakable aura of affluence. However, the interior was now a scene of disarray and desolation. Bottles of liquor and platters of food were strewn about, and a profusion of exquisitely wrapped gifts were piled high near the entrance. Han Qingxia casually picked up one of the gifts, upon which was inscribed, "Wishing Lu Mengyue a joyous 20th birthday." It would seem that it was a birthday celebration. Alas, the unfortunate soul's birthday coincided with the day of the zombie outbreak. With alacrity, Han Qingxia unwrapped the gift, revealing a branded diamond bracelet. Adhering to her principle of never leaving empty-handed, Han Qingxia appropriated all of the gifts, intending to unwrap them at her leisure. Having confiscated the gifts, she entered the kitchen, intending to carry away all the food within. To her dismay, there was hardly anything to be found. It appeared that the occupant of this place was a pampered young lady, utterly unaccustomed to domestic chores. While the kitchen lacked provisions, the refrigerator was stocked with an array of snacks. Without hesitation, Han Qingxia seized every item: imported bird's nest, exotic beverages, and packaged delicacies. In the freezer lay Japanese Wagyu beef and Australian lobster, all of which she claimed as her own. Additionally, she gathered pristine silk and down comforters from the bedrooms, swiftly clearing the 2 floors of the building. Leaving 2 dogs at the entrance to keep watch, she descended to the basement with her canine companions. Upon entering the basement, she sensed something was amiss. The red and white dogs emitted low whimpers, signaling a mixture of warning and fear, as if they had encountered a terrifying presence. Yet, all Han Qingxia perceived was an eerie, chilling silence. She tapped the railing beside her, attempting to draw the attention of any lurking zombies. The silence persisted, offering no response. Gradually, she descended the stairs, and just as she reached the final step, a foul gust of wind rushed towards her. It was swift, unlike any zombie she had previously encountered. However, the creature lunged at nothing but air. In an instant, a shovel descended from above, striking the zombie with tremendous force and sending it flying several meters away. Having survived the apocalypse for a decade, Han Qingxia's combat experience had been forged through countless trials, eliminating the need for her to suffer losses repeatedly. With its forelimbs twisted a full 180 degrees, its back facing the ground, and its hands pressed against the floor, the creature maintained a bizarre yet symmetrical stance on its legs. It arched its body, resembling a colossal four-legged centipede rising anew, its long hair obscuring much of its face, from which a single grayish-white eyeball fixated intently on Han Qingxia. The basement lights flickered ominously, as this grotesque being advanced towards her with a terrifying gait, moving so swiftly that it left afterimages in its wake. Han Qingxia's expression turned grave. A singular phrase echoed in her mind: speed-type mutated zombie. In the blink of an eye, the quadrupedal zombie was upon her. The female zombie, her face hidden beneath a curtain of hair, revealed a gaping maw, an abyss of horror. Han Qingxia then discerned that she had no tongue. Her entire lip had been gnawed away. Beneath the gruesome expanse of her mouth, rows of uneven teeth lunged at her. With a thunderous thud, the zombie bit down on something, merely a shovel. The iron implement pierced through her mouth, pinning her head firmly against the wall. For a moment, the zombie was rendered immobile, her limbs thrashing wildly. With a firm grip on the shovel, Han Qingxia exerted her strength. A sharp crack resounded as she silenced the creature entirely. Though the zombie was swift, Han Qingxia's speed eclipsed it, her strength astonishing. The shovel lodged itself into the reinforced concrete wall, penetrating an inch deep, an endeavor that would be impossible for an ordinary person to extract. Han Qingxia withdrew the shovel and stirred it within the zombie's head. Upon extraction, a translucent crystal stone, adorned with yellow and white hues, materialized before her. Han Qingxia retrieved a bottle of water from her space, cleansing the surface, and instantly, the crystal began to radiate a brilliant light. This is a zombie crystal core, possessed by advanced zombies. In her previous life, Han Qingxia only managed to attain the rank of a small team leader, hindered by her lack of special abilities, which prevented her from encountering many matters. All she knew was that this familiar object held value. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in her mind. Ding! Detected Zombie Crystal Core X1. Unlocking a brand new points redemption. A standard level 1 Zombie Crystal Core was worth 100 points. Would you like to redeem it? Han Qingxia. The crystal core can be exchanged for points. An exchange panel appeared in her mind, displaying an additional message. First-time redemption rewards a grand gift package. Subsequent rewards of 1 grand gift package for every 100 crystal cores. Without hesitation, Han Qingxia chose to redeem. The crystal core in her hand vanished, and immediately, a notification sounded in her mind. Ding! Reward, 1 portion of Yunnan Baiyao. 1 healing pill. Ding! Reward, 1 set of combat attire. Ding! Reward, 1 pair of combat gloves. Ding! Reward, 1 set of combat boots. Ding! Reward, 1 revolver. Han Qingxia. What a tremendous gain. The Yunnan Baiyao and healing pill alone were worth 120 points. She had not seen the price for the combat attire, but she had previously noted that the revolver was listed at over 5,000 points on the weapon page. What a windfall. Han Qingxia returned laden with rewards. As she departed, she inscribed a large character for summer at the entrance. Concurrently, a map of her domain expanded in her mind, incorporating the area of this villa. Meanwhile, in this villa complex, all residences except for Villa Number 9 had been seized and merged into her domain map. Only the dark, unlit abyss of Villa Number 9 remained. He gazed incredulously at Han Qingxia, who had returned unscathed, his eyes lost in contemplation. Darling, that woman emerged from Villa number 10. Did you not say it was exceedingly perilous? She is far more formidable than we anticipated, he asserted firmly. A wave of trepidation mixed with relief washed over him. Fortunately, they had initially presented themselves with a semblance of goodwill. Otherwise, given his abilities, he might not have been able to contend with this woman. It was imperative for him to recalibrate his strategy. As Han Qingxia departed from Villa number 10 and made her way to the main thoroughfare, a family of 3 from Villa number 9 appeared before her. Miss, may I propose a transaction? The man adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. I am a botanist capable of cultivating novel crops, and we wish to exchange some food with you. He gestured for his daughter to present a large box filled with vegetables and bean sprouts. Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow at the offerings. Are you not afraid that I might seize these items from you? The man shook his head. Cultivating these is not complicated for me. He raised his hand, and a pot of bean sprouts began to grow rapidly before her eyes. Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled at this revelation. A wood-based ability user. No wonder this man had managed to safeguard his wife and child in the aftermath of the zombie crisis for over a month. He was indeed a man of considerable skill. At the same time, Han Qingxia understood the implications of his actions. Firstly, he was signaling that he was a valuable individual, capable of providing her with certain resources. Secondly, he was issuing a warning, indicating that any rash moves against his family would be detrimental, as he possessed the means to protect himself. However, the dual meanings he conveyed bore no relevance to Han Qingxia, for she had no need for them. You may keep them for yourselves, she declared, as she did not even spare a fleeting glance at the dish before her. For her own home was overflowing with food, leaving no necessity for barter. Without a second thought, she elegantly departed with her dog. The man, witnessing this, was immediately struck by a sense of panic. His eyes filled with confusion. Could it be? He was a perceptive individual who had deduced, within mere days of the apocalypse's onset, that the situation was far from simple. When the zombie outbreak occurred next door, he had prudently secured his home, retreating with his family and daring not to utter a sound, successfully evading danger. Subsequently, fortune smiled upon him as he awakened his wood-based abilities, ensuring his family's sustenance. However, mere vegetables would not suffice. While the adults could endure, the children were already suffering from malnutrition. Yet, he remained steadfast in his belief that the fresh produce he cultivated would hold significant value in the outside world. How many survivors could truly access fresh vegetables? This was undoubtedly a commodity ripe for trade. Yet, to his astonishment, the other party displayed utter disdain. As Han Qingxia was about to depart, he called out to her, "Miss, what do you require? Money? We have it in abundance. Whatever you desire, if we possess it, we can negotiate." Upon hearing this, Han Qingxia paused, a glimmer of interest flickering across her face. She regarded their number 9 villa and stated, "I want your house." The man was left speechless, exclaiming inwardly, "What the hell? In this apocalypse, she desires a house? Something that serves no purpose for sustenance or clothing. I can offer you 500 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of meat, 100 eggs, and 10 boxes of milk in exchange for your house. The price is quite appealing, though it wouldn't even amount to 5,000 yuan in the pre-apocalyptic world, which is insufficient to purchase even a square meter of this house. However, we are now in the midst of an apocalypse. This substantial amount of supplies for their home seems exceedingly worthwhile. Yet, the 2 individuals across from me displayed hesitation. They could part with the house, but where would they reside thereafter? Miss, if we sell the house to you, will we still be able to live here?" The man adjusted his glasses, contemplating a thought, then fixed his determined gaze upon Han Qingxia. "Our entire family can work for you, and we would gladly offer you half of our daily vegetable harvest." In essence, they were proposing to become her laborers. His mind raced with possibilities. Although this arrangement bore resemblance to becoming a laborer for a feudal lord, it was, in truth, the most prudent choice. Firstly, they would not need to relocate and could continue to reside here, only required to surrender half of their vegetable yield each day. More importantly, they would gain the protection of Han Qingxia. This girl was evidently extraordinary. Aligning themselves with her and depending on her seemed to be the wisest option. Simultaneously, this arrangement would not disadvantage Han Qingxia either. She had initially intended to acquire the house to incorporate it into her territory without the necessity of actual residence. Her manpower was insufficient, and with the expansion in area, many locations remained unguarded. This family could oversee her territory in exchange for sustenance, and moreover, the man possessed wood-based abilities, making this transaction rather advantageous. At that moment, a notification echoed in Han Qingxia's mind. Upon detecting the allegiance of territory inhabitants, the acceptance of these residents will yield an augmentation of 300 points, endowing the territory with distinctive attributes. Han Qingxia. Distinctive attributes. I concur. With her assent, an intangible force intertwined her with the trio before her. Wang Yumin and his spouse were inexplicably overcome with a sense of reverence towards Han Qingxia, akin to venerating a supreme deity, compelling them to submit in her presence. Concurrently, Han Qingxia sensed an extraordinary surge of energy coursing through her. As her hand reached for Wang Yumin's vegetables, the plants underwent a rapid and vigorous growth, surpassing even Wang Yumin's control. Witnessing this spectacle, the couple comprehended the reason behind Han Qingxia's initial disdain for their produce. It became evident that she, too, was a practitioner of wood-based abilities, far surpassing their own. A unique blend of gratitude and trepidation welled up within them. Her willingness to embrace them, despite her own capabilities, was an act of profound benevolence. Chapter 30. The liege Han Qingxia orchestrated the acquisition of Wang Yumin's domicile, emblazoning the mailbox with a prominent character signifying Xia, thereby solidifying her dominion over this segment of the map. From this day forward, I shall be your liege. Han Qingxia entrusted Wang Yumin and his wife with the stewardship of this domain, forbidding any intrusion upon her territory. They were to cultivate the land diligently, assured of her protection and future rewards commensurate with their contributions. Overjoyed by this prospect, the couple eagerly assented, for it epitomized their aspirations. Regardless of whether it is before or after the apocalypse, ordinary individuals seek merely a haven where they can find protection. Previously, they relied on the machinery of the state for shelter, but with its disintegration, Han Qingxia now serves as their guardian, a true lord. She instructed Wang Yunda, the daughter of the old couple Wang, to accompany her on a trip to gather supplies. Considering the girl's tender age and the inability of Wang Yumin's family to preserve much, she did not allow her to take an excessive amount. For her first venture, she provided a bag of rice, a box of milk, a tray of fresh eggs, and 10 pounds of pork. From now on, the family's produce would be delivered by her daily. Han Qingxia's integration of residents resembles a stronghold in a post-apocalyptic world, yet it differs significantly in structure. She would not permit the newcomers to enter her bomb shelter, as that remained her private domain. Those under her protection could only reside within the boundaries of her territory, which they regarded with admiration. The following day, Wang Yunda returned to deliver the daily harvest to Han Qingxia, a box of vegetables, half bean sprouts and half cabbage. Upon receiving the box, Han Qingxia was greeted with a system notification indicating that a household within her territory had produced goods, rewarding her with 3 points. She realized that by receiving the daily contributions from her residents, she could accumulate points. Beyond the initial acceptance reward, their subsequent produce would also yield benefits. The number of rewards seemed to correlate with the population. With 3 members in Wang Yumin's household, they contributed 3 points to Han Qingxia each day. Overjoyed, she returned home, and while giving her the rice, milk, eggs, and pork, she also rewarded Wang Yunda with a bag of seeds and a lollipop. Indeed, my lord, Wang Yunduo, in her soft and gentle manner, conversed with Han Qingxia. After Yunduo departed, Han Qingxia unfolded a map, beginning to strategize her next target for conquest. She contemplated advancing towards the Villa District, which was nearly within reach. Beyond the Villa District lay a mountainous area leading to another city, characterized by its intricate terrain and a multitude of villagers, making management somewhat cumbersome. If zombies were to inhabit that region, it would take her a considerable amount of time to traverse there. To the right, however, was a road. She grasped her binoculars and focused on the roadway. The surviving populace, seizing the opportunity presented by the rescue vehicles, surged forth in their cars, following the path toward the rescue base. If her memory served her correctly, that base was the one that Hanning and her family had initially accessed, situated behind B City, on a stretch of open land bordering a city. It had evolved into one of the 3 major bases in the east, known as Base K1, boasting formidable military strength. However, from her previous life's knowledge, she recalled that K1 base had always faced a shortage of supplies, necessitating the dispatch of numerous personnel daily to scavenge for resources. Contemplating the possibility of encountering K1 base personnel after expanding northward, Han Qingxia ultimately resolved to head southward, towards a city. Without hesitation, she embarked on her plan. During the daylight hours, she cleared approximately 20 acres of desolate land along the road, exterminating all the zombies that wandered within her territorial boundaries and seizing a modest amount of supplies. Most of the resources were salvaged from vehicles involved in accidents along the road. Her haul consisted of 4.5 bags of rice, half a bag of flour, and 5 boxes of instant noodles. She discarded spoiled meat, vegetables, and bread, which were inedible. Although the yield was somewhat meager, the reward in points was substantial, 2,000 points. The exchange rate was approximately 1,000 points for every 10 acres cleared. In the case of a residential building, additional points would be awarded. For instance, just yesterday, after thoroughly clearing an entire villa district, a reward of over 3,000 points was granted. That villa area is certainly not as vast as the uninhabited zone now occupied by Han Qingxia. In just a few days, Han Qingxia's territory has expanded 4 to 5 times, and her points have soared to nearly 7,000. She is not far from obtaining her AK. Just as Han Qingxia was about to seize the moment to exchange her points for the coveted AK, a swarm of red dots suddenly appeared in her mind's eye. Red dots? Zombies are represented by gray dots. After a brief moment of shock, Han Qingxia quickly realized the truth. Living intruders. They were encroaching upon the area outside her air raid shelter, heading directly toward it. Captain, hold on a little longer. According to the map, there should be an air raid shelter ahead. Something feels off about this place. A group of 7 or 8 men clad in combat uniforms from the base traversed the forest outside the air raid shelter, growing increasingly aware of the peculiarities surrounding them. Indeed, there were no zombies in sight along the way, as if the area had been deliberately cleared. Look, there are fresh tire tracks indicating vehicles entering and exiting. It seems there are people inside. If there are people, that would be advantageous. The group of men, most of whom bore injuries, continued onward until their conversation abruptly ceased. Before them stood a large sign that read, "Private Territory. Beware of the guard dogs." Look over there. One sharp-eyed individual caught a fleeting glimpse of a silver glimmer. He hastily advanced a few steps, parting the thicket before him and traversing several rows of dense trees, only to discover a well-concealed base. Upon witnessing this formidable fortress, he and his companions were left utterly astonished. A towering wall of barbed wire, exceeding 3 meters in height, loomed before them, its apex adorned with serrated Okinawan blades, glinting coldly in the light, while countless concealed razor wires lay hidden within. At the center stood a massive steel door, towering at 3.5 meters, its thickness suggesting that even a tank would struggle to breach it. Within the confines of the barbed wire, one could faintly discern a lush array of vegetables, along with domesticated chickens, ducks, and sheep, not to mention vast orchards and fish ponds. Was this a paradisiacal haven? The awe-inspiring fortifications and the abundance of resources seemed to embody the fabled utopia described in literature. Surely there must be people within. I shall seek her aid. The man who had just spoken dashed forward. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind him, his captainess warning, "Be cautious." Unfortunately, it was too late. With a thud, a special forces operative plummeted directly before them. By the time they reacted, he had already fallen into a trap. Chapter 31. The appearance of Su Xiaoyang Daping. Pingzi. The other operatives rushed to the edge of the pit. They beheld a cleverly hidden trap, revealing pure steel spikes and a large animal trap below. Upon seeing these menacing devices, a chill ran down their spines. This was no ordinary civilian trap. It was undoubtedly a professional-grade military contraption. For an unwary individual, a mere misstep could spell death. Fortunately, their companion was a well-trained Special Forces operative. Upon realizing something was amiss, his first instinct was to defend himself. At that moment, he was ensnared by a trap, with his leg caught and both hands pierced. They cautiously rescued him from the jaws of the trap. Just as they succeeded, a pack of dogs burst forth from a small portal at the base's entrance. Bark, bark, bark. A formidable group of 8 or 9 fierce dogs, led by an exceptionally aggressive German shepherd, surrounded them. The summer air was charged with animosity as they glared at the people before them, bearing elongated fangs and sharp claws. In that instant, they comprehended the true meaning of the phrase guarded by ferocious beasts. Could these dogs not be deemed as such? At that very moment, a woman's voice emanated from the loudspeaker at the foundation. You have one warning only. Vacate within a minute. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. The crowd collectively gasped in disbelief. Upon hearing Han Qingxia's warning, they all furrowed their brows, their gazes converging on the gravely injured man at the center. His brow was tightly knitted, and his camouflaged face obscured his features. Yet his deep-set eyes shone with intensity as he addressed the base. In a deep, melodious tone, he implored, "We are the sentinels of K1 base, and we find ourselves in a predicament. Could you lend us your assistance?" 59 seconds. The only response was Han Qingxia's cold countdown. "Hey, please help us. We are truly in trouble." 58 seconds. "How can you be so heartless? We all encountered danger because we came to your aid." Hearing the lack of compassion from the other party, a youthful Special Forces soldier exclaimed in anger. 30 seconds. Han Qingxia decisively reduced their time by half. Upon hearing this, the young soldier was nearly brought to tears. "Captain, she. Never mind." The captain's tone softened, stating that helping was a matter of goodwill, while refraining from assistance was merely a duty. One should not impose moral obligations on others. "Let us withdraw." But you are so severely injured, and we have no idea when help will arrive. We have nowhere to retreat. Move." At that moment, the Special Forces soldiers, who had been carrying their captain, suddenly knelt before the door. "Comrades inside, I, Su Xiaoyang, beg you, none of us will enter your base. Just save our captain. Whatever you desire, I will procure it for you." Meanwhile, Han Qingxia, who was driving, was taken aback. In the live monitoring footage on her phone, she spotted a man she recognized all too well, Su Xiaoyang. It truly was Su Xiaoyang. Thud, thud, thud. The scene echoed with repeated sounds. The others joined in pleading with Han Qingxia. The young man on Su Xiaoyang's back, witnessing his comrades kneeling in desperation, felt as if his heart was being tightly gripped by a colossal hand, a pain surpassing his own injuries. He wished to urge them to rise, but before he could utter a word, darkness enveloped him as he succumbed to excessive blood loss. Just then, a sharp sound pierced the air, as a sudden halt stirred countless fallen leaves. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, an unprecedentedly advanced super-armored vehicle screeched to a halt before them. A flurry of fallen leaves and dust cascaded down as the vehicle's door swung open. A girl clad in combat attire leaped from within. Her long, jet-black hair was elegantly tied into a high and stylish ponytail, framing a face of exquisite porcelain complexion, radiating beauty, especially in her neatly fitted uniform that accentuated her tall and striking figure. She was both stunning and commanding, an epitome of allure. After disembarking, this breathtaking young woman strode directly into their midst, gracefully kneeling before the man in front of her, gently grasping his chin. In a state of shock that rendered him motionless, Su Xiaoyang was scrutinized intently by her. Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled brighter with every blink, her excitement mounting as she grasped Su Xiaoyang's chin with fervor, exclaiming, "Su Xiaoyang, yes, it's me." Caught in her firm grasp, Su Xiaoyang found himself unable to meet her gaze, perhaps overwhelmed by the intensity of her radiant smile and the warmth of her touch. The other comrades surrounding them were utterly taken aback, their jaws dropping in disbelief. This is truly happening. "All right, come in." Han Qingxia waved her hand, opening the door behind her and inviting them inside. In that moment, everyone felt as though they were floating in a dream. All eyes turned to Su Xiaoyang, their expressions laden with a mix of intrigue and amusement. Having a comrade of such striking beauty at a pivotal moment was indeed a boon. Su Xiaoyang, his icy demeanor faltering under their scrutinizing gazes, pressed himself against his captain, feigning composure as he urged, "We should hurry inside." Only then did the others awaken from their stupor. They stepped inside, the first to enter. They supported each other as they lifted Zheng Ping, who had fallen into the trap, and a group of them followed Han Qingxia into her base. It was only when they truly stepped inside that they were further astounded by the sight before them. Outside, corpses lay strewn about, chaos reigned, and food was alarmingly scarce. Yet here, little chicks and ducklings thrived in abundance. Just a glance revealed that the chicken coops were brimming with eggs. The vegetables in the fields flourished extraordinarily, appearing as though if not harvested soon, they would wither. Not to mention the ponds they passed, teeming with fish and shrimp. Congratulations on your wealth. Bring forth the red envelopes. May you have great fortune, longevity, and let the feast begin. Everyone gasped in astonishment as they watched Han Qingxia emerge from the bomb shelter with a large basin of fresh, bone-in beef, feeding her dogs. Goodness, is she this extravagant? They had barely managed to eat a decent meal outside, yet this woman's dogs feasted like royalty. Su Xiaoyang, have you eaten yet? At that moment, after feeding her dogs, Han Qingxia turned her attention to Su Xiaoyang. With his name called, Su Xiaoyang's neck flushed crimson. We still have a bit of food left. But we haven't eaten yet. I'll go make some. Han Qingxia turned to walk back into the bomb shelter. Just then, Su Xiaoyang hurriedly called after her, Miss, do you have any medicine? Our leader is in dire need. Yes. Could you please help our captain? Only then did Han Qingxia lazily glance at the person Su Xiaoyang had on his back. A smirk curved her lips as she replied, What's in it for me if I save him? Chapter 32. With the emergency healing elixir in hand. What a relief, my lady. As long as you can save our captain, I will grant you anything within my power. Su Xiaoyang's earnest expression bore a weighty promise. Han Qingxia's lips curled into a sly smile. It was as if everything had fallen into place. Very well, I want you, Su Xiaoyang. The gazes of his comrades were laden with unspoken words. What does this even mean? It appeared that Su Xiaoyang's handsome appearance had caught the eye of this formidable woman, who intended to keep him as her consort. Did it not? In that moment, the others were torn between sympathy and envy for Su Xiaoyang. My lady, I am but a man. Su Xiaoyang inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze upon Han Qingxia. What is it that you desire of me? I want you to stay and serve as my subordinate, pledging your loyalty solely to me from this point forward. Han Qingxia languidly rose to her feet. Well then, take your time to ponder this. If you wish to save him, you must remain. As Su Xiaoyang watched Han Qingxia's indifferent silhouette fade away, his fists clenched tightly. My lady, can you truly save our captain? Of course. With the elixir in hand, I assure you he shall not perish. Han Qingxia declared with unwavering confidence. The presence of the emergency healing elixir instilled her with assurance. Xiaoyang, Su Xiaoyang. As a collective urgency enveloped the group of teammates witnessing Su Xiaoyang's acquiescence, they sprang into action. You want him, don't you? I, Qi Mingtang, am willing to sacrifice everything. Spare Su Xiaoyang. I shall follow you. I Wang Heng, am also willing. Let me be the exchange for our captain. I Tang Jian, yield to you. Everyone step aside. There is no one left in my home. Li Lin declared, This life is of no consequence. I shall go. Han Qingxia observed the throng of eager men, astonished. Why did they seem as if they were vying to consume Su Xiaoyang, clamoring to take his place in death? Some even dared to label her a female demon. Today, she had exhibited remarkable kindness, exerting all her patience to win over her precious Su Xiaoyang. Do they even deserve to be in her presence? With a dismissive remark, she turned to Su Xiaoyang, urging him, Carry him on your back and follow me inside. Han Qingxia strode confidently into her underground shelter. Su Xiaoyang inhaled deeply, securing the man on his back, and hastily followed her. Xiaoyang, Su Xiaoyang. His teammates watched, wide-eyed, as he entered, their concern so intense they nearly rushed in alongside him. Yet, in the end, reason prevailed. After all, this was the domain of that formidable woman, the one who had taken them in. Even disregarding the logic of the pre-apocalyptic world, the dogs she had taken under her wing and the other unknown defenses she maintained gave them pause. They could only stand by helplessly as he disappeared from view. Inside the shelter, upon passing through the grand iron door, Su Xiaoyang was met with an astonishing sight. The interior was brightly illuminated, and he could hear the hum of a generator deep within. He marveled at the soundproofing she had accomplished, or perhaps the extraordinary quality of the generator she had procured, for it emitted remarkably little noise. One must recognize that the sound of a diesel generator can be deafening, particularly when situated in such a relatively enclosed space. This is compounded by the fact that he is unaware that it is a generator upgraded by the system. Within the bomb shelter, everything is meticulously organized. Here, one can find a sofa, woolen mats, a large bed, and a bathroom. The innermost rooms are completely sealed off, with doors that resemble those of a professional-grade bank vault. The second floor appears to be a tower, where one can faintly discern a long row of computers and a crossbow. Coupled with the cultivated crops outside, high-voltage electrified fencing, traps, and a pack of hunting dogs, it resembles a well-equipped, impregnable fortress. A solitary individual residing within is more than capable of withstanding any danger. Unless a professional military force is summoned to launch an assault, which army would deliberately target such an exceedingly remote personal stronghold? Indeed, Su Xiaoyang belatedly considered the terrain of this location. Yes, the base is remarkably concealed. No one would ever suspect that such a comprehensive and formidable personal defense structure exists deep within these mountains. The likelihood of invasion is virtually non-existent. This young woman has anticipated everything. After mentally reviewing all the information regarding Han Qingxia's base, Su Xiaoyang felt even more astounded. What kind of person is this girl? She has managed to construct such an apocalyptic bastion in such an isolated place. Furthermore, where did she acquire all the materials within this fortress? Just considering the animal traps at the entrance and the vehicle she drives, they all observed afterwards that the craftsmanship exceeds modern standards. Did she forge them herself? Hey, what are you thinking about? Han Qingxia inquired. Wait, put him down. Su Xiaoyang remarked, clearly expressing disdain for his team's captain. It is important to note that their captain, Lu Qian, was the recognized epitome of male charisma in the Eastern Military District before the apocalypse, with a formidable pedigree. His grandfather was a high-ranking general in the district. This was the first instance Su Xiaoyang had witnessed someone express contempt for their captain. Han Qingxia's air raid shelter was extensive, flanked by tightly sealed warehouses. She instructed Su Xiaoyang to place the injured man near the door. Our captain has been shot in the abdomen, and though the bullet did not remain within, he bears multiple lacerations from sharp objects. Do you truly possess the means to assist him? With deft precision, Han Qingxia brandished a pair of scissors and swiftly cut away Lu Qian's clothing. After 10 arduous years of survival in the apocalypse, basic surgical skills had become second nature to her. However, in her previous life, she lacked the miraculous healing medications. Typically, her assistance involved administering hemostatic agents and anti-inflammatory drugs, leaving the remainder to the patient's own resilience and sheer luck. Now, with a flick of her wrist, she feigned retrieving a small vial from her pocket, though it actually came from her spatial storage. The emergency pill was in her grasp. With such a divine remedy, not even the king of hell could claim a soul. Han Qingxia glanced at the large gift package received from the previous transaction involving crystal cores. Each emergency pill was worth 100 points. Were it not for the necessity of incapacitating Su Xiaoyang, she would have been reluctant to part with it. Su Xiaoyang, upon seeing the medication Han Qingxia produced, opened his mouth to inquire, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a single word. He gazed intently at her. At this moment, he had no choice but to place his trust in her. Chapter 33. The marvelous Yunnan Baiyao. Su Xiaoyang stood anxiously at her side, observing Han Qingxia with bated breath. Witnessing her administer a dose of white pills to their leader, she commenced tending to his injuries. She meticulously cleansed the wounds, excising any impurities or necrotic tissue, before swiftly applying a medicinal powder, presumably a styptic. Following the application, she diligently bandaged the affected areas. Once Han Qingxia had substantially addressed the injuries, she observed their captain's eyelashes flutter. With a cough, he roused from his unconscious state. Su Xiaoyang exclaimed, "Captain, allow him respite." Han Qingxia gestured, dissuading his approach. Su Xiaoyang promptly halted, nodding in earnest agreement. Upon awakening, he should be well. Han Qingxia rose to her feet. Su Xiaoyang, gazing upon the young woman before him, prostrated himself. "Miss, henceforth my life is yours." "Excellent," Han Qingxia remarked, regarding the man with satisfaction. Su Xiaoyang had been her most devoted subordinate in her past life. Though cognizant of the altered fate, precluding an exact replica of their former dynamic, she understood that inherent nature is immutable. Possessing a deep understanding of his character, she recognized this declaration as a lifelong commitment. My name is Han Qingxia. You may address me as Chief. Su Xiaoyang hesitated momentarily, then avowed resolutely, Yes, Chief. Simultaneous with his pronouncement, a notification echoed within Han Qingxia's mind. Detection of Base Guardian 1. Reward, 1,000 points. 1 set of combat attire. 10% overall enhancement of base security. Replication of Base Guardian's unique attributes. Qingxia exclaimed in delight, perceiving the imperceptible fortification and enhancement of her base once more. Furthermore, she sensed the undulation of water within her. She recalled that Su Xiaoyang possessed hydrokinetic abilities. She had acquired a new ability. Overjoyed, Han Qingxia was now absolutely certain that by integrating ability users into her territory, she would inherit their respective powers. Han Qingxia gazed at Su Xiaoyang, her admiration growing with each passing moment. Her Xiaoyang was an exceptional young man, a veritable treasure. Her eyes burned into him as she commanded, Remove your garments. Su Xiaoyang was overcome with shyness once more. His icy countenance suffused with crimson, extending from his face to the base of his neck. He felt like a helpless maiden, at the mercy of another. Was it to be so soon? He slowly unfastened his buttons. A virile man, abashed, hurry and disrobe. Han Qingxia turned and retrieved a fresh roll of gauze, alcohol, the combat uniform she had just acquired, and a vial of Yunnan Baiyao from the cabinet. Upon turning back, she found Su Xiaoyang still struggling with the second button, his movements agonizingly slow. Su Xiaoyang noticed the items in her hands and inquired, Mississippi. Boss, are you going to apply medication to your wounds, quickly? Su Xiaoyang realized his misunderstanding. The tips of his ears flushed an even deeper shade of red as he hastened to remove his clothing, swiftly discarding his outer garments. He attempted to offer to administer the medication himself, to spare Han Qingxia the trouble, but she, with the air of a magnanimous leader, restrained him and began to cleanse his external wounds. They all encountered a perilous assault, struggling to escape the horde of zombies, nearly leaving everyone behind, with each individual bearing wounds. Su Xiaoyang remained silent throughout the ordeal. Even as she peeled away the clothing that clung to his flesh, removing bits of rotten meat, he did not utter a sound. It was impossible for him not to feel pain. The agony from the tearing of skin and fascia, that sharp torment of nerve endings, could numb a person, yet he remained utterly silent. Tough men do not cry out in pain. He endured the suffering, but when Han Qingxia finished cleaning his wounds and sprinkled a layer of white powder onto them, an unprecedented coolness struck his numbed nerves. He looked at Han Qingxia in disbelief as she applied the powder. With just a small amount, his wounds ceased to hurt. Soon after, an incredibly comforting warmth swiftly enveloped his injuries. Once Han Qingxia had bandaged all his wounds, he felt as if they were on the brink of healing. He stared at Han Qingxia in astonishment. Enough. Stop staring at me like that. Go to the bathroom and use a wet towel to clean yourself, avoiding the wounds, then change your clothes. Han Qingxia tossed him a set of clean combat attire. Su Xiaoyang accepted the towel and clothing, momentarily at a loss for words. He grasped the items, paused in silence for a second, and earnestly expressed, Thank you, boss. Go ahead. Han Qingxia waved him off, urging him toward the bathroom. When Su Xiaoyang emerged in fresh clothes, he found Han Qingxia in the kitchen, beginning to prepare a meal. At that moment, he caught sight of the half-bottle of Yunnan Baiyao she had just placed on the table. After a moment of hesitation, he said to Han Qingxia, Boss, could you spare me that remaining medicine? Han Qingxia, who was cooking, glanced at him and casually nodded. Go ahead and take it. Su Xiaoyang was immediately filled with gratitude. He checked on his former captain in the room, confirming that he was recovering well, before turning to retrieve the Yunnan Baiyao from outside. Outside, his companions were treating the wounds on Pingxi's legs. He had been severely injured by Han Qingxia's trap, exacerbating his already battered body. He understood that, at this moment, without any external aid and relying solely on the scant medical supplies they had left, it would be futile. Save it for yourselves. This medicine won't save my wounds. Stop talking nonsense. We will not let you die. We must try to save you, even if it seems hopeless. Just then, a voice called from behind them, "Use this medicine." Su Xiaoyang emerged from the bomb shelter, clad in fresh attire, carrying the Yunnan Bai Yao he had requested from Han Qingxia. Upon seeing him, everyone exclaimed, "Xiaoyang, how is the captain? Where is he? He's resting inside and is no longer in critical condition." Upon hearing this, the gloom that had lingered over them for days began to dissipate. Su Xiaoyang stepped forward and presented the Yunnan Bai Yao, stating, "This medicine has worked wonders for both the captain and me." He was instantly met with astonishment. Chapter 34. This is my daily remedy. The pain was intensifying. Su Xiaoyang applied the medicine he brought to the wound, and an indescribable sensation of coolness dissipated all pain. As the bandaging commenced, warmth began to radiate from the injury, yet it was not scorching. Rather, it felt as though he were immersed in a soothing hot spring. His taut nerves gradually relaxed, and the pallor that had previously marked his visage began to improve. What kind of potion does that female tyrant possess? It feels remarkably comforting. He tightened the bandage with a firm grip. Su Xiaoyang was careful in his actions, loosening his hold to properly dress the wound. Observing the remaining powder, he addressed his comrades, stating, "There is a little left. You all should make use of it." Su Xiaoyang applied the remaining powder to the most grievous injuries of his fellow soldiers. After using Han Qingxia's medicine, their eyes sparkled with newfound vitality. Qi Mingtang exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, this medicine is truly delightful." Wang Heng's eyes gleamed with excitement, declaring that the application of the ointment had alleviated his pain. Li Lin wholeheartedly concurred, stating, "I have never encountered such an effective remedy." Tang Jian remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "It seems that aside from her rather villainous nature, that female tyrant possesses quite the valuable substance."
Tang Jian.
Su Xiaoyang's previously stoic expression darkened instantly. "Indeed, we all implored her earlier, yet she remained indifferent to our plight. Is that not the epitome of a cold-blooded fiend?" Tang Jian was the young soldier who had nearly been brought to tears by Han Qingxia's earlier demeanor. "My leader rescued the captain while turning a blind eye, allowing you all to use the medicine. Humph, that was a bargain struck on your behalf. No, I willingly chose to follow the leader." Su Xiaoyang spoke seriously to everyone. Upon hearing this, Han Qingxia, who stood by the entrance of the air raid shelter, couldn't help but smile. Su Xiaoyang was still the same Su Xiaoyang she had known in her past life. "Xiaoyang, don't say that. Didn't you say the boss was great? Once the boss recovers, we'll sneak away together." "Yes, we'll escape quietly. She won't notice a thing. Even if she does, we need not fear her. There are so many of us. How could we be intimidated by a mere girl? Indeed, we are not afraid of her." At that moment, Han Qingxia emerged, carrying a large basin of food. "Who are you not afraid of?" The previously animated group fell silent, averting their gazes to the sky or the ground, none daring to meet her eyes. Han Qingxia glanced at the crowd, who were all talk and no action. "Jiang Xia, come eat." Upon hearing her command, Su Xiaoyang obediently stepped forward. The other four quickly attempted to dissuade him from going, urging him not to approach, yet none dared to say so in Han Qingxia's presence. As they watched Su Xiaoyang comply, they could only sigh in resignation. "Alas, our good comrade, our brave companion, has sacrificed too much. Jiang Xia, you have worked hard for everyone." Just then, a rich aroma of braised ribs wafted through the air. Han Qingxia unveiled her large basin, revealing it filled to the brim with succulent braised ribs. The ribs, first fried and then stewed, boasted a golden red hue, exuding an irresistible fragrance. The thick, flavorful sauce enveloped the tender meat, which fell off the bone with a single bite, the savory taste paired with the hearty texture capable of enticing one to devour 10 bowls of rice. Above, Han Qingxia had fried 5 eggs and prepared a generous serving of stir-fried greens. The enticing aroma of the golden eggs paired with the vibrant greens and succulent pork ribs was enough to make anyone's mouth water, especially for the veterans who had gone days without a satisfying meal. "Wow, this is exquisite," Su Xiaoyang exclaimed, taken aback by the lavish spread before him, which included a large bowl of ribs and 2 steaming pots of fragrant rice in the pressure cooker. His heart swelled with gratitude. You really didn't have to go to such lengths for me. I would have been content with the usual fare. He was acutely aware of the current scarcity of supplies. There were countless individuals who struggled to secure even a single hearty meal, let alone pork ribs. The elaborate feast prepared by Han Qingxia clearly indicated that it was a special welcome for him, but he felt it was unnecessary. A modest portion of meat and vegetables would have sufficed. This was far too grand. Han Qingxia then picked up a rice cooker and sat beneath the grapevine trellis. This is what I eat daily. Su Xiaoyang was left speechless. The others behind him were equally astonished. From now on, whatever I eat, you shall eat as well. Following me, your daily standard will always start from this level, Han Qingxia declared loudly. The 5 individuals nearby widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it be? This is the starting standard. They were in a post-apocalyptic world where even the base was struggling to secure meat and vegetables. Han Qingxia intended for Su Xiaoyang to enjoy this level of sustenance. This seemed to starkly contrast with their previous notions of Su Xiaoyang's grim existence as a servant. It appeared that being with Han Qingxia was not a sacrifice at all. His quality of life was far superior to that at the base. Let us eat. Don't hesitate, Tang Jian scoffed, declaring that they had their own food to eat. He retrieved a pack of compressed biscuits from his bag, mixed in a little water, and began to consume them dryly. The others, glancing forlornly at their own remaining biscuits, followed suit. As they munched on the tasteless, choking biscuits, the tantalizing aroma of braised ribs wafted over from the other side. The biscuits grew increasingly uninspiring with each bite, while the enticing scent from the ribs made their stomachs yearn for a taste. Eat more. Why are you so slow? Han Qingxia exclaimed, devouring the ribs voraciously, hardly bothering to gnaw on the bones, which she left for the summer companions squatting beside her. Su Xiaoyang, however, savored each piece slowly, ensuring he cleaned every morsel, while Han Qingxia's bones were steeped in flavor, allowing him to consume even the remnants. Leave the bones for them to chew on. You should indulge in the meat. There is no waste. Su Xiaoyang shook his head, resolutely continuing to gnaw on the bones. Observing his determination, Han Qingxia chose to ignore it, focusing on her own meal. After quenching her thirst with a bottle of cola, she noticed a significant portion of ribs still remained in the bowl. Wiping her hands, she stood up, and Su Xiaoyang inquired, "Boss, are you going to eat the leftovers?" Su Xiaoyang immediately expressed his gratitude. Yes, they made sure not to waste any scraps, licking the remnants clean. Just then, a bowl of leftover braised ribs was presented to them. Here, it's reserved for you, someone offered. Su Xiaoyang had saved morsels from between his teeth to share with them. If you give us this, will that lady, the queen, approve? With a shift in his tone, Tang Jian remarked, I consulted the chief, and she gave me the green light. How generous! Addressing Xiaoyang, he continued, Xiaoyang, your efforts are appreciated. A true comrade indeed. He then jokingly sang, I owe you my gratitude for your warmth. Enough chatter, just eat, Xiaoyang interjected. Throughout the meal, Su Xiaoyang thoughtfully added water to their canteens, concerned they might choke. This was a recent discovery of his bodily mutation, his ability to generate water. While they were still uncertain of the reason or the extent of this ability, they were grateful for the mutations they had all undergone, without which they would not have survived the zombie horde. Watching his former comrades feast, Su Xiaoyang rose to attend to his tasks, starting with harvesting vegetables. Tang Jian, gnawing on a bone, observed him and inquired, Xiaoyang, are you really going to work for her? Su Xiaoyang, head bowed as he cut chives, replied, I made a promise, and I intend to keep it. I'm now in service of the chief. Do you think the captain will release you? Su Xiaoyang remained silent, diligently working. After harvesting half the chives, his comrades, having finished their ribs, joined him. We share the meat and we share the labor. Would we ever let you sacrifice alone? Some harvested vegetables, others weeded, and still others washed dishes. Once finished, they swept the courtyard inside and out. Han Qingxia, observing their efforts from inside, subtly raised an eyebrow. When Su Xiaoyang left the ribs, she knew he intended them for his comrades. She perceives the unspoken truth, for she is acutely aware of the profound bond of brotherhood that transcends life itself. Otherwise, She would never have gone to such lengths to welcome Su Xiaoyang into her life. The countless experiences of life and death shared over the years, sometimes spanning over a decade, forge a connection that is not easily severed. Now, as the timeline shifts, she recalls that in her previous life when she first encountered Su Xiaoyang, he was alone, offering no mention of his past. In hindsight, it is likely that his comrades, including the captain, had perished. In this life, however, his companions remain, and he radiates a more vibrant energy than before. Han Qingxia does not intentionally disrupt his relationship with his fellow soldiers, nor does she encourage a rift between them. Instead, she tacitly supports many of his actions, such as taking the Yunnan baiyao and the pork ribs. These gestures serve to grant him leniency. She bestows kindness upon Su Xiaoyang, aware that any contrary approach would yield the opposite effect. Human emotions are intricate. His living comrades will undoubtedly linger in his thoughts. Observing the diligent young men at work, Han Qingxia's eyes sparkle with renewed enthusiasm. Retaining them to assist her seems a most appealing prospect. As dusk descends, she leisurely strolls outside the air raid shelter, conducting a thorough inspection of her domain. Her territory has undergone a remarkable transformation. The vegetable garden has been meticulously tended to. The freshly harvested greens are neatly arranged in a shaded area, each variety sorted with care. Weeds have been entirely removed, and both the chicken and duck pens have been cleaned. Any minor damages have been repaired, and the overall hygiene has been thoroughly addressed. Han Qingxia feels a deep sense of satisfaction. Indeed, these soldier boys are quite adept at their tasks. Boss, where shall we store these vegetables? There is no need to rush. Let us first take out some vegetables and wash them. Tonight, we shall indulge in hot pot. Upon hearing this, the comrades lounging nearby instantly brightened with enthusiasm. Before long, Han Qingxia set up a pot in the open space. Fragrant beef bones and chicken drumsticks were first added to create a rich broth, followed by the hot pot ingredient package, half spicy, half tomato. Boss, this is an abundance of food, isn't it? What do you mean? I've told you that following me means that dining is the most fundamental aspect. This is our daily routine, and you must grow accustomed to it. A glance toward Su Xiaoyang revealed a hint of envy. Daily routine. These individuals, having emerged from the military, brought with them only some compressed biscuits and a meager tin of beef. Food scarcity plagued the base, and they faced immediate supply shortages. Within the base, their meals consisted of a single dish, rice and soup that merely contained a few strands of egg, less appealing than bathwater for eggs. Yet, even this was a luxury that many could only dream of, as numerous individuals within the base struggled to even secure steamed buns. In stark contrast to Han Qingxia's meals, theirs was akin to heaven versus hell. Han Qingxia placed generous portions of beef rolls, pork slices, shrimp paste, and fish into the pot. The rich aroma of the bubbling oil drove everyone into a frenzy of salivation. Let us eat. I can't eat. Tang Jian turned his head away, unable to face the lavish spread before him, while his own compressed biscuits felt utterly unappetizing. If you can't eat, just drink some water and pretend to eat. Once Han Qingxia finished her hot pot meal and wiped her mouth, she did not wait for Su Xiaoyang to say much before she spoke up. Xiaoyang, please put away the dishes. I see you haven't eaten much. I shall prepare less next time. The others exclaimed, Boss, I'm still hungry. Oh, not full yet? Then please continue eating. I shall step inside to digest. All right, boss. I'll make sure to tidy up this place afterward. Su Xiaoyang watched Han Qingxia leave. Once she entered the door, he immediately beckoned the others. Come, hurry and eat. They even spared no effort in devouring the leafy greens that accompanied the meat. All were eagerly rubbing their hands together, waiting for the steaming dishes to be served, their faces illuminated with childlike glee. At that moment, a profound female voice resonated from behind them. Well, who gave you permission to pilfer my dishes? As Han Qingxia's voice echoed, the scene was frozen in time, with nearly 1,000 pounds of robust men petrified in place. They stared at Han Qingxia, a fragile woman, like frightened mice confronted by a cat. If only there were a place to hide, they would have scurried away. What's the matter, feeling hungry? Han Qingxia stepped toward her hot pot, surveying the group of quail-like individuals. We haven't eaten. Tang Jian was the first to rise. His youthful face turned toward Han Qingxia. He was the youngest among them, barely 20 years old. Although he had enlisted at 16, he had made remarkable progress, successfully becoming a Special Forces soldier in Lu Qian's squad. Although his personal capabilities were commendable, his youth and lack of experience rendered him ill-prepared for the cold-hearted and ruthless demeanor of Han Qingxia. Otherwise, he would not have come so close to tears due to her provocations. "What are you doing? We are merely sitting here savoring the aroma. Is that not permissible?" "Of course it is not," Han Qingxia replied languidly. "The essence of these dishes belongs to me, who granted you the right to breathe in the fragrance of my food." Tang Jian was taken aback. "Do you not understand that during the boiling process of hot pot, numerous oil vapors are released, which are integral to the energy of my meal? By inhaling the aroma of my hot pot, you are effectively stealing my sustenance. What defense do you have?" I can leave if that suffices." "Too late. You must compensate." Tang Jian gazed in astonishment at the woman before him, whose avarice surpassed even that of Huang Shijun, and he felt the stirrings of tears once more. How could he possibly repay her? "Boss," at that moment Su Xiaoyang stood up. "This is my fault. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me." Tang Jian and the others exchanged glances. "We can compensate you with a pot of food," the oldest among them, Qi Mingtang, declared. "Indeed, we will provide you with a replacement. What will you use to make amends?" "We will go out and procure identical ingredients for you." "Ha! Is there truly anything in this world that is perfectly identical? And I require the replacement immediately. You are being unreasonable. Indeed, you are bullying us. Indeed, you remarkable individuals, so brazenly justifying your theft. Is it not apparent that you are bullying me?" A group of burly men found themselves speechless in the face of Han Qingxia's confrontation. After exchanging glances, Qi Mingtang spoke. "Sister, how about this? You tell us how you wish for us to compensate you, and we shall comply." Seizing the initiative, Han Qingxia leisurely settled before the hot pot and remarked, "It's simple. Since you have stolen from me, you shall return the favor with your own resources. I shall generously accept you as my subordinates." "Oh, so you intend to claim us all as yours?" Tang Jian was the first to react, declaring, "Let me assure you, that is impossible. Sister, we truly cannot remain here. Then consider your options. If you refuse my terms, you shall compensate me for my losses. Should you fail to comply, I shall leave you to your fates." With her departure, unrest swept through the group. Good heavens! I have never encountered someone like her before. She expects us to compensate her. In this apocalyptic era, resources were scarce, and since we were not related, what justification did she have to demand food from us? Did we consume her hot pot? You did partake of her ribs and utilized her medicine, Su Xiaoyang interjected. Han Qingxia's appearance served as a reminder that she was fully aware of their actions. Yet she had never rebuked him, indicating her generosity and willingness to overlook minor transgressions. Otherwise, she would not have tolerated him so often. This was a gesture of goodwill, which Han Qingxia extended through him to them. Alas, these individuals failed to grasp the significance of her kindness. The boss is truly a good person. Your misunderstandings of her run deep. In Xiaoyang, refrain from speaking to her. Han Qingxia observed the scene outside through the surveillance camera at the base. She grasped the headset and addressed the loudspeaker, declaring, "Regardless of your opinions or willingness, as long as you remain here for a day, you must labor for me. Tonight, all of you shall keep watch. Otherwise, you may leave." At that moment, the crowd outside stood in silence. They approached slowly, without haste. Yet the crucial point remained. Having consumed her provisions, they were obliged to work for her. Upon returning, she noticed Lu Qian still lying on the ground. After administering a healing pill and applying Yunnan Baiyao, his life was undoubtedly preserved. He was currently recovering steadily and swiftly. Han Qingxia cast a glance at him before striding over him and retreating to her own cozy nook for slumber. The following morning, when she awoke, the air raid shelter was once again orderly. Although that annoying bunch had not submitted to her authority, they had completed all the tasks. The vegetables in her field were being harvested at any given moment, and the chickens, ducks, and sheep had been fed. When she ventured out today, she discovered that they had even expanded her fish pond. Observing this, Han Qingxia couldn't help but think. Indeed, having more helpers was beneficial. Someone ought to assist her with these chores. "Boss, Where should I place these vegetables? Follow me, Han Qingxia replied, leading Su Xiaoyang into the air raid shelter. She instructed him to stack the vegetables at the entrance of the large iron door, intending to deliver them inside herself later. Rights and responsibilities must align. As she had yet to assign Su Xiaoyang an absolutely vital task, he did not merit access to her storeroom. This arrangement was advantageous for both Su Xiaoyang and Han Qingxia. In the realm of governance, one must exert control gradually, relinquishing authority only upon achieving complete mastery. Han Qingxia recorded Su Xiaoyang's fingerprint information for the entrance of the air raid shelter, allowing him to place the harvested vegetables at the warehouse door, while she would handle the subsequent matters herself. Su Xiaoyang harbored no objections. His demeanor exuded absolute compliance. After Han Qingxia managed the daily produce, she heard a voice resonating from outside. I have come to deliver vegetables for the esteemed lord. A soft, mellifluous voice echoed at the entrance as Wang Yunduo arrived with today's provisions. However, upon her arrival, she noticed a multitude of unfamiliar faces, leaving her timidly standing at the door. Ah, you are here? My lord. Chapter 37. The long-term laborer of the landlord Wang Yunduo felt an innate closeness to Han Qingxia. Anyone who came under her jurisdiction naturally developed a fondness for her. This sentiment extended to Su Xiaoyang, who, since agreeing to serve under her, had bestowed upon Han Qingxia his unwavering trust. He viewed her through a lens of admiration, unable to comprehend the disparaging remarks made by his comrades regarding her character. Han Qingxia was an extraordinarily benevolent and kind-hearted individual. My lord, the seeds you asked me to cultivate for my father have been given to him. He mentioned they would be ready in a week. Please be patient. Very well. I trust you have not consumed all your provisions? Indeed. Upon their departure, Han Qingxia surveyed the remaining few and said, Do not loiter. Come forth and lend me your assistance. The others, enticed by the aroma of her hot pot, knew they were bound to toil for her. Han Qingxia presented Su Xiaoyang with a map and an array of signs, instructing him to venture forth and expand their territory. Expand territory? Tang Jian exclaimed, astonished at Han Qingxia's proposition. In this apocalyptic era, what is there to expand? Isn't everything just barren land? Han Qingxia shot him an exasperated glance. If I tell you to do it, you shall do it. By the end of today, ensure that at least 10 acres are claimed in my name. Erect my signs on all the vacant land. The crowd murmured in unison. Understood. Su Xiaoyang affirmed resolutely. But can we afford to eat this food? Tang Jian retorted cheekily. In response, Han Qingxia swiftly kicked him, declaring, Eat if you wish, but you still owe me. The group, now somewhat dejected, set off to fulfill Han Qingxia's demands. Despite his severe leg injury, which rendered him unable to move for the next few days, Han Qingxia could not bear to see him idle. You, come here and work. It felt as though they had entered the household of a tyrannical landlord. The tantalizing aroma of meat wafting from her abode served as a reminder of their servitude, turning them into her laborers. Even the ailing were not spared from her demands. Little did he know, had there not been a comatose individual inside, Han Qingxia would not allow him a moment's rest, for everyone was to labor for her. Yet, Han Qingxia demonstrated a modicum of empathy, recognizing his limited mobility and assigning him relatively light tasks. Washing vegetables, chopping them, and preparing large pots of rice. For once, Han Qingxia liberated herself from toil, relishing the rare opportunity to refrain from work. She jogged a few laps around her air raid shelter to warm up, simultaneously restoring the traps that had been previously damaged. During this time, she heard the system's notification sound. Ding! Territory expanded by 100 square meters. Reward, 100 points. Upon hearing the system's prompt and realizing her territory had indeed increased, Han Qingxia knew her thoughts were correct. Dispatching her people to expand the territory would indeed augment her domain. Suddenly, she pondered whether the land occupied by residents migrating from her territory would still count as hers. She was curious to test this theory. However, currently, she had only one household residing in her territory, and she was rather cautious about accepting new residents. She was not particularly fond of humans. Not to mention, with outsiders present in her shelter, she had no intention of leaving. After a moment of contemplation and completing her warm-up at a leisurely pace, she began practicing martial arts in the open space. In an instant, she was astounding. This woman's combat skills were remarkable. Her fighting techniques left even a seasoned veteran in awe. Each strike was precise and fierce. Just watching her, his eyes sparkled with admiration. "What are you looking at? Want to steal some techniques?" Yet, as she continued, he couldn't help but sneak glances at her. Truly impressive. She seemed to surpass even their captain. The others were moved to tears by the hearty meal prepared for them. Each person proudly held their rice cookers, indulging in the hot pot broth without a hint of grease, generously pouring it over their rice and feasting. Since the apocalypse began, they hadn't savored a proper meal in a long time. In this apocalyptic scenario, the items that once sent shivers down their spines have now become the very essentials they lack. They are unperturbed by the grease. It can be consumed as a soup. However, Han Qingxia prepared a special meal for herself and Su Xiaoyang, consisting of a fragrant braised pork. Indeed, nothing compares to the delight of braised pork. "Yanzi, don't you agree?" Su Xiaoyang affirmed. "Absolutely. I have quite a bit of this braised pork left. We could use a few more hands to help devour it." Meanwhile, the group indulging in hot pot soup was momentarily shaken in their beliefs. "Must you always tempt us with food?" After their meal, Han Qingxia assigned them tasks, instructing them to construct makeshift shelters outside the air raid shelter. She had all the necessary tools and materials, having previously scavenged several furniture stores during a raid at the mall. The steel frames and skeletons were readily available. Once the framework was erected, Han Qingxia added a bed and a luxurious down quilt inside. "This is more than enough for now. Yanzi, you shall reside here for the time being. In the coming days, venture into the mountains to gather timber and reinforce this place." Understood. The interior of the air raid shelter was Han Qingxia's private domain. Even her subordinates, including Su Xiaoyang, were relegated to sleeping outside. Chapter 38. Increase in production. Constructing a few rooms outside would allow Su Xiaoyang to reside near the air raid shelter, serving as a lookout to ensure the overall security of the base. At this moment, Qi Mingtang inquired, "Sister, how is our captain faring?" "He is still asleep." Prior to Han Qingxia's departure, Lu Qian was still in a deep slumber, which piqued her curiosity. Why has this fellow yet to awaken? Nevertheless, she has examined his injuries and breathing. His external wounds have indeed healed significantly, and his respiration appears normal. He merely seems to be in a state of slumber. "Could you not allow our captain to remain outside while we care for him?" "Absolutely not." Han Qingxia firmly declined. That Lu Qian is her hostage. With a group of individuals who are not her subordinates within her domain, she cannot afford to place her complete trust in them. Just as this group previously mentioned, what if they attempt to flee and abscond with Su Xiaoyang? Their bonds appear remarkably strong, and they are fiercely loyal to Lu Qian. While he lies unconscious, she finds it impossible to undermine their camaraderie, making it highly plausible that upon awakening, Lu Qian could whisk Su Xiaoyang away. Caution is imperative. Han Qingxia does not perceive this as a trial for Su Xiaoyang. A trial is a delightful surprise in dire circumstances, not an opportunity presented by her own negligence. Human nature requires no testing. The prudent course of action is to keep Su Xiaoyang away from such bizarre choices. Thus, permitting Lu Qian to be released into their watch is utterly out of the question. Then how can we ascertain our captainess' condition? If you are concerned, you may inquire with Su Xiaoyang. Han Qingxia offered no further explanation and departed. Everyone had grown accustomed to Han Qingxia's foul temper. "I have never encountered a woman like her in my life," Tang Jian ranted behind Han Qingxia's back. "How many women have you actually encountered?" The others laughed as they regarded him. Yet, none can compare to her cold-blooded, ruthless demeanor. She exhibits not a trace of femininity. When the captain awakens and looks at me, how are you?" Su Xiaoyang gazes at him. "I ran tirelessly. I shall never see her again." "Ha ha ha." Everyone around bursts into laughter. "What are you laughing at? Am I mistaken?" Tang Jian pouts, her youthful face brimming with defiance. "When the captain wakes up, are you all not going to leave? Let us go. Let us hurry and run." "You are right." After the laughter subsides, everyone turns their attention to Su Xiaoyang. "Yangzi, you must take good care of the captain for us. Trust me, the captainess' injury has indeed healed. I witnessed it myself." He should rest a few more days. Then please keep an eye on him. Certainly. 2 days swiftly pass. Seizing the moment of her available workforce, Han Qingxia renovates her air raid shelter base. First, she completes the construction of Su Xiaoyang's room, a simple yet sturdy abode built of iron and wood. This not only facilitates the care of the chickens, ducks, fish, and vegetables within the base but also ensures immediate defense of the shelter. Moreover, Han Qingxia expands and refurbishes the chicken and duck pens. She assigns her free laborers to gather firewood from the mountains and to weave branches and vines, completely overhauling the previously hastily constructed pens. It is indeed true that soldiers possess remarkable manual skills and can handle various tasks. Additionally, she reorganizes the planting of vegetables and fruits, doubling the cultivation area. Previously, her planting method involved merely scattering seeds without a plan, leading to inefficient use of the external space of the shelter. This time, a comprehensive overhaul has been undertaken, resulting in a potential increase in the yield of the estate by several folds. The fish and shrimp ponds have been re-excavated, with a 5-meter deep pit dug adjacent to them. Subsequently, water from the old ponds has been redirected to expand their capacity, thereby enlarging the living environment for the fish and shrimp and enhancing their productivity. The workers are swift and efficient, much to Han Qingxia's satisfaction. Furthermore, during the day, she assigns Su Xiaoyang to lead a team of 3 to expand the territory, while the remaining workers stay behind to renovate the base, with provisions for 2 meals. As a responsible landowner, Han Qingxia believes that providing 2 meals is sufficient for the temporary laborers. 3 meals are not customary. For her long-term workers, she openly treats them to an extravagant breakfast, her favoritism unmistakably evident and unapologetic. Han Qingxia has always been fiercely protective of her own. She applies starkly different standards to her allies and outsiders. Tang Jian and the others have gradually grown accustomed to this blatant duality. This woman is unabashedly cold-blooded, ruthless, and domineering. Yet, it must be said that having such a leader is indeed a stroke of good fortune. Undoubtedly, a fleet of enormous delivery trucks. While expanding the territory today, Su Xiaoyang stumbled upon a highway where several large trucks had collided. They cleared the surrounding zombies and, with Han Qingxia's insignia raised, claimed the land, discovering that many vehicles were still operational. More importantly, several of them were delivery trucks. "Boss, we have secured supplies. Well done." Having commended Su Xiaoyang directly, Han Qingxia found herself regarding everyone else with newfound favor. "Tonight," she declared, "a meaty repast for all." "Heavens, I'm deeply moved," exclaimed one. "To witness such benevolence from our resident miser is a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle." "Hold your tongue," Han Qingxia retorted, playfully kicking Tang Jian. "You shall be denied a share. I implore you. You are no miser, but a veritable benefactress."
Han Qingxia hukled sadunikali.
"Address me as ancestress." Tang Jian hesitated, weighing his pride against the allure of meat. Ultimately, he relented. "Ancestress. Wise choice. Now unload all the goods presently. Only upon completion shall you partake." Tang Jian muttered under his breath, "A pox upon your ancestors." Han Qingxia beckoned Su Xiaoyang to accompany her inside to procure the meat and vegetables, announcing, "Tonight, we shall feast upon potatoes braised with pork for all." Having obtained the meat, Su Xiaoyang, as was his custom, checked on their comatose leader. Lu Qian's wounds had fully healed, and his complexion was rosy, his breathing strong and regular. Su Xiaoyang attempted to rouse him, yet to no avail. There being no injury to his head or spine, nerve damage seemed unlikely. Han Qingxia interjected, "However, I must caution you, the possibility of permanent unconsciousness cannot be dismissed." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang's gaze darkened. "I understand, Chief." Su Xiaoyang knew Han Qingxia had exerted her utmost. She was not a trained physician, and her initial agreement was solely to save his life, with no further guarantees. Regardless of the outcome, they would remain indebted to Han Qingxia. He then carried the 20 pounds of pork and 10 pounds of potatoes outside. Following suit, Han Qingxia ambled over to the individual sprawled on the ground. As she pivoted to depart, a subtle twitch of the fingers betrayed the man's recumbent state. Outside, an atmosphere of festive elation permeated Tang Jian and the others. Collectively, they undertook the task of unloading the cargo from the 4 lorries, culminating in the retrieval of approximately 2,000 parcels. These varied in dimension, and Han Qingxia orchestrated their arrangement on the open ground, categorized by size. Upon witnessing Su Xiaoyang emerge with provisions, the group surged forward in unison, some initiating the washing of vegetables, others the scrubbing of cookware, and yet others the erecting of tables. Subsequently, Han Qingxia gravitated towards the assemblage of parcels, commencing their unboxing. She enlisted Su Xiaoyang's assistance in this endeavor. By the time the culinary preparations neared completion, they had nearly exhausted the unpacking of the deliveries. The sheer delight of unwrapping such a plethora of mystery packages was unparalleled. Among these, edibles constituted over 600 items, predominantly snacks such as puff treats, biscuits, pastries, and an assortment of beverages and confections. The diversity was such that it surpassed even Han Qingxia's imagination. She unearthed over a dozen cases of cola and Sprite alone, generously dispensing a bottle to each person present. Naturally, there were also instances of short shelf-life items that had succumbed to spoilage, such as refrigerated perishables that had gone bad. These were summarily discarded by Han Qingxia. Additionally, there were toiletries, household goods, bedding, and items of a more intimate nature. Han Qingxia was indiscriminate, retaining anything of value that had not deteriorated. A significant quantity of cat and dog food was also unearthed. Although Han Qingxia had refrained from feeding these dry provisions to Xia Tian and the others, preferring to share her own fare, the discovery was a welcome surprise, prompting her to set them aside for future use. Moreover, a considerable assortment of clothing, shoes, and socks has also been unpacked, along with several of the latest models of smartphones and computers, as well as a variety of home furnishings. What she is unboxing this time is the tangible joy of surprise packages, and the delight of unveiling such treasures is indeed quite remarkable. Today, Han Qingxia is in splendid spirits, joining them for a meal. "Look at what? It's my meal. I shall eat it," she exclaims. "I thought you were going to have a private feast with Xiaoyang. I will eat as I please. What business is it of yours?" Han Qingxia declares, lifting her rice cooker. Everyone present possesses their own rice cooker, a fortunate circumstance, as she had previously raided the appliance store during her shopping spree. It has proven that these rice cookers are exceptionally effective. The gathering dines according to the rice cooker as their measure. Han Qingxia is the first to lift her chopsticks, skillfully scooping a generous helping of succulent pork belly and tender, stewed potatoes over her rice. The rich, aromatic broth seeps into the fluffy white rice, making it an irresistible sight. Once she begins to eat, everyone else eagerly follows suit, clamoring to seize the meat, their eyes gleaming with hunger as they fixate on the substantial portions. The fragrant, marbled meat, simmered to perfection, bursts with flavor with each bite, paired with a piece of potato soaked in the savory juices, which happens to be freshly harvested from their fields. They find it particularly delectable, perhaps due to the long absence of such a dish. Unbeknownst to them, it is the produce of Han Qingxia's enhanced soil that yields these potatoes. They simply perceive that everything from her kitchen is exceptionally delicious. Each morsel of meat accompanied by a bite of potato, complemented by steaming white rice soaked in savory broth, was so delectable that it made everyone yearn to ascend to the heavens in sheer delight. Such satisfaction. "Boss, if you can't get enough, I can share some with you." Today, Han Qingxia had devoured nearly half a pot of rice from the rice cooker and felt no desire to continue eating. Observing the frenzy with which her companions were snatching food, she was too apathetic to pick up her chopsticks. She thought to herself that, with such an abundance of drool-inducing dishes, perhaps it would be wiser to dine alone in the future. At that moment, a generous plate of braised potatoes and pork was pushed toward her. "This half is untouched," Su Xiaoyang remarked, ever meticulous about his meals. Even when hungry, he was particular, portioning his food and savoring it slowly. This was the first dish he had ordered, which he had been enjoying at a leisurely pace. Seeing the dish he offered, Han Qingxia replied, "No, thank you. You eat it. I'm full." Upon hearing her declaration of fullness, everyone turned to her in disbelief. "Sister, are you truly full? Don't be shy. This is how we eat. Everyone fights for food, or else it will all be yours." Qi Mingtang presented her with the remaining morsels of potato and pork, brimming with sincerity. "Forget it," Han Qingxia said, feeling her appetite wane at the sight. "If you're not eating, how about we help you with the leftover rice?" Tang Jian observed the half-pot of rice she had set aside and asked cautiously, as if her dog were beseeching her for scraps. Han Qingxia replied, "Fine. Take it." She relinquished her pot to them, who eagerly poured her rice into the dish, mixing it with the leftover meat and broth, devouring it all with fervor. Watching them consume her meal with such enthusiasm, she opened a beverage and sighed. "Is it really necessary? Of course. It has been nearly a month since we last enjoyed such exquisite cuisine." Tang Jian exclaimed, "Aren't you from the military? Is the food in the military not up to par?" Han Qingxia responded wistfully, "The K1 base? Indeed, you are familiar with our base." Qi Mingtong's eyes sparkled. "I have heard about it on the broadcasts," Han Qingxia casually remarked, knowing they were unaware of how their base was promoted. "Our base is quite expansive, consistently rescuing residents from A city and B city. We have the highest rescue operations in the eastern region," Wang Heng stated, "and our base boasts the greatest strength." Li Lin, who often blended into the background, added, "The entire force of the Eastern Military District is stationed there. It is exceedingly secure." At that moment, Tang Jian turned to Han Qingxia and suggested, "Sister, why not join us at our base?" "I am not jesting. Although you may possess a somewhat fierce temperament, your abilities are undeniably impressive." Tang Jian scrutinized Han Qingxia. "Our K1 base is in dire need of someone with your talents." Everyone turned their gaze towards Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia thought to herself, "They wish to recruit her, yet she contemplates their potential." Chapter 40. One must be taken away. Han Qingxia observed the group and waved her hand, prompting them to gather closer. "Will I have meat to eat every day if I join you?" The group, maintaining serious expressions, pondered this and shook their heads. "Will I be free to go wherever I please after joining you? Will I have the liberty to live freely every day?" They shook their heads once more. "If I encounter displeasing situations or individuals, am I permitted to eliminate them immediately?" Everyone shook their heads like a bobblehead doll. Han Qingxia smiled at them, asking, "Then why should I join your ranks?" The crowd fell silent. "For honor." At that moment, Tang Jian stood up proudly. "Honor, you say?" Han Qingxia retorted, kicking him away. "Honor is merely you all acting like fools out there, fighting desperately only to receive no rescue in the end. Honor is you groveling before me like a lost dog, begging for my shelter. Honor is wanting something you cannot attain, striving to be the first in battle." Han Qingxia coldly recounted the decade of turmoil she had endured in her past life. The apocalypse heralded a new era. All semblance of order had shattered, and even as various factions attempted to salvage the remnants, the relentless tide of time was beyond their control. New bases arose, and the emergence of base civilization was inevitable. Any attempts to restore the old order were regressive. Thus, the notion of an end to the apocalypse and a return to stability was but a fantasy. Until the zombie virus is thoroughly eradicated, all of this is mere illusion. The future civilization belongs to the bases, and their glory is the glory of the bases. They are unworthy of the sacrifices made by base K1. However, you may follow me. I can ensure that you will feast on meat, free from the shackles of oppression, and any grievances or adversaries shall be eliminated. All that lies within my domain, Han Qingxia, shall be your land of freedom." Han Qingxia smiled as she rallied them, and Tang Jian and the others stared at her in wide-eyed astonishment. At that moment, the door of the air raid shelter behind them swung open, and a resonant yet melancholic male voice reverberated. "Miss Han Qingxia, I appreciate your kindness." Han Qingxia turned her head to see a young man, tattered and bandaged, emerging from the shelter. Upon his appearance, all the burly men around her sprang to their feet, rushing forward. "Captain, Captain, Captain." Only Su Xiaoyang remained behind, gazing in astonishment at the now-recovered Lu Qian, his eyes brimming with excitement, yet he chose to stay by Han Qingxia's side. With a languid demeanor, Han Qingxia rose and remarked, "Enough with the empty words. If you are truly grateful, show it through action. You've feasted and drunk here for 4 days and nights, so bring something in return." The crowd gasped in disbelief. "Captain, don't heed her words. We've toiled day and night for her," they protested. "All that we have consumed has been earned through our own labor. We haven't taken anything for free." Coughing heavily, Han Qingxia shot a disdainful glance at this ungrateful lot. How dare you speak? Do you not realize the gravity of the situation? If I had not taken you in, you would be working yourselves to the bone without anyone to provide you sustenance. The group fell silent, contemplating her harshness. Even the most unscrupulous landlords of Ur could not match Han Qingxia's cold-heartedness. They exchanged glances, aware that her words held weight. Yet each dared not voice their indignation, cowering behind their captain in the face of her formidable authority. Lu Qian gazed, somewhat astonished, at his subdued team members and remarked to Han Qingxia, I shall provide you with material compensation as a token of gratitude for your assistance. When Han Qingxia replied, spreading her hands wide, I can't wait, no credit. However, we currently possess very few resources, Lu Qian pointed out. Consider this. If you wish to depart from my presence, you must furnish me with sufficient fare. The group collectively gasped, exclaiming, the new era of Han the Skinner. Once again, they were infuriated to the point of wanting to confront Han Qingxia. Yet, knowing her formidable reputation, they could only endure in silence. Throughout this exchange, Lu Qian maintained an expression devoid of emotion. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, where is my backpack? Right here, boss. Tang Jian handed him the backpack. Lu Qian unzipped it and retrieved a self-sealing transparent bag filled to the brim with glimmering crystal stones. Will this suffice? Zombie crystal cores. Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hand them over. She swiftly snatched approximately 30 to 40 zombie crystal cores from him. Fine. I'll reluctantly concede that you've met the requirement. You may leave. As Lu Qian observed Han Qingxia effortlessly seize the items from his grasp, a flicker of admiration ignited within his eyes. Her speed and strength were anything but ordinary. Indeed, this woman was exceptional. Understood. Tang Jian and the others promptly retrieved their backpacks. At that moment, Lu Qian turned his attention to Su Xiaoyang, who had yet to make a move. Xiaoyang, why aren't you going? Captain, he cannot go. Tang Jian was the first to shoulder his bag and approach. Instantly, Lu Qian's brow furrowed in concern. Captain, in order to save you, Xiaoyang sold himself to Sister Han. Qi Mingtang explained that if it weren't for his being favored by the big sister at that moment, we might not have been rescued. Wang Heng agreed. Indeed, Li Lin added. The more Lu Qian listened, the more shocked he became, his brows furrowing tighter. The special forces of the C1 unit, Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang stood at attention, saluting sharply. Lu Qian regarded him sternly. Return to your unit. Hey, who are you commanding? Lu Qian turned to Han Qingxia. Miss Han, I will certainly repay the favor you did for me, but I must take my people with me. Not a single one can be left behind. My people must not be diminished. 100 crystal cores. Lu Qian declared coldly. Not a chance. 1,000 cores. Not a single one. As both sides reached a standoff, Su Xiaoyang interjected. Captain Lu, I voluntarily choose to stay. Chapter 41. The goat begins to milk. Su Xiaoyang fixed a resolute gaze on Lu Qian. Likewise, Lu Qian looked back at him with equal intensity. The bonds among the members of their Special Forces team were profoundly deep. Before the apocalypse struck, they had been an elite unit in the war zone, undertaking the most challenging special operations, border defense battles, overseas rescue missions, surprise assaults in the field. Lu Qian, their captain, had led them through countless life and death situations, safeguarding their homeland and guiding them all toward the pinnacle of glory. Everyone regards Lu Qian as the most dependable pillar, offering him unconditional support, trust, and loyalty. In return, he never abandons any member, regardless of the circumstances they face. Yet now, have you truly made up your mind? After the confrontation, Lu Qian inquired. Yes, Captain Lu. Su Xiaoyang's gaze briefly wavered, but ultimately remained resolute. Take care, Captain Lu. Han Qingxia observed their farewells throughout the process. She smirked, lazily opening the door to let them pass. As they departed, each embraced Su Xiaoyang, as if bidding farewell for a lifetime. In truth, this was a very real possibility. We are in an apocalyptic world now, where no one knows what tomorrow may bring. Parting could very well be permanent. Tang Jian approached the door, glancing at Han Qingxia, and greeted her. Sister, I'm leaving. Don't bully Xiaoyang. I'll be the one to indulge in lavish feasts at his expense. He won't be able to finish it, Tang Jian. As if he had said nothing, as if he had asked nothing. Hurry and leave. If you're late, you'll be stuck here as a laborer. Qi Mingtang, Wang Heng, and Li Lin exchanged few words, merely nodding at Han Qingxia, while bidding farewell to the dogs one by one. They had been the ones to care for the dogs these past few days, bathing them, feeding them, cleaning up after them. Unbeknownst to them, they had developed a bond. Farewell, we are leaving. Woof woof, woof woof, woof. Summer, accompanied by numerous dogs, circled around them, seemingly puzzled about where this group was heading. Were they not new companions? Where could they possibly be going? On a summer day, she and her dogs dashed out to chase the setting sun, descending the mountainside. Each person harbors their own aspirations, and there is no need to impose one's will upon another. The following day, Han Qingxia awoke. After the departure of the special forces, her life had returned to a semblance of normalcy. With the addition of a new member, Han Qingxia now had a formidable ally. Su Xiaoyang would rise 2 hours earlier each day, diligently tending to the cleanliness of the vegetable patch outside the air raid shelter. She was relieved to no longer have to toil alone. Moreover, there was delightful news. The sheep she had been raising had matured. After observing them for a couple of days, she noted that the 2 goats had successfully paired, and it seemed that fresh goat's milk would soon be a reality. Each morning, Wang Yunduo would come to deliver the daily produce from the residence, and Han Qingxia's supplies were steadily increasing. In light of this, she granted Su Xiaoyang an additional privilege. Recognizing his loyalty, she bestowed upon him access rights to a warehouse, allowing him to store the daily provisions therein. Currently, Han Qingxia possessed 3 fully stocked warehouses, along with an expansive system space. The majority of her food supplies resided within her system space, while the air raid shelter was primarily utilized for storing produced goods and a small inventory. Lord, here are the seeds you entrusted me with last time. These strawberries were cultivated by my father. Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled upon seeing the small box of luscious, red strawberries that Wang Yunduo had brought today. The seeds she had given to Wang Yumin had indeed borne fruit, much to her satisfaction. The little ones had blossomed beautifully. As she prepared to leave with the items Han Qingxia had provided, she suddenly recalled something important. My lord, my father inquired whether you possess any edible salt, as we wish to exchange a small quantity. The offerings consist of various commonplace items such as cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, shampoo, soap, eggs, chicken, and so forth, each accompanied by its respective exchange price. The pricing is denoted in points. A 500g package of edible salt costs 1 point, a 5L bottle of oil costs 10 points, a bottle of shampoo costs 10 points, and a single egg costs 1 point. Points can be acquired through the exchange of food. The incentive system established by Han Qingxia is remarkably motivating. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yumin dedicated himself wholeheartedly to production, collaborating with his wife to expand their farmland in order to cultivate for Han Qingxia and facilitate the exchange of goods. Once he had organized the only resident household, Han Qingxia instructed Xia Tian to remain at the base with a few dogs. Today, she set out once more with Su Xiaoyang and several dogs to expand their territory and gather resources. Excellent. Let us venture there and extend our reach, Han Qingxia commanded, as she climbed into her armored vehicle and directed Su Xiaoyang to drive straight towards the area they had explored the previous day. An hour and a half later, Han Qingxia beheld a highway. Indeed, a significant amount of resources awaited them. Chapter 42. The highway before Han Qingxia lay an 8-lane toll station on the elevated highway, completely sealed off by a catastrophic collision that had rendered the roadway impassable, with vehicles tightly jammed in both directions. Particularly on the elevated section of the highway, an unbroken line of vehicles extended as far as the eye could see, creating an awe-inspiring sight. A brief survey revealed a substantial queue of delivery trucks trapped on the overpass, with at least 40 to 50 vehicles visible to the naked eye. The red, green, and white delivery container trucks were all immobilized on the pavement. Refrigerated vehicles, container trucks, open cargo trucks, and semi-trailers laden with luxury cars were evident. It was clear they were destined to enter City A to supply its needs. Yet, before these goods could exit the elevated highway, they were completely ensnared in traffic. Plethora of supplies lay here. Xiaoyang, you handle the accident scene here. I will assess the situation ahead, commanded Han Qingxia as she leaped from the armored vehicle, assigning tasks to Su Xiaoyang. To retrieve the goods above, a clear path must be forged. While she instructed Su Xiaoyang to manage the cleanup below, she intended to ascend and gather supplies into her space. She released her dogs, allowing 2 to accompany Su Xiaoyang, while the others followed her upward. The area surrounding the accident was devoid of zombies, seemingly cleared by Su Xiaoyang and his team the previous day. Han Qingxia traversed the core of the accident site on foot, reaching the toll station. There, at the manual toll booth, a lone zombie was confined. Clad in a toll collector's uniform, its disheveled hair held in place by a net, the creature's head emerged through a cracked window. Its once flawless visage, now devoid of color, skin tightly clinging to bone, was marred by black, vein-like markings. Its murky, grayish eyes fixated on Han Qingxia with a ravenous excitement, as it extended a hand, gnawed to the bone, through the narrow gap in the window, attempting to grasp her. Roar! Bang! A slender shovel was deftly inserted through the narrow gap of the window into the toll booth, as Han Qingxia wielded it with precision, executing a swift motion that extracted a thumb-sized shimmering crystal from the depths. In that instant, the toll collector, now a lifeless zombie, collapsed entirely. With a gloved hand, Han Qingxia, satisfied, secured the crystal into a plastic bag, casting a glance at the skeletal arm still dangling from the toll window. She tossed a 1 yuan game coin into her palm, declaring silently, "Do not say I have not paid the toll." Witnessing this spectacle from behind, Su Xiaoyang was momentarily awestruck by Han Qingxia's striking prowess. Her fluid movements in dispatching the zombies were nothing short of breathtaking, as if she had dispatched at least 10,000 of them before. Each motion was devoid of superfluous gestures. Every strike was streamlined and ferocious, delivering fatal blows with unparalleled efficiency. So captivating was her performance that he felt a twinge of inadequacy compared to their elite squad. They could hardly emulate her decisive grace. Moreover, there was an undeniable aura of fierce elegance about Han Qingxia, a beguiling blend of brutality and charm. Like a solitary wolf, each confrontation she engaged in exuded an extreme aesthetic of violence. The fact that she was a woman only intensified the impact of her presence. It was utterly mesmerizing. Following her display of skill, Su Xiaoyang felt reassured to let her ascend the overpass while he redoubled his efforts in clearing the road. With a shovel in one hand and a pack of dogs racing behind her, Han Qingxia marched forward, embodying a spirit of celebration and fortune. Look ahead for prosperity, and behind for the bounty. Han Qingxia meticulously inspected several vehicles and discovered one with the key still in the ignition. The truck was adequately fueled and in excellent condition. She designated it as the vehicle to drive away shortly. She promptly notified Su Xiaoyang and then proceeded to siphon resources from other vehicles. Leaping onto the horizontal bar at the rear of a container truck, she effortlessly tore off the lock. Her body, enhanced by previous rewards from the system, now possessed extraordinary strength. Upon opening the container doors, she was greeted by an entire load of courier boxes. Without hesitation, Han Qingxia absorbed all of them, prioritizing the acquisition of supplies. After depleting one vehicle, she jumped to the next dedicated delivery truck. She forcefully broke the locks of each container-style delivery vehicle, while the open-topped ones proved even simpler. Han Qingxia leaped onto the roof, tore away the rain cover, and dove into the cargo area to absorb its contents. Each truck contributed approximately 10 cubic meters of resources. The 40 to 50 trucks collectively yielded over 400 cubic meters of supplies, nearly filling a 200 square meter residence from top to bottom. The only lamentable aspect was the presence of 3 refrigerated trucks. Upon opening the doors, she was met with a foul stench, as the perishables within had long since spoiled after more than a month of the apocalypse. Regretfully, Han Qingxia had to forego those vehicles. Once she had gathered a substantial amount of resources, Su Xiaoyang had also cleared a path. "Boss, we are ready to depart." At this moment, Han Qingxia stood atop a vehicle, having just completed the final inspection of the last car. Hearing Su Xiaoyang's voice through her earpiece, she understood it was time to return. However, her gaze was drawn to 3 fuel tankers ensnared among a cluster of vehicles approximately 1,000 meters ahead. A gas station. Fuel. Yangzi. First, move the marked vehicle away, then maneuver the armored vehicle to clear the road. I need to create a passage for the tankers. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang responded without hesitation. Understood. Han Qingxia and her canine companions sprinted toward the gas station. As she approached, the shadows of the undead became evident. The modest gas station was besieged by scattered zombies wandering the open space and the adjacent convenience store. The interior of the small market lay in disarray, a testament to the chaos that ensued when vehicles became trapped on the highway. A panicked throng had once dashed here in a desperate bid for salvation and supplies, yet none managed to escape. All had succumbed to the fate of the undead, and this location, being the largest congregation point along the route, was teeming with zombies, many of whom had chased fleeing individuals here. Now they roamed near the gas station, drawn to the sound of the living approaching. The once lethargic and mechanical movements of the zombies transformed into frenzied chaos. Roar! Bark! Bark! Fa Kai charged ahead, launching himself at a zombie and toppling it. With a swift paw, he crushed its skull, sending it flying. Immediately following, Han Qingxia's other dogs also pounced in succession. Chapter 43, Level 2 Zombie. Summer was left at the base to guard, yet those brought along exhibited formidable combat prowess. These were the finest military dogs from the beginning. The extermination of zombies required no extensive instruction from Han Qingxia. They had already mastered the art. Han Qingxia had equipped each dog with protective armor to shield their vulnerable abdomens, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. The dogs swiftly overwhelmed the approaching horde, dispatching the zombies with a few decisive bites. Han Qingxia, equally relentless, cleared away the remaining zombies with speed and ferocity, leaving a trail of dismembered corpses in her wake. Each skull bore the mark of her assault, some zombies possessing cores while the majority did not. Upon reaching the gas station, Han Qingxia collected over a dozen cores, having nearly eradicated all the zombies. She deemed the small supermarket too trivial to enter, opting instead to prioritize the fuel. Casting a glance at Su Xiaoyang, she seized the opportunity to store 2 fully laden fuel tankers in her space while he maneuvered the inventory vehicle. She left behind one that was less full for Su Xiaoyang to drive later. As for the fuel within the gas station's pumps, Han Qingxia endeavored to isolate and partition her space. Lacking containers for the oil, she managed to find a few empty barrels nearby. To her astonishment, as the thought arose, her mental energy took command within the space, and it indeed began to segment. Han Qingxia was elated, recalling that when she received the spatial reward, it was in cubic increments, thus it should be possible to partition it. Her intuition was remarkably accurate. The space was divided into several small cubicles by her, and Han Qingxia clutched the fuel nozzle tightly, fervently siphoning the oil. By the time Su Xiaoyang maneuvered the armored vehicle to forcibly clear the roadway and rushed over to assist Han Qingxia, nearly all the reserves at the gas station had been depleted by her efforts. This oil amounted to approximately 60 cubic meters, enough to fill nearly 1,000 vehicles. "Boss, I'm here to help," Su Xiaoyang exclaimed as he disembarked from the vehicle. At that moment, an unsettling tremor reverberated beneath their feet. Several oil barrels at Han Qingxia's feet swayed ominously. The vibrations felt akin to those caused by a giant's footsteps, each jolt sending ripples across the pavement. Puzzled by this force, Su Xiaoyang wondered if it might be an earthquake. "Quickly, get in the vehicle," Han Qingxia declared with utmost seriousness, urging everyone to board. She grabbed 2 barrels of oil and sprinted towards the armored vehicle, her loyal followers synchronously rushing alongside her. Just as they burst forth from the gas station, a thunderous explosion resounded. The very spot where Han Qingxia had stood moments before was obliterated. A grotesque creature, weighing nearly 400 pounds, emerged from within the gas station. It lunged forward, its limbs pounding the ground as it savagely bit down where Han Qingxia had just occupied. Missing its target, it raised an oddly proportioned small head from its mass of excess flesh. Unlike other zombies, its face was grotesquely bloated, layers of flesh cascading downwards, with one eye, the size of a mung bean, obscured within the folds, while the other eye, deformed by mutation, was sunken, resembling an oversized chocolate orb embedded within a mound of fat. An ominous sight, uncertain of when it might detach. Its triple chin melded seamlessly with its neck, presenting a pyramid-like distribution of fleshiness throughout its entire body. Layers upon layers of excess fat cascaded over it. Yet the most repulsive aspect was not merely the accumulation of flab, but the grotesque sight of maggots thriving within the crevices, along with protruding, tumor-like flesh. The mutated zombie, after missing its target, let out a piercing, irate shriek that resonated painfully in the minds of those who heard it, akin to countless needles piercing through their brains. A formidable aura of oppression emanated from it, instilling an involuntary sense of dread in all who sensed its presence. By heavens, a second-tier mutated zombie. Retreat.
Han Jiang Xia skjuter at Su Xiaoyang.
It was only then that Su Xiaoyang emerged from his stupor. Upon hearing Han Qingxia's voice, he dashed towards the fuel tanker. Forget the tanker. We must withdraw. Han Qingxia, lacking confidence in confronting such a formidable second-tier mutated zombie, understood the peril well. Even in her past life, second-tier mutated zombies were fearsome adversaries. For ordinary people, the pinnacle of combat was the second-tier mutated zombie. Anything above that required the intervention of supernatural beings, and they too had to be of at least second-tier caliber. Although Han Qingxia had recently acquired supernatural abilities, she was still a novice, her control insufficient to risk an encounter. Run. Su Xiaoyang, undeterred by her warning, continued his stride, insisting, "Boss, you initiate. I'll handle the trailer. I can keep up." Han Qingxia, on hearing this, felt an urge to scold him but restrained herself. This fool had no inkling that she had already siphoned off most of the fuel. She pressed the clutch beneath her feet while deftly manipulating various buttons to ignite the armored vehicle. With a roar, a cloud of dust billowed as a second-level mutated zombie lunged toward Su Xiaoyang. In a swift motion, he executed a roll, drawing a firearm from his back. Bang! 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 The shots rang out in succession, hitting the mutated zombie, one bullet striking its forehead. Yet, this creature was unlike any other zombie. Remarkably, it remained unharmed. Fool! A second-level zombie can only be utterly destroyed by obliterating its brain. Get in the vehicle. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang hesitated no longer, sprinting towards the armored vehicle poised for action. Simultaneously, the mutated zombie appeared to possess a semblance of intelligence, anticipating his position and charging toward him at full speed. Dodge to the left. Han Qingxia instructed him. Heeding her command, Su Xiaoyang veered left just as he leaped. At that moment, the right side of the armored vehicle contorted, a row of spikes protruding forth, piercing the mutated zombie with precision. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiaoyang rolled into the vehicle through the open door. His speed was remarkable, yet the mutated zombie matched him stride for stride. After being impaled by Han Qingxia, it frenziedly pursued her, but it could not breach the formidable armored vehicle, a reward from the system built to withstand immense force. Realizing it could not reach Han Qingxia, the mutated zombie leaped onto the oil tanker trailing behind, causing it to sway violently and pulling the armored vehicle off course. Chapter 44. The Eruption of Abilities Boom. The colossal armored vehicle commanded by Han Qingxia shattered through the central barrier, colliding with several cars and barreling toward the opposite guardrail. Multiple sedans were sent tumbling off the elevated roadway by her forceful advance. The front tires of her armored behemoth breached the guardrail, leaving half the vehicle suspended precariously above the abyss of the highway. In an instant, Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang found themselves gazing out over a vast expanse, suspended in mid-air, with nothing but the gaping chasm of the elevated bridge below them. Fortunately, due to Han Qingxia's adept driving skills, they narrowly avoided plummeting into the depths below. Roar! 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 Shortly thereafter, the ground beneath them quaked as their armored vehicle trembled violently. A gargantuan level 2 zombie, its decaying flesh quivering, surged forward in relentless pursuit of Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. Han Qingxia, glancing at the display panel within the vehicle, spotted the enormous creature. With a steely gaze, she grasped another steering wheel, deftly manipulating the intricate controls before her. Click! Boom! A serpentine burst of fire erupted forth, aimed squarely at the level 2 zombie. A small cannon emerged from atop Han Qingxia's armored vehicle, delivering a precise strike that sent the creature staggering back several meters. The high-pressure flames penetrated its flesh, searing a charred hole through its chest, the acrid scent of burnt flesh permeating the air. Having successfully hit her target, Han Qingxia shifted gears to reverse, attempting to extricate the vehicle. However, the front wheel spun helplessly, failing to gain traction. "Jiang Xia, do you know how to operate the cannon?" she inquired. Su Xiaoyang, having observed Han Qingxia's deft maneuvers, nodded with a composed expression. Yes, you drive, and I will climb down to lift the vehicle. Han Qingxia unfastened her seatbelt, and Su Xiaoyang watched as she attempted to lift the vehicle. This armored behemoth weighed several tons. Boss, I'm getting out. You can't lift it, Su Xiaoyang exclaimed, incredulous. How could Han Qingxia possibly manage what he could not? At that moment, a resounding tremor echoed from behind them, and the monitor on the control panel once again displayed the formidable level 2 zombie. Su Xiaoyang quickly took over Han Qingxia's station, mimicking her previous actions. The vehicle she operated was exceptionally advanced, with capabilities so powerful that they astonished him. Yet, as a special forces soldier, he was well versed in various weapons and machinery. A single demonstration from Han Qingxia had etched her operations into his memory. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of flames erupted, striking the level 2 zombie and engulfing it in fire, forcing it back repeatedly. He and Han Qingxia worked in perfect harmony, providing cover for her descent. Just as his mind raced with uncertainty, pondering how a woman could possibly lift the vehicle, he witnessed a miraculous sight. The armored vehicle actually lifted off the ground. Su Xiaoyang stared in disbelief as a woman clad in combat gear hoisted one corner of the armored car. With a powerful thrust of her legs, she sent the vehicle crashing down with a thunderous boom. No way, she actually did it, he thought, astonished. Just then, the fiery level 2 zombie charged out of the thick smoke once more. Han Qingxia, having lifted one side of the vehicle, leapt to the other side. She needed more time. Su Xiaoyang unleashed his full power to safeguard her, flames erupting from the cannon's mouth and cascading upon the second-tier zombie. However, what took Su Xiaoyang by surprise was the revelation that this particular second-tier zombie harbored no fear of fire. The flames merely served to momentarily hinder its speed, as it continued to charge towards them with unrelenting ferocity. In the blink of an eye, it lunged toward Han Qingxia. At that moment, she had just seized the tire from the opposite side. Gazing at the flaming second-tier zombie barreling towards her, she stood at the edge, choosing not to evade. Instead, she extended her arms like a matador, welcoming its onslaught. Su Xiaoyang, witnessing this scene from within the vehicle, was rendered speechless. He understood Han Qingxia's intention. She aimed to lure it off the overpass. While this strategy might succeed, it simultaneously placed her in immense peril. Su Xiaoyang felt a jolt of fear. A moment's miscalculation could send her plummeting alongside it. Why would she willingly place herself in such danger? She could easily have entrusted this perilous task to him. She could even have chosen to escape from this treacherous situation. Instead, she positioned herself in the most precarious place to ensure their survival. No, Su Xiaoyang rolled down the window. As he did, a suffocating wave of smoke and heat rushed toward him. A massive ball of fire surged directly at Su Xiaoyang, its intense heat elevating the temperature to an unbearable 40 or 50 degrees, obliterating everything in its path. His heart sank as he felt an emptiness within him. Although their time together had been brief, and despite what others said about her, she was someone who would protect those she cared for with her very life. Just as he found himself in a state of bewilderment and uncertainty, a slender and graceful figure leapt up from beneath the elevated bridge. Su Xiaoyang beheld the woman who had caught the glimmer of his eye. With a roar, a massive inferno erupted behind Han Qingxia. A tremendous torrent of uncontrollable force surged forth from Su Xiaoyang's palm, striking the head of the level 2 zombie and piercing its brain. As Han Qingxia landed, the level 2 beast that had followed her was once again sent crashing down. This time it was a definitive defeat. Han Qingxia turned to gaze at the fallen level 2 zombie, the air still thick with the remnants of water, which splattered down like rain. She watched in astonishment as Su Xiaoyang wielded his water manipulation abilities with such potency. Impressive. It had only been a brief time since his powers had awakened, yet he was able to unleash such a powerful torrent. Initially, Han Qingxia had planned to deliver a few more strikes after her arrival, but to her surprise, Su Xiaoyang had already resolved the situation. Well done. She approached him and gave his shoulder a hearty pat. Together, they lifted the vehicle back up, although it was primarily Han Qingxia exerting the effort. Remarkably, Su Xiaoyang found that he was, indeed, outmatched by her strength. After this battle, their bond had deepened. Trust is something that is cultivated through shared experiences. Han Qingxia had always held a deep trust in Su Xiaoyang, yet this renewed understanding required time to be reaffirmed. Following this encounter, Su Xiaoyang seemed notably more affectionate towards Han Qingxia. I discovered 10 days ago that I could sense a small amount of water, just enough to provide the special forces with drinking water. I am uncertain how it manifested so powerfully just now. Su Xiaoyang recounted his past experiences in intricate detail to Han Qingxia, revealing the transformations he had undergone. This was the realm of supernatural abilities. As Han Qingxia drove, maneuvering the fuel tanker down from the overpass, the term supernatural abilities lingered in the air. Su Xiaoyang furrowed his brow at the mention of this phrase. Chapter 45. The evolution liquid extraction machine's supernatural abilities can primarily be categorized into the most common augmentations, such as speed mutations and strength mutations, alongside elemental abilities encompassing the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the exceedingly rare variant abilities. The latter includes lightning abilities, ice abilities, healing abilities, psychic abilities, and other obscure powers that one can only discover through experience. Han Qingxia imparted knowledge to Su Xiaoyang without reservation. What was there to hold back? He was her own, not a stranger. By enlightening Su Xiaoyang now, she was also facilitating his future advancements. Initially, supernatural abilities are all at a basic level, but as one deepens their understanding and practice, they undergo a process of stratification. Regardless of the classifications, there remains an inherent suppression within the realm of supernatural abilities. Variant abilities generally possess a higher ceiling of power compared to standard elemental abilities and augmented types. In her previous life, Han Qingxia was an ordinary individual who never awakened any supernatural abilities. In the early stages, this was manageable as the effects of such abilities were not overtly pronounced. Han Qingxia was formidable and resolute, able to carve out her own path without supernatural powers. However, as time progressed, the disparity between supernatural beings and ordinary people widened. Consequently, she found herself limited to the role of a mere squad leader in a small base. Had she possessed even a single supernatural ability, she would have at least ascended to a higher echelon within the base. Thus, she was left unaware of much regarding supernatural abilities. Superpowers can be enhanced. However, due to her lack of knowledge regarding the methods of enhancement, she found herself devoid of any channels for development. The only inkling she had was that it might be related to crystal nuclei. In her previous life at the base, the universal currency was indeed crystal nuclei, which were sought after everywhere. Han Qingxia had attempted to conduct her own research, sensing the energy contained within the crystal nuclei, yet regrettably, as an ordinary person, she could not delve deeply into its mysteries. With a swift motion, Han Qingxia drove her vehicle beneath an overpass. There, she discovered the remains of a second-tier zombie. She leaped down and rummaged through its skull, eventually unearthing a crystal the size of a goose egg. This was the crystal nucleus. I am aware of this.
Su Xuan remarked.
During my time in the special forces, we were instructed to collect these. Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled with intrigue upon hearing this. You were specifically sent to gather these? Su Xiaoyang nodded. Their mission was not merely a standard rescue operation but a task to hunt down zombies. They were to venture into the most critical areas, eliminating hordes of the undead while simultaneously assisting the rescue teams. Even after the rescue teams departed, they continued their relentless battle. The true intent behind their operations remained unclear. Eventually, they encountered peril, narrowly escaping and seeking refuge with Han Qingxia. As she absorbed Su Xiaoyang's words, Han Qingxia furrowed her brow in contemplation. Had the military discovered crystal nuclei this early? In her previous life, the K1 base had gained considerable renown. Aside from a persistent shortage of food, it excelled in many other areas, particularly in the cultivation of superpowered individuals. The abilities they nurtured were the strongest in the entire eastern base. Han Qingxia pondered whether this was linked to their early research on crystal nuclei. Excellent. Today's excursion has proven remarkably fruitful. Han Qingxia instructed Su Xiaoyang to procure fresh chickens and fish for their meal, and without a moment's hesitation, he set to work. The thought of feasting on freshly killed poultry and fish quickened his pace. Meanwhile, she opened the system's marketplace panel and exchanged all the crystal cores she had collected that day, except for the second-level mutant beast core. In total, she exchanged 16 crystal cores today, adding to the 44 she had previously obtained from Lu Qian, bringing her total to 60 crystal cores. With just 40 more cores, she could unlock the next grand gift package. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Qingxia chose not to exchange her second-level zombie crystal core. While the exchange for the second-level zombie core would yield a higher score, the quantity exchanged would not be substantial, so she decided to hold off for now. With a swift motion, she purchased the AK-47 she had long coveted. As the weapon appeared before her, a deep sense of satisfaction welled up within her. What a treasure! At last, I have you! At that moment, Han Qingxia recalled a special interface that required 5,000 points to unlock. She accessed this exclusive marketplace, and upon unlocking it, she noticed that the items within were accompanied by a countdown timer. The first item on her screen was a golden object, an evolution liquid extractor, priced at 10,000 points and available for only 180 seconds. Han Qingxia gasped in astonishment. The evolution liquid extractor. She clicked on the details and was met with an extensive description. The evolution liquid extractor. It extracts energy from crystal cores with 100 safety, and the evolution liquid can be used to enhance one's abilities. Han Qingxia realized with excitement that this was precisely the path of evolution she had been pondering throughout the day for the ability users. With a mere 170 seconds remaining, Han Qingxia decisively made her purchase, even though it would leave her with a meager 45 points. After acquiring the machine, the spot where she had just made the purchase transformed into a cooldown window, indicating that the items here were not available for unlimited purchase but were randomly refreshed. Aside from the evolution fluid extractor, there were no other golden items, only some materials such as steel plates, reinforcing plates, floor tiles, steel bars, cement, and base construction materials like doors. These items were quite inexpensive, mostly 1 point each, with a time limit but no purchase limit.
Han Qingxia,
thinking of the poor quality of Su Xiaoyang's house materials, bought a batch of steel plates, floor tiles, and doors. Only after buying these items did she realize that they all came with attributes, each adding 1 to 10 to the base's sturdiness. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up at this discovery. If she reinforced her entire base with these materials, it would become a true iron fortress. She suddenly had a new direction. She swiftly spent all 45 points, her eyes filled with longing as she looked at the other treasures she wanted to buy but couldn't due to a lack of points. Han Qingxia quickly exited the system to study her evolution fluid extractor. With a flash of golden light, she took the extractor out of her space. It was a small, tabletop instrument with a lidded entrance on top for placing crystal cores and a liquid outlet below. Han Qingxia took out the level 2 mutant zombie crystal core she had saved and placed it inside, putting a clean glass under the liquid outlet. Upon connecting to a power source, a brilliant blue light illuminated the device, and within mere moments, a colorless liquid began to flow into a cup. Chapter 46. Evolution of Abilities. Han Qingxia picked up the transparent liquid, cautiously inhaling its scent before dividing it into 2 halves, consuming one portion first. The evolution liquid, upon entry, bore no distinct flavor, possessing an inexplicable hint of sweetness. After finishing her drink, she endeavored to unleash her abilities. With a sharp whoosh, a pot of roses within the air raid shelter began to sprout rapidly. The thorny branches visibly thickened, their tips exceedingly sharp, as vibrant rose blossoms unfurled at the tips. In mere seconds, the once past blooming pot of roses transformed into a magnificent half-meter-high bonsai. Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Previously, her ability allowed her to stimulate the growth of a single branch, yet using her powers left her with a lingering sense of emptiness. She had long sought ways to enhance her abilities, only to discover that incessantly using them or practicing did not elevate her potential. Instead, she found that consuming meat or experiencing sudden bursts of energy led to breakthroughs, akin to what Su Xiaoyang had exhibited today. However, after partaking in the evolution liquid, Han Qingxia effortlessly accelerated the growth of the pot of roses with a mere gesture. All the vines became aggressive, responding to her thoughts, and her body exhibited no signs of strain. Directing her abilities towards the bathroom, she executed a water manipulation. A torrential cascade of water crashed within the confines of the bathroom, the volume surpassing that of Su Xiaoyang's earlier by more than double. The sheer force of the deluge even blasted a sizable hole into the wall. Had the air raid shelter not been constructed within the mountain itself, an ordinary building above ground would have, in all likelihood, been completely breached. The sheer force of the eruption astonished Han Qingxia. She gazed at her hands with elated surprise. As far as she could recall, her current abilities were on par with those of gifted individuals who had survived 5 or 6 years into the apocalypse. And this was merely the result of consuming half a vial of the level 3 zombie evolutionary fluid. A realization dawned upon her, a certainty taking root. Crystalline cores were indispensable for the progression of those with supernatural talents. In her previous life, the advancement of these individuals was sluggish in the early stages. It was only when the major settlements matured, and a significant number of crystalline cores were in circulation, that they began to improve rapidly. This was because the secret of the cores was gradually uncovered by the large settlements. They formulated evolutionary fluids, selling them to those with abilities, enabling them to advance swiftly. However, Han Qingxia recalled that the gifted individuals she knew had significant aftereffects. In the later stages, the quicker their abilities advanced, the stronger their side effects became. Some became irritable, others mentally deranged, and some even experienced a sudden, uncontrollable surge in their powers, leading them to slaughter those around them, tearing and devouring them in a zombie-like manner. Han Qingxia now surmised that the evolutionary fluids concocted by the major settlements were likely impure. While they promoted the enhancement of abilities, they also continuously accumulated toxins within the body, which would eventually turn virulent when they reached a certain threshold. Han Qingxia gradually discerned the rules governing abilities. She emerged from the restroom, gazing approvingly at her purification device, and stored it within her dimension. This truly was an invaluable treasure. It could convert and extract crystalline core energy with 100% efficiency, without any adverse effects. If those large settlements outside were to discover this, the entire world must be astonished. She consumed the remaining half of the evolutionary liquid, leaving just a trace, which she carefully stowed away for later. Outside, Su Xiaoyang had just completed dinner, bringing forth a large pot of sauerkraut fish. The aroma of the fresh fish was utterly irresistible, wafting through the air for miles. Yangzi, have a sip of water. Han Qingxia offered Su Xiaoyang a glass of water. Without even glancing, he took a drink. Upon tasting it, his eyes sparkled. This water was sweeter than usual. This water is delightful, he remarked. Perhaps you should pay attention to who serves you, Han Qingxia casually replied, turning to sit at the dining table, eagerly awaiting the meal. Su Xiaoyang smiled to himself, using a spatula to serve the fish onto the table. On the square table, a large platter of roast chicken was already arranged, complemented by a pot of fragrant boiled fish, creating a feast that was both nutritious and delectable. Each of them had a rice cooker, while 16 dogs each had their own bowl. Everyone was joyously devouring their meal. In that moment, Su Xiaoyang truly felt that it would have been quite wonderful if his brothers had stayed. Han Qingxia was someone truly worth following, and being with her felt quite agreeable. She drove the oil tanker to the side of the base as a backup, unloading all the parcels and preparing to unpack the blind boxes. A truckload of deliveries, over 500 boxes in total. This batch was from a well-known retailer, and the quality of the contents was surprisingly high. As Han Qingxia opened numerous packages, she began to discern certain patterns. For instance, the larger delivery trucks often contained an assortment of rather useless trinkets, but the proportion of food items was significant, and most of them were relatively inexpensive. Some expensive delivery vehicles yield items of considerable value, such as brand-name computers, mobile phones, cosmetics, and superior food products from the time before the apocalypse. Among the treasures within this delivery, Han Qingxia unearthed imported chocolates, instant canned bird's nest, a whole smoked ham worth thousands, numerous deluxe nut gift packs, and an abundance of fine instant noodles and snacks, all from renowned brands. Naturally, there were also a fifth of expired short shelf-life food items, which she discarded without hesitation. Additionally, there were garments and other supplies. Most of the clothing was from high-end brands. She handed over the men's attire to Su Xiaoyang, while the rest was entrusted to him for storage in her warehouse. To her delight, hidden among the pile of blind box deliveries, she discovered a decorative tang sword, which had not been sharpened. As Han Qingxia drew the sword from its sheath, a chilling blade glimmered before her eyes. She wielded the tang sword with both hands, the fierce wind of the blade slicing through the air. The swift strikes of the sword exhibited formidable power, capable of delivering precise and lethal blows. Good blade. Su Xiaoyang emerged from the air raid shelter after delivering his load, only to be met with the sight of the menacing sword. Upon noticing him, Han Qingxia inquired, "Can it be sharpened?" "Let's find out." Su Xiaoyang strode confidently toward her, declaring earnestly, "All right, leave it to me." Han Qingxia entrusted the Tang sword to Su Xiaoyang for sharpening. Having nearly finished unpacking her deliveries and noting that the evening still held some time, Han Qingxia urged Su Xiaoyang to reinforce his house. Utilizing the steel plates and building materials she had exchanged for from the system, she fortified Su Xiaoyang's small dwelling, even managing to expand it slightly. Her base's defensive capabilities began to enhance overall. Chapter 47. The Integrated Drone System. The following morning, as Han Qingxia awoke and pushed open the door to the air raid shelter, she beheld Su Xiaoyang sharpening a knife outside. The sound of the blade gliding against a large whetstone resonated in the air. With each stroke, water cascaded down, washing over the blade and sharpening it further. This water was an extension of Su Xiaoyang's unique ability, requiring no special preparation. As he completed the final stroke, a gleam of water swept across the blade, instantly exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent. The treasured sword was honed to perfection. Su Xiaoyang, gripping the hilt of the Tang sword, swung it powerfully through the air. Swish! A piece of scrap wood was effortlessly sliced into several neat sections. Each cut was impeccably precise. If this blade were to strike a zombie, it would undoubtedly cleave through with the ease of slicing a watermelon. That was quick, Su Xiaoyang remarked as he returned the sword to Han Qingxia. "Boss, this knife is exceptional. Its material is robust and highly practical. Well done." Han Qingxia praised Su Xiaoyang, promising to reserve a fine blade for him in the future. "No need, I have my own weapons." Su Xiaoyang declined her offer. He still possessed his previous gear, though the firearms lacked ammunition and were unusable, leaving him with only a triangular military knife. Yet, he still wielded his water-based ability. With a swift motion, he unleashed a high-pressure water jet, significantly more powerful than the previous days. "Boss, I'm not sure why, but upon waking today, I felt as though my ability has strengthened again." Su Xiaoyang reported his transformation to Han Qingxia, who nodded in satisfaction at his progress. Indeed, that is to be expected. Indeed, she had administered the evolutionary fluid to him. With daily supplementation, their combined abilities would experience rapid amplification. "Let's go eradicate some zombies." With fervent zeal, Han Qingxia led Su Xiaoyang out the door. 10 days elapsed swiftly. Throughout this period, they encountered no formidable zombies. Moreover, the outskirts harbored a scarcity of zombies, and even fewer capable of yielding crystalline cores. Han Qingxia ventured expeditiously into the urban periphery, having exterminated all the zombies between her bomb shelter and the near suburbs. In total, she procured a meager 30-odd crystalline cores. Despite their paucity, the transformation into evolutionary fluid visibly augmented her and Su Xiaoyang's abilities. Their powers were both ascending rapidly. Furthermore, her bomb shelter base had undergone thorough reinforcement with systemic materials. As such, her bomb shelter underwent a cataclysmic metamorphosis. The overall defensive capacity had amplified tenfold compared to before. Even the onslaught of tanks and artillery would prove futile in breaching her base. Han Qingxia also discerned an abundance of base equipment within the system's exclusive emporium. Among them were protective suits. Han Qingxia was delighted to discover canine protective attire. With a grand gesture, she procured a set of system-manufactured protective suits for each of her 16 canines, unconcerned with the cost. 100 points per set. Purchase. Additionally, there were internal base defense systems, radar systems, and integrated reconnaissance and strike drone systems. The radar system was self-explanatory. The integrated reconnaissance and strike drone system comprised a comprehensive array of drones for both surveillance and attack. This system enabled the simultaneous operation of multiple drones patrolling the territory. Upon detecting intruders, it would automatically alert Han Qingxia, who could then authorize an attack with a single command within the base. An 8-hour cruise, with multiple drones autonomously switching routes for continuous surveillance, is undoubtedly an essential treasure for any base. However, this system comes at a staggering price, 100,000 points for a complete set. In the past 10 days, Han Qingxia has managed to accumulate only 30,000 points, leaving her to gaze longingly at the coveted technology. Her next modest goal is to acquire this drone strike and reconnaissance system. As she observes the limited-time offer for the system, which lasts for just 10 days, she calculates her earnings. Currently, by expanding her territory and eliminating zombies, she earns approximately 3,000 points daily. However, expanding territory is less lucrative than slaying zombies. The problem is that she has already obliterated all the zombies in her vicinity, prompting her to devise a strategy to venture into more populated areas for zombie hunting. She opens her electronic map, meticulously examining the nearby outskirts for densely populated locations. Her gaze gradually settles upon a large grain processing factory in the suburban area of the city. The factory. Han Qingxia recalls that this is the largest grain processing facility in City A, employing tens of thousands of workers. Each zombie crystal core is worth 100 points. If she can obtain just 1,000 cores from the 10,000 employees, she will have enough. Jiang Xia, today we shall pay a visit to the factory, Han Qingxia declares as she emerges from the air raid shelter, addressing Su Xiaoyang. All right, Su Xiaoyang replies without hesitation, abandoning his work to accompany Han Qingxia. He exhibits unwavering obedience to her and is a model of diligence and dedication. Han Qingxia decides to leave Xia Tian and a few dogs at the base, taking 8 dogs with her as she boards the armored vehicle and sets off towards the grain factory. The journey is lengthy, but fortunately, it traverses her territory, allowing for a smooth passage. After an hour and a half, they arrive at the vicinity of the grain factory. The grain factory is situated on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by vast stretches of farmland, where human presence is sparse. Consequently, the workers live in a fully enclosed environment, with both their meals and accommodations provided within the factory. On their days off, they ride bicycles or take public transport to the city for leisure. At this moment, the factory lies in eerie silence, with several abandoned vehicles littering the straight roads, all forsaken at the roadside. A bus has plunged into the fields, its doors ajar, revealing darkened, dried bloodstains within, yet it is utterly devoid of life. One can only imagine the tragic fate that befell this vehicle. It must have encountered dire circumstances, with passengers transforming and the driver plummeting beneath the road, desperately pressing the door release. Inside, chaos ensued as some fled, others escaped, and yet others pursued, resulting in utter pandemonium in the area. Nevertheless, the factory's gates remain firmly shut. Han Qingxia arrives at the factory, finding it eerily quiet. Even the security booth stands empty. Could it be a holiday? Unlikely. Even if the factory were closed, there would still be numerous workers present, given that it operates on a fully residential basis with shifts. This place is undoubtedly a hotspot for zombies. Han Qingxia urges Su Xiaoyang to accelerate, as the armored vehicle violently crashes through the gates, entering the vast factory grounds. Before them looms an immense row of buildings, comprising dormitories, a cafeteria, factory spaces, and administrative offices. Han Qingxia's vehicle halts before the dormitory building. Let us exterminate the zombies. All right. The doors swing open, and Han Qingxia, Su Xiaoyang, and 8 dogs stand resolutely before the factory dormitory. First, let us map out the area for efficient extermination. Chapter 48. The Zombie Factory. Congratulations and prosperity. Guard the entrance. Notify immediately in case of any anomalies. The 2 in red and white follow me, while the others accompany Jiang Xia. Woof woof woof. The dogs swiftly divided into 3 teams. 2 gathered outside the dormitory building, while the remaining Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang each took 3. At this moment, Han Qingxia stood before the wide-open dormitory door, facing a row of turnstiles, where entry required a card. The turnstiles were long since powered down, and even if they were operational, Han Qingxia did not possess a card. They would have to climb over. She and Su Xiaoyang cautiously observed their surroundings, maneuvering through the turnstiles. The corridor beyond was enveloped in an eerie silence, with all the doors on the first floor tightly shut. Han Qingxia tossed a heavy object forward. The sound echoed through the quiet dormitory. Instantly, commotion erupted behind the closed doors, yet the corridor remained tranquil. A series of howls pierced the stillness. Han Qingxia prudently waited in place for 3 minutes. Excellent. Everyone remained confined within their rooms. No wandering zombies lurked outside. After assuring the surroundings were secure, she and Su Xiaoyang breached the first room, officially commencing their hunt. This approach would prevent being ambushed by zombies appearing unexpectedly from outside. With a forceful kick, Han Qingxia broke open the door. A wave of putrid stench assaulted her senses. 4 or 5 female zombies lunged toward the newly opened door, drawn by the scent of fresh human life. They had been deprived of sustenance for far too long. The eyes of every zombie gleamed with a frenzied thirst for blood. Their grayish-white orbs were terrifying, and their decaying mouths emitted guttural sounds, yearning to tear apart and devour the living outside. With a swift motion, a razor-sharp dao flashed through the air, met by a chilling glint of the blade and the shimmer of water. 3 zombies had their heads severed cleanly, while the remaining 2 were pierced by powerful jets of water. Once all 5 zombies lay on the ground, the dogs surged forward, their massive claws delving into the zombie skulls, presenting Han Qingxia with 2 small crystal nuclei the size of rice grains. Well done. Han Qingxia encouraged the dogs with a gentle pat on their heads, while she surveyed the interior of the dormitory. The dormitory featured a separate restroom and 4 sets of bunk beds, each adorned with bedding. From this information, she swiftly deduced that this ordinary staff dormitory was designed for 8 occupants, equipped with a restroom, and with 5 zombies present. It was likely that about half of the residents were working the night shift. Additionally, this was a female dormitory. After she and Su Xiaoyang cleared another room, confirming her suspicions and familiarizing themselves with the layout of the dormitory, they split into 2 teams, one taking the left and the other the right, to breach the doors and eliminate the zombies. With a resounding crash, as the door shattered, the cold gleam of the dao illuminated the interior. Su Xiaoyang's sharpened dao made dispatching the zombies as effortless as chopping melons. With her strength and speed enhanced to the human limit by the system, Han Qingxia wielded the sharp and effective dao with both swiftness and ferocity. The zombies could barely graze the hem of her clothing before being decapitated. The 3 dogs provided assistance, adding their claws to the fray, before extracting the crystal nuclei from the fallen zombies. In just 3 minutes, they cleared 1 dormitory room. Within half an hour, she and Su Xiaoyang had purged the entire first floor. They then proceeded to apply the same method to cleanse the 5 floors above. In the span of a morning, she had purged an entire dormitory building. Not a single living soul remained within its walls, only the undead. Together, she and her companion had eradicated over 1,000 zombies, reaping a bounty of 300 crystal cores. 2 more such buildings awaited their attention. Employing the same method, Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang worked in unison, clearing each building before pausing for a brief respite of 10 minutes. They took a more extended break in the armored vehicle, replenishing their energy with ready-to-eat rice balls for lunch. By evening, they had successfully cleared all 3 zombie-infested dormitory buildings of the factory. In total, they had slain over 3,500 zombies, securing a prize of 1,000 crystal cores. As dusk began to settle, Han Qingxia observed the darkening sky. In this post-apocalyptic world, night was 1,000 times more treacherous than day. The daytime exerted a suppressive effect on the zombies, slowing their movements. But with the arrival of night, the zombies' capabilities would be amplified 100-fold. Even a seasoned survivor like Han Qingxia would never dare to venture out at night. "All right," Han Qingxia said, leading Su Xiaoyang and the dogs back into the vehicle. Just then, the sound of a loudspeaker drew their attention. "Help! Help!" A group of 20 to 30 people on the roof of the factory's main building were desperately pleading for assistance. A large banner, pieced together from clothing, was unfurled before Han Qingxia. Upon spotting the survivors, Su Xiaoyang immediately turned to Han Qingxia. "Boss, there are survivors. Should we rescue them?" Han Qingxia cast her gaze upon the group on the rooftop. 20 to 30 young, able-bodied individuals, both men and women, ranging in age from 20 to 40 years old. No elderly or children were among them. A favorable demographic, indeed. Ready-made, excellent laborers. Upon commencing the development of her territory, Han Qingxia perceived the issue of population from the vantage point of a ruler. From this perspective, individuals are devoid of moral dichotomies. Rather, they are categorized solely by their labor potential, with every person serving as a fundamental contributor to production and progress. Before her stood a group of the finest young laborers. However, the decision was made, No rescue would take place now. It is already late, Han Qingxia asserted decisively. Even if we wish to absorb this batch of young laborers, we must do so tomorrow. We will retreat for now and return in the morning. As her words settled, Su Xiaoyang pressed the accelerator and drove away, embodying an unyielding executioner of her commands. Whatever Han Qingxia decreed was absolute. He resolutely implemented her every instruction. At that moment, those on the rooftop, witnessing the departure of Han Qingxia's vehicle, were immediately engulfed in a sense of urgency. Don't leave! Don't leave! You cannot abandon us! Their frantic cries attracted the attention of the zombies lurking in the factory below. The heavy iron gate behind them echoed with thunderous banging. These individuals had been trapped on the rooftop for an extended period, yet they were fortunate to be situated in a grain factory, replete with ample supplies. When they had fled to the rooftop, they had brought with them a significant amount of provisions, which had enabled their survival until now. Behind the formidable iron gate, however, lay hundreds of ravenous zombies, their feral howls reverberating as they battered against the gate, which had long been on the brink of collapse. Previously, these individuals had remained silent, huddled in the corners of the rooftop, trembling in an attempt to diminish their presence. However, upon discovering that individuals had entered the factory today, the eyes of all present gleamed with anticipation. When they witnessed Han Qingxia and her companions preparing to leave, they immediately sought assistance. To their astonishment, their pleas for salvation were met with refusal. "Captain Ding, what shall we do?" The woman who had just called for help turned to the stout man beside her. The man, named Ding Yi, had initially been a mere security chief in the factory. After the onset of the apocalypse, he and a group of survivors had escaped to the rooftop. Utilizing his physical prowess and security experience, he swiftly established himself as the leader among them. With the subsequent awakening of his supernatural abilities, he became increasingly unrestrained in his authority. Everyone was compelled to submit to him and obey his commands. Ding Yi had no intention of leaving. Had it not been for the dwindling food supplies, he would not have sought aid from Han Qingxia. However, since they had called out for help, he could not fathom their audacity in refusing to assist him and his group. He would not allow them to escape unscathed. He retrieved a small button from his pocket, its green light glowing ominously. With a swift motion, he pressed the activation key. "Captain Ding, you mustn't do that. If you release the zombies, we will have no chance of escape." A frail man attempted to intervene. With a resounding slap, Ding Yi sent him flying, seizing his collar and lifting him off the ground. "If I am to perish, then none shall survive. Do you not agree?" The others immediately echoed their agreement, declaring, "Yes. If they refuse to rescue us, they deserve death. Let us ensure their demise. If we cannot live, then they shall not live either." Ding Yi, satisfied, casually discarded the individual in his grasp, the lone soul who had dared to oppose him. With a mere press of a button, the vast factory's gates swung open instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, a resounding howl echoed as the man, cast to the ground, found himself engulfed by a horde of zombies surging forth from the now opened entrance. Starved for far too long, these undead creatures perceived him solely as sustenance. Before he could even undergo the transformation into one of their kind, he was reduced to a mere pile of bones beneath the relentless gnawing of the ravenous horde. Hunger, insatiable hunger, they craved to feast. A scream was swiftly silenced. The onlookers on the rooftop, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, widened their eyes in terror, yet inwardly thought, "Well done." Just like that, after unleashing the zombies, Ding Yi turned his gaze toward Han Qingxia's vehicle. He crouched down, gripping the rooftop with both hands, his small, bead-like eyes fixated intently on the trajectory of her car. At the nearest point to his position, he exerted a sudden force. To run. Absolutely impossible. With a thunderous crash, Han Qingxia's armored vehicle suddenly lurched, lifting the vehicle from its center. An alarm blared as the armored system alerted her that her vehicle was impeded by a protruding mound of earth. Although the earth manipulation ability was of a low level, capable only of raising a modest hillock, its precise positioning had effectively trapped their vehicle. Soon, in Han Qingxia's line of sight, an expansive factory came alive with an overwhelming influx of countless zombies. They emerged from the cafeteria, from various workshops of differing sizes and functions, and even from the office buildings. Most of these zombies were clad in factory uniforms, still bearing the remnants of their former labor. A throng of these wretched beings surged forth from all directions, creating a scene reminiscent of the bustling energy of a factory before the apocalypse. Of course, one must overlook the grotesque and decayed visages they now possessed. Riddled with maggots and swarming with flies, this factory had utterly transformed into a den of the undead. Ha ha ha! You simpletons surely have no idea that I am an extraordinary being. Ding Yi, perched upon the rooftop, gazed at the armored vehicle ensnared by the horde of zombies. A broad grin plastered across his face. This is what happens when you abandon us to flee on your own. Let them all perish. Indeed, let them forsake us. Damn it! The other's eyes glinted with malice. If they had no hope, then neither should anyone else. The crowd watched eagerly as the two individuals were encircled by the relentless tide of zombies, their vehicle being devoured. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. From the top of the armored vehicle, a cannon emerged, and flames erupted violently from its barrel, incinerating the zombies atop it in an instant. A multitude of zombies attempted to climb higher, only to be met with a barrage of sharp, protruding spikes that erupted from the armored exterior. A thunderous roar erupted as the armored vehicle roared back to life, its advanced system elevating the chassis with an automatic grace, rendering the small mound inconsequential. With a decisive press of the accelerator, Han Qingxia surged forth from the horde of zombies. This time, however, her trajectory was not away from the factory but directly towards the very building itself. In the eyes of the elite, humanity bore no distinction between virtue and vice. To them, individuals were mere trifles. Han Qingxia's intention to rescue them was devoid of any self-righteous pride, and her willingness to eliminate them carried no burden of guilt. If they patiently awaited her assistance, accepting a place as compliant residents in her base, she would welcome them. Yet, those who dared to conspire against her, weaving intricate plots, were destined for demise. With a resounding roar, she propelled the armored vehicle to the base of the factory. She retracted the cannon, allowing the zombies to ascend her armored fortress while simultaneously extending a stairway from the top. The onlookers on the rooftop, witnessing the vehicle engulfed by the undead, found their laughter extinguished. Moments ago, they had been besieged by zombies, their only solace being the fleeting hope of rescue. How could these two individuals forsake them? Let them perish. Let them die before their very eyes. But now, those very zombies they had unleashed were climbing up towards them along the staircase Han Qingxia had constructed. A singular sensation of dread enveloped them, as if they had provoked a malevolent force. Han Qingxia, known for her vengeful spirit, was determined to repay the debt owed to her. Today she would return the favor in kind. Soon, the zombies ascended the staircase Han Qingxia had built, reaching the rooftop with an inexorable inevitability. The first to charge ahead immediately lunged towards them. They attempted to bring down the initial zombie, yet a multitude followed behind. Panic-stricken, everyone scrambled to escape, but there was no refuge to be found. Behind them loomed a massive iron gate teeming with zombies, and further back lay an abyss. There was no avenue for retreat. The upper ground was soon overrun, and Ding Yi, witnessing the overwhelming tide of zombies, pulled a few individuals to serve as his support. He rushed to the edge of the rooftop, channeling his abilities to elevate the ground beneath him. Though his powers were minimal in dire circumstances, a surge could be unleashed. A small mound of earth rose from the ground, and Ding Yi sensed it was time to leap. At that moment, Han Qingxia, her cold gaze fixed on the monitors, observed his actions. As he jumped, she languidly remarked, "Jiang Xia." In an instant, a formidable water column, exponentially more powerful than his abilities, obliterated the makeshift ramp he had created. Ding Yi, already airborne. Han Qingxia shook her armored vehicle, retreating from the horde of zombies. As the sun began to set, the zombies' aggression intensified. She withdrew from the zombie factory and caught sight of another building's rooftop nearby, where a group of survivors had also been observing them. Chapter 50. Exchange for reconnaissance drone. That group of survivors had been watching them for quite some time as well. Like frightened lambs, they huddled on the rooftop, trembling at the recent events. Once they departed, the individuals on the rooftop surged toward its edge. They had gone. They had all left. Upon hearing his words, a sense of melancholy washed over the crowd. They are not merely a group of rescue teams obligated to save lives. willing to risk everything to assist those in peril, nor are they entities to be recklessly provoked or trampled upon. Their strength is formidable, armed with specialized equipment and accompanied by even more potent individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. They can dominate amidst the chaos of a zombie-infested factory, an existence that commands reverence from all. Fortunately, they did not resort to desperate calls for help, nor did they engage in destruction like Ding Yi and his gang, who met their demise after failing to secure aid. Yet now, they gazed down at the horde of zombies that Ding Yi had unleashed in a bid to thwart Han Qingxia. As the sun sets, the factory is teeming with wandering zombies in every corner. With the encroaching night, the movements of these creatures quicken. They sense the presence of the living within the building and, with guttural howls, surge toward the very structure they occupy. They extend their arms, pressing against the walls as they strive to ascend. Soon, the building below them is besieged by layers upon layers of zombies, a veritable sea of the undead. Li Gang observed that several of the zombies exhibited a speed far exceeding that of their counterparts, displaying remarkable agility. They trampled over their fellow creatures, racing to the apex, as if determined to scale the rooftop. Fortunately, their building towers over 10 meters high, its exterior smooth and uninviting, unlike Ding Yi's reckless provocation that drew the zombies towards them. For the moment, they find themselves relatively secure on the rooftop. These zombies struggle to ascend. At that moment, his wife Wang Fong nudged him, her voice trembling, "Darling, look over there." Li Gang followed her gaze and beheld the very spot where Ding Yi had plummeted to his demise. A zombie, its abdomen hollowed out and its face gnawed to a grotesque semblance, staggered upright from the ground. After falling from the rooftop several meters high, Ding Yi did not perish immediately. Instead, he was swiftly encircled by famished zombies that devoured and tore at him. Fortuitously, due to his robust physique, he transformed into a zombie before they could completely dismember him. Now a creature of the undead, Ding Yi emitted a piercing roar, surveying the surroundings and fixing his gaze upon the survivors atop the adjacent building. He sprinted towards them with alarming speed, reaching the base of the factory in the blink of an eye. Confronted by a mass of corpses and a relentless horde of zombies that seemed insurmountable, he forcefully cleared a path and bellowed mightily. Instantly, a mound of earth rose to a height of over 3 meters beneath his feet. The zombies, seizing this newfound foothold, frantically began to ascend the earthen hill he had created. The survivors on the rooftop were rendered speechless by the unfolding chaos. "Darling, what shall we do?" As they exited the factory, a swarm of zombies had pursued their vehicle, but after a few hundred meters, they had been left far behind. Han Qingxia did not reduce her speed, ignoring the squashed zombies, showing no inclination to check for crystal cores. Time was of the essence. As customary, the two of them first took a shower, after which Su Xiaoyang prepared the meal while Han Qingxia sorted through the spoils within her shelter. Today, they had successfully acquired a total of 1,148 zombie crystal cores, all of which were of the first level. Zombie crystal cores are categorized by grade, with the first level being the most common. Approximately 1 in every 3 zombies possesses a crystal core formed within its mind. The combat capability of a level 1 zombie is relatively low. It can only be said to be significantly stronger than the most ordinary of zombies. For instance, the mutated level 1 zombie that Han Qingxia first defeated in the villa showcased agility and speed far superior to that of a typical zombie. Yet it could still be vanquished. A person with even a modicum of combat skills could easily overcome it. However, the disparity becomes markedly pronounced at level 2. A level 2 zombie possesses strength and speed that far exceed those of a robust adult, often necessitating the collaboration of multiple ordinary individuals to bring it down. The size of its core is approximately that of a quail egg. As for level 3 zombies, they are generally beyond the capabilities of ordinary people to defeat. They are the adversaries of those with special abilities. The size of their cores can reach that of a goose egg. The formation of level 2 and level 3 zombies is contingent upon certain factors. Firstly, it involves the consumption of their kind. The level 2 zombie that Han Qingxia previously vanquished on the highway likely devoured its fellow zombies. At that time, the entire stretch of highway, save for the gas station, was nearly devoid of zombies. It is highly probable that the level 3 zombie led its kin there to feast upon them. Secondly, there is the evolution through special abilities. Zombies can also evolve to possess extraordinary powers. Once such abilities manifest, their levels increase exponentially. Han Qingxia had heard of the most potent zombie king in the entire eastern region during her previous life, which was a level 8 zombie with multiple abilities. It was said to dominate the junction of cities A, B, and C. Of course, she only heard of it. She had never witnessed it herself. She was unworthy. In her past life as an ordinary person, Han Qingxia deemed herself unfit to engage on such elevated battlefields, meticulously executing only those missions where she had complete assurance. Tasks that carried even a modicum of risk were categorically avoided. This is precisely why, despite the formidable abilities of other supernatural beings, they ultimately fall short against Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia remains as steadfast as a seasoned warrior, never trifling with her own life. To return to the matter at hand, the predominant threat at this juncture consists mainly of first-level zombies, with higher-tier variants being exceedingly rare. The third-level zombie she previously vanquished is a true rarity. As she gazed upon her collection of over 1,000 zombie crystal cores, she decided to exchange 1,000 of them for points, retaining 100 to extract evolution fluid. Each first-level crystal core is worth 100 points, and the total number of crystal core packages is calculated. Ding! Congratulations! You have earned 100,000 and 4,000 points. Adding this to her previous 30,000 points, her total approaches an impressive 140,000. Han Qingxia rubbed her hands together in excitement. She had sufficient funds. Without hesitation, she approached the limited-time window for the reconnaissance drone system and exchanged her points. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the reconnaissance drone system. Before Han Qingxia, an extraordinarily advanced piece of military equipment materialized. Subsequently, her base began to undergo transformations. At this moment, the area of the tower on the second floor expanded once more, pushing into the mountainside, creating a space equivalent to half a bomb shelter. Above it was a large skylight that could be opened and closed. A massive control device was positioned in the center of the second-floor tower, behind Han Qingxia's crossbow. 24 small military drones were neatly arranged in the open area. These drones, while slightly larger than typical market offerings, wield a power far beyond that of mere toy-grade drones. This is a standard military reconnaissance strike unmanned aerial vehicle, possessing an astonishing control over the ground, capable of obliterating main battle tanks. If deployed in an act of aggression, a few waves of drone airstrikes would undoubtedly inflict severe distress upon the enemy's air defense systems. The drones, being diminutive in size, are exceedingly challenging to monitor, entailing exorbitant costs. To neutralize them, one would require expensive surface-to-air missiles. Even the relatively economical portable anti-air missiles would be a futile expenditure. A single shell costing tens of thousands of dollars aimed at a drone is sheer extravagance. Moreover, one must hit the target with precision, utilizing large-caliber anti-aircraft guns. Should the drones cluster even slightly, the ground-based air defense firepower would struggle to intercept them all. It is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, with no guarantee of success. The optimal countermeasure would be electronic jamming, forcing the drones to descend or deviate from their predetermined paths. However, this is a reconnaissance strike unmanned aerial vehicle system bestowed by the system itself. The existing levels of electronic interference hold no efficacy against Han Qingxia's drones. When Han Qingxia employs her reconnaissance strike drone system within her territory, it transforms into an impenetrable and formidable protective barrier. With 24 drones, each boasting an 8-hour endurance. Organized into 3 shifts, positioned in the 4 cardinal directions with 2 drones per direction, she achieves a flawless 24-hour surveillance. Han Qingxia gazes with immense satisfaction at her base's extraordinary defense system, deeming today's extermination of zombies to be exceedingly worthwhile. At this moment, she also notices a glowing notification in the system awaiting collection. Today, she has vanquished over 1,000 zombies, redeeming more than 1,000 crystal cores, alongside a substantial gift package for crystal core redemption. Last time, she reminded her that the second gift pack could be exchanged for a mere 100 crystal cores. Han Qingxia summoned Wealth, vigorously ruffling the dog's head, leaving Wealth in a state of bewilderment, while Summer howled with jealousy. Embracing both dogs, Han Qingxia opened the Crystal Core Grand Gift Pack. Congratulations! You have received Yunnan Baiyao X1. Reward: Emergency Pills X1. Congratulations! You have received 1,000 pounds of fresh beef. Congratulations. You have received 100 solar power panels. Han Qingxia exclaimed. Excellent, excellent. A well-balanced and practical gift pack. It contains medicine, supplies, and energy panels. The consumption of fresh meat here was indeed substantial. Although the in-system marketplace offered fresh meat, Han Qingxia found the prices exorbitant. 10 points for a pound of meat was simply not worth it. After claiming this gift pack, there was still more to come. The crystal core exchange area indicated that every 1,000 crystal cores would unlock another gift pack. Today, Han Qingxia exchanged more than 1,000 at once, directly triggering the next grand gift pack. With determination, Han Qingxia claimed it without hesitation. Reward: psychic ability. Han Qingxia was utterly astonished upon hearing this reward. The third gift pack in the crystal core exchange contained only one reward, yet it was an ability. Even the seasoned and composed Han Qingxia was taken aback by the system's extraordinary reward. A psychic ability. In her past life, she had only heard of psychic abilities. They were the absolute elite among ability users. Among 10,000 ability users, there might not even be one psychic. The psychics possessed the extraordinary ability to perceive the powers of other supernatural beings. Their assaults are executed through mental prowess. A formidable psychic can extinguish a mere mortal with a mere glance. Among the ranks of these extraordinary individuals, a top-tier entity has emerged. A detection of abilities has been initiated, confirming whether the host is utilizing their powers. Indeed, she has activated her own abilities. But can they be shared with others? Han Qingxia's mind felt as though it had been struck by an immense force. Unlike the previously acquired wood and water powers, the psychic abilities inflicted excruciating pain. Her entire consciousness was engulfed in a haze, and as she gradually regained her senses, she discovered a novel transformation within her mental landscape. She cast her gaze upon her canine companions, who emanated a faint crimson hue, with the color on Xia's own being the most intense. The deeper the color, the greater the peril. It seemed she could sense that this reflected the combat prowess of her dogs. Turning her attention to herself, she perceived the flickering of blue and green lights coursing through her being. Blue and green. These were the colors of supernatural abilities. At last, Han Qingxia had acquired her very first unique power. As she contemplated the bounty she had amassed that day, a reconnaissance drone, Yunnan Baiyao emergency pills, 1,000 pounds of beef, and 100 solar panels, she felt invigorated and determined to diligently construct her base. With a promising future ahead, with resolute determination, Han Qingxia exited the air raid shelter. Outside, Su Xiaoyang had prepared a meal. Boss, today's dish is shredded pork in Beijing sauce with poached eggs. Han Qingxia nodded in acknowledgement and waved him over. Jiang Xia, come in for a moment. What's up? It's time to share some information you ought to know. Su Xiaoyang was taken aback as he witnessed Han Qingxia pull out her phone and press a button directed at the air raid shelter behind her. To his astonishment, a massive skylight opened atop the shelter, and a swarm of drones emerged from within. These are our base's drones, a little gadget I concocted, she stated. Su Xiaoyang could hardly believe his eyes as he gazed at the military drones soaring overhead. Could it be that this was a reconnaissance strike integrated drone? Damn it! This is the little gadget that Han Qingxia created, he thought, utterly incredulous. The very notion that she could have developed such technology seemed implausible, for such advanced drones were unattainable in the outside world, let alone in a design he had never encountered before. It was inconceivable that anyone but Han Qingxia could have brought it to fruition. His thoughts then drifted to the other military-grade fortifications she possessed, each one a marvel that could not be replicated externally. Take her armored vehicles, for instance. They were undoubtedly the most formidable armor Su Xiaoyang had ever seen, without exception. As he contemplated this, he couldn't help but gaze at Han Qingxia in sheer awe. Who exactly was this extraordinary leader of his? She seemed capable of anything. His admiration for Han Qingxia had reached a point beyond words. Chapter 52. Are they divine beings? The following day, the blazing sun ascended upon the horizon, casting its bright and warm light upon the world of human civilization that had once birthed countless miracles. Yet now, the human realm lay in utter disarray. The breakfast shops that used to welcome patrons at dawn were nowhere to be found, nor were the morning joggers, the diligent cleaners tidying the streets, or the early risers hustling to earn their livelihoods. In the city, there exists nothing but countless zombies roaming the streets, accompanied by the occasional piercing shriek. Within the confines of an expansive factory complex on the outskirts, atop a 4-story building, an unbearable scream pierces the air. With a thunderous crash, a stainless steel pipe descends heavily upon a zombie, sending it crashing down as it lunged forward. However, the defense can no longer be maintained. A cacophony of growls fills the atmosphere. A multitude of zombies, stacked upon one another, ascend a rising mound of earth. After a night of relentless piling and trampling over their fallen comrades, they finally reach the rooftop of the factory. The first zombie to breach the edge is struck down with a single blow, yet behind it, countless others claw desperately at the rooftop's precipice. Their withered, sharp claws grasp at the edge, revealing grotesque and bloodied zombie heads one after another. They have been starved for far too long, their pale, murky eyes ablaze with a ravenous crimson hue. They crave flesh. They yearn for human sustenance. The hunger is insatiable. With a simultaneous leap, 2 zombies soar upward. A resounding crash echoes as 8 or 9 men stand resolutely at the front line, wielding steel pipes with all their might, tirelessly repelling the relentless horde of zombies. Behind them, a group of 11 or 12 women brandish their weapons, attempting to strike down the hands of the zombies clawing at the rooftop's edge. There is no option for retreat. They are atop the highest building. The fire escape behind them has long been blocked, teeming with an overwhelming mass of zombies. There is no path to safety. Yet, as each second ticks by, the defenders atop the rooftop gradually succumb to fatigue, while the number of zombies below continues to swell, their ranks rising ever higher. They are a group of individuals, long deprived of adequate nourishment, suffering from severe malnutrition. Yet before them stands a relentless horde of zombies, akin to a perpetual motion machine. A piercing female scream shatters the air as a male zombie charges from behind their defense line. One of his feet is clad in the latest model of AJ sneakers, while the other is bereft of its beloved shoe, revealing a bare foot that has been gnawed down to half of its sole, bloodied and mangled. Despite his limping gait, his speed surpasses that of the other zombies. Upon reaching the elevated platform, he lunges forward, diving towards the nearest woman. In the blink of an eye, he tackles her to the ground, his mouth, missing several teeth, poised to bite down. Just then, a steel pipe flies through the air with tremendous force, shattering his skull upon impact. Husband, Wang Fong trembles, curling into his embrace. At this moment, an increasing number of zombies begin to ascend. Their rooftop has been utterly compromised. Stop shooting. Climb to the top of the generator. Li Gang urges, carrying his wife as they scramble toward the highest point atop the colossal generator. Witnessing this, everyone promptly abandons the fight and follows suit. By the time they reach the generator's summit, the rooftop has completely fallen. Zombies swarm from below, encircling their final refuge from all directions, an unending tide of the undead surging through the gap where resistance has ceased. With the generator standing merely 2 meters high and its surface exceedingly narrow, the group huddles together like helpless sheep, ensnared by a dense mass of zombies. With no escape in sight, the generator beneath their feet was being jostled perilously by the undead, and despair loomed thick in the air. Just as they succumbed to hopelessness, a resounding roar shattered the silence of the factory. An imposing armored vehicle reemerged before their eyes. In that instant, all gazes were riveted upon it. The aggressive vehicle bulldozed through the scattered, wandering zombies, heading straight for their building. With a thunderous crash, the armored vehicle barreled into the mass of zombies, obliterating both the horde and the makeshift mound beneath them. Instantly, the pile of zombies was launched into the air, while those still climbing were sent sprawling down like rain. Following this spectacle, a powerful jet of water erupted from the vehicle's turret. A man stood poised at the aiming port, channeling an immense, high-pressure stream of water towards the remaining zombies. Where the water surged, zombies were swept away in droves, and those suspended in midair, clutching their companions, were thoroughly cleansed. Then came a series of explosive blasts. A torrent of flames erupted from the top of the armored vehicle. Jiang Xia, behind the wheel, felt exhilaration surge through her. This was how one annihilated zombies, efficiently. Once the main horde was dispatched, the armored vehicle nestled against the side of the factory and came to a halt. The doors swung open, unleashing a battalion of fierce canines eager to finish the job. Clad in specialized combat gear, these dogs charged into the fray, dispatching one zombie after another with ferocity. Meanwhile, the vehicle's hatch fully opened, revealing a towering lift that extended outward. Amidst the astonishment directed towards Li Gang and Wang Fong, two figures, one male and one female, leaped up from below and ascended to their rooftop. They had come to their rescue. The man wielded an incessant stream of water, while the woman brandished a tang knife. Upon encountering zombies, she swiftly dispatched them with precision. The duo fought valiantly, with Han Qingxia's blade severing the undead with ease, sending them tumbling. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyang's high-pressure water jet expertly cleared the area of zombies beyond her reach. Their coordination was flawless as they advanced seamlessly towards the generator. Within a mere 10 minutes, all the zombies surrounding Li Gang and his companions had been eradicated. The onlookers gazed at Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang with reverence, as if witnessing deities. This was the legendary divine intervention, was it not? Moreover, they had come specifically to save them. Will you follow me? Han Qingxia, having vanquished the zombies on the rooftop, inquired of the crowd. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment washed over them. I have established a base. Those willing to accompany me will become residents of my sanctuary. Henceforth, I shall ensure your safety. Within the realm of Han Qingxia, you will be the safest of individuals. Han Qingxia spoke each word with unwavering conviction. Among the group, it was Li Gang who first regained his composure. What would you have us do? He asked. Submit to me, Han Qingxia declared, her knife standing resolutely before them. I cannot promise that your lives will return to what they were before the apocalypse. But if you yield to me, I will guarantee that you become the happiest residents of this new base. Su Xiaoyang stood resolutely behind her, exuding an aura of undeniable strength that emanated from Han Qingxia. A true force commands an innate allure and credibility, drawing all present toward her involuntarily. You saved us. My wife and I are willing. Li Gang was the first to express his consent, grasping Wang Fong's hand as they descended from the generator. They had no grounds to refuse Han Qingxia. With no food, no employment, and the constant threat of zombies emerging from the shadows, it was only natural for them to seek a safe haven. Had it not been for Han Qingxia's intervention, their survival would have been improbable. With her formidable prowess, they were more than willing to align themselves with her. Without her guidance, how could they hope to live? Following Li Gang and Wang Fong's descent, the remaining dozen individuals clamored to join them. We are willing to. I am willing. I wish to follow you. Just ensure our safety and provide us with sustenance. Almost everyone present expressed their willingness, save for a pair of young girls. Han Qingxia lazily lifted her gaze to glance at them, remarking, outside, the streets are teeming with zombies. Does your home harbor none? Upon hearing her words, the two girls hesitated momentarily. Sensing their indecision, Han Qingxia made no further attempts to persuade them, coldly stating, if you wish to leave, then depart. The girls, feeling as if released from a heavy burden, exchanged a quick glance with Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang before hastening toward the ladder by the wall. The others, witnessing this scene, contemplated intervening but ultimately refrained, watching as the pair made their exit. Thus, this group, consisting of 18 individuals, retained 16. After they pledged their allegiance to Han Qingxia, a notification resonated in her mind. Detected. 16 residents have joined. Reward, 1,600 points. Detected. 2 power-type gifted individuals. Reward, special attributes. Detected. 1 speed-type gifted individual. Reward, special attributes. Among the 16 whom Han Qingxia accepted, there were 3 with extraordinary abilities. By accepting them, their special attributes would be transferred to her. Han Qingxia immediately sensed a transformation within her being. She felt an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through her body. To her delight, the system confirmed that duplicate abilities would also stack, effectively doubling her existing strengths rather than counting them as one. With the acquisition of this group of residents, she was rewarded with 1,600 points and 3 extraordinary abilities. She gazed at her new residents with great satisfaction. As the system verified their resident status, the admiration and closeness in their gazes towards Han Qingxia intensified. From now on, you may call me Lord. Yes, my Lord. Everyone affectionately addressed her. Han Qingxia surveyed the surrounding zombies and commanded, "Clear the zombies' brains. Extract any useful information from within." She casually pierced the skull of a zombie, deftly extracting a grain-sized crystal core. Upon witnessing this, everyone's eyes gleamed with excitement. Those who collect and submit more will be rewarded. Han Qingxia once again rallied them, prompting everyone to immediately begin the task of eliminating the zombies. After delegating the responsibility of collecting crystal cores, Han Qingxia turned to Su Xiaoyang and commanded, "Clear out all the zombies in the factory." "Yes," she said as she led Su Xiaoyang to the entrance of the rooftop passage. The imposing iron gate, secured with thick chains, could not contain the horde of zombies within, which were crammed together like sardines in a can. Through the narrow gap of the gate, they shrieked wildly, their excitement escalating upon seeing Su Xiaoyang and Han Qingxia approach. With a swift motion, Han Qingxia brandished her tang knife against the chains. With a sharp clang, the chains fell apart, and the zombies surged forth like a released torrent. However, they were met with a powerful high-pressure water jet. Upon contact, the water rapidly dispersed into numerous water bullets, each propelled with such force that they rivaled bullets in their destructive capability. A series of water bullets struck, decimating the zombies that emerged. If other ability users were to witness this, they would be rendered utterly speechless in astonishment. It was simply monstrous in its strength. The general level of abilities was typically limited to conjuring small water spheres, fireballs, or earth mounds. The ability of Ding Yi, who previously obstructed Han Qingxia, was already considered formidable. Yet here was Su Xiaoyang, effortlessly commanding a potent high-pressure water jet and manipulating the form of water with ease. His control had evidently reached the level of a Tier 3 ability user. This was the result of Han Qingxia's daily administration of evolution liquid to enhance his powers, and astonishingly, without any side effects. As other bases begin to promote the evolution serum, their combat capabilities will have already been significantly surpassed by Han Qingxia. More importantly, their evolution serum comes with a multitude of side effects. In terms of strength, they are simply incomparable. Su Xiaoyang, as the main force, emerged from within, eliminating one after another, swiftly clearing the zombies in the safe passage. Han Qingxia, with her blade in hand, languidly observed from the side, stepping in to dispatch any that slipped through. Soon the pathway was cleared. She reminded Li Gang and the others not to forget to collect the crystal cores here, leading Su Xiaoyang further into the safe passage. She intended to eradicate all the zombies inside and outside the factory, and in due time, she would stake her claim to this territory with her own banner. This readily available large factory housed a wealth of machinery, which would greatly facilitate her food processing in the future. This factory belonged to her. As they descended to the third floor, a tremor surged through Han Qingxia's mental domain. Within her mind, she distinctly sensed an energy tenfold stronger than that of an ordinary zombie. "Halt!" At her command, Su Xiaoyang came to a stop. With a resounding crash, the security door in front of Su Xiaoyang was smashed open, revealing a zombie with its abdomen torn open. It bore a slight distinction from the others, its grayish-white eyes glimmering with a hint of intellect. Another one, a level 3 zombie. Chapter 54. Another day of admiration for Han Qingxia. This zombie, after missing its attack, raised its savage head and roared at Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. It was a fresh zombie. Crimson pus oozed from the corners of his mouth, his face ravaged, half-eaten, and grotesquely deformed as if it had been violently smashed against the ground. The remnants of white brain matter mingled with dark red secretions, cascading down his visage in heavy droplets. He opened his cavernous mouth, his entire zombie head appearing on the verge of disintegration, a gruesome sight reminiscent of a horror film, not to mention his abdomen, which had been entirely hollowed out. Having witnessed ugliness, one had never encountered this level of grotesquerie. Han Qingxia felt a wave of nausea at the sight of this zombie, a brutal display of savagery. What inhuman torment had he endured in life to become this wretched? Upon closer inspection, a realization struck. Oh my! Could this be the Earth-based ability user who had caused them trouble yesterday, only to be met with his own demise? Boss, it's the Earth-based ability user from yesterday, now transformed into a zombie, Su Xiaoyang remarked. The zombie, Ding Yi, glared fiercely at Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang, a flicker of hatred igniting in his pale, expressionless eyes. It seemed to harbor a fragment of its former memories, directing its animosity towards its adversaries. It lunged at Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. Suddenly, a powerful jet of water surged towards its head. To Su Xiaoyang's surprise, the wall beside him crumbled with a thunderous crash, forming a barrier before the zombie Ding Yi. The entirety of Su Xiaoyang's high-pressure water jet collided against the wall. In the next instant, a shadow swiftly lunged at him. Su Xiaoyang ducked backward, and with a decisive kick, he sent the shadow flying, tumbling down the staircase. The prowess of a top-tier Special Forces operative allows him to react with instinct far swifter than his intellect when confronted with any sudden assault. Even the zombie-turned Ding Yi cannot approach him, yet at that moment, the staircase beneath Su Xiaoyang suddenly began to crumble. Debris and steel reinforcement collapsed, leaving Su Xiaoyang's foot suspended in midair as he plummeted downwards. Fortunately, Han Qingxia seized his shoulder with a firm grip, yanking him back up. However, the ordeal was far from over. The staircase continued to disintegrate, and Han Qingxia could scarcely afford to lower Su Xiaoyang, carrying him as she sprinted upward. With each step they took, the staircase behind them crumbled further. Massive concrete blocks thundered down, and Su Xiaoyang beheld the stairwell collapsing layer by layer. Through the gaps in the debris, he glimpsed a figure at the very bottom. The leader, that Earth-based ability user, even in his zombified state, retained and amplified his powers. "I know," Han Qingxia replied, striding toward the rooftop with Su Xiaoyang in tow. Just then, the last layer of steps before her disintegrated completely, and as she stepped into thin air, she instinctively pressed against the wall, propelling herself upward with Su Xiaoyang still on her shoulder. In a swift motion, Su Xiaoyang grasped the door to the third-floor passageway. Now it was his turn to cling to Han Qingxia. With one hand gripping the tightly shut entrance of the safety passage and his legs wrapped around her waist, as the staircase collapsed beneath them, he executed a deft maneuver, enabling Han Qingxia to reach the narrow gap at the third-floor door. He followed suit, nimbly leaping into the crevice. With a thunderous crash, the entire safety passageway collapsed, leaving no trace of the staircases, only exposed, broken steel bars and uneven walls. At this moment, Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang stood pressed against the doorway of the safety passage. Before them lay an exceedingly narrow gap, barely wide enough to accommodate the side of a foot, while beneath them yawned a pit over 10 meters deep. The slightest movement could send them plunging into the abyss. To make matters worse, behind them the safety passage was tightly sealed, yet teeming with zombies. A horde of them, drawn by their scent, slammed against the safety door. The grotesque, bloodied faces of the zombies were mere inches away from Han Qingxia, separated only by a glass pane, creating a sensation that was exhilarating in the extreme. "Boss, the mutant zombie has concealed itself." Su Xiaoyang, who had been trying to sense the location of the creature, felt a growing sense of despair. The zombie, Ding Yi, possessed Earth-based abilities, allowing it to vanish amidst the rubble. At this moment, he could only lament the futility of his water-based powers in this dire situation. With the enemy hidden away in its own territory, he found himself utterly powerless against it. They stood in a perilous predicament, facing the abyss in front while the zombies loomed behind them. It seemed there was no solution to their plight. In that critical instant, Han Qingxia closed her eyes. As her eyelids fell, her mind swiftly constructed a vivid image of the landscape surrounding her. Her formidable mental energy radiated like radar, probing the environment. Within her mental domain, the individuals around her glowed a deep blue, while behind her lurked 17 or 18 grayish-white figures. The blue represented Su Xiaoyang, and the grayish-white signified the zombies. She continued to extend her mental energy downward, allowing it to spread further. In an instant, a grander scene unfolded before them. Beneath their feet, there remained 15 or 16 zombies, while a few scattered grayish-white ones meandered on the lowest tier. Suddenly, a distinct, earth-toned zombie appeared right before her eyes. "Jiang Xia, at 12 o'clock, prepare." Su Xiaoyang abruptly heard Han Qingxia's words. With no hesitation, he unleashed a powerful jet of water towards the direction indicated by her. In a heartbeat, the formidable water column pierced through the pillar, causing a cascade of debris as the ceiling collapsed, striking the earth element mutated zombie with tremendous force. "Aim for the center." Han Qingxia commanded coldly. Su Xiaoyang's high-pressure water jet surged once more towards the center, clearing a massive rubble and striking the mutant zombie's head. Within Han Qingxia's psychic domain, the earth-toned figure vanished completely, replaced by a diminutive yet radiant earth-colored crystal fragment. A third-level crystal nucleus had emerged. All right. Han Qingxia opened her eyes. She gazed at the thoroughly defeated zombie, Ding Yi, and then, from the third-floor vantage, adeptly climbed down using the steel reinforcements and concrete fragments surrounding her. She moved with remarkable agility, akin to a nimble gecko scaling the wall. Upon reaching the ground, she made a beeline for Ding Yi's location and pried his crystal nucleus free. Su Xiaoyang followed her lead, descending through the stairless corridor, and upon witnessing her prowess, he could not help but feel a profound admiration for his leader. How was she able to discern the zombie's positions so swiftly? Moreover, she was undeniably impressive, swift and precise, never faltering. How could such a remarkable woman exist in this world? Engaging in tasks with her is undeniably a delightful experience. Today marks yet another day of increased admiration for Han Qingxia. Her superior is truly remarkable. Chapter 55. A bountiful harvest. After vanquishing the level 3 mutant zombie, Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang proceeded to eliminate the remaining scattered zombies within the factory. Han Qingxia was untroubled by the prospect of them hoarding the spoils, firstly because they were unaware of the true value, thus lacking any thoughts of greed. Secondly, and most importantly, she possessed psychic abilities. She could perceive the color of the crystal cores. With a mere glance, she could discern whether anyone was concealing them. Lord, here are the items you requested. Li Gang presented all the collected zombie crystal cores to Han Qingxia. She surveyed the 16 individuals present, confirming that none were hoarding cores. Satisfied, she nodded. This time, they had amassed a total of 1,208 crystal cores, along with one level 3 core. Please tally the total crystals collected by each individual, as their rewards will correspond with their contributions. Rewards? Indeed, accompany me to my base, and I shall explain how the point system operates. Upon hearing this, Li Gang and the others were filled with joy, exclaiming, "Yes!" Han Qingxia discovered a plethora of operable vehicles within the factory. There were numerous cars, mostly intact, albeit lacking keys. However, this posed no challenge for Han Qingxia. After tinkering for a short while, she successfully unlocked several vehicles for the group. Before departing, she conducted a thorough search of the factory. Guided by Li Gang and others, she swiftly located all the production workshops within the premises. This is the largest grain factory in City A, producing a vast array of food-related products such as wuchang rice, rice oil, flour, noodles, white sugar, and wide noodles, among others. The variety is indeed extensive, all pertaining to the realm of food. When combined, the total quantity exceeds 100,000 tons. Han Qingxia instructed Su Xiaoyang to have the factory's main gate refurbished, prominently displaying her name atop it, along with a flag bearing her insignia, thus claiming this factory as her territory. Meanwhile, she swiftly organized the food stored in the factory's warehouse, collecting every box of pre-packaged goods. By the time she had completely absorbed the factory's products, her storage space was filled to 3/4 capacity, approximately equivalent to a 10-story building, with every corner brimming with supplies, nearing its limits. The abundance of grain could sustain 7,000 to 8,000 people for a lifetime, should she choose to share it. Han Qingxia was exceedingly pleased with this outcome. As for the machinery and production lines, she chose to leave them untouched for the time being. In the future, once her base's productivity has developed, she would return with her team to process food, as these resources would prove invaluable. Today marked a remarkably fruitful day. Having acquired an enormous food factory, in addition to over 10 tons of grain, 16 individuals, and more than 1,000 crystal cores. Exiting the grand warehouse, she found that the crowd had already restored the main gate. With a simple command from Han Qingxia, everyone boarded the vehicles, and she led them back to her base. Along the way, the group felt a long-lost sense of security, as if they were under a protective shield. As their convoy departed from the factory road and merged onto the main thoroughfare, a chilling scream pierced the air. On the roadside, a cluster of scattered zombies surrounded a woman, voraciously feasting upon her. Meanwhile, another woman was desperately sprinting towards them, her eyes wide with panic as she cried for help. Help! Help! Yet, after only a few strides, she was overwhelmed by the zombies lurking at the roadside, one sinking its teeth into her artery. Wang Feng instantly recognized the woman's anguished cries. It was Lu Ling and Su Wenwen. Everyone inside the vehicle stared in horror at the two women engulfed by the undead, pressing against the windows yet too terrified to look away. They were the very individuals whom Han Qingxia had asked if they wished to accompany her. Yet they had chosen to leave. Their homes were not far from the factory. Despite Han Qingxia's warnings about the zombies in their vicinity, they had refused to heed the advice and insisted on going. How could they possibly escape the relentless horde? The moment they appeared, they were fixated upon by the famished zombies, with no avenue of escape available. Before their eyes, these two women were devoured by the ravenous creatures, and soon thereafter, their bodies began to convulse and mutate. All present were left in a state of shock, utterly transfixed by the macabre spectacle. With a roar, the leading armored vehicle accelerated, violently crushing the two piles of zombies, clearing a path through the carnage. As they safely navigated away from the grotesque scene, an involuntary sense of safety and profound relief surged within everyone. Indeed, the world outside was teeming with the undead. There exists not a single safe haven. One must never harbor even a trace of complacency. Accompanying Han Qingxia, she assured them that within her dominion, they could all live in safety. The group followed Han Qingxia's vehicle swiftly towards the outskirts. Their convoy came to a halt amidst a cluster of villas in the remote area. The moment Han Qingxia appeared, the residents of Villa No. 9 rushed out. "My lord, you have arrived." Upon seeing Wang Yumin along with his wife and children, Han Qingxia nodded in acknowledgement. She gestured for the individuals from the 5 or 6 vehicles behind her to disembark. "From now on, all of you shall reside here." Han Qingxia turned to Wang Yumin, instructing, "You shall lead them in cultivating crops and managing production. Production is the foundation of all things. Moreover, agricultural output is the bedrock of stability. Only with a reliable food supply can we contemplate expanding into other forms of production. We must tread the path step by step." Wang Yumin, upon hearing this, promptly nodded. "Very well. Everyone gather around. I shall explain the rules of the base to you. This narrative will unfold through the lens of a straightforward worldview, eschewing any external guidance, save for the protagonist's remarkable abilities in base construction, as she navigates through the challenges of a zombie-infested realm. The story will not delve into the fantastical. Rather, the zombies will evolve with supernatural abilities yet remain grounded in realistic physics, eschewing excessive exaggeration. The aim is to evoke a visceral sense of bloody pursuit and survival. For those who share this affinity, be sure to add this book to your collection. Charge forth into the zombie world. Chapter 56. The Summer Base. All residents joining my base will operate under a point system. Points can be exchanged with me for food, water, daily necessities, and various tools. Han Qingxia took out the list she had previously given to Wang Yumin and instructed him to post it on the bulletin board of the villa area. The list contained an intricate detailing of the food exchange rate for points. 1 point for a pound of rice, 1 point for a pack of salt, 1 point for an egg, 10 points for a pound of pork, and 50 points for a live chicken. All crops you harvest can be exchanged for points, and additionally, slaying zombies will yield rewards. Han Qingxia showcased the crystal cores she held in her hand. "Li Gang, I just asked you to record the crystal cores they excavated. You will be credited with the basic points at a rate of 1 point per core. In the future, any crystal cores you personally hunt will be exchanged at a rate of 10 points each." Li Gang and the others were taken aback. They instantly comprehended that in Han Qingxia's base, points would serve as currency, and each of them had just collected between 50 to 80 crystal cores. Their basic points would thus range from 50 to 80. If exchanged for food, each person could at least obtain 5 to 600 pounds. Furthermore, each of you is required to pay me 10 points daily as a residential tax. Han Qingxia established the framework of regulations for the base. This tax is the fee for utilizing all lands and houses within my territory. Any delay of 1 day will incur a 10% late fee, and if payment is overdue for 10 days, residents will forfeit their rights, and all property will be confiscated, resulting in expulsion from the base. Everyone can monitor one another. If anyone discovers a tax evader and reports them, a reward awaits. Half of the offender's property will be awarded to the informant. The atmosphere grew tense immediately. Since ancient times, there have existed 5 techniques for governing the populace: the foolish populace, the weak populace, the weary populace, the humiliated populace, and the impoverished populace. The foolish populace refers to the unification of public thought, compelling all individuals to adhere to a singular ideology. Han Qingxia aims to align their thoughts with her own leadership. The residents within her domain must share her vision and collaboratively develop the base. This embodies the concept of the foolish populace. The weak populace denotes the necessity of a formidable base while ensuring the individual strengths of the residents remain feeble, thereby preventing the emergence of any organizations that might challenge the authority of the base. For instance, yesterday Han Qingxia encountered Ding Yi and his group. Under Ding Yi's leadership, they banded together, each harboring their own agendas, making them undesirable to Han Qingxia. To admit such contentious individuals would imply her base is too tranquil, inviting trouble. The weak populace, therefore, involves diminishing the power of those beneath her, fracturing their unity, yet allowing them to collectively form a part of her territory. The individuals Han Qingxia has recently assimilated are all loosely connected, temporarily united without a true leader, and even the most influential, Li Gang, lacks significant charisma. Upon her arrival, the populace is more inclined to trust her. This type of community can be nurtured, as it diminishes the residents' power, ensuring that no one can disrupt the base. This is the essence of the weak populace. The weary populace entails engaging residents in daily tasks, driven by a common goal that keeps them occupied. For example, Han Qingxia has instituted a point system, requiring each individual to submit 10 points daily as a fee for residing in the base. Failure to meet this requirement incurs interest, and repeated failures may result in expulsion. This system compels everyone to contribute, with points guiding their daily endeavors. This represents the weary populace. Qingxia further elaborated on the citizenry degradation aspect, referring to the implementation of a reporting and oversight system. This system would enable mutual supervision among the populace, ensuring the efficient execution of her directives. The intended outcome was to foster a cautious environment where individuals diligently engaged in labor and adhered to regulations. The final aspect, impoverishment of the citizenry, entailed ensuring the populace remained in a state of financial need, divesting them of any surplus wealth beyond the bare necessities. This was akin to the pre-apocalyptic era, where a significant portion of society consisted of individuals who spent their entire monthly income struggling to accumulate personal assets despite a lifetime of labor. The majority of their earnings were barely sufficient to cover living expenses, with limited avenues for generating additional income. This constituted impoverishment of the citizenry, keeping them perpetually occupied and preoccupied. However, in the nascent stages of Han Qingxia's fledgling base, the populace was already overwhelmingly impoverished, rendering the deliberate impoverishment of the citizenry unnecessary. The immediate priority was development, vigorous development, and the construction of the base. The stipulated 10 points per day were sufficient to incentivize labor, and with diligence, individuals could accumulate their own wealth without undue difficulty. As the leader of the base, Han Qingxia was committed to ensuring the safety, comprehensive support, and welfare of all residents in any circumstance. Under her stewardship, provided the residents engaged in diligent production, she could guarantee them the most favorable treatment among all bases. In the initial phase, I will provide you with seeds, tools, and everything else you require, free of charge, she declared. I have instructed Wang Yumin and his family to initiate planting and breeding activities, and your base taxes will be temporarily waived for 1 month. After 1 month, everyone will be required to pay me points, Han Qingxia announced to the assembled crowd. Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed at Han Qingxia with a mixture of trepidation and gratitude. She provided them with safety and territory, guiding them back to a stable and tranquil life, granting them a month of grace. In this time, the cultivation of early maturing vegetables could yield a bountiful harvest. Furthermore, due to Han Qingxia's system of incentives, everyone was imbued with a vigorous spirit. It is well known that if a colossal dragon could only bring favorable weather and other benefits to humanity, it would not be cherished. Instead, it would be relegated to the status of a mere beast of burden. However, the dragon possesses the wrath of thunder and the capacity to annihilate all, which compels humanity to revere it as a deity. The art of governance lies in the combination of benevolence and authority. In the eyes of these individuals, Han Qingxia was akin to a divine being. At that moment, Lord Wang Yumin inquired, "My lord, what should we name our base?" After a brief contemplation, Han Qingxia addressed everyone, declaring, "It shall be called Summer Base. From now on, all of you will be residents of Summer Base." Upon hearing this name, a collective surge of reverence washed over the crowd as they gazed at Han Qingxia with profound devotion. At that instant, a voice resonated in her mind. Ding! Super Lord system activated. The naming of the Lord's territory was successful. Ding! Prosperity level initiated. Current prosperity, 60. Reward. Resident loyalty increased by 10%. Chapter 57. The best leadership. The base's yield is enhanced by 10%. Han Qingxia. The consecutive rewards were both practical and powerful. The system is remarkable. Han Qingxia observed the newly unlocked attributes, with the base's prosperity level displayed following her score and crystal core count. Upon accessing the prosperity interface, one can observe the detailed attributes displayed above. Current residents of the base: 19 individuals. Base guards: 1. War dogs: 16. Area covered: approximately 41 square kilometers. Cultivated land: 30 acres. Current prosperity value: 60. Rural village. Han Qingxia mused, is the title of rural village too disparaging? Prosperity is a composite of various metrics. An upgrade in title will unlock a grand prize. Han Qingxia glanced at her next level. 500 prosperity points, urban-rural fringe. Excellent. I must strive for the status of urban-rural fringe. Indeed, everything for the glory of the Xiangxia base. With determination, Han Qingxia departed from the residential area. She instructed all residents to find their own accommodations, as any housing within her territory would suffice. Given the current technological limitations, Han Qingxia opted for a registration method to document everyone's points, creating 2 copies for mutual record-keeping. Should they wish to exchange for supplies, they need only inform Wang Yumin, and arrangements would be made for Wang Yunduo to collect them the following day. To facilitate this, she provided Wang Yumin's family with 100 points as a subsidy, and in the future, their rent would be deducted at the rate of 10 points, eliminating the need for daily production deliveries. Once all personnel were settled, she distributed a batch of seeds for Wang Yumin to plant, after which Han Qingxia took her leave. Along the way, Su Xiaoyang frequently cast glances in her direction. "What are you staring at?" Han Qingxia inquired. Driving attentively, Su Xiaoyang responded earnestly, "I believe our leader is an exceptionally outstanding figure." Han Qingxia. The unexpected flattery caught her off guard. "Could it be that you desire a salary?" She gazed at Su Xiaoyang, pondered for 3 seconds, and with a firm resolve, conceded, "All right, since you have been working alongside me the most, it is only fair to grant you some compensation. I shall provide you with 100 points each month, which you can exchange for whatever you wish." Su Xiaoyang responded with a light scoff. "Is that insufficient? 100 points is quite generous. That equates to 100 pounds of food." Han Qingxia immediately began to tally with her fingers, reminding him, "Do not forget that you are under my employment. I provide for your meals and lodging, and I attend to your every need. Have I not treated you well? You ought to be grateful." "Very well, let us leave it at that for now. Once the base flourishes, I shall consider granting you a bonus. I am exhausted. I shall take a brief rest." Han Qingxia yawned and pretended to fall asleep. "If you wish for a raise, dream on. I shall remain steadfast in my frugality." Seeing her eyes closed in slumber, Su Xiaoyang steadied the steering wheel, a gentle smile gracing his otherwise icy visage. His desire was never for a salary. He genuinely regarded Han Qingxia as exceptional. The longer he spent in her company, the more he felt this way. Though she appeared fierce and formidable to outsiders, internally, she was remarkably kind. Once she recognized someone as her own, she would spare no effort to protect them and provide them with the best life possible. Han Qingxia's excellence stemmed not from her appearance, but from her inherent strength. Following someone of her caliber would undoubtedly lead to a prosperous life. Their base would surely grow in power. As customary, he exchanged 1,000 first-level crystal cores. Following that, with today's territorial expansion having seized a factory, her points soared to an astonishing 150,000, along with a bounty of crystal cores. The Crystal Core Grand Gift Pack is temporarily unavailable. She rubbed her excited little hands and first exchanged for a radar system valued at 100,000 points. With a swift motion, she expanded the area behind her second-floor tower, and several radar stations emerged atop her air defense bunker. The entire radar system was now operational on her second floor. This system, produced by the platform, would automatically adjust the exploration range according to Han Qingxia's territorial expansion. Every anomaly within her domain would be comprehensively monitored and promptly reported to Han Qingxia, offering precision far superior to her previous interconnected territory surveillance. Moreover, it was integrated with Han Qingxia's reconnaissance and strike drone system. Upon detecting any irregularities, she could directly relay the coordinates to the drones, allowing them to conduct reconnaissance and strikes without her needing to traverse the area herself. The security measures of Han Qingxia's territory were significantly enhanced. In addition, while browsing through the displayed products, she was pleasantly surprised to discover an electronic statistics system akin to the meal card and water card systems found in canteens. This product was marked as an essential asset for her territory, priced at a mere 100 points. However, each member card would require 1 point. Without hesitation, Han Qingxia placed her order, spending another 100 points to acquire 100 member cards. This was precisely what she needed. In the future, each member of her base would possess an identity point card, making the deduction and accumulation of points exceedingly convenient. There would be no need for her to keep manual records anymore. The system would automatically log everything. The Lord system was indeed designed to cultivate exceptional lords, understanding precisely what Han Qingxia required. Before long, the entire set of items appeared before her, each card emblazoned with the characters for midsummer. In truth, such devices are not difficult to create. Before the apocalypse, many programmers would have written the necessary code, coupled with a sensor and a chip card, to establish an entire system. However, we are now in an apocalyptic world. Where can she possibly find programmers to develop the software, let alone acquire the necessary device chips? Moreover, the system provided is simply exquisite. The identification cards are beautiful. The system operates swiftly without any bugs. Truly remarkable. Thus, the foundation of her summer base has genuinely taken shape. After organizing the residence points, Han Qingxia utilized the evolution liquid machine to extract evolution liquid from the level 3 crystal nucleus. She consumed the evolution liquid from the level 3 crystal nucleus and prepared a dose of evolution liquid from a level 1 zombie crystal nucleus for Su Xiaoyang. Observing this vial of evolution liquid, she mused that there is no other boss quite like her in the world. As for a pay raise, that's out of the question. Here you go. Having finished cooking, Su Xiaoyang noticed Han Qingxia extending a glass of water and a card towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted and drank from it. The taste was as sweet as ever. The water provided by his superior was indeed exceptional. What is this? After finishing the water, Su Xiaoyang glanced at the card. Your identification card. From this moment on, you are a formal resident of the summer base, containing 100 points. Chapter 58. Even the donkey of a production team cannot match his capabilities. Su Xiaoyang took the identification card in his hand. His number was 002, the designation of the second citizen of the summer base. Holding this card, he gazed at the number, feeling a warmth swell within him. 002, this signifies his standing in Han Qingxia's heart, second only to 001, which is herself. The sentiment is indeed subtle. Han Qingxia regarded him as her closest companion. Thus, in this apocalyptic world, the two truly relied on one another for survival. With Han Qingxia placing him on such a high pedestal, it followed that she would also become his most cherished confidant. At this moment, Han Qingxia whistled at the dog gnawing on a bone. Tiangu, come here. Issue the identification tags. Woof woof. Tian, having set down the bone, hurried over. Han Qingxia produced a pre-strung identity card and inserted it into the slot of Tian's combat uniform, tying a knot for security. The card prominently displayed the number 001. Su Xiaoyang.
Tian is 001?
What else could he be? Well then, what about you, boss? I am 000. Su Xiaoyang. Good heavens, there's even a 000. I had underestimated the situation. Furthermore, Han Qingxia had arranged identification documents for her dogs as well, numbering from 003 to 017. Each bore a customized dog tag adorned with the emblem of the Jiang Xia base, placed securely in their combat uniform slots. For Han Qingxia, her dogs were indistinguishable from humans. They were her comrades, and indeed, comrades she deemed even more trustworthy. It was imperative that they all possessed identification cards from the Jiang Xia base. 2 days passed in a blur. Throughout this time, Han Qingxia had been engrossed in the construction of the base. Establishing and managing a base was an exceedingly intricate and troublesome endeavor, particularly in the initial stages. She needed to address the residents' needs for water supply, electricity, and essential provisions. Previously, only the Wang family resided there, and their modest requirements could be easily tolerated. However, with the increase in residents forming a village, fundamental living conditions had to be resolved. Han Qingxia installed the 100 solar panels she had previously won in the lottery within the villa community, providing residents with a stable power supply. The power output for this area has been effectively resolved. Furthermore, should any issues arise in the future, residents can simply call the air raid shelter, eliminating the need for Wang Yunduo to run back and forth daily. As for the water supply, this area remains connected to the water company. Previously, Wang Yunduo's family relied on rainwater collection, but with the increase in population, rainwater is certainly inadequate. Han Qingxia organized the community to dig wells, utilizing the water system connected to her air raid shelter. Her water system has undergone systematic enhancement, ensuring its safety. The water supply issue was swiftly addressed. With the improvement of these two fundamental aspects of livelihood, water and electricity, Han Qingxia's residents exhibited a remarkable increase in loyalty towards her, accompanied by a heightened sense of belonging. As Han Qingxia's life flourished, she also focused on resource exchanges. Residents in need of scarce resources could contact Wang Yunduo to facilitate exchanges at her air raid shelter. Her territory remains off-limits to outsiders. To assist this little girl, Han Qingxia provided her with a small bicycle. In these extraordinary times, everyone is required to engage in productive work, and children are also considered valuable human resources. Additionally, Han Qingxia exempted Wang Yunduo from taxes as a form of wage, which cannot be deemed as bullying a child. In an era of resource scarcity, everyone must contribute. In the small base where Han Qingxia once resided, children were treated as adults while adults were relegated to servitude. There was no concept of protecting children or the elderly. If one lacked the ability to labor, they would simply be cast aside by the base. Bases do not need individuals who can only be a burden. Children must also contribute. However, if the people from the outside base were to witness the industriousness of those laboring within the midsummer base, they would undoubtedly clamor to join in. Other bases are now rife with chaos. A deluge of refugees floods in, food is scarce, and resources are stretched thin. A multitude of individuals struggle to find a means to survive. Here, the children have tasks to occupy them and earn points, rendering it a veritable paradise. A sanctum on earth. Under her guidance, the land surrounding the villa area has been cultivated, and high-yield crops such as potatoes and sweet potatoes have been sown. Everyone has genuinely embarked upon productive labor, and her base has truly entered a phase of stability. The prosperity index of Han Qingxia's base has surged by 30. The quaint village is beginning to take shape. Once the crops are harvested and resources are abundant, the prosperity of the base will continue to rise. After 2 days of diligent management and construction, Han Qingxia can finally take a breath. Yet, she simultaneously senses the acute absence of a crucial element, manpower. Her workforce is woefully insufficient. One Su Xiaoyang is far from adequate. His efforts to maintain the air raid shelter have rendered him overwhelmed. Each day, he must rise an hour earlier to tidy both the interior and exterior of the shelter. As the vegetable garden yields its bounty and the fruit trees begin to bear fruit, Su Xiaoyang also has to prepare meals, clean, attend to the shelter, and occasionally respond to Han Qingxia's summons to the residential area. Even the donkey in the production team cannot match his workload. This is all made more manageable thanks to Han Qingxia's radar and drone systems. Any wandering zombies invading their territory are dispatched by the drones. Otherwise, it would indeed be a challenge for her and Su Xiaoyang to manage everything alone. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Han Qingxia's mind. Ding! The Super Lord system has been activated. Conquer the pharmaceutical research facility in the western part of City A, and the host will be rewarded with an electronic butler. Han Qingxia exclaimed, "What a delightful surprise! The most formidable assistance is the system." The system rarely issued tasks, yet each time it provided substantial support. "Jiang Xia, prepare to leave." "Yes." Su Xiaoyang, who was washing dishes, immediately rinsed the bowl, rose without hesitation, and equipped himself before heading out. Han Qingxia's words were commands. Execution was all that was required. She uploaded the map into her armored vehicle, as usual bringing along 8 dogs, leaving Xia Tian and 7 others to guard the air raid shelter. Their destination was the pharmaceutical research facility located at the junction of City A, City B, and City C. After 2.5 hours of travel, they arrived at the facility around noon. This pharmaceutical plant was remarkably secluded, with only a solitary 6-story building surrounded by several kilometers of emptiness. The exterior was pristine white, and the security measures at the entrance were exceedingly advanced. However, it appeared deserted. Upon arriving, Han Qingxia suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with this place. The research department of the joint pharmaceutical company. She felt she had heard of it somewhere before. Chapter 59. The Joint Pharmaceutical Company. "Boss, is this the place?" Su Xiaoyang halted in front of the facility's entrance, which was surprisingly wide open, as if someone had recently entered. Han Qingxia furrowed her delicate brows, pondering where she had encountered this location. One thing she was certain of was that in her 2 lifetimes, she had never set foot here. The United Pharmaceutical Research Facility. "Well, let us proceed." Su Xiaoyang's vehicle slowly passed through the entrance of the facility. Han Qingxia remained highly vigilant. Upon entering the gate, she instructed Su Xiaoyang to drive around the exterior of the building. She aimed to familiarize herself with the terrain, ascertain the number of entrances and exits, and identify possible escape routes in the event of danger. She would not recklessly venture inside. Despite her formidable strength, one must never underestimate the risks involved. After circling the building, she gathered the following information. There was only one entrance, the main door. Externally, the structure appeared to be 6 stories high, yet Han Qingxia noticed a sign indicating access to an underground parking garage. The underground area likely housed another parking facility. As a seasoned survivor in this apocalyptic world, Han Qingxia was reluctant to enter the parking garage. Firstly, the confines of an underground garage are typically dimly lit and claustrophobic, heightening the risk of danger. Secondly, reconnaissance should progress from the simple to the complex. She needed to secure the areas she could easily conquer before venturing into more perilous zones. To rashly enter the underground garage, only to encounter danger and subsequently find that the seemingly safe exterior had turned hazardous, would be akin to digging her own grave. After completing 2 circuits around the building, Han Qingxia parked the armored vehicle at the main entrance. She had confirmed that the exterior was devoid of zombies. Now, she intended to inspect the interior of the ground floor to ensure it was safe before descending to the underground level. Thoroughly surveying both the inside and outside would enable her to plant her flag of dominion over this research facility. "Let us proceed." Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang cautiously stepped inside, leaving 2 dogs stationed at the entrance to guard the vehicle, while the remaining 6 each accompanied 3. As they ventured deeper, Han Qingxia was soon astonished to discover that all the doors of the pharmaceutical research facility stood wide open. The security gates were numerous, each requiring a specialized identity card to unlock, akin to those found in a bank. Under normal circumstances, encountering such a place would pose significant challenges. Yet, it seemed they were the chosen ones. Their passage was utterly unimpeded. Not only was it smooth sailing, but it also appeared that not a single zombie roamed the entirety of this 6-story building. Was this a stroke of luck for Han Qingxia? Had the system bestowed upon her a boon? Together, she and Su Xiaoyang traversed the secure corridors, meticulously inspecting every room from the 1st to the 6th floor. To their astonishment, they confirmed that there was indeed not a soul, nor a single zombie, in sight. All the doors to the corridors and rooms stood ajar, with the instruments and facilities within each room covered in a layer of dust, indicative of prolonged disuse. "Boss, there are no traces of anyone or any zombies. It seems this place has been evacuated in advance." Su Xiaoyang, with his background as a special forces operative, quickly conveyed the information he had gathered to Han Qingxia. She nodded thoughtfully. Could it truly be this uncomplicated? Upon entering an office on the top floor, which appeared to be the administrative area, Han Qingxia noted that the lower floors predominantly housed laboratories filled with specialized equipment. In this office, she discovered an electric kettle still plugged in and heating water. This kettle operated on a temperature-sensitive mechanism, automatically reactivating to heat the water whenever the temperature dropped. The transparent glass kettle repeatedly boiled the water, maintaining it at the minimum level to prevent dry boiling. Han Qingxia gently touched the kettle, its glass exterior still warm to the touch. Beside the kettle lay an unsealed bucket of instant noodles, infused with various seasonings, and accompanied by a marinated egg and sausage. It seemed that the individuals who once occupied this space were merely waiting for the water to boil to prepare their meal. However, now the noodles had spoiled. The heavily preserved marinated egg and sausage had developed mold, rendering the entire container of noodles inedible. The person who had intended to enjoy this instant meal never even had a chance to take a single bite. Han Qingxia found this sensation peculiar, as if the inhabitants of this place had abruptly vanished into thin air. She surveyed her surroundings and noticed a computer, attempting to glean some information. Yet the computers here were not as accessible as an open door. They were all password protected of the highest security level. Han Qingxia was unable to uncover any useful information. As she scanned the office, she stumbled upon a cache of supplies, instant noodles, ham, and marinated eggs, among other items. One should never be empty-handed. Su Xiaoyang had wanted to assist her, but she insisted he search for provisions next door. Before long, they had gathered all the edible items on this floor of the administrative building. Su Xiaoyang carried bags in both hands, his back bulging with supplies, even shouldering 2 boxes of cola, diligently collecting the goods. Han Qingxia observed this obedient giant and said, "Let's first head downstairs to stow away the supplies." Understood. This time, Han Qingxia opted against the stairs. The building had its own independent power system, and the elevator was still operational. She pressed the button for the descending elevator on the top floor, and within moments, it arrived. She exchanged a glance with Su Xiaoyang, both of them positioned on opposite sides, having thoroughly inspected the ground. Naturally, the elevator required examination as well. Ding! The elevator halted at their floor. The moment the doors opened, it revealed an empty space. At that moment, Han Qingxia was utterly convinced that there was not a single person or zombie on the premises of this pharmaceutical research facility. After confirming their safety with Su Xiaoyang, they, along with their dogs, stepped into the elevator. The elevator boasted 7 buttons, precisely as Han Qingxia had envisioned. 6 floors above ground and 1 basement level designated as a parking area. She had previously surveyed the layout and planned to first visit the first floor to drop off supplies before descending to the basement. All that was left was to conduct a thorough inspection of the basement, and this research facility would be completely under their control. As Han Qingxia reached out to press the button for the first floor, her hand suddenly halted. Wait a moment. A realization struck her. The location of this joint pharmaceutical research facility was in the western part of City A. The name of this pharmaceutical plant was unremarkable, yet its geographical position lay at the intersection of cities A, B, and C. Goodness, could it possibly be the fabled lair of the zombie king from her past life? Just then, before they even pressed any buttons for the floors, the elevator began its rapid descent. The display before Han Qingxia illuminated with the indication of the basement. A chilling sensation coursed through the elevator, for they had not selected the basement level. Rather, someone on the lower level had activated the ascending elevator. Chapter 60. Encountering Team Lu Qian again. The elevator hurtled towards the underground basement. Inside the elevator, Han Qingxia pressed every button for all the floors. Yet, the elevator did not stop at any level, as if prioritizing the upward requests from the ground floor. The elevator, carrying all its occupants, swiftly descended towards the bottom. Han Qingxia's mind raced, her gaze fixed upon the eerily malfunctioning elevator, as she began to contemplate countless possibilities. Firstly, it was inconceivable that it could be a ghost. Even in a world on the brink of apocalypse, overrun by zombies, the existence of supernatural entities was implausible. Moreover, if hypothetically ghosts did exist, how utterly pathetic would it be for a ghost to press elevator buttons to instill fear? With such power, why not orchestrate an elevator disaster to annihilate everyone in a single blow, or at least toy with their minds? Frankly speaking, as long as it did not inflict physical harm upon her, everything else was trivial. The notion of ghosts was never a consideration for Han Qingxia. As someone inherently wicked, she feared fire, bullets, and cannonballs, but not phantoms. Ghosts were not nearly as frightening as she was. Thus, dismissing the possibility of a mechanical failure, it was evident that the entity manipulating the elevator must be a living being. The first possibility was a human, the second, a zombie. Would a zombie press an elevator button? Under normal circumstances, it would not. However, the only uncertainty for Han Qingxia lay in whether this location was indeed the domain of the rumored zombie king. If it was, as she had heard in her previous life, then perhaps a superior zombie could operate an elevator. Yet she could not be certain, for she had never ventured into such a place nor confronted a zombie king before. In the early days of the apocalypse, even if this place could give rise to super zombies, they should not be particularly formidable at this stage. Thus, the likelihood of encountering humans remains higher. She turned her gaze towards Su Xiaoyang. As their eyes met, they instantly grasped each other's thoughts. Whether human or zombie, anyone outside today is destined to perish. Ding! The elevator descended floor by floor. Upon reaching the final level, the doors finally opened. The solitary beam of light from within the elevator pierced the enveloping darkness outside, illuminating the surroundings. The moment the elevator doors swung open, it startled those waiting outside. Bark, bark, bark. To their astonishment, 6 dogs emerged from the elevator. The dogs lunged at the waiting crowd outside. There were only 2 individuals present. 3 dogs pounced on one person with astonishing speed and precision, catching them completely off guard. The suddenness of the event left everyone astonished. Who would have anticipated the presence of dogs in this desolate building? However, it was evident that these 2 individuals were no ordinary foes. Once knocked down, they swiftly retaliated. Some engaged in combat, while others drew firearms, countering the unexpected assault. At that moment, 2 figures shot forth from the elevator with remarkable speed. Flanking left and right, their movements dazzled the eye, seizing the initiative. In a matter of seconds, these 2, exhibiting the prowess of elite special forces, along with the dogs, disarmed the 2 individuals outside. Click! The long gun was loaded, and Han Qingxia pressed the dark muzzle against one man's forehead. After securing control over the situation outside, she finally had the opportunity to discern who was present. She lowered her head and was met with the youthful, somewhat naive visage of a young soldier. Upon seeing Han Qingxia, the young soldier was clearly taken aback. After a moment of shock, he immediately exclaimed, "Sister." Han Qingxia was stunned. This was none other than Tang Jian, who had once been consistently brought to tears by her. "Xiaoyang, Your Majesty." Qi Mingtang, who was being restrained by the dogs nearby, also recognized Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. Both of them gazed in astonishment at the unexpected appearance of Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. At that moment, a hurried voice emerged from the shadows ahead. "Is the elevator here? We can barely hold on. Pingzi, look who has arrived." Tang Jian quickly responded. "Sister, what are you all doing? Has the elevator not arrived yet?" Just then, a bright, urgent female voice echoed. A woman clad in military attire rushed over. Upon reaching them and noticing the group of people and dogs, her expression darkened. "Who are you? Friends?" A hint of suspicion clouded her face, especially as she observed the dogs Han Qingxia had brought downing her comrades, with a gun barrel aimed at one of their special forces team members. This hardly resembled a friendly encounter. Yet there was no time to interrogate the newcomers. From the darkness behind them came chilling screams that sent shivers down their spines. The sounds resembled both human cries and the howls of wild beasts, as if something was tearing its throat apart in a desperate scream, making it nearly impossible to fathom what creature could produce such a noise. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed, as searing artillery fire illuminated the momentary darkness in Han Qingxia's line of sight. She witnessed a scene that sent a shiver down her spine. Countless zombies surged forth from the end of the corridor. Some were clad in white protective suits, others in pale blue patient gowns, all resembling demons clawing their way out of hell, menacingly advancing towards the soldiers standing in defense. A barrage of gunfire rained down upon them, yet the impact was woefully insufficient. The bullets inflicted minimal damage. Only a direct shot to their heads could render them momentarily subdued. In contrast, these zombies possessed an attack power several times greater than their external counterparts. They lunged at a fully armored soldier, effortlessly tearing through his specialized protective gear with a single claw, then violently extracting his beating heart, devouring his flesh and blood. They could not hold their ground. These individuals would not withstand the onslaught. Flee! In an instant, Han Qingxia swiftly ushered her companions into the elevator. Hurry! Get in the elevator! Retreat! Simultaneously, a familiar male voice rang out from the front. This voice issued commands in unison with Han Qingxia, prompting Tang Jian and the others to rush into the elevator as well, providing fire support for their comrades behind them. Within mere seconds, Han Qingxia spotted several familiar faces: Wang Heng, Li Lin, and Lu Qian. Indeed, it was Lu Qian's squad, accompanied by 4 or 5 soldiers she did not recognize. Upon entering the elevator, these soldiers were taken aback to see Han Qingxia, yet there was no time for inquiries. Everyone was racing against time to retreat. Behind them loomed a horde of mutated zombies. Charge! Retreat! Just as they all stepped into the elevator, before they could even exhale in relief, the elevator's alarm blared. Beep! 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 Overweight. Chapter 61. Overweight. This is a capacious elevator, with a limit of 20 people and a maximum load of 1.6 tons. On Han Qingxia's side, there are 6 dogs and 2 people. Her dogs are exceptionally well-fed, each weighing 70 to 80 pounds. Adding to that, there are 12 people on Lu Qian's side. It's right on the edge of being overweight. Overweight. Wang Mengwei, hearing the elevator emit an overweight alarm, immediately commanded Han Qingxia, who was furthest inside, quickly get your dogs out. Upon hearing this, Han Qingxia's eyes instantly flared with murderous intent. Overweight, is it? In the confined elevator car, she kicked Wang Mengwei. You get the hell out. Ah! Wang Mengwei was kicked out of the elevator, fortunately landing near a group of soldiers still firing and sniping at the edge of the elevator. At this moment, Lu Qian, standing at the very edge of the elevator with a man-portable missile launcher on his shoulder, stated with resolute determination, "Everyone, drop your weapons." The horde of zombies was less than 10 meters away from them. As his voice faded, accompanied by a subsequent missile, he flung the entire man-portable missile launcher out, placing it horizontally in the path of the zombies, briefly impeding their advance. Seeing this, the other soldiers, with a myriad of reluctance in their hearts, also cast aside their weapons. The zombies struck by the weapons at the front lines let out a howl, but were quickly trampled over by the zombie horde behind them. It was like throwing a log into a torrent of rats, only able to halt their progress for an extremely short time. Before long, the rats would swarm over the log and continue their relentless advance, even more so with such a horde of zombies. Fortunately, Lu Qian's decision was correct. With a decisive throw of their weapons, the elevator was no longer overloaded. As Wang Mengwei anxiously pressed the close button, the elevator doors gradually shut. Just as the doors were about to close, a female zombie clad in a white coat lunged towards them in an exaggerated manner. Within the elevator, Han Qingxia's eyes glinted coldly. She prepared to unleash her powers from her palm. At that moment, a bolt of lightning shot forth. With a crackle, a barrage of fireballs, metal knives, wooden vines, and water orbs followed suit, launched by nearly everyone in the elevator. Though the strength of their abilities was relatively low, almost every individual possessed some form of power. Immediately, the leading female zombie was bombarded with a flurry of attacks, leaving her charred and battered. What astonished Han Qingxia was not merely the fact that nearly everyone in the elevator wielded abilities, but that the first to unleash the lightning power was Lu Qian, his lightning powers evidently stronger than the rest. Such abilities were exceedingly rare. With a final click, the elevator doors sealed shut. In that instant, a palpable sense of relief washed over the faces of all within. After the harrowing brush with death, who could help but feel a surge of relief? At that moment, Wang Mengwei regained her composure. She turned to glare at Han Qingxia, demanding, "What did you just do to me?" Her voice sent shivers down the spines of those in the elevator, especially Tang Jian and the others, who felt an immediate tension. No, please don't provoke Han Qingxia. She is the formidable Lady Demon. She is not to be trifled with, they thought, recalling that it was she who had sent her dog down in the first place. They observed that Han Qingxia, The formidable sorceress, upon hearing her inquiry, exhibited a glimmer in her dark, beautiful eyes, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Tang Jian and the others felt a tightening in their chests. Disaster loomed. It was evident that Wang Mengwei had truly provoked her. "Please do not court disaster," they implored. At that moment, a deep, indifferent male voice resonated. "Captain Wang." Lu Qian sensed the atmosphere within the cramped elevator shift, his expression turning icy. His tone dropped to a chilling frost, markedly different from his usual polite demeanor. The impatience in his voice was unmistakable. "Captain Lu," Wang Mengwei exclaimed, immediately turning to him, attempting to reason. "You saw what just happened. This woman actually tried to kick me down. She intends to kill me and jeopardize us all. Let us ascend. Come over and swipe the card," Lu Qian instructed, tapping the elevator panel. They were still trapped on the B1 floor, and the elevator required a card swipe to operate. At that moment, Han Qingxia realized why her earlier attempts to descend had been futile. After selecting a floor, one must also swipe a card. "No, go to B2, Wang Mengwei declared loudly. Lu Qian's attractive brows furrowed deeper in irritation. "Captain Wang, we incurred significant losses today due to inadequate preparation. We should leave now and return another time." Fatigue etched on his face reflected his distress. Several comrades had perished today. Although they were not from his squad, their loss weighed heavily on him. Their operation had been recklessly executed, lacking sufficient preparation, and now they had lost their weapons. He was unwilling to take further risks. Moreover, within the confines of the elevator stood Han Qingxia and her companions. He had to ensure their ascent at the very least. "No." At that moment, Wang Mengwei squeezed her way to the control panel, swiping her card, which caused the elevator buttons to illuminate. The second basement absolutely housed the items. Furthermore, it was undoubtedly secure. "We merely misjudged the floor," Wang Mengwei asserted. "And let us not forget, during this operation, you are here to assist us." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Han Qingxia before turning her serious gaze towards Lu Qian. "We must retrieve the items. If we do not take them now, we cannot predict the dangers that may arise later. Captain Lu, hurry. Swipe the card." Lu Qian pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze icy as he met the eyes of the woman before him. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, he finally retrieved another card from his pocket. Beep. Both cards were swiped in unison. A button appeared on the elevator panel before Han Qingxia. The second basement. Han Qingxia's brow furrowed in surprise. There was indeed another level? This pharmaceutical research facility truly harbored secrets. It required 2 administrator cards to access the concealed elevator. Her eyes were profound, sensing that this place was extraordinary, perhaps even. At that moment, she locked eyes with someone. Standing at the forefront by the elevator controls, Lu Qian gazed at her. "We will take you up once our task is completed," Lu Qian stated. Han Qingxia met his gaze. "But what if you encounter trouble? How will we ascend then?" "You will undoubtedly accompany us in our demise." Wang Mengwei chuckled at her, remarking, "Who permitted you to enter this place?" At this moment, Han Qingxia truly felt unable to endure any longer. She resolved to send this woman to meet her maker right then and there when a slender finger reached across the crowd, presenting her with a card. "Here is my access card for you," said Lu Qian. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Qingxia accepted it eagerly. Wang Mengwei, witnessing this turn of events, became anxious. "How could you?" she began, but her words were abruptly cut off by Lu Qian's icy interruption. "Captain Wang, you need only concern yourself with your duties." At that moment, the elevator chimed, indicating they had arrived at their destination. Wang Mengwei, feeling frustrated, had no choice but to relent, resembling someone who had just swallowed a fly. She cast a furious glare at Han Qingxia, who, undeterred, waved the access card given to her by Lu Qian, infuriating Wang Mengwei even further. How dare this wretched woman treat her in such a manner? Her father was the current head of the K1 base. Throughout her life, no one had dared to confront her like this. That insufferable woman had just pushed her down the elevator. Once her mission concluded, she would make sure to settle the score. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened. Everyone inside immediately went on high alert. Lu Qian and his companions, positioned at the outer edge, instinctively prepared for defense, their palms gathering their abilities in readiness. Should anything seem amiss, they would spring into action without hesitation. Ding! The elevator doors fully opened to reveal an eerie silence. It was not just quiet. It was strikingly bright, illuminated by lights that shone like daylight, revealing a pristine expanse of white in the underground second level. The gleaming white ceramic tiles extended from directly in front of the elevator, creating an impression of vastness within. A colossal glass security door stood at the far end of the corridor, through which numerous empty offices were visible, devoid of any presence. "This is it," exclaimed Wang Mengwei, her surprise evident as she gazed at the expansive hall. Lu Qian exchanged cautious glances with his teammates before carefully stepping out of the elevator. The specialized team of elite soldiers executed their tasks with utmost professionalism. Only after thoroughly assessing the area for any dangers did they allow those inside to exit. Han Qingxia also emerged from the elevator, instructing her 2 dogs to remain nearby, akin to a leisurely sightseeing patrol. Accompanied by Su Xiaoyang and her 2 dogs, they followed Lu Qian's team with a relaxed demeanor. Upon realizing they had trailed behind him to the entrance, Lu Qian promptly inquired, "What brings you here?" "Just taking a stroll, casually looking around," they replied. The group was taken aback. Here they were, engaged in a mission of paramount importance, while 2 seemingly idle individuals trailed behind for a leisurely walk. However, this turned out to be quite fortuitous for Han Qingxia. Her objective was to seize control of the research and development facility, and now she had a group of preliminary scouts to pave the way for her. Why not leverage their knowledge to thoroughly investigate the facility? Clearly, this cohort was well acquainted with the premises, and accompanying them would save her considerable effort. "This arrangement is simply perfect," she mused. "You need not concern yourselves with us. We shall not intrude. Continue with your tasks as you see fit," Han Qingxia said, surprisingly courteous towards the leader of the scouts, Lu Qian. After all, whenever a problem arises, she promptly withdraws, ready to abandon the task at hand. This is her consistent demeanor, both rational and amiable. "Who permitted you to follow us?" Wang Mengwei, at this moment, could no longer remain passive. "Take your dog and leave immediately. You are not welcome here." Suddenly, her words faltered as a swift figure darted through the crowd, materializing before her. In an instant, she found herself lifted off the ground by her throat. A suffocating sensation enveloped her, leaving her gasping for air. Under such immense force, she felt as fragile as a chick destined for slaughter, struggling violently while staring in terror at the woman before her. Han Qingxia was a person of reason, though her logic was often enforced through sheer strength, especially in a post-apocalyptic world where words were superfluous. Meanwhile, the sound of weapons being drawn echoed through the air. Half of the special forces, taking a moment to react, immediately brandished their firearms and activated their abilities, all aimed at Han Qingxia. Su Xiaoyang and his companions on the periphery swiftly moved to shield Han Qingxia, creating a tense standoff between the 2 factions. Tang Jian and the others remained motionless, bewildered by the rapid turn of events, unsure of whom to support. "Lay down your weapons." At that moment, Lu Qian spoke, his gaze fixed on Han Qingxia, then shifting to the now feeble Wang Mengwei. "Release her. I permit you to accompany us." After contemplating for a fleeting second, Han Qingxia relented. With a thud, Wang Mengwei was thrown to the ground. "Captain Wang." Team leader. Wang Mengwei's team rushed to her side. Regaining access to the atmosphere, Wang Mengwei erupted in a violent fit of coughing. Her vision remained obscured by darkness, her heart pounding within her chest as if attempting to escape through her throat. She could perceive the frenzied rush of blood coursing through her veins. Yet despite this, she was seized by an uncontrollable, bone-chilling tremor, her skin slick with cold perspiration. A distinct impression of 5 digits marred her pale neck. After a period of recuperation lasting nearly half a minute, her consciousness and senses gradually returned, yet an involuntary shudder coursed through her frame. She had narrowly avoided death. That woman had genuinely intended to extinguish her life. "Are you all right?" Wang Mengwei discerned Lu Qian's inquiry. A surge of incandescent rage coursed through her, an impulse to command him to terminate Han Qingxia. However, upon beholding the comely woman before her, who offered her a placid smile, she was instantly overcome by a paroxysm of trembling. A profound dread emanated from the depths of her being. In a voice rendered hoarse and tremulous, she responded, I'm fine. It would be improbable for one who had narrowly escaped strangulation to harbor no trepidation towards the perpetrator. She promptly adopted a docile demeanor. If you are well, we shall resume our journey, Lu Qian stated with detached indifference. He exhibited no trace of solicitude or inclination to seek retribution on her behalf. Wang Mengwei lingered on the ground for a further interval, before quietly trailing alongside Lu Qian, refraining from issuing any directives. Tang Jian and the others who were acquainted with Han Qingxia exchanged knowing glances upon observing Wang Mengwei's newfound compliance, collectively shaking their heads and sighing in unison. Alas, another individual who had endured the merciless treatment of the formidable Han Qingxia. It was widely acknowledged that provoking Han Qingxia was an exercise in futility. She was not a pushover to be trifled with, but rather an unbridled and lawless tyrant. Observing Wang Mengwei's timorous demeanor and her continued existence, Han Qingxia's mood was moderately elevated. Almost there. If they misbehave, I will deal with them accordingly. Han Qingxia has always maintained a relaxed yet controlled demeanor, adeptly managing the situation at hand. She requires this group to serve as cannon fodder, but they must not overstep their bounds. She does not believe that mere acquaintanceship would allow Lu Qian to escape unscathed after witnessing her eliminate their leader before their eyes. Moreover, such an act could jeopardize their subsequent operations and hinder her own plans. Yet, one thing is certain. Han Qingxia will not tolerate any disrespect. This bothersome woman must be dealt with. Disobedience will be met with consequences until compliance is achieved. Han Qingxia has never been known for her patience. At this moment, her gaze met Lu Qian's. He looked at her and said, "Let us go." Chapter 63. Who can afford eggs these days? At this moment, Han Qingxia felt quite pleased. She followed behind her team and the dogs, trailing after their group. With a beep, Wang Mengwei swiped her card, and the previously closed door swung open. It was only then that Han Qingxia truly beheld the scene before her. She realized that this underground level was far more expansive than she had anticipated. Ahead lay a vast hall, flanked on either side by office areas. Each section consisted of rows of neatly arranged glass-walled offices. The entire underground floor boasted at least 100 offices, significantly surpassing the area of a single floor in the above-ground building. It appeared that this was indeed the true core of the pharmaceutical research facility. Once again, Han Qingxia felt reassured in her judgment. She needed to stay close to Lu Qian and his team. Which way should she go, left or right? Lu Qian turned to Wang Mengwei. At this moment, Wang Mengwei's face remained pallid. Having endured a harsh trial at the hands of Han Qingxia, her former vigor greatly diminished, and her tone softened considerably. I do not know. The information only appears here. Let us search room by room. Lu Qian felt he was accompanied by a rather inept ally, considering the preparation was so inadequate, yet they dared to proceed directly. At this juncture, Lu Qian cast a glance at Han Qingxia, who was observing and assessing their surroundings from behind. If it were Han Qingxia, she would never act so recklessly and foolishly. Pair up and split. Let us first search the left side. Understood. The others promptly organized themselves, adeptly forming pairs. With a total of 12 individuals, they divided neatly into 6 groups, with Wang Mengwei partnered with him. Captain Lu, let us proceed. Wang Mengwei felt a sense of relief upon noticing Han Qingxia had not followed. Sister, Jiang Xia, how are you faring? Su Xiaoyang inquired. Not too bad. And you? Su Xiaoyang glanced at Han Qingxia beside him. Very well. A hint of envy flickered between the two. Being in Han Qingxia's company was quite agreeable. What brings you here? Han Qingxia interjected as she trailed behind the two in the last row of the office area. The office doors on either side were tightly secured. Through the glass walls, one could see an array of sophisticated instruments within. Apologies, but the mission is classified. Tang Jian replied. Han Qingxia responded with a hint of understanding. Well, that does reflect a commendable sense of professional integrity. At this moment, Tang Jian approached her and whispered, "But dear sister, I must confidentially inform you that you must closely follow our retreat and not linger here. It is perilous, and the destruction protocol may be activated." Han Qingxia looked perplexed, turning her gaze back only to find Tang Jian had resumed his solemn and austere demeanor. observing his tightly shut lips and his imposing, stoic appearance. Han Qingxia couldn't help but chuckle. She reached out and playfully tousled his helmeted head, which stood at an impressive height of 1.85 meters. "All right, sister, will remember that." Tang Jian was taken aback. How could she ruffle his hair? Did she not understand that a boy's head should not be messed with? He momentarily slowed his pace before hastily catching up with Han Qingxia and the others. After approximately an hour of searching, they had thoroughly scoured the left section, but returned empty-handed. The only encouraging news was that there were indeed no zombies on the second underground level. Lu Qian glanced at his watch and announced, "Let us take a 30-minute break." They had embarked on their mission from the base at 3 in the morning, suffering significant losses on the second underground level. A brief respite was necessary to replenish their strength. Following Lu Qian's directive, everyone promptly gathered into two groups to rest. On Tang Jian's side, Han Qingxia was joined by Wang Heng, Li Lin, and Qi Mingtang, who all eagerly greeted her. "Dear sister, Your Majesty, our esteemed queen." The three expressed their warm salutations to Han Qingxia, eliciting a hint of embarrassment on everyone's faces. For indeed, she was not wrong in her assertion. Han Qingxia had mentioned to them that the future belonged to the base civilization, and that their glorious past had already faded into history. She was not mistaken. Were it not for Lu Qian, they would truly be oblivious to whom they were currently serving. Moreover, the standard of living within the base had plummeted drastically, hardly comparable to the sumptuous meals enjoyed at Han Qingxia's home. As they approached to gather food, they heard commands emanating from Lu Qian's direction. He stood beside Wang Mengwei, who had brought nothing with her. With her palm turned upwards, a multitude of supplies materialized instantly. It was then that Han Qingxia realized Wang Mengwei was a spatial ability user. After revealing the supplies, Wang Mengwei provocatively glanced back at Han Qingxia. Meeting her gaze, Han Qingxia offered a faint smile, causing the formerly proud and boastful Wang Mengwei to turn away, suddenly timid and unwilling to provoke her further. Before long, Tang Jian and the others brought over their provisions. There were 5 steaming boxes of meals, evidently prepared by K1 base for them before their departure that day. "Sister, we used to eat your food, but today you shall dine on ours. Let us all share. Yes, let us all partake." The 5 of them placed the 5 boxes in the center, lifting the lids to reveal a dish of oily braised cabbage and 2 coarse steamed buns, with but a couple of meager slices of pork hidden within the vegetables. They laid out this meager fare for Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang to share. Just then, a voice echoed from above, "I'm not hungry. This portion is for you." Lu Qian had approached silently, presenting his own meal for their benefit. He had an egg more than everyone else. At such a moment, this was undeniably the most heartwarming gesture. How could Lu Qian not be hungry? He simply did not wish to deprive his subordinates of sustenance. Their 5 meals were to be shared among 7 people, which was hardly sufficient. Not to mention that he had even brought out the eggs. Who nowadays could afford to eat eggs? All eyes were fixed on this scene, eagerly anticipating whether Han Qingxia, who was about to mooch off their food, would be dazzled by the egg and ravenously snatch it up. Yet, the woman languidly turned to Su Xiaoyang behind her and said, "Yangzi, take out our food." "Yes." Su Xiaoyang placed down his backpack. He first retrieved a portable military stove that could be heated with alcohol. Then came 1 box, 2 boxes, 3 boxes, 3 large metal containers. The first box was filled to the brim with marinated cold-cut beef. The second box contained ribs, enticingly golden and crispy from frying, coated in rich cheese. The third and largest box, weighing a staggering 10 pounds, opened to reveal an abundance of fresh raw meat. Wang Mengwei and the others nearby were left dumbfounded. "Wow, meat! It's all meat! Beef, ribs, and such exquisite quality." They were so impoverished that they could not even be bothered to include a leaf of vegetables, consuming only meat. Suddenly, everyone felt their faces flush with embarrassment. What had they just said? They had thought Han Qingxia would drop her jaw in astonishment at the sight of the egg, but in reality, what were they eating compared to what she had? Before they could feel embarrassed, their jaws suddenly dropped as they beheld that the third box contained raw meat. "Long life! You all go ahead and eat first, and when you finish, call them over for a shift." Woof woof. Han Qingxia pushed the raw meat towards the dogs, who immediately began to devour it with enthusiasm. Below, the generous portion of raw meat was a base of dog food, creating a balanced and ample meal for them. Wang Mengwei and the others were utterly astounded. What on earth? Feeding the dogs? Is this a joke? How many people can even afford a meal right now, let alone meat? Han Qingxia is giving such high-quality raw meat to the dogs. Everyone on their side was completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Tang Jian and the others, witnessing Han Qingxia's extravagant standards of nourishment, felt compelled to kneel before her. Their sister was indeed remarkable, still so impressive. Jiang Xia, bring down some of the instant noodles we collected upstairs and give them a bowl as well, Han Qingxia generously suggested. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang promptly set about preparing the noodles. They had scavenged a plethora of food upstairs, consisting of instant noodles, ham, and braised eggs, all perfectly suited for a military-style hot pot, a veritable feast. Su Xiaoyang quickly opened 10 packets of instant noodles, added 10 braised eggs, and set the self-heating hot pot to boil. Tang Jian and the others were practically drooling. Captain Lu, come sit down. I'll share a bowl with you, Han Qingxia offered. Yes, Captain, come on, sit here. Tang Jian and the others had no qualms. As soon as Han Qingxia extended the invitation, they eagerly pulled their captain over to indulge in the meal. To have the opportunity to enjoy a feast from the esteemed Han family was too good to pass up. Lu Qiyan glanced at the steaming army stew and his subordinates, then demurred, suggesting they partake without him. He had to consider the others at the K1 base. Han Qingxia offered no further invitation, indifferent to his choice. She instructed Su Xiaoyang to lift the lid, and instantly, the appetizing aroma of the stew permeated the entire area. The melted cheese on the ribs coated the golden instant noodles, complemented by the perfectly braised cold-cut beef, sausages, and marinated eggs. An irresistible fragrance. Wow, so fragrant. Each person received a generous bowl of the piping hot beef and rib noodles. Delicious, delicious. Tang Jian was moved to tears by the delicious meal. As expected, following Han Qingxia meant access to meat. Big sister is awesome. The soldiers on Wang Mengwei's side caught the enticing aroma and the slurping sounds of their neighbors enjoying the soup. They looked at their own coarse grain buns and bland boiled cabbage with meat, their mouths watering with envy. Their own meal seemed increasingly unappetizing. They were filled with mixed emotions. How could the neighbors be so extravagant? They desperately wanted to taste it, consumed by envy. Wang Mengwei herself wore a contorted expression, glaring at Han Qingxia's group, her teeth grinding. Unfair. This is absurd. She doesn't even eat this well, so how can that bitch eat so well? What has she done to deserve this? Lu Qiyan cast a cold glance at her, stating, Captain Wang, supplies are distributed per capita. Whether or not they eat it is their decision. If your people choose to save their portions, that is their prerogative. Wang Mengwei was even more infuriated by his words. That damned Lu Qiyan, always siding with outsiders. Were it not for her grandfather's status as the former commander of the Northern Military District, rivaling her father's influence, she would undoubtedly have given Lu Qiyan a piece of her mind. She devoured the coarse steamed bun, only to find herself unable to eat more than a few bites, even neglecting the morsels of meat she had secretly added to her lunchbox. After all, in the presence of Han Qingxia's sumptuous feast, was this fit for human consumption? No more. Who is that woman? Meanwhile, Han Qingxia was enjoying her meal while watching a performance, inquiring of those around her. Tang Jian and the others, engrossed in their meal, gathered closer upon hearing her question. Her name is Wang Mengwei. Her father was a high-ranking official in the political sphere before the apocalypse and is now the administrator of the K1 base, Tang Jian whispered. Is she a spatial ability user? Han Qingxia continued to probe. Everyone nodded in affirmation. This was no longer a secret, especially since Wang Mengwei had long proclaimed herself the sole spatial ability user at the K1 base, a fact known to all within the facility. Her father had solidified his position as the K1 base administrator thanks to his daughter's unique ability. Why didn't you have her collect the excess items earlier? Han Qingxia asked, now enlightened. Spatial ability users are rare and notoriously difficult to advance, yet their powers are invaluable, serving as mobile storage. They are treasures regardless of the location. Thus, their decision to bring along Wang Mengwei, who appeared to be of little use but was, in fact, a mobile space, was quite strategic. Are you here to search for something? Han Qingxia inquired with a smile. How did you know? Tang Jian blurted out. Realizing his slip of the tongue, he quickly understood that he had been led into a trap. Han Qingxia is exceptionally clever. With a bright smile that revealed her pearly whites, Han Qingxia playfully ruffled Tang Jian's hair, saying, "Come now, tell your sister what you're searching for, and I shall treat you to some delicious meat." Tang Jian, however, was taken aback, thinking, "Isn't this akin to the cunning wolf luring children?" He fervently shook his head in denial. The others present remained tight-lipped, aware of the soldierly code that dictated silence, even as they consumed Han Qingxia's offerings. It was unspoken, while they savored her food. Divulging their secrets was out of the question. "Very well, if you choose not to speak, I shall discern it on my own," Han Qingxia mused, choosing not to press further. Their steadfastness only endeared them to her more. If they were to betray their internal matters for mere morsels, they would be utterly untrustworthy in her eyes. As she refrained from further inquiry, Tang Jian and the others felt increasingly moved by her generosity. They could not shake the notion that they owed her a substantial debt of gratitude. Consuming her food without sharing their secrets felt like an affront, yet she bore no resentment. They resolved that should the opportunity arise, they would repay her kindness. Their admiration for Han Qingxia surged, akin to the bond between Guan Yu and Cao Cao. Within half an hour, they had devoured Han Qingxia's hot pot, leaving not a trace behind. At that moment, Lu Qian issued a command. Chapter 65, Return, I consent. The break is over, everyone assemble. The group hastily tidied up their area, placing their uneaten boxed meals aside. Although Tang Jian and his companions contemplated offering their rations to Han Qingxia, they hesitated, sensing that her daily feasts rendered their modest offerings insignificant. They decided to save their provisions for their leader instead. After all, with the current scarcity of food at the base, their captain would not express disdain. The team continued to pair up and searched the right side. Lu Qian glanced at his watch. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. They should be able to conclude their mission and depart before 5 o'clock in the evening. As soon as he finished speaking, the group dispersed and commenced their actions. Han Qingxia seemed to have guessed the purpose of Lu Qian's expedition. This pharmaceutical research facility likely housed the crucial supplies they needed, prompting the decision to send both Lu Qian and Wang Mengwei, a space-type ability user, to this location. However, what could possibly be of such significance here? Moreover, did the zombie king of her previous life originate from this place? Suddenly, a sound erupted beside Han Qingxia, as if something was lunging at her. A zombie clad in a green hospital gown lunged forward, crashing headfirst into the glass wall of the office to her right. Instantly, a bloodstain appeared on the glass before her. It opened its gaping maw, its crimson mouth gnashing like a malevolent spirit feasting upon the glass before it. Its nose, mouth, and cheekbones pressed against the glass, contorting in a frenzied hunger. The pristine glass wall quickly became marred with streaks of blood. Crack, crack. In an instant, everyone around Han Qingxia fell into a state of alert. They had discarded their heavy weaponry, left only with a few light arms. The commotion she caused attracted the attention of several nearby teams. What was happening? "Captain, there are zombies here," Tang Jian exclaimed. Immediately, Lu Qian and the others rushed over. Wang Mengwei, observing the row of zombies emerging from the offices, declared with certainty, "It is here. Are you certain? This is a laboratory. It must be in this vicinity. I cannot ascertain which room it is. You all search here," Wang Mengwei declared. Lu Qian once again felt that Wang Mengwei was a source of frustration. He gestured for everyone to commence their inspection of this row. Han Qingxia trailed behind them. This row of office spaces was starkly different from the one on the left. Instead of various intricate instruments, it resembled a hospital ward, with each room containing a bed. As Han Qingxia walked through, the sounds of zombies crashing against the walls echoed from the laboratory rooms on either side. Each room housed at least one zombie, with some containing 4 or 5. They sensed the movement of the living and lunged forward, ravenously clawing at the glass. The sensation was peculiar. With merely a sheet of glass separating them, they found themselves amidst a horde of encroaching zombies. Should even one pane of glass shatter, the situation would become quite chaotic. As Han Qingxia walked alongside the frontline scouts, she observed intently, her mind racing. She first noted that all the zombies within were intact, lacking any signs of bite marks, indicating that these zombies had not transformed due to bites but rather underwent self-induced mutation. However, why were there so many mutated zombies confined here? Could it be that research on these creatures began prior to the outbreak of the zombie virus? Han Qingxia did not believe that the virus's origin could stem from this small research facility, for she understood that the zombie virus erupted globally all at once. If it had originated from such a modest institute, the outbreak would have manifested in a source and diffusion manner, beginning with City A and subsequently expanding outward until the infection reaches a global scale. It will not erupt simultaneously across the globe as it does now. However, this does not preclude the possibility that the outbreak of the zombie virus might be detected and researched by the state prior to its emergence. One thing is certain: this pharmaceutical research facility is undoubtedly complex. Lu Qian hails from the once mighty K1 base, renowned for its evolutionary serum, and they have come here in search of something. There seems to be a connection between the two. Han Qingxia was deep in analysis when a voice suddenly rang out ahead. Found it. This is the one. Wang Mengwei confidently stepped forward, revealing a fully enclosed metallic door leading to a room, reminiscent of a nuclear radiation chamber from her past life. Wang Mengwei produced her card, swiped it, and a series of codes appeared before her. Protected by her team, she meticulously entered the codes, only to be met with a message indicating that a management card was also required. Please swipe the second management identity card. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze toward Han Qingxia. Miss Han, could you please lend me your card? Lu Qian inquired. Han Qingxia strolled over leisurely. Is this a request? Wang Mengwei, overhearing, was infuriated. What do you mean request? That is your card. She was about to retort when she caught sight of Han Qingxia's smile and decided against it. Her neck ached. She glared at Lu Qian, passing the troublesome task on to him. Lu Qian, equally exasperated, replied, Miss Han, please cooperate. If you wish for my cooperation, there is a condition, she retorted. Han Qingxia approached at a leisurely pace, a door card pinched between her fingers, and I decided to accompany her inside. However, she abruptly turned away, exuding an air of determination. Her demeanor mirrored that of a rogue, completely devoid of any concern for the fact that this was someone else's card, as if returning it bore no burden on her conscience. With an efficient stride, she left. Lu Qian gazed at her retreating figure, utterly impressed, left with only a single thought. As Han Qingxia stood firmly behind Lu Qian, she focused intently on the room that unfolded before them. It was engulfed in darkness, devoid of light. The illumination from the corridor cast a faint glow on a small section near the entrance, revealing a modest waiting room entirely made of steel. At the center of this chamber was an enormous glass structure, but the insufficient light rendered it nearly impossible to discern anything within, leaving an impression of vastness shrouded in obscurity. Silence enveloped the space, an eerie stillness. Yet, amidst this shadowy chamber, Han Qingxia felt an inexplicable sense of oppression, as if an unknown entity lurked within. As a psychic abilities wielder, she possessed a unique talent. Aside from her acute awareness of surrounding zombies and other psychics when deeply focused, she also harbored a pronounced instinct for impending danger. Descending to the second underground floor alongside these individuals, traversing corridors previously teeming with zombies, had failed to trigger any sense of alarm within her. However, the moment the door before her creaked open, her heart began to race. A formidable wave of pressure washed over her. She attempted to extend her psychic energy into the room, only to discover that it struggled to penetrate the radiation-shielding barriers of this isolated chamber. At least her current level of mental strength is utterly incapable of penetrating. The only thing that can be said for Han Qingxia is the overwhelming sense of oppression. Danger, danger, danger. Han Qingxia halted at the threshold, refusing to proceed any further. Wang Mengwei, observing her reluctance, questioned, Aren't you coming in? A gentleman does not stand upon dangerous walls. I have no desire to enter, Han Qingxia replied. Wang Mengwei's face immediately contorted into a mocking expression. Humph, a gentleman, you say? More like a coward. It's just as well. Captain Lu, let us depart. With that, she strode confidently into the depths. At that moment, Lu Qian paused, casting a glance at Han Qingxia. Are you suggesting there is danger within? Han Qingxia regarded him with a half-smile, extending her hand. 100 crystal cores can provide you with a vital hint. Lu Qian met her gaze, pondering for a full 10 seconds before feeling as though he had lost his mind, retrieving a pouch of crystal cores from his pocket. But I only possess 78. Han Qingxia seized the pouch. Very well, whatever you have will suffice. I shall give you a discount to prevent your demise inside from rendering them wasted. Lu Qian replied, Thank you. So what lies within? I know not, only that it is perilous. Lu Qian pondered. Did he just buy solitude with his 78 crystal cores? At that moment, Wang Mengwei's voice echoed from within, urging, Captain Lu, what are you dawdling for? There cannot possibly be danger inside. Hurry, come assist me. No longer speaking, Lu Qian raised his weapon and entered. As they brushed past each other, Han Qingxia, firmly gripping his pouch of crystal cores, earnestly cautioned, Remember, it is exceedingly dangerous inside. Lu Qian cast a deep glance at him before entering without any companions. This was the core area of the mission, and no one was permitted to enter. As he stepped inside, Han Qingxia immediately produced her access card. Jiang Xia, first, load the dogs and supplies onto the vehicle and park it at the entrance. Understood. Su Xiaoyang glanced anxiously inside before leading the dogs upstairs. Once he departed, Tang Jian and the others quickly surrounded Han Qingxia. Sister, is there something dangerous inside? What lies within? Just then, the lights in the isolation chamber flickered on, revealing a shocking scene through the observation window. In an instant, everyone was rendered speechless. Behind the glass lay a chaotic array of dismembered corpses. Some bodies were reduced to mere leg bones, others had their abdomens hollowed out, and some had portions of their heads gnawed away. The isolation chamber was smeared with dark bloodstains, a veritable tableau of chaos reminiscent of a horror film's crime scene. Most astonishing of all was the sight of a small child within. Look quickly, Tang Jian exclaimed in shock, pointing towards a corner where a child clutched a female corpse. The child appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old, nuzzling against the lifeless figure as if it were her mother, seeking affection and comfort. However, as the child turned her head, all breath momentarily ceased. For what they beheld was not the face of an innocent child, but rather a visage reminiscent of a malevolent spirit from a horror movie. Her face was shrouded in a pallid hue, and her once innocent and pure eyes were now vacant, a haunting shade of gray. The delicate white dress she wore was drenched in blood, and she clutched a doll tightly in her hands. Through the glass window, she sensed the presence of others outside, and a zombie infant tilted its head toward them. As it opened its mouth, dark blood gushed forth, and a decaying heart membrane fell from the corner of its lips. She had just been gnawing on a corpse. Before Tang Jian and the others could recover from the shock of witnessing a zombie child, a wave of dread washed over them as more emerged. They saw 1, then 2, 3, 12, 13. From the twisted pile of bodies, dozens of small zombies crawled out, all fixating their eerie gazes upon them. Han Qingxia's eyes deepened with concern upon sighting the child zombies. She understood that, contrary to common knowledge, these small undead were far more formidable than their adult counterparts. The mutated children retained their bodily flexibility and agility. The zombified youngsters were more ferocious, wielding significant attacking power, and their level of mutation surpassed that of ordinary zombies. Almost all of them exhibited enhanced strength and speed. Thud, thud, thud. The small zombies in the isolation room, sensing the essence of the living, eagerly hurled themselves against the glass wall. Each impact left behind spiderweb-like cracks on the glass, which was sturdier than that in other rooms. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from the isolation chamber. Ah! It was Wang Mengwei's shrill cry. The frenzied child zombies, upon hearing the sound, rushed toward the isolation room. Soon after, the ominous sound of gunfire echoed through the air. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Jian and others recklessly charged forward. At that moment, Han Qingxia felt a sudden jolt in her mind as if a string had snapped. It seemed she had recalled something significant. Back then, Su Xiaoyang was in a wretched state, resembling a lost dog, collapsed by the roadside, utterly devoid of vitality. Had it not been for Han Qingxia's timely intervention, he would not have survived the night. Subsequently, Su Xiaoyang revealed to her that he hailed from the military district, identifying himself as a soldier, yet divulged no further information. Occasionally, Han Qingxia heard him mention past comrades, but she had never witnessed him seeking out his former teammates. Thus, could it be that this was his final mission from his previous life, and that all these individuals perished during this very task? Chapter 67. The unleashing of zombies amidst the chaos. These individuals brandished their diminutive ability orbs alongside the scant remaining ammunition, escorting Lu Qian and Wang Mengwei, who had emerged from their ranks. From across the throng, Lu Qian, having escaped, gazed at Han Qingxia with radiant eyes, seemingly expressing gratitude for her timely warning. They had all managed to escape. Lu Qian was genuinely thankful to Han Qingxia. Had it not been for her, his life might not have been spared today. He was undertaking the highest-level SSS mission at the K1 base, seeking data reports and equipment from the pharmaceutical research facility that had been studied prior to the outbreak of the zombie virus, in hopes of unraveling the secrets behind the energy extraction from the zombie crystal cores. Before the outbreak, the government had already detected this new latent virus in various locations. Initially, they regarded this merely as influenza. However, subsequent experiments conducted by researchers using laboratory mice revealed that it was a completely unprecedented virus in the annals of human history. They were astonished to discover that this virus possessed the capability to disrupt the normal ecological state of cells, transforming them into a form of immortal energy. If deciphered, it would mark a significant milestone in human history. Regrettably, before they could make substantial progress in their research, calamity struck. This immortal virus endowed humanity with a zombie-like constitution. Even with prior preparations, the nation was unable to withstand the overwhelming onslaught of the zombie virus that threatened all of humanity. It was something beyond human control. In an instant, the world fell into chaos. Fortunately, there was a foundational base, as this research institute had been designated by Wang Mingwei's father as the central hub for virus research, amassing a wealth of data. Utilizing this data, he was sufficiently equipped to be elected as a manager at the K1 base, which was under military jurisdiction. This time, the K1 base was tasked with having Lu Qian personally escort Wang Mengwei to retrieve data and equipment. Yet, who could have anticipated that Wang Mengwei would prove to be a complete liability? All the information she possessed was erroneous. She claimed that all personnel and zombies within the research facility had been eliminated, but in reality, the first underground level was teeming with infected staff. Upon reaching the second underground level, Wang Mengwei remained adamantly convinced that there were no zombies present. It was entirely safe. She led everyone further down into a perilous situation, endangering them all. Even Lu Qian found it challenging to manage such a troublesome companion. Fortunately, he encountered Han Qingxia that day. Had she not provided him with crucial advice before entering, he would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences in the quarantine room due to Wang Mengwei's blunders. He had been sufficiently cautious, meticulously guiding Wang Mengwei to retrieve their belongings. Little did he anticipate that this incompetent teammate would enter and immediately switch on the lights, only to scream upon discovering the zombies. He nearly forgot to utilize his spatial abilities. Fortunately, Lu Qian, being the most skilled, was reminded by Han Qingxia and maintained an exceptionally high level of special forces proficiency throughout, swiftly eliminating several minor zombies, thus buying Wang Mengwei the time needed to gather their things and escape. The moment he stepped out of the isolation room, he realized that this occurrence was undoubtedly due to Han Qingxia. He was baffled as to how she had foreseen the multitude of zombies within. Without her, he might have perished here today. His gaze towards Han Qingxia had irrevocably changed. Retreat quickly, Lu Qian commanded. Han Qingxia observed the individuals who had just escaped and exhaled the breath she had been holding. Damn it, we made it out. Bang, 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 boom. Behind them, everyone was engaged in a fierce battle against the child zombies. At that moment, Wang Mengwei glanced towards the isolation room's entrance. Close it. Initiate the destruction protocol. She dashed to the control panel by the door, frantically pressing the button to close it before the others had fully exited. Han Qingxia could no longer tolerate this fool's antics. With a swift kick, she sent him flying. Damn it, you fool. 3 seconds. She stood by the door, managing its closure and speed, addressing everyone inside. 3. A horde of small zombies surged from within. Many more were vigorously slamming against the glass panel. 2. Clang. Cracks, resembling a spider's web, rapidly spread across the glass window, while the small zombies relentlessly slammed their heads against the pane, each impact flattening their skulls by an inch. Their faces contorted into increasingly grotesque expressions. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the glass shattered into a myriad of fragments. At that moment, the last member of the Special Forces burst forth. With a thud, the door to the quarantine chamber was firmly shut. "Thank you," Lu Qian gasped, gazing at the woman who had secured their escape. A hint of warmth softened her otherwise indifferent expression. The others looked at Han Qingxia with palpable excitement. "Sister, we owe you our lives. What did you mean by destruction?"
Han Qingxia inquired.
"The pharmaceutical research facility has a destruction protocol. After we leave, they will initiate it," Lu Qian replied, just as the sound of the glass door creaking open echoed ahead of them. Instantly, the lights flickered out on the second underground level, leaving only the illumination from the elevator shaft before them. A woman, clutching her abdomen, looked at Han Qingxia and her companions with a triumphant smirk. "My father said, 'Impossible, let all of you perish.' Perfect timing. You, wretched creature, are trapped inside with them. You shall accompany them to the grave. Ha ha ha." Perhaps some individuals possess an innate trait of being a hindrance to their allies. Otherwise, how could she repeatedly allow Han Qingxia to follow? With a determined swipe of the card in her hand, an alarm blared throughout the second underground level. Self-destruction mechanism will activate in 30 seconds. At that moment, all the doors on the underground second floor swung open. The previously sealed rooms containing the zombies were now ajar. Wang Mengwei, with a sinister smile, glanced at everyone, then closed the doors of the underground level once more and rushed toward the elevator. In her final turn, she cast a remarkably provocative look at Han Qingxia, defiantly raising her middle finger. Let her dare to challenge her. Let her perish. With overwhelming pride, she watched the door close behind her, leaving the crowd surrounded by the undead, as she made her way to the elevator. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her. "Jiang Xia, kill her," Han Qingxia uttered, her voice icy. At this moment, within the depths of the underground second level, all heads were illuminated by the flashing red light of a countdown alarm. Beneath this crimson glow, the zombies, released from the office behind the tightly shut doors, clawed and waved their arms, resembling a frenzied dance of demons, rushing towards a group of vibrant prey at the far end. The zombies were unleashed. Chapter 68. Life and Death Speed. Countdown. 29 seconds. Beneath the red alert, the closest zombie, clad in a tattered blue hospital gown, lunged forward with its gaping maw. In a split second, a bullet pierced its forehead, leaving a scorched hole the size of a peanut. Simultaneously, a gaping wound as wide as a bowl appeared at the back of its head. Dark crimson blood mixed with opaque brain matter erupted from the zombie's shattered skull. The brain matter as fragile as a bowl of soft tofu, disintegrated as if forcefully crushed by chopsticks, bursting forth in a powerful explosion of gore and shattered remains. In an instant, a gory, cavernous hole appeared in the back of the zombie's skull. Its brain matter, blood vessels, scalp, and bone all congealed in a gruesome amalgamation. A single shot to the head. The zombie, felled by this precise shot, collapsed rigidly to the ground. Lu Qian bellowed with fervor, "Charge out!" As his words echoed, all the Special Forces soldiers surged forward at full speed. Bang! 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 The cacophony of gunfire erupted, weapons discharging bullets as if they were mere trifles, engaging in a desperate melee. The overwhelming firepower carved a path through the throngs of encircling zombies, creating a veritable no-man's land. Han Qingxia found herself instinctively shielded by these individuals, who had taken it upon themselves to protect her, placing her at their center. In that moment, no one remembered her formidable prowess. They only recognized her as the sole civilian among them, unarmed and untested in their eyes, categorizing her in their minds as a vulnerable person in need of protection. It is the soldier's sacred duty to safeguard the innocent. Even as times have changed, the spirit of a soldier remains indelible. Moreover, this individual had once provided them with sustenance. Without a second thought, they instinctively shielded Han Qingxia, propelling her forward amidst the chaos. This, however, left Han Qingxia at a loss, unable to charge forth herself while being protected. Yet, in that moment, her desert eagle could still come into play. Bang! 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 through her line of sight, with the protective ring of her comrades forming a bastion around her. She dispatched the stray zombies that breached their defenses with her precise marksmanship. All of them surged towards the exit, propelled by an overwhelming tide of zombies and intense flames. However, the countdown loomed ominously. 21 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, and their ammunition had run dry. They had already expended a significant portion of their firepower on the first basement level, and it was woefully insufficient. Before them lay a daunting distance of over 100 meters, with merely 20 seconds remaining. Zombies swarmed abundantly. At that critical moment of dwindling firepower, a Special Forces soldier, originally positioned near Wang Mengwei, was simultaneously overpowered by two zombies. Struck by a piece of debris, he struggled in vain for a moment. One of the zombies lunged at him from the side, sinking its teeth into his helmet. Just then, a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the scene once more. Lu Qian hoisted him onto his back and pressed onward with unwavering determination. Captain Lu, I am not your soldier. Let me down and you all should flee, he urged. Those who follow me are my own. Captain Lu Qian replied coldly. At that moment, Han Qingxia understood why Tang Jian and the others were reluctant to leave Lu Qian behind. This man, though seemingly frigid, possessed a profound sense of humanity. Zhi. The air crackled with electricity as bolts of lightning cascaded down. The other team members discarded their weapons, resorting to their unique abilities. Bang! 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 A cacophony ensued as water orbs the size of eggs, fireballs, and metal blades zipped through the air. Their powers were not particularly formidable, yet at this juncture, they utilized every bit they had. Those without elemental abilities were primarily speed and strength mutants, brandishing military-grade tridents and leveraging their enhanced physicality to engage in close combat. Amidst the relentless battle, the countdown begins. 15 seconds remaining. 70 meters to go. 12 seconds left. 50 meters ahead. 10 seconds. 40 meters. As they surge forth from the horde of zombies, the elite soldiers at the front falter, their strength waning. The power in their hands diminishes, and as they attempt to unleash it, they find it utterly depleted. Their abilities, already feeble, cannot withstand such intense exertion. The pace of all slows drastically, shifting from aggressive offense to desperate defense, supporting one another as they struggle. Their weakness is stark. The zombies are relentless. Humans tire, but the undead do not. On the other side, Han Qingxia watches as Tang Jian's fireball dissipates mid-air, giving the zombie an opening to lunge at them. There is no escape. Bang! Han Qingxia seizes Tang Jian, delivering a powerful kick that sends the zombie flying. The group surrounding Han Qingxia gradually exhausts their strength, one by one collapsing. Sister, you must flee. Tang Jian shoves Han Qingxia away and charges into the throng of zombies to rescue their comrades. We can only escort you this far. Hurry! They can advance no further. How many can escape from here is uncertain. Tang Jian stays behind to cover their retreat. At that moment, bolts of electricity rain down, incapacitating the zombies around Tang Jian and the others. A man stands firm, his eyes transformed into a brilliant silver. Lu Qian gazes intently at Han Qingxia, the currents of electricity surging through him. Han Qingxia, if you can save anyone, do so. I will provide the cover. Amidst Han Qingxia's astonishment, she beheld an extraordinary radiance emanating from Lu Qian. Following this, in addition to his lightning abilities, he unleashed mutated ice and light powers. At that moment, a sudden realization struck Han Qingxia. Could it be? Run for your lives! Lu Qian bellowed, instantly attracting the attention of all the zombies, who surged towards him. Captain! Captain! As the horde of zombies charged at Lu Qian, despair enveloped the group. Yet, a formidable wall of water, far more powerful than they could have anticipated, materialized before their eyes. Chapter 69. His leader is also an ability user. Why aren't you fleeing? A languid female voice resonated in everyone's ears like a clap of thunder. All present stared in awe at Han Qingxia, who had conjured an immense water ability from her palm. Han Qingxia, too, was an ability user and remarkably powerful. Even Su Xiaoyang, who was anxiously locked outside, was taken aback. Could it be? His leader was also an ability user. How many identities did she possess? Boom! With a crashing sound, the water wall burst apart, and in an instant, the surrounding zombies were dispersed by the high-pressure water blasts. 7 seconds to go. Why aren't you running? They clung together in groups, sprinting frantically as the countdown progressed. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. Han Qingxia, naturally faster than the others, wielded her abilities to fend off the zombies while racing towards the entrance. She swiped her card. To enter this door, 2 cards must be swiped, while only 1 is required to exit. The countdown begins. 2 seconds. Beep. 1 second. At the final moment, the door before Han Qingxia swung open, and everyone, utterly exhausted, rushed out at the last second. Beep. The countdown has concluded. The self-destruct sequence is initiated. The door behind Han Qingxia abruptly slammed shut once more. This time, even with a card, it could not be opened. Bang, bang, bang. The pursuing zombies crashed against the glass door. Many of them, recently struck by the water wall, were soaked, pounding desperately on the glass, their visages grotesque and terrifying. At that moment, a thick mist erupted from above their heads. We must retreat swiftly. Lu Qian gasped. Having narrowly escaped, the entire underground levels 1 and 2 are set to self-destruct. Upon hearing his words, everyone summoned their remaining strength, their limbs trembling as they pressed on to flee. It was then that they noticed a woman lying in the corner. Her neck was grotesquely twisted at a 180-degree angle, lifeless upon the ground. Surrounding her were scattered supplies. Lu Qian's gaze darkened upon seeing Wang Mengwei's corpse. Truly deceased? Captain Lu, I was the one who killed her, Su Xiaoyang declared. Han Qingxia's eyes turned cold. You cannot possibly be settling this score with us now. Lu Qian turned to meet Han Qingxia's gaze, his lips curling into a cold expression as he uttered, "Thank you." Yet, at that moment, Han Qingxia perceived a change in his demeanor. This man had transformed. Lu Qian turned to gaze at the supplies that had emerged beside Wang Mengwei. Within the collection, in addition to 2 machines, there was an abundance of food and a heap of gold bars, hundreds of bars weighing 500 grams each. The most conspicuous items were the bags of rice and flour. There were over 100 bags of rice, each weighing 100 pounds, along with a chaotic assortment of items that appeared to be quite valuable. The total volume of these goods must have exceeded 2 or 3 cubic meters. Wang Mengwei had claimed to possess only 1 cubic meter. She was clearly deceiving them, likely concealing her family's most valuable possessions and food while leaving just a little space to feign a lesser amount. The more Lu Qian observed, the more intense the murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The Wang family truly deserved 1,000 cuts. Let us load these items and retreat, he stated coldly. Understood. Lu Qian paid no heed to the rice, directing the team to lift the machines instead. The group promptly began to hoist the machines. Once the machines were placed in the elevator, everyone gradually entered. At that moment, Han Qingxia exhibited an unusual humility, allowing them all to board first. Observing the elevator filled to capacity, she decided, I'll wait for the next elevator to avoid exceeding the weight limit. Jiang Xia, please assist them in lifting the items. Yes. Upon hearing her words, Lu Qian regarded her with a steady gaze, as Han Qingxia cheerfully swiped her card for them and waved goodbye as the elevator doors closed. Her demeanor radiated friendliness, unmistakably portraying her as a kind-hearted comrade. As Han Qingxia watched the elevator ascend, a broader smile graced her face. Today was destined to be a fruitful day. Time to gather supplies. Others may lack space, but she did not. Han Qingxia gazed at the glimmering gold bars and provisions that erupted from Wang Mengwei's space, sweeping them all into her possession with a mere wave of her hand. It is often the case that some individuals contribute little during their lifetime, yet their demise proves unexpectedly beneficial. Observing the lifeless form of Wang Mengwei beside her, Han Qingxia extracted her AK and fired 2 more shots, ensuring that the woman was irrevocably deceased. At last, she felt a sense of reprisal. Offending anyone is unwise, especially Han Qingxia. Otherwise, even in death, one may face a relentless reckoning. Han Qingxia has never been known for her magnanimity. She believes in exacting vengeance, repaying 100-fold for any grievances. After ensuring her target was thoroughly dealt with, she ambled towards the elevator, pressing the button for descent, and soon, the doors slid open. To her surprise, Lu Qian was also inside, accompanying her downward. "Why are you still here?" she inquired. "I'm concerned about you. The underground levels are about to be destroyed, and we must leave swiftly." "Oh," Han Qingxia replied, swiping her card to close the elevator doors. "What do you mean by destroyed? Will it eliminate all the zombies?" Lu Qian nodded. "Once the destruction mechanism is activated, the 2 underground levels will collapse and seal off." Han Qingxia fell into contemplation, particularly as she regarded Lu Qian. Struck her, "Could it be that you possess 3 types of abilities?" Indeed, Lu Qian admitted candidly. At that moment, Han Qingxia scrutinized the man before her, disbelief washing over her. Surely, she could not have rescued the zombie king from her previous life. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Furthermore, the revelation that Lu Qian was a tri-ability user was astonishing. The zombie king from her past had also hailed from this very place, a 3-type ability zombie. "Thank you. I owe you a debt of gratitude twice over." At that moment, Han Qingxia heard Lu Qian's words. A radiant smile immediately graced her face, and she reminded him to repay her, particularly for the crystal cores, for which she still owed her 22. Regardless of the circumstances, the favor must be acknowledged. The crystal cores were absolutely essential. Lu Qian, upon witnessing her joyful expression, felt a fleeting flicker in his otherwise indifferent eyes, before he averted his gaze. Just then, the elevator doors were about to close. As they were nearly shut, he caught a glimpse of Wang Mengwei's lifeless body and the desolate space surrounding it. Where had Wang Mengwei's supplies vanished? Ding! The elevator ascended to the first floor. No sooner had they reached their destination than a thunderous sound of collapse echoed from outside. At that moment, a notification resonated in Han Qingxia's mind. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the task of capturing the joint pharmaceutical research factory. Reward: Lord's super electronic butler. Han Qingxia. Some individuals may appear to glide effortlessly through life, while secretly enjoying a cascade of fortune. Chapter 70. The electronic butler Xia sister, queen. As soon as Han Qingxia emerged, Tang Jian and the others swarmed around her, their eyes alight with fervent admiration akin to that of starstruck fans. Today, Han Qingxia had showcased her prowess, revealing her water-based supernatural ability, which utterly astounded them. They could not fathom that Han Qingxia was also an ability user, let alone that her powers were so formidable. While others struggled to conjure small fireballs or water spheres, she effortlessly summoned an entire wall of water with a mere wave of her hand. How could she be so powerful? Her strength was astonishing. Following the events of the day, they had come to a profound realization. The sister truly was extraordinary. Han is indeed formidable. They are all mere juniors. Are you all well? Han Qingxia spoke lazily. We are all fine. Although everyone appeared disheveled, their battle attire tattered, thankfully, none had been bitten by zombies. It is worth noting that they lost several comrades on the first subterranean level, yet in such perilous conditions on the second level, no one perished. This realization filled them with overwhelming joy at having survived. With this thought, everyone gazed at Han Qingxia with even more fervor. Even Wang Mengwei and her companions, who initially held a different view, now regarded Han Qingxia with profound respect. They pondered in awe. No wonder the special forces were so familiar with her and held her in such high esteem. She truly is exceptional. Not an ordinary person at all. By the way, sister, what brings you here? Tang Jian inquired. Yes. Do you need our assistance? No need. Han Qingxia searched for Su Xiaoyang among the crowd. Beckoning him, Yangzi, we can set up our sign now. Indeed. Su Xiaoyang retrieved a sign from the vehicle, removing the old one at the entrance and replacing it. Everyone observed Su Xiaoyang's familiar actions. No way. Traversing mountains and rivers, disregarding danger, just to expand territory. They stared in astonishment at the land Han Qingxia had claimed, their minds overwhelmed with disbelief. She truly came here to seize territory. Is this for real? They simply could not comprehend the ways of a formidable figure. Han Qingxia seemed to possess an inexplicable obsession with territorial expansion. They could not fathom the purpose of occupying so much unclaimed and seemingly useless land. Moreover, the world is now overrun with zombies, transforming every location into a lawless wasteland devoid of human presence. She yearns to claim dominion over these territories, unchallenged by any rival, for the notion of conquest has not even crossed their minds. This lack of ambition is not only evident among them but also prevalent in other factions. Yet, they remain oblivious to the immense economic potential and the formidable stronghold that these occupied lands will yield in the future. Regardless of the circumstances, land remains the cornerstone of all development, especially in the later stages of base expansion, when internal resources dwindle and the need to extend outward arises. They will come to realize that all available territories have already been seized by Han Qingxia. Farewell, elder sister. Until we meet again, dear sister. Goodbye, my queen. As they were parting ways, Lu Qian paused the vehicle and inquired of Han Qingxia. Do you possess a satellite phone? No, she replied. What about a radio? He asked. Indeed, I have one, she affirmed. With the entire city plunged into darkness, the terrestrial signal towers had become inoperative, leaving only the celestial satellite signals for communication. However, even satellite signals are not sustainable for long. Without personnel to maintain them, they would deteriorate over the years. In her previous life, Han Qingxia had never utilized a satellite phone, but she had experience with a more rudimentary form of communication. The radio. Devices like radios and fax machines, capable of transmitting and receiving low-frequency signals, represent the most primitive and straightforward means of broadcasting. In the later phases of base civilization, every stronghold boasted its own radio station. Upon hearing Lu Qian's words, Han Qingxia comprehended his intent. She certainly had a radio. Her home was brimming with electronic devices capable of functioning as radios. It was merely a matter of lacking anyone to contact. Provide me with your radio frequency. The time is 6:30 in the evening. The tasks of cooking, feeding the dog, and tending to the chickens have once again been entrusted to Su Xiaoyang. She currently has a significant matter at hand. Rubbing her excited hands together, Han Qingxia approached to claim her monumental achievement for the day. The detection indicated the main base. It was time to unlock the electronic steward. Indeed, it must be unlocked. As Han Qingxia's words echoed, a holographic supercomputer materialized in the empty space on the second floor of the air raid shelter. She stepped forward and pressed the power button, causing a burst of light to illuminate the area, revealing a miniature holographic version of herself. The image of the electronic steward grew increasingly vivid, and 3 seconds later, it opened its eyes before Han Qingxia. Greetings, my dear master. Please bestow upon me a name. Han Qingxia gazed with satisfaction at the electronic robot before her. You shall be called Qiao Zhi. Yes, my dear master. I shall serve you immediately. Following Qiao Zhi's cold, mechanical voice, a series of beeping sounds resonated throughout the entire second floor of the air raid shelter, as if all devices had come online. Master, I have successfully connected to all electronic facilities within the base. I will oversee and manage all operations within the base at every moment. Han Qingxia was exceedingly pleased upon hearing this. Although Qiao Zhi appeared to be merely an incorporeal electronic manager, seemingly lacking in utility, it would, in fact, become the most formidable and fundamental overseer of Han Qingxia's base. All the cameras within the base served as its eyes. The omnipresent radar acted as its sensory appendage throughout the facility, and the reconnaissance drones patrolling outside were its executing instruments. Every device within the base was a manifestation of its will. Following the arrival of Han Qingxia, she will no longer need to manage every trivial matter herself. For instance, when the radar system detects an intruder, Xia will promptly dispatch reconnaissance drones to the scene, eliminating the need for repeated reports to Han Qingxia. The drones will autonomously drive away the intruders, and should that fail, they will initiate an assault. Moreover, in the face of danger, the drones will skillfully retreat rather than face destruction due to a lack of commands from Han Qingxia. In essence, the entire defensive and offensive system within Han Qingxia's base is governed by a singular intelligence. This advancement allows her to leave the base without concern for oversight. Xia will be her vigilant guardian. Furthermore, the daily affairs of the residents within her territory can be entrusted to it. Tasks that previously consumed Han Qingxia's time, such as point tallying, item exchanges, and production management, can now be efficiently handled by Xia with the mere installation of a computer in the residential area, relieving her of the need for Wang Yunduo to scurry back and forth delivering messages and items. While humans require rest, machines do not. Thus, even during Han Qingxia's moments of repose, Xia will continue to manage the base around the clock. This means she possesses an exceptionally sophisticated and comprehensive steward for her base. One that will undoubtedly remain loyal. Excellent, Xia. From this moment on, you shall oversee all affairs of the base, maintaining constant vigilance over the summer base. Yes, my dear master. Xia twirled before Han Qingxia, vanishing into the holographic screen. Han Qingxia then began contemplating the expansion of Xia's responsibilities. The following day she, accompanied by Su Xiaoyang, transported a load of supplies to the residential area. The industrious residents greeted Han Qingxia with enthusiasm. My lord, you have arrived. In Chapter 71, establishing the base's directly operated supermarket, Han Qingxia and her 19 residents exchanged pleasantries before stopping at an unoccupied villa. At that moment, Wang Yunduo bounded over. My lord, you've come. I was just about to seek you out. What do you need from me? Han Qingxia inquired. I wish to exchange materials with you. There is so much. Wang Yunduo replied, presenting a densely packed list on a piece of paper. She beamed at Han Qingxia and added, by the way, when will you host another market? The last one was so delightful. I can hardly wait to return and buy delicious treats. Han Qingxia chuckled, playfully tugging on the young girl's braid. In the future, whenever you wish to shop, you may do so at any time. With a wave of her hand, Su Xiaoyang descended from a truck and began unloading goods. The surrounding residents immediately rushed to assist. My lord, what is this? What do we have here? This is our summer base's directly operated store. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Half an hour later, a supermarket, reminiscent of those from the pre-apocalyptic era, materialized before their eyes. The residents gazed at the array of goods displayed, feeling as though they had stepped into a different time. They could once again shop as they did before the cataclysm. At the center of the store stood a colossal electronic screen, displaying the prices of all commodities alongside a virtual representation of Han Qingxia. This is our direct supermarket at the summer base, and she is Qiao Zhi, the steward of the base. From now on, all of you wishing to purchase items may enter and shop freely, without the need for card swipes. Qiao Zhi will recognize your accounts through facial recognition, and the items you take will be automatically deducted from your balance. Of course, if you have items to exchange, please place them on the shelf to the right. An electronic scale is available here, and once weighed, Qiao Zhi will also automatically update your balance. If you have any concerns, there is a card reader at the entrance where you can check your balance before leaving. Wow, I want to give it a try, exclaimed Wang Yunduo with excitement. Go ahead, Han Qingxia replied with a knowing glance. Wang Yunduo immediately dashed to the snack shelf, grabbed a lollipop, and eagerly unwrapped it right there in the store, delighting in its taste. Seeing this, Wang Yumin and his wife took out Wang Yunduo's card to check the balance. A beep sounded, revealing a string of numbers. 99. 5 points. Wang Yunduo previously had 100 points, which were granted as a subsidy for her family's collaborative work and for employing Wang Yunduo. The lollipop was automatically deducted by 0.5 points, leaving her with a total of 99. 5 points. Wang Yumin and his wife felt a mix of joy and pangs of concern. They were delighted to see their daughter enjoying a once-ordinary treat from the pre-apocalyptic world. In these times of peril, with zombies lurking outside and many struggling to find enough food amid the famine, it was astonishing that they could still indulge in lollipops at their base. Such a feat spoke volumes of their substantial resource reserves and the security they had established. Yet, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. Points were hard to come by. Each point could be exchanged for a pound of rice. Their daughter spent half of her money on a lollipop. How exorbitant! It appears they must keep a closer eye on her spending habits to prevent her from depleting her account's points entirely. My lord, I wish to exchange for some supplies. At that moment, Li Gang interjected. Can I trade the bean sprouts I've harvested these past few days? Certainly, Han Qingxia affirmed. After weighing the sprouts, a prompt resonated from the shop. Detected 5 pounds of bean sprouts, redeemable for 5 points. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Yes, redeem. The price of vegetables is half that of grains. Following the completion of the bean sprout transaction, Li Gang promptly checked his account and indeed, he found an addition of 5 points. Upon hearing this, the crowd surged with delight and excitement. They all rushed into the shop, some purchasing goods, others exchanging points, and some simply meandering about. Instantly, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped them. They shared a singular sentiment. Their summer base was flourishing day by day, visibly growing stronger. Han Qingxia's promise of a better life was indeed coming to fruition. The sense of belonging to the summer base swelled among the populace. At that moment, Han Qingxia received a notification in her mind. Detected an increase in base prosperity by 100. Current base prosperity, 180. She was astonished that a modest shop she established could elevate the base's prosperity to such an extent. Yet, upon reflection, the reason became clear. Resource exchange is an essential demand for residents. Even though Han Qingxia experienced a life of scarcity in a small base in her previous existence, there existed numerous trading zones bustling with activity, where individuals perpetually engaged in the exchange of goods. The establishment of direct-operated stores within the base is of utmost necessity. Observing the throngs of people in the vibrant trading market, Han Qingxia contemplated that once the land's yield stabilized, she could initiate agricultural and livestock breeding, fish farming, and eventually various processing plants. Her base is poised for robust development, step by step. The replenishment and delivery of goods at the base's direct-operated store is entirely automated, requiring no effort from Han Qingxia. Xiao will deploy drones to transport supplies based on real-time inventory. These drones autonomously navigate to Han Qingxia's warehouse, retrieve the necessary items, achieving complete automation. When the supply reserves or consumption reach a certain threshold, Xiao will even notify Han Qingxia to see if she wishes to adjust the inventory list. She is an impeccable assistant for Han Qingxia, addressing the significant issue of manpower shortages. The management of the base no longer burdens Han Qingxia, allowing her to finally showcase her capabilities. Jiang Xia, accompany me to a location. Chapter 72. Swift arrival. This is a global outbreak of a zombie virus, drastically reducing the world population by 99.9%, delivering a catastrophic blow to human society. Areas with poor geographical positioning and dense populations experienced widespread devastation, resulting in mass annihilation. The zombies have fragmented the world into isolated islands, with a few fortunate survivors clinging to life, banding together to establish one base after another. However, after they united, the challenges they faced remained numerous. Insufficient food, scarce resources, relentless hordes of zombies, and occasional incursions by other humans. In her previous life, Han Qingxia found herself stranded in a small base, struggling for a decade, during which she encountered 8 waves of zombie attacks. Several times, her group nearly faced total annihilation, and ultimately, the last wave of super zombies led to the complete destruction of her base. The most despairing aspect was not death itself, but the utter absence of escape routes. As her base was obliterated, so were the other smaller bases. Throughout the eastern region, only the formidable K1 base teetered on the brink of collapse, unable to hold out for long. The densely populated hordes of zombies left humanity grappling with the question of survival duration, rather than the hope of enduring long enough to prevail. This was a genocide, a cataclysmic disaster leading to the annihilation of civilization, a despairing situation with no escape. After the events of yesterday, Han Qingxia suddenly realized something profound. Destiny could be altered. She had rescued Lu Qian's team and eliminated a significant future threat posed by a zombie king. Thus, she could certainly achieve more during the early days of the apocalypse, especially now when threats were relatively weak and her own strength formidable. Han Qingxia resolved to proactively eliminate potential dangers while discreetly and swiftly developing her base. With a virtuous cycle and steadily increasing food production, a robust offense and defense system, and a stable population structure, she would be adequately equipped to withstand any calamities that lay ahead. At the very least, her midsummer base must endure the cataclysmic event a decade hence. Seizing the relatively peaceful early days of the apocalypse, she aimed to bolster her strength with urgency. The development of the base is crucial. With each passing day, as it improves even slightly, its resilience against calamities grows correspondingly. Han Qingxia, with unwavering determination, set forth with Su Xiaoyang to vanquish the undead. Their objective was clear: to eliminate all the threatening areas surrounding her territory. Driving towards a breeding farm in the western suburbs, Han Qingxia recalled that this very place had succumbed to an animal plague 6 months after the apocalypse began. The zombie virus does not infect animals, yet, in the absence of human caretakers, the chickens, ducks, and sheep here would ultimately starve or succumb to illness. As the corpses of these animals began to decay, a plethora of animal plagues emerged. In her previous life, Han Qingxia had accompanied the base personnel to gather supplies, and what they encountered was a harrowing sight. A landscape strewn with carcasses, the ground littered with decaying animal bodies. Swarms of buzzing flies formed a veritable sea, feasting upon the foul remains of pigs, cattle, and sheep. White maggots writhed amongst the corpses, while putrid flesh oozed with pus, creating a sickening mess. The most horrifying were the small animals adorned with fur. Their hair decomposed at a lethargic pace while their bodies rotted into the earth, leaving tufts of fur standing, resembling clusters of moldy patches sprouting from the ground. The scene was beyond mere revulsion. A single glance could raise goosebumps across one's entire body. What exacerbated the situation was the multitude of bacterial viruses emanating from these decomposing bodies, further jeopardizing the already precarious state of the small base. In later stages, it seemed this catastrophe had repercussions for numerous other bases, leading to the obliteration of several smaller ones. Han Qingxia's first decisive action was to leverage her past experiences, taking the initiative to secure this area ahead of others. Guided by her memories, she arrived at the site, only to be taken aback by the sound of gunfire as her vehicle approached. Bang! A volley of bullets was unleashed towards Han Qingxia, aimed directly at the aquafarm before her, where a small team of 7 or 8 individuals launched an assault at the entrance. It appeared that others had arrived here ahead of time. However, this group seemed rather inept. Armed with only 2 handguns, their aim was abysmal, having fired several shots without hitting a single target. Han Qingxia focused her mind, employing her psychic abilities to perceive the situation. The group comprised 5 men and 2 women, among whom only one possessed fire-based abilities, alongside 2 strength-type ability users. The firearms were wielded by the strength-based individuals, while the remainder were mere civilians, armed with sticks or machetes, trailing nervously behind the 3 ability users. Yet Han Qingxia noticed the last man in their formation wearing a baseball cap. This man exhibited no signs of ability, but she sensed a subtle energy emanating from him that distinguished him from the ordinary crowd. He was neither an ordinary person nor a superhuman. After several futile shots, it seemed they realized the interior was too challenging to breach. At that moment, they spotted Han Qingxia's armored vehicle approaching. "Brother Feng, look over there. A vehicle is coming. It's an armored car. There must be people inside." The leader of the group fixated on Han Qingxia's vehicle and instructed his subordinates to hold their positions, declaring, "You all wait here. I will approach." He strode confidently towards Han Qingxia's vehicle. To demonstrate his intentions, he stopped 10 meters away from her, waved, and deliberately unloaded his firearm in her presence. Han Qingxia signaled Su Xiaoyang to blink the headlights twice, prompting the man to advance towards them with determination. In a world ravaged by chaos, there exist rules unique to its desolation. In the proximity of danger, one must remain vigilant, for every stranger poses a potential threat, and trust is a luxury no one can afford. Zhang Feng, standing across from Han Qingxia, took the initiative to extend a gesture of camaraderie. He gently rapped on the window of her armored vehicle. Han Qingxia, pulling back the window a quarter of the way, revealed a formidable height that towered above Zhang Feng, providing her with a distinct advantage. Any hostile intent would be met with considerable difficulty for him, while she could easily subdue him if need be. Moreover, she could hear his words clearly. "Friend, you are here to gather supplies as well, are you not?" Zhang Feng inquired. "Indeed," she replied. "Then how about we join forces? We've been keeping watch here for 3 days and are quite familiar with the area. Once we secure it, we can split the resources evenly." Zhang Feng suggested, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket with great care, holding it aloft. In these times, tobacco had become a rare commodity. One could scarcely afford a meal, let alone a smoke. Each cigarette was a precious resource, and with every puff, one diminished their supply. However, the cigarette was declined by the person inside, who responded, "No, you go ahead. After you finish, I will follow." Upon hearing her response, Zhang Feng's smile faltered. "Then why refuse my offer of a cigarette? Friend, danger lurks everywhere. Having an additional companion offers us greater security. Does it not? Then may our spirits be united, and may goddess blessings accompany you, she replied. Zhang Feng. Chapter 73, Half-Zombie. Since the apocalypse began, Zhang Feng had encountered all manner of individuals. In amicable situations, if one did not wish to collaborate, they would simply refuse to accept anything. Once something was accepted, one was bound to respond in kind. But what of Han Qingxia? She accepted items with an air of nonchalance, yet her refusal was immediate and resolute. Today was indeed an eye-opener, akin to a small knife poised at the rear. Zhang Feng gazed upon the imposing armored vehicle before him, its formidable presence demanding respect. With a steely resolve, he proposed, if you could assist us in gaining entry, we would only require 30% of the supplies. You may take 70. What say you? A light chuckle emanated from within the armored vehicle, leaving Zhang Feng feeling utterly uncertain. Dear friend, we shall take 20%, and you shall have 80. Silence was the only reply. Surely you can spare us 1%. We will assist you. Just allow us entry. You cannot possibly claim all that lies within. A wisp of smoke drifted from the vehicle's roof as Han Qingxia looked down upon him with an air of superiority. I have stated my position. You shall enter first, and we shall wait until you have taken all that you desire before we proceed. Han Qingxia had no need to share with anyone. Even a mere 1% was out of the question. Upon hearing her domineering words, Zhang Feng felt utterly powerless. He possessed no leverage to negotiate. The disparity in strength was glaring. Brother Feng, what do you think? Who are they? Have you extended an invitation for collaboration? Zhang Feng turned to glance at the imposing armored vehicle and gestured to the others. They are unwilling to cooperate with us. Then what shall we do now? Zhang Feng gazed at the expansive breeding farm before him, contemplating one final attempt. 5 minutes later, Han Qingxia observed the disheartened crowd before the utterly abandoned farm, waving her hand in resignation. Then, with a roar, her armored vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging into the heart of the breeding grounds. In the face of overwhelming power, sheer force sufficed. The onlookers, positioned 200 meters away, beheld the formidable assault on the once impregnable breeding farm with awe in their eyes. The strong have always been the objects of admiration for the weak. Zhang Feng felt a pang of discontent. They were not worthy of collaboration with such might. At that moment, from within the breached gates, scattered remnants of the undead burst forth, drawn by the scent of the living, clawing and gnashing as they lunged towards the group. Run! Retreat! Zhang Feng and his companions shouted, for they lacked Han Qingxia's formidable strength. Confronted by more than 3 zombies, evasion was their only recourse. Hastily, they withdrew. Meanwhile, Han Qingxia's vehicle plunged into the breeding farm, initiating a systematic extermination of the scattered zombie workers. She disembarked and stumbled upon a book titled Postpartum Care for Sows. Crouching down, she picked it up, recognizing its value. This was a medium-sized black pig breeding farm, or more accurately, a franchise of a pig farming operation. In Han Qingxia City, pig farming had undergone reform years prior, prohibiting farmers from raising pigs in a free-range manner. All pigs were to be raised in compliance with regulations by qualified farms, and once matured, they were uniformly sent to slaughterhouses for processing. At the breeding farm where Han Qingxia worked, there was no need for breeding. It sufficed to simply raise the pigs. This small-scale farm operated under a contract with their parent company, which supplied piglets and provided technical guidance. Upon entry, they recorded the weight of the piglets and agreed on the target weight for slaughter, as well as the price of the meat at that time. Their earnings were derived solely from the weight of the pigs at the time of sale, calculated based on the market price. Their sole task was to rear the piglets, a process that significantly ensured the safety of the meat supply, with a comprehensive and traceable system in place. As Han Qingxia picked up a book, she pondered whether the pig farm intended to secretly breed some piglets of their own. She tucked the book away and, accompanied by Su Xiaoyang, made her way toward the pigsty. The farm had few employees, all congregated at the entrance, where a recent incident had resulted in the crushing of several pigs, while others had fled only to be caught and dispatched by the dogs. Now, within the expansive farm, one could hardly find a single zombie pig. As Han Qingxia boldly entered the pigsty area, a foul stench assaulted her senses. Fortunately, she arrived in the nick of time. The pigs inside were nearly skeletal, yet about 70% were still alive. Jiang Xia, keep watch outside. Understood. Su Xiaoyang promptly turned to exit. Han Qingxia surveyed the vast pigpen before her, methodically capturing the remaining live pigs into her space. The odor was unbearable. Truly, animal husbandry was not a task for the faint of heart. Just as she reached the third pigpen, she felt a piercing gaze directed at her from behind. Her formidable mental energy instantly locked onto that direction, simultaneously launching a high-pressure water bullet. Thud! In the farthest corner of the pigpen, a man wearing a baseball cap nimbly flipped to dodge, scrambling out in a flurry. Once outside, he immediately grinned at Han Qingxia. So you're a spatial ability user after all. Han Qingxia, observing the man in the baseball cap, furrowed her brows even more. She remembered him. He was the one who always trailed behind Zhang Feng's team. What struck Han Qingxia was that his aura was neither that of an ordinary person nor an ability user. Who exactly are you? The man in the baseball cap raised his hands. I mean no harm, I just want to join you. Join me? Yes. I think your group is strong, and I want to be part of it. Only your group is worth joining. And what can you offer to make me accept you? Upon hearing Han Qingxia's words, the man took off his baseball cap, revealing an eye patch. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up at this sight. Then, the man removed the eye patch, exposing a pale, zombie-like eye. Qin Ku, how do you know my name? Qin Ku raised an eyebrow as Han Qingxia uttered his name. At that moment, waves of shock surged through Han Qingxia's heart. Having survived the apocalypse for 10 years, she was well aware of the notable figures in this post-apocalyptic world. Over the past decade, 10 influential figures had emerged across the eastern region, each a leader of a major base. One of them is the half-zombie, Qin Ku. Qin Ku is the sole individual infected with the zombie virus who has not succumbed to becoming a zombie himself. In the apocalyptic world, he roams freely, relying on his peculiar immunity to zombie bites. Chapter 74. A Master of Deception. What truly astounds others, however, is not merely his unique ability, but rather the absurd and outrageous deeds he undertakes. This man is cunning and avaricious, unpredictable in nature, relishing in deceiving others. He exploits his distinctive talent to maneuver through various bases. It has been previously noted that, in this post-apocalyptic era, the threats posed by zombies are not the only peril. Human encroachment is equally daunting. This troublemaker, Qin Ku, single-handedly dismantles several small encampments and a medium-sized base. Once he brings them to ruin, he claims half of their resources for himself. After indulging in the spoils, he swiftly moves on to his next target. As for why he does not venture into the densely populated cities teeming with zombies to freely seize resources, it is because he is an individual entirely devoid of refined tastes. While others strive to distance themselves from vice, he immerses himself in it, gambling and seeking companionship after swindling money and supplies. Greedy and lecherous, he cannot endure solitude and is incapable of living a solitary life. Deception is his only pursuit. The base where Han Qingxia resides had also fallen under his watchful eye. However, her original location was remote, distanced from neighboring encampments, thus evading his treachery. When he first entered their small base, Han Qingxia had little impression of him, only to learn of his notoriety much later through the base's broadcasting station. It was at that moment that everyone began to realize the true nature of this individual. Subsequently, Han Qingxia occasionally heard rumors of his reckless existence within the confines of his small tavern. However, his fate was not particularly fortunate. In the 8th year of the apocalypse, he wandered to another major base, Hope Base, intending to instigate a duel between them and Base K1. Unfortunately, he was apprehended by the inhabitants of Hope Base, who reportedly took him to their laboratory for dissection and research, aiming to unravel the mystery of the serum. After that, Han Qingxia never received any further information regarding him. He never anticipated that in his lifetime, he would encounter such a legendary figure, a true prodigy. Beautiful lady, I shall reveal to you one secret. I was infected with the zombie virus, yet I did not mutate. I can freely traverse through hordes of zombies without being attacked. What do you think? Can someone like me join your ranks? Qin Ku, with his half-zombie, half-human black eyes, gazed at Han Qingxia with a cheerful demeanor. His gaze was remarkably sincere and honest. Had it not been for Han Qingxia's decade of experience from a previous life, he might have been swayed by this individual's genuineness and abilities. Such talent should not be overlooked. Yet Han Qingxia was acutely aware of who he was dealing with. As Han Qingxia regarded the defecting Qin Ku, his gaze faltered momentarily between the decision to kill or spare him. This individual was undoubtedly untrustworthy and posed a volatile threat, a potential landmine waiting to explode. Such a person was undesirable. Nevertheless, the innate talents he possessed, Han Qingxia had the ability to replicate the unique attributes of everyone he accepted into his fold, and the necessity of his half-zombie physique was undeniable. Very well, I accept your request to join me. Wait a moment. At this moment, Qin Ku remarked, beautiful lady, I have yet to finish my statement. If I were to join your ranks, what sort of treatment would you afford me? Han Qingxia replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Rest assured, you shall receive the finest treatment. Under my guidance, you will enjoy meat with every meal. Does your base have women? Oh no, I meant to ask how many individuals reside within your base? Han Qingxia paused, realizing this fellow was indeed as the rumors suggested. It is merely Su Xiaoyang and myself along with that outsider. Just the two of you? Qin Ku inquired, stroking his chin. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in his dark, singular eye, as he added with a grin, he isn't your boyfriend, is he? Han Qingxia responded with a flat, no. Then it is settled. I shall join you, Qin Ku declared. Immediately, a voice resonated in Han Qingxia's mind. Detected base guard, pseudo 1. Reward points, 100. Base new guard loyalty insufficient at 60. Unable to unlock special attributes. Han Qingxia gasped in astonishment at the unprecedented appearance of the pseudo notification. She opened his attributes panel in her mind, revealing a stark line of white numbers. Loyalty, 59. Initial loyalty, 19. System increased loyalty by 40. Han Qingxia exclaimed, what in the world? The initial loyalty was merely 19. Even with the system's enhancement of 40, it still does not meet the 60 standard. This is a veritable pitfall. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyang's loyalty stands at a splendid 100. When Su first joined Han Qingxia, his loyalty was 70, and with the system's increment of 40, it soared beyond the century mark. After reaching 100, loyalty is further categorized into 3 color grades: red, purple, and gold. Red signifies fiery loyalty, purple denotes unwavering allegiance, and gold represents eternal singularity. Yet, the individual before her possesses merely 59 points, just shy of the 60 required to unlock his unique attributes. Han Qingxia, rendered speechless by this innate contrariness, contemplated eliminating this traitorous individual who seemed to harbor thoughts of betrayal. Who would dare to claim such a person? However, the tantalizing prospect of his nearly complete loyalty was irresistible. She needed his semi-zombie constitution. Qin Ku, what do you fancy? Should you choose to join us as captain, I am obliged to offer you a token of my appreciation. Perhaps a gift could elevate your loyalty? I don't have many particular preferences. Qin Ku replied with a mischievous grin, gazing at the enchanting captain before him. If you truly wish to bestow a gift upon me, why not offer your heart? From the moment I laid eyes on you, I was struck with love at first sight. Sincerely. Bang! Unable to endure any longer, Han Qingxia delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. Get to work. Round up those live pigs, or I shall extract your heart to feed them. Qin Ku, sprawled on the ground, watched as Han Qingxia entered the next pen to gather the live pigs. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in his half-zombie, half-human eyes, and a slow smile crept across his lips. Half an hour later, all the live pigs had been collected into Han Qingxia's spatial realm. The remaining dead pigs were ordered by her to be dragged into a pit by Qin Ku. This fellow, with his semi-zombie physique, exhibited enhanced strength and speed, working efficiently. The deceased pigs were buried together, doused in gasoline, and set ablaze. To avert the impending plague, it was set ablaze in advance. Throughout the ordeal, Qin Ku remained largely silent, his gaze fixed with a mischievous grin upon Han Qingxia. Chapter 75. As cunning as a fox sensing the flames within, Su Xiaoyang and his companions outside began to vocalize their concern. Woof, woof, boss, how are you in there?
I am fine, Han Qingxia responded.
Having cleared the pigsty before stepping outside, where Su Xiaoyang looked at her with evident anxiety. "Boss, is something wrong?" "Nothing at all." At that moment, his gaze fell upon the man trailing behind Han Qingxia, adorned with a baseball cap and an eye mask. "Who are you?" "Xiaoyang, this is my new subordinate, Qin Ku," Han Qingxia introduced. "Hey there, brother. I'm Qin Ku. A pleasure to meet you." Qin Ku beamed, extending his hand in greeting. Su Xiaoyang felt an immediate aversion to the man before him. The single eye he revealed sparkled with an unsettling cunning that made him uncomfortable. Seeing that Han Qingxia had taken such a person under her wing, he furrowed his brow. Ignoring the outstretched hand, he turned to Han Qingxia and asked, "Boss, what about the pigs inside? Do you need me to deal with them?" Before Han Qingxia could respond, Qin Ku interjected, "No need. I'm a spatial ability user. I have already stored the pigs away." At this revelation, Su Xiaoyang looked at Qin Ku in astonishment. "You're a spatial ability user?" Qin Ku crossed his arms confidently. "Indeed. With me in the team, you need not worry about supplies." He beamed at Han Qingxia, his smile revealing sharp teeth while his eyes gleamed with mischief. Taking advantage of Su Xiaoyang's momentary distraction, he approached Han Qingxia with a beaming smile and said, "Beauty Captain, this shall remain our little secret." Han Qingxia regarded the exceedingly astute man before her, a sly smile tugging at her lips. Very well. Had she not already been aware of the man's true nature, she might have been genuinely charmed by his cleverness and thoughtfulness. Indeed, he was a fox of unparalleled cunning. "Let us proceed." "Certainly, my alluring captain," Qin Ku replied, crossing his arms and following behind Han Qingxia, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he took in her silhouette. Han Qingxia had successfully taken over the pig farm, but the adjacent chicken farm was beyond salvage, as all the chicks had perished. Fortunately, Han Qingxia had stockpiled chickens and ducks previously, so there was no need for her to acquire more. She instructed Qin Ku and Su Xiaoyang to handle the chicken farm, suggesting they set it ablaze to eliminate the hazard of this large-scale breeding area. Thus, the looming threat of animal plagues that would later sweep through major bases was extinguished in advance by Han Qingxia. On the return trip, Qin Ku sat in the armored vehicle, his excitement palpable as he admired the car and its interior. "Beauty Captain, where did you acquire this treasure? Ask what you must, but do not inquire beyond that," Han Qingxia replied coolly. The colder her demeanor, the more fervent Qin Ku became. "Beauty Captain, are there truly only the three of us at our base?" At this moment, Su Xiaoyang, who was driving, turned to Han Qingxia. She responded with unwavering certainty. "Indeed. Then where is our base?" he asked. "At the grain factory," Su Xiaoyang exclaimed. "Yes." Su Xiaoyang dared not ask anything, nor say a word. He drove to the vast zombie factory they had previously conquered. Qin Ku's eyes lit up at the sight of the immense factory before him. To seize such a colossal establishment truly demonstrated remarkable strength. The last time they left this place, they had not only excavated the zombie cores but also meticulously disposed of the zombie corpses, incinerating them all. This area, under Han Qingxia's management, was relatively pristine. She instructed Su Xiaoyang to park the car near the dormitory building, allowing him the freedom to choose whichever floor he desired. Should he encounter a zombie, he need not fear. Qin Ku chuckled lightly. "All right, beautiful captain, I shall select for myself." After Qin Ku departed, Su Xiaoyang regarded the man, who exuded an air of recklessness, with increasing concern. The leader, he mused, that individual harbored ulterior motives. As a former soldier, Su Xiaoyang could easily perceive the erratic aura surrounding Qin Ku. He was certainly no virtuous man. "I am aware," Han Qingxia replied, following him down. "That is precisely why I brought him here. Qin Ku is no good person, and neither is Han Qingxia. It would be utterly unwise to bring such a volatile entity to my base. It is prudent to keep him at bay, enhancing his loyalty from a distance. A loyalty that seeks to betray is not to be trusted." Su Xiaoyang nodded thoughtfully, finding wisdom in Han Qingxia's words. With Xia around, that is more than sufficient. She can manage the base efficiently, even tending to the dogs with drones. Su Xiaoyang had no doubts left. He followed Han Qingxia into the dormitory building. Each selected a room that was relatively clean, claiming it as their own territory. 6 dogs trailed behind Su Xiaoyang, settling into his room. As they entered, the voice of Qin Ku reached them from outside. "Captain Beauty, what is up?" Is it time to eat? Yes, we can start the meal. Han Qingxia replied to Su Xiaoyang, instructing him to retrieve some supplies from the vehicle. Upon seeing the meager provisions, Qin Ku exclaimed, "Is this all we have? What do you think?" Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow. "As long as it suffices." Qin Ku chuckled, "But I know of a place nearby that has abundant supplies." "Where?" 5 miles east. Their SA 3-story supermarket in the development zone. Han Qingxia nodded. "All right, we shall go there tomorrow. Gathering supplies is an ongoing task. Now that people have arrived, we should map out the area." Qin Ku observed Han Qingxia's agreement, a broader smile spreading across his face. He began to engage in conversation with her and Su Xiaoyang, attempting to forge a closer rapport and glean more information from them. "By the way, brother, where are you from? You seem like you might have been a soldier. How did you meet Captain Beauty?" Regrettably, Su Xiaoyang was rather taciturn. He only answered Han Qingxia's questions, remaining icy and aloof otherwise. Yet, despite this, Qin Ku continued to chat animatedly, weaving tales and boasting to both Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. When dinner concluded, he turned to Han Qingxia and suddenly remarked, "Captain, the Beauty, did you not promise to gift me something today?" Chapter 76. "Not a normal person, do not look at me as you speak," Qin Ku interjected, covering his single eye. "Captain, could you possibly treat me with a touch more kindness? I have grown up without parents, raised by my gambling grandmother, who would beat and scold me at the slightest displeasure. Throughout my life, I have had no friends, and now, amidst this apocalyptic world, I genuinely wish to join your ranks, to become comrades in life and death. Can you accept someone like me? Speak plainly. I desire some supplies. Without them, I feel utterly insecure." Su Xiaoyang stood in stunned silence, gazing incredulously at such unabashed audacity. Han Qingxia, already aware of the fellow's antics, smiled slightly and replied, "Very well. Take what supplies you find in the vehicle now, and I shall allocate 1/3 of the supplies we collect tomorrow to you. Captain, you are truly an angel sent from above, beautiful and kind-hearted. I shall certainly follow you diligently from this day forth." Had it not been for the unwavering loyalty he exhibited, Han Qingxia might have been swayed by his exceptional performance. This individual was indeed quite challenging. Without tangible benefits, it was impossible to entice him. After his departure, Su Xiaoyang immediately spoke, "Boss, give him whatever he desires." Han Qingxia's gaze deepened. The following day, as dawn broke, Han Qingxia and her companions had already made arrangements early in the morning. They had provided all the supplies from the vehicle to Qin Ku the previous day, leaving them with no food for breakfast. Han Qingxia secretly offered Su Xiaoyang a morsel of food, urging him and the dog to eat first. No one should go hungry, especially not those who look after her. When Qin Ku descended, she feigned starvation, saying, "Qin Ku, I've given you everything. I haven't even had breakfast. We must go in search of supplies." Without hesitation, Qin Ku opened his backpack and retrieved a bag of bread that Han Qingxia had stored in her armored vehicle as emergency rations, which he had moved just the day before. How could the beautiful captain go hungry? "Please eat my share first," he insisted, presenting her with the bread. She lingered for a moment on the not-so-bulging backpack of Qin Ku, then casually placed the bread into her own bag before turning to board the vehicle. Qin Ku and Su Xiaoyang followed suit. Approximately 10 minutes later, they arrived at the supermarket in the Eastern Development Zone. This area now lay on the outskirts of City A. In recent years, City A had flourished. Once merely dotted with a few small villa communities, it had now given rise to several new large residential complexes. Though most of these developments remained largely unoccupied, the population was limited, resulting in low occupancy rates. Some projects had even been abandoned, causing quite a stir previously. With the advent of the apocalypse, the atmosphere was filled with despair, and the vacant complexes became eerily ominous, occasionally giving rise to specter-like zombies. These creatures sensed the presence of the living and howled amidst the hollow frames of concrete buildings, while some wandering zombies on the streets pursued them relentlessly. Han Qingxia's vehicle did not halt. Bang, 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 bang. The path was cleared with an unyielding force. They traversed the scattered, wandering zombies, ultimately arriving at their destination, the large supermarket in the development zone. A multitude of zombies surrounded the entrance, most clad in the attire of former residents, with many heavily armed and dressed in thick garments. It was evident that these were locals who had once occupied this area after the apocalypse erupted, only to meet a grim fate. As Han Qingxia's vehicle approached, the wandering zombies immediately converged upon them. Han Qingxia gestured to Su Xiaoyang, who promptly activated the vehicle's switch, causing the turret atop the armored car to rise and unleash a brutal yet effective barrage upon the throngs of zombies below. Inside the vehicle, Qin Ku watched as the zombies outside were swiftly engulfed in flames. "Wow, Captain Beauty, your ride is incredibly cool. Where did you get it?" he exclaimed. "Save your questions for later. You need to disembark and scout the area first," Han Qingxia instructed. With most of the zombies cleared, she added, "It's safe now." Qin Ku raised an eyebrow at this. "All right then." He stepped out unarmed to survey the surroundings. The few remaining zombies nearby ignored his presence as he confidently approached the supermarket's entrance, waving back at Han Qingxia to signal that all was clear. Su Xiaoyang observed this scene and asked, "Boss, who exactly is he? His physique is unusual." "Zombies do not attack him," Han Qingxia explained. Su Xiaoyang's eyes lit up upon hearing this, his gaze toward Qin Ku shifting with newfound respect. No wonder the boss wanted to recruit him. He truly was a talent. However, there was an undeniable air of mischief about him, suggesting he was not entirely benevolent. "Let's move," Han Qingxia commanded. "Agreed," Su Xiaoyang replied, arming himself as he and the others exited the vehicle. The dogs, in groups of 2s and 3s, swiftly dispatched the scattered remnants of the undead, while Su Xiaoyang took care of the remaining foes. Han Qingxia advanced through the cleared area, step by step, as if traversing an uninhabited realm, arriving at the entrance of the supermarket. She paused at the doorway, peering into the pitch-black interior. "What's the situation, beautiful captain?" she inquired. "The door is locked." "But," Qin Ku replied, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he produced a blank card. "I have a way to open it." He squatted down, fiddling with the lock on the door for a brief moment, and to Han Qingxia's astonishment, the door creaked open with a satisfying click. "Am I not quite useful?" Qin Ku beamed proudly at her. "Well done. Now go in and scout ahead," she commanded, giving him a gentle shove into the supermarket. Han Qingxia observed a peculiar trait in him. His loyalty was difficult to increase, yet equally impossible to diminish. No matter how harshly she treated him, his already pitiful level of loyalty remained intact. In fact, Qin Ku seemed to thrive on her fiery temperament. Whenever she spoke to him gently, he would take advantage of her kindness, but when she resorted to using her fists, he immediately revered her. Han Qingxia found it utterly incomprehensible how someone could possess such a mindset. He was far from ordinary. Yet, upon reflection, if he were any more conventional, he would not have committed the utterly inhumane acts of his past life. "I'm heading in now," Qin Ku declared, moving swiftly into the vast supermarket. Meanwhile, Han Qingxia stationed 2 dogs at the entrance, observing the first floor of the supermarket with the remaining dogs and Su Xiaoyang, proceeding with measured caution. The structure comprises 3 levels, featuring not only a large supermarket, but also outsourced clothing and snack shops. Before Han Qingxia lies an expanse of space designated for clothing sales. Chapter 77. Model Citizen Han Qingxia. At this moment, the supermarket is devoid of illumination. Despite the bright morning sunlight outside, the interior remains shrouded in darkness, with only the green emergency lights illuminating the emergency exits. Row upon row of shelves before Han Qingxia are displaying winter cotton clothing at off-season prices. Enormous promotional red signs stand beside the clothing racks, boldly proclaiming 99 yuan. Yet, even with discounts, customers remain elusive. A thick layer of dust blankets the ground. To the right, several clothing racks lean precariously, their mannequins, disfigured torsos and round heads, scattered haphazardly across the floor. As Su Xiaoyang approaches with his companions, he realizes they are merely model displays, not corpses or bloodstains. "Boss, they are mannequins, not bodies," he remarks. "Indeed," Han Qingxia replies, her gaze fixed on him, nodding slightly. "Thank you for your hard work." Su Xiaoyang, I will accompany the beautiful team leader to gather supplies inside the supermarket. You should consolidate everything outside. Once we finish collecting the resources within, we will proceed to gather the rest. Qin Ku issues the command, having publicly claimed Han Qingxia's spatial abilities as his own. Su Xiaoyang turns to Han Qingxia, who nods in affirmation and whispers, Jiang Xia, consolidate the supplies and send a batch to the car first. Her vehicle has the capacity to store approximately 1 ton of supplies. Understood. With her words, Su Xiaoyang immediately sets to work. Qin Ku then looks at Han Qingxia. Beautiful team leader, shall we proceed? There are plenty of items in the supermarket. Han Qingxia, feeling uneasy about Qin Ku, decided to bring along Tiao and a dog, leaving the rest of the dogs with Su Xiaoyang. Dealing with such a person, the greatest danger does not lie in being with him, but rather in being apart. If he intends to harm, it will certainly be from the shadows. By leaving most of the dogs with Su Xiaoyang, she aimed to ensure a relatively safe environment, preventing any malicious intent on his part. Han Qingxia harbored deep suspicions of him. Captain Beauty, it seems you harbor quite a bit of distrust towards me, Qin Ku remarked as they strolled through the heart of the shopping mall. Upon hearing this, Qin Ku chuckled softly, and they soon arrived at the supermarket area. Before them, the shutter door of the supermarket was drawn down. Without needing further prompting from Han Qingxia, Qin Ku produced an object from his person and began to fiddle with the lock. With a clatter, the door swung open. At that moment, Han Qingxia became acutely aware of one thing. This fellow was exceptionally skilled at lockpicking. Impressive. Have you done this before? She inquired. How could that be? I am a law-abiding citizen, Qin Ku boasted, concealing the object in his hand. But you, Captain Beauty, you seem extraordinary, decisive in your actions. You weren't involved in any underworld dealings in the past, were you? Ha! I am the epitome of a righteous and law-abiding citizen. Indeed, a law-abiding citizen you are, Qin Ku, and a model citizen you are, Han Qingxia. No objections there. Han Qingxia followed Qin Ku into the supermarket. The interior was even darker than the exterior. Without lights, visibility was nearly non-existent. She retrieved 2 powerful flashlights, and together, they cautiously ventured inside. The atmosphere was eerily quiet and desolate, with a thick layer of dust settled across the various checkout counters. Han Qingxia immediately unleashed her mental power. Her current mental perception range spanned approximately 20 meters, sufficient to encompass a quarter of the vast supermarket before her. Indeed, there were no signs of either living beings or zombies. Han Qingxia, along with Qin Ku and Tiao, gradually ventured further inside, intent on clearing the items from the cash registers. By the way, beautiful captain, I see you brought along a subordinate. What about your family? They are all dead, Han Qingxia replied casually. The Han family had long ceased to be her kin, and even if those individuals had managed to escape the hospital by some stroke of luck, they would not have survived long without her. In their lifetimes, they would never encounter another like Han Qingxia, who could offer them protection. And your family?
Han Qingxia inquired.
They too have perished. Qin Ku responded with a faint smile, a hint of ruthlessness lacing his laughter. At that moment, having gathered the gum and candies from the cash registers, Han Qingxia noticed something alarming. All the chocolate and high-calorie candy boxes were empty. Just then, Tiao shouted into the darkness at the back of the store. Woof woof, woof woof. With her flashlight in hand, Han Qingxia immediately turned toward the source of the sound, catching a fleeting glimpse of a figure. Even though her mental perception could not reach that far, she was still able to discern it was a human, not a zombie. The person was hiding from them. If it were a zombie, it would have lunged at them with a roar. Someone is here, Qin Ku remarked. Han Qingxia promptly retrieved her AK from her spatial storage. Aware that she possessed such a space, she no longer concealed it, raising the AK and leading Qin Ku and Tiao in the direction of the figure. Along the way, she observed that nearly all the food shelves inside had been ravaged. Indeed, there are individuals residing within, 7 in total, both men and women, young and old, yet not a single ability user among them. As Han Qingxia's words echoed, a throng of people surged forth from the employee quarters. Are you here to rescue us? 7 individuals, 2 twin boys of about 13 or 14, 3 elderly individuals with gray hair, a young pregnant woman with a pronounced belly, and the only one who appeared to be a laborer, a middle-aged man. This man did not seem to be the leader among them, standing humbly behind the elderly, the weak and the expectant mother. Han Qingxia found this assembly peculiar. In this apocalyptic world, it was indeed rare for the old and the young to survive together. Why did it take you so long to arrive? Hurry! Take us out of here. The oldest woman among them gazed at Han Qingxia, who was armed, and commanded her as if she were a soldier. The tone was rather irksome, as if they regarded her as their servant. Before Han Qingxia could express her irritation, another voice rang out. "Grandma, look who's beside her," shouted one of the young boys. "That bastard. Is him for sure. How is he still alive? What is he doing here?" Another child's voice chimed in. "Grandma, hurry and drive him away. His presence disgusts me. Just seeing that scoundrel sullies my eyes." In an instant, all gazes shifted to Han Qingxia's rear, where Qin Ku stood shrouded in darkness. Wearing a baseball cap, Qin Ku sensed familiarity and lowered his head with a smile. "Captain Mei, perhaps you should first ascend to the second floor to gather supplies. Here, I have acquaintances I wish to attend to." Chapter 78. The past of Qin Ku. Han Qingxia met the gaze of Qin Ku's solitary eye and graciously consented. As she prepared to depart, the elderly woman who had just spoken immediately obstructed Han Qingxia, exclaiming, "Where do you think you're going? You are not permitted to leave. Is this person your teammate? What sort of individuals are you recruiting? Such a worthless person should be expelled at once. I must inform you, the largest real estate company in Province A belongs to the Qin family. My youngest son is the vice governor of City B. If you escort us to locate them, you shall reap substantial rewards." "Grandma, I wish to go out. I want to eat fried chicken. I cannot remain in this place. I want to go out too. I want to play games. It has been ages since I last logged in. Please let her charge my phone first." "Enough, enough." The elderly lady soothed her precious grandchildren and turned to Han Qingxia, continuing, "Did you hear that? Hurry and make arrangements for us. Do not slight my grandchildren, of course. First, remove this detestable scoundrel. The Qin family does not associate with such despicable filth." As Qin Ku listened to the discussions around him, his head, adorned with a cap, sank lower, while a cruel smile curled ever more prominently at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, he heard the ominous sound of a gun being chambered. In the dim light, Qin Ku stared in disbelief as the woman before him raised the dark muzzle of her weapon, pressing it against the elderly woman's lips. A cold, languid voice broke the silence. "Whom do you dare to call a worthless scoundrel? Huh? My people are not to be insulted."
Ang Qingxia resembled a bandit.
And indeed, she embodied such a persona. She was lawless, rebellious, and selfishly ruthless. However, she exhibited an unwavering loyalty to those she deemed worthy, fiercely protecting them until the very end. Even though she remained wary of Qin Ku, never truly considering him one of her subordinates, she would not tolerate anyone attempting to defame him. There was no room for such slander. Han Qingxia brandished her icy gun, effectively silencing the old man. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ku, the only human I exposed, glimmered with a hint of excitement. Meanwhile, the onlookers were rendered speechless, the pregnant woman cowering in the embrace of the sole male provider, while two boys, around 13 or 14, continued to shout defiantly, "We were right all along. His mother is nothing but a shameless mistress who climbed into my father's bed. They live off us like beggars, scamming us for money, and he has a criminal record, sent to a juvenile detention center at 13, involved in every sort of deceit. Our family has no place for such scum. If you dare to harm us today, my uncle will ensure your demise. You are nothing but a disgrace." With a swift kick, Qin Ku sent the raucous boy flying. After delivering the blow, he turned to Han Qingxia with a smirk. "Captain Beauty, leave this to me. You need not concern yourself." Han Qingxia uttered not a word, merely retracted her weapon with a click and departed. As she ascended to the second floor to gather supplies, a piercing scream erupted from below. "Ah, Grandma, he is a zombie. That bastard is a zombie. Kill him quickly. Ah, please do not bite me. Direct your fangs elsewhere. Oh no. Grandmother, you have been bitten. Do not approach, grandmother. My grandmother is on the verge of becoming a zombie. We must eliminate her swiftly." In the upper floors, Han Qingxia heard the sounds echoing through the levels, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. Qin Ku, devoid of zombie venom, is a half-zombie. possessing antibodies that render him non-contagious. Thus, his intent was to instill fear rather than to inflict direct harm. The terror of psychological manipulation is far more dreadful than mere murder.
Kin ke, resembling a madman.
Reveled in the sight of this once loving family turning upon one another, laughing heartily. This world deserves annihilation. Let it all perish. Han Qingxia contemplated that this individual must have caused chaos in various strongholds in his previous life, laughing all the while. He is truly anti-human. Having collected supplies from the second and third floors, which consisted of daily necessities and clothing, Han Qingxia noted that these items held little value for those on the first floor. The occupants seemed too frightened to ascend, huddling solely in the food area, thus remaining largely inactive. Currently, Han Qingxia found herself in dire need of personal care products, while the food situation was gradually improving at her base, ensuring a burgeoning supply. Residents would increasingly demand items such as shampoo, toilet paper, sanitary pads, clothing, shoes, and even children's books. Items deemed superfluous by others were precisely what she required. No one contested her claim. With great satisfaction, Han Qingxia cleared the supplies from both floors. After completing her task, she did not rush to descend but instead settled quietly by the window on the second floor, waiting patiently. She observed a heavily pregnant woman and the only able-bodied man hurriedly escaping through the side door from her vantage point by the window. They were the maid and chauffeur from my grandmother's household. A voice emerged behind Han Qingxia, prompting her to turn her head. A man, clad in a cap and drenched in blood, approached step by step, illuminated by the light.
Estud beside An Qingxia.
Gazing at the only two individuals who had managed to flee, a bloodthirsty grin curling at the corners of his mouth. My mother recognized them. Han Qingxia stood quietly beside the man, whose face was smeared with crimson, his smile grotesque. Vast swathes of pale sunlight streamed through the glass window, casting a faint glow only in their immediate vicinity, while the rest was consumed by an endless darkness. A soft click echoed as a small flame flickered to life from a lighter. Qin Ku sat against the glass wall on the supermarket floor, cradling the flame in his hands, lighting a cigarette for Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia smoked, though she did not have an addiction. In the oppressive atmosphere of the apocalypse, a single cigarette could sometimes ease her frayed nerves. In her past life, she had been a woman who sought wealthy patrons, and by chance, she encountered my father. Upon discovering his affluence, she clung to him like a stubborn leech. She was quite adept, managing to ensnare my father a few times, resulting in my birth. After I came into the world, her audacity grew. She believed she could ascend to the position of Mrs. Qin, unaware of the futility of her aspirations. My father was no fool, merely indulging in a dalliance, and the clever members of the Qin family would never permit her entry into their inner circle. Had it not been for my existence, they would have long since cast her aside. Ha ha ha, have you ever engaged in such actions? As Qin Ku spoke, laughter escaped his lips. Chapter 79. You said you wouldn't guard against me. Han Qingxia remained silent, calmly observing him, offering a sarcastic compliment that his plight was even worse. Ha ha ha. Qin Ku chuckled, then coughed lightly. What does it matter if it's tragic? At least there's still something to eat. He leaned in conspiratorially and shared, in my childhood, I was quite fond of crying, and it proved to be quite effective. Whenever I shed tears, my father would give me money. Unfortunately, I only enjoyed that for a few years before my father passed away. He recounted the tragic incident of his father's untimely demise in a car accident, leaving them without any financial support. Following that, his mother would take him to the Qin residence daily to weep, yet the family offered no assistance, discarding him there. At that time, the legitimate wife of the Qin family had undergone in vitro fertilization and was expecting twins, 2 sons. What use could a foolish woman like my mother see in me? He reflected bitterly. Realizing he was of no benefit, she abandoned him when he was merely 10 years old. Qin Ku took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he gestured towards the women running outside. I remember standing alone at the Qin family's doorstep, feeling ravenous after not having eaten for days. When I cried from hunger, they offered me a bowl of dog food. The Qin household had a dog, and they served him the leftovers, which he found absurdly humorous. Han Qingxia, in her silence, watched the middle-aged couple running away, their bellies round with expectation, until they vanished around a corner. She seemed to hear the echoes of screams and wails, faint and distant. As she gazed at Qin Ku, who had just shared his past, she lowered her head and took a deep breath. It's all in the past now. We are on the brink of a new era. With a soft chuckle, Qin Ku slowly raised his head and remarked, "Indeed, I am nearly beside myself with joy at the thought of the apocalypse. Wouldn't it be splendid if everyone perished?" Han Qingxia finally comprehended the reason behind this fellow's incessant antics in his past life. He truly wished for everyone's demise. After much contemplation, she could only muster a cliché saying, "Young people, after the storm comes the rainbow. Life is still brimming with hope. For instance, if you follow me, I shall be your family, a warm family." Qin Ku remained silent. Han Qingxia felt a surge of emotion at her own eloquence, convinced that his loyalty would surely increase. She gazed earnestly into his eyes, only to witness Qin Ku bow his head, chuckling softly. "Then let me pose a question to you. Go ahead. If you genuinely consider me family, why do you consistently keep your guard up against me? Who says I am guarding against you?" Qin Ku suddenly leaned towards Han Qingxia. Almost in an instant, bang! He was sent flying by a swift kick, landing 3 meters away, clutching his abdomen while protesting, "I am not guarding against you." Han Qingxia responded, "How could one not be cautious? It is essential to be on guard." "Well, that doesn't count. Speak properly. I treat everyone this way." She attempted to rationalize her actions. "All right, could you wait here for a moment? I need to attend to the situation on the first floor. After all, they are." Han Qingxia concluded, "Okay." As Qin Ku descended the staircase, he paused at the second floor and turned his head, urging, "You mustn't leave. Please wait for me here, all right?" "Okay," Han Qingxia replied. With a broad smile illuminating his face, Qin Ku hurried down the stairs. Han Qingxia watched as he gradually vanished into the shadows, yet her brow furrowed with concern. Today, she had gleaned some secrets about this tumultuous figure from a past life. They had shared heartfelt conversations, but why had his loyalty remained steadfastly at 59, as unyielding as a rock? Just then, she heard Su Xiaoyang's voice emanating from downstairs. Boss, Jiang Xia, I'm here." Upon hearing Su Xiaoyang's urgent entry, Han Qingxia felt as though a string in her mind had snapped. "Oh no, it can't be." Like a gust of wind, she raced down the stairs. In the supermarket hall on the first floor, she spotted the anxious Su Xiaoyang rushing in. "Boss, thank goodness you're all right. What about Qin Ku? He said you were in danger and sent me to assist you." Han Qingxia exclaimed in disbelief. "What?" Without hesitation, she sprinted toward the entrance in pursuit of Qin Ku. As she reached the doorway, a convertible sports car zoomed past her. The man inside waved exuberantly at Han Qingxia, who had rushed out. "Beautiful captain, I must take my leave. Thank you for your supplies. You're so charming. Next time, I will definitely sleep with you." Han Qingxia stood there, stunned, her expression a mixture of disbelief and indignation. At that moment, she glanced towards the desolate hall on the first floor, once again coming to a startling realization. Damn it, Qin Ku is indeed a spatial ability user. He truly is a spatial ability user. Han Qingxia felt utterly deceived by this man. Infuriated, she exclaimed, "I curse you. Just wait. The next time I encounter you, I shall undoubtedly break your legs. You are finished." Her anger was so intense that it felt as if her heart and liver were aching. Having wandered by the river so often, how could she escape getting her feet wet? She had always been the one to ensnare others, and this was her first experience of being ensnared herself. How foolish she had been to believe his woeful tale. That scoundrel had been lying to her from the very beginning. He had joined her only to seize their supplies. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Jiang Xia, remember this. From now on, Qin Ku shall be our #1 foe at the Shengxia base. Do not trust a single word he utters. Upon encountering him, seize him immediately. Break his legs. I shall make him suffer. Su Xiaoyang. Understood. Han Qingxia, consumed by rage, began to tally their supplies. The only silver lining was that Qin Ku had only taken the food supplies from the first-floor supermarket. He had never shown interest in the daily necessities on the second and third floors. Thus, it was Su Xiaoyang who had gathered a pile of clothing that he had taken away. Despite her frustration, Han Qingxia felt grateful for her cautiousness. 2 dogs were stationed at the entrance, keeping a vigilant watch over the vehicle, ensuring that her car had not been stolen. Moreover, she had initially instructed Su Xiaoyang to load a batch of supplies into the vehicle, which meant she had secured the food from the first-floor supermarket both inside and out. The provisions consumed by Qin Ke's family were substantial, compounded by a number of spoiled items. The effective supplies he carried away amounted to less than a quarter of the total resources. Han Qingxia endeavored to console herself, rationalizing that she would consider giving him a third, as she had mentioned yesterday. However, her frustration was palpable. She posted a photograph of Qin Ke, a hand-drawn sketch she had created herself. He was the arch-nemesis of their summer base, a figure everyone sought to eliminate. With a bounty of 100 points on his head, Han Qingxia vowed to avenge this grievance without fail. Chapter 80. The urban-rural fringe. Each day, she busied herself managing the affairs of the base, nurturing its development while accompanying her loyal dogs, who would never betray her. These faithful companions provided warmth and comfort. It had already been over 3 months since the apocalypse commenced, and finally, Han Qingxia's base had achieved stable production. Initially, her residents cultivated rapidly maturing crops such as bean sprouts, cabbage, and bok choy. Now, they had progressed to growing potatoes and sweet potatoes, which required a longer growing period yet yielded bountiful harvests. The cultivated fields were adorned with a variety of crops including corn, wheat, sorghum, and an abundance of vegetables like tomatoes, cucumbers, cabbage, and spinach. A modest selection of delicate fruits, such as strawberries and blueberries, also flourished. Han Qingxia had generously shared nearly all of her seeds for their cultivation. Wang Yumin, an individual with wood-based abilities, oversaw the initial nurturing of the crops, while Li Gang and a few others, endowed with strength and speed abilities, were responsible for expanding the arable land. The remaining residents collaborated in the farming efforts. Moreover, Han Qingxia's territory had been enhanced by the system, resulting in a higher yield for all crops and a swifter maturation period. In Han Qingxia's domain, genuine production has finally been realized. This signifies that her midsummer base has endured the most arduous initial phase. Previously, she sustained all the inhabitants of the base with her resources. Now they have begun to reciprocate, providing support to her in return. The substantial materials they produce flow into Han Qingxia's warehouse through a points exchange system. She settles their points, while simultaneously offering a portion of daily necessities for the populace to redeem. No matter how much they redeem, it is impossible for them to exhaust all their points. The remaining points in their accounts symbolize an accumulation of wealth. Moreover, in this apocalyptic era of scarcity, the populace can only produce food. Han Qingxia skillfully navigates the disparity between agricultural and industrial products, thereby enhancing the value of the points in their possession. The term industrial agricultural price scissors refers to the significant disparity in prices between industrial goods and agricultural products, creating a chasm of value. For instance, Han Qingxia purchases their grain at 1 point per pound, yet she offers a brand new garment to the populace, priced at 100 points. This implies that the garment is equivalent to 100 pounds of grain. In reality, the value is far from equitable. A piece of clothing is not worth 100 pounds of grain, yet this is how it is sold. This system elevates the labor output of the residents. The inhabitants can only produce food. All other materials must be procured from Han Qingxia. Thus, even if the clothing is expensive, once their points reach a certain threshold, they are still inclined to make purchases. Of course, for the residents of Midsummer Base, they too reap immense benefits from this process. Let us not dwell on other matters. While individuals in various bases are troubled by the question of what sustenance can adequately sate their hunger and how to safeguard their personal safety, the inhabitants of the summer base revel in abundance. They not only enjoy ample meals, but can also exchange surplus goods for clothing, shampoo, snacks, and beverages. This scenario seems almost unimaginable. Of course, as the base flourishes, the residents of summer continuously generate wealth, leading to a certain degree of inflation in resources. This aspect is meticulously managed by Xia, who adjusts prices in real time based on the availability of goods in Han Qingxia's territory, ensuring that the residents remain in a relatively prosperous environment. Moreover, Han Qingxia's piglets have embarked on a breeding venture. After the harvest of sweet potatoes and other crops, She released a batch of pigs for the community to rear, considering the current labor shortage. Establishing a dedicated pig farm and hiring workers would be an extravagant use of resources. Furthermore, a directly operated pig farm would struggle to inspire the residents to invest their utmost care. It would also necessitate her provision of food for the pigs. Hence, she devised a plan to distribute pigs to the residents according to their numbers. Each piglet is weighed upon adoption and again at the time of harvest, with compensation calculated at 10 points per pound of pork, in addition to providing them with 1/10 of the harvested meat. This greatly invigorated the residents' enthusiasm for pig farming. The community, now more dedicated than ever, increased their output, producing additional grains to feed the pigs and vigilantly monitoring their health, fearful of any mishaps that could lead to loss. By appropriately delegating rights to the residents, the associated risks are similarly shared between them and the base. This fosters a profound sense of belonging among the inhabitants of the base. Here lies their land, their livestock, and they will never forsake their homeland. Moreover, with the stable yield from their base, Han Qingxia has introduced livestock farming, causing the prosperity of her domain to soar dramatically. Each day, the prosperity incrementally increases, and this time, it has surpassed the significant threshold of 500. She has successfully acquired the title of urban-rural fringe. The next milestone in prosperity stands at 1,000, which would grant her the title of small county. Han Qingxia had previously regarded such trivial titles with indifference, even neglecting the accolades bestowed upon her by the system. However, on the day she attained the title of urban-rural fringe, she was astonished to discover a remarkable fact. The contribution points from her residents had doubled. Each resident within her territory, aside from the initial contribution of 100 points upon joining, now contributes 1 system point daily per individual. With a total of 19 residents, that amounts to 19 points each day. Even without venturing out to combat zombies or expand her territory, these points steadily accumulate. Furthermore, upon reaching the status of urban-rural fringe, each resident contributes 2 points daily. Hence, with 19 residents, that equates to 38 points. Do not underestimate this seemingly modest accumulation, for it signifies that if Han Qingxia's level is sufficiently high, and with a few more residents, she could effortlessly accrue substantial points daily. As development progresses, the contributions from her base's residents will only amplify. Her long-cherished aspiration for a zombie virus inhibitor no longer appears distant and unattainable. With the realization that the daily contribution points from her residents will transform alongside the prosperity of her territory, Han Qingxia's resolve has become even more steadfast. Development, development, development. Certainly, Han Qingxia is acutely aware that her current base is merely a tender sapling, vulnerable to even the slightest tempest. She must exercise utmost caution to safeguard her establishment, concealing it for the time being until it flourishes into a robust entity. After inspecting her base today and witnessing its prosperity upgrade, she decided to reward everyone with a pound of meat as a gesture of appreciation. This act uplifted the spirits of her team. Our Lord is truly benevolent. It is our good fortune to be part of the summer base. We have meat today. Long live our Lord. Let us work hard. The Lord has acknowledged our efforts. Future rewards are assured. Chapter 81. Journey to K1 base. What is the matter? Qiao Zhi, you have a new message. Would you like to read it? Someone is seeking me? How so? Han Qingxia approached Qiao Zhi's main computer, and before her, a virtual screen flickered to life, revealing a miniature electronic version of herself. This message had been transmitted via radio signal from K1 base. At once, Han Qingxia thought of Lu Qian, who had previously inquired about her radio frequency. He indeed came to find her. My dear master, Qiao Zhi has just automatically answered your call. Would you like to read the message? Read it. With a snap of her fingers, the computer speakers began to play a recording, and soon Han Qingxia heard a series of dialogues with an artificial intelligence. You have reached the channel of the most magnificent, beautiful, and extraordinary Han Qingxia. How may I assist you today? Han Qingxia. Are you Han Qingxia? No, I am Qiao Zhi, the Xia of Han Qingxia. Who is Qiao Zhi? I am my master's little assistant. Feel free to speak without hesitation. All right. Qiao Zhi, please inform your master that we at K1 base have detected that a significant cold wave will arrive by the end of the month. I wonder if you have sufficient supplies. If not, I would like to propose a collaborative mission to seize the grain reserves in the eastern region. Would she be interested? Very well. I shall convey your message, dear Mr. Lu Qian. Goodbye, Xiao Xia. Do say farewell to dear Xiao Xia. Farewell. If you do not say it, Xiao Xia may not assist you next time. Han Qingxia. My dear master, that is the content of your message as conveyed by Xiao Xia. Are you satisfied? Han Qingxia. Thank you, my beloved Xiao Xia. All right, please hold on. Shortly after, Lu Qian's voice resonated. Han Qingxia, the Eastern Grain Reserve holds over 10,000 tons of stored grain, including rice, corn, and wheat, as well as a substantial oil reservoir. The danger level is not high, as there are few personnel inside the storage facility and the area is sparsely populated. However, I must emphasize that this operation is not solely for you and me. It is intended for a united effort between our base and K1 base. We may allow a few smaller bases to join, and I wish to take you along. Han Qingxia understood clearly. Lu Qian was extending a genuine favor to her. He had a substantial reward to reap, and in consideration of her, he had intentionally included her in this venture. With multiple bases collaborating, the share that could be allocated to Han Qingxia would be minimal, yet why not partake in such a genuine benefit? It is worth noting that Han Qingxia had no knowledge of the locations of the national-level grain reserves. Dear Xia, inform the esteemed Lu Qian that I shall go. Before long, a male voice resonated from the radio. All right, I will send someone to pick you up shortly, dear Xia and Miss Han. Han Qingxia. A short while later, Xia informed her once more, indicating that a military pickup had arrived within her territory. Through the surveillance footage from the drone, Han Qingxia recognized the familiar license plate. Lu Qian's team was indeed prompt. 10 minutes later, the military vehicle came to a halt outside Han Qingxia's air defense shelter. The driver was none other than Tang Jian. Sister, I have arrived. Woof woof woof. Wishing you prosperity. Red in the middle, Tiangu. Long time no see. Tang Jian joyfully greeted the excited dogs that bounded towards him. Su Xiaoyang, who was harvesting supplies in the field, heard the commotion and stepped outside. Xiaoyang, Tang Jian, what brings you here? I've come to pick you up. Tang Jian replied enthusiastically, we can undertake missions together again. Su Xiaoyang, somewhat puzzled, was soon clarified as Han Qingxia emerged from within. Yangzi, gather your things and accompany them. Half an hour later, their assembly concluded. Han Qingxia did not bring her dog this time, as all the dogs remained at home to guard the premises. The journey ahead was quite distant, and with several teams to accompany, Han Qingxia might not be able to attend to the dog's needs. Bringing an excessive amount of supplies would also attract unnecessary attention. Thus, she decided it was best for the dogs to stay home while her neighbor, Lu Qian, graciously lent her his vehicle, providing both transport and fuel. Of course, she still had to bring along some provisions. Han Qingxia packed a box of instant noodles and a variety of ready-to-eat items like marinated eggs and bread into Tang Jian's car trunk before departing with him. Sister, we will set off tomorrow. The captain asked me to bring you to the K1 base early, where you can stay for the night, Tang Jian announced. Sounds good. It will also give you a chance to show us what your base is like. Tang Jian replied with a hint of pride. Although our base may not be as compact and well-equipped as yours, it is bustling with people. It must feel rather lonely for just the two of you sometimes. Humans thrive in communities. Han Qingxia smiled silently. Up to this moment, none of them were aware that her base had already grown to 19 members. All right, I shall see what your K1 base is like and how lively it is. With that, Tang Jian drove them toward the K1 base. Chapter 82. Entering the K1 base, the base serves as a sanctuary for survivors, where individuals, besieged by hordes of the undead, band together in a quest for survival, forming numerous bases of varying sizes. In Han Qingxia's recollections from her previous life, she remembers the existence of around 20 to 30 bases throughout the eastern region. Many of these, however, were minor establishments that ultimately succumbed to the relentless trials of the apocalypse, gradually vanishing over the decade of devastation. By the time of the final zombie onslaught, only 3 formidable bases remained in the Eastern Territory. K1 base, Hope base, and, further afield towards the central region, the Spark base. K1 base was notably renowned in her past life, primarily due to its origins linked to military forces, which endowed it with substantial military prowess. This strength initially attracted a vast influx of survivors. Nonetheless, this proved to be a double-edged sword, as K1 base struggled to sustain such a large population, especially in comparison to its neighboring counterparts. Hope base selectively accepted only the most capable survivors, amassing a significant number of scientific talents early on. With a smaller yet highly skilled populace, Hope base managed to navigate the apocalypse with relative ease. Conversely, Spark base faced an acute scarcity of resources, yet its leader, a ruthless individual, reigned supreme at the top of the list of the most formidable figures. He was merciless in his dealings, exterminating zombies on the outside while ruthlessly eliminating his own people within. In times of severe resource shortages, he would directly reduce the population of the base, ensuring it remained at a sustainable level. Although his brutal methods were harsh, Spark base exhibited remarkable resilience, never experiencing internal strife or upheaval. In the apocalypse, humanity can prove to be far more perilous than the undead, particularly in times of severe scarcity, where individuals may regress to their most primal instincts. The K1 base has witnessed countless instances of internal strife, and were it not for the foundational strength provided by the military, quelling such uprisings would have been utterly impossible. Moreover, the leadership at K1 has always been questionable, as they have consistently neglected to address the issue of the rioters. It appears they wish to use these insurgents to maintain a delicate balance of power with the military, ensuring their leadership remains unshaken. What became of your captain? Han Qingxia inquired of Tang Jian while seated in the vehicle. The mission was accomplished splendidly, Tang Jian replied, a hint of joy illuminating her expression. However, that individual surnamed Wang has perished. Was he not the base's administrator? Han Qingxia expressed her curiosity. At that moment, their vehicle approached a main thoroughfare, leading towards an expansive tunnel. Countless barriers adorned the tunnel's entrance, where a contingent of guards stood vigilant. A myriad of vehicles lined up meticulously along the mountain's flanks, as those seeking refuge congregated in temporary tents erected outside, awaiting their turn. Han Qingxia understood the purpose of this assembly. It was a screening process to determine if any among them had been bitten by zombies. Should anyone exhibit signs of mutation during the wait, they would be summarily executed. All survivors were mandated to undergo a full 24-hour isolation period before they could enter K1 base, armed only with their registration number. They had finally arrived at K1 base. The sound of a honking horn heralded the arrival of Tang Jian's vehicle at the entrance. The stern guards, upon recognizing the car, promptly withdrew the barricade. One of the sentinels approached Tang Jian, greeting him with courtesy, and conducted a thorough scan of all occupants with an infrared scanning device before granting them passage without delay. The vehicle smoothly entered the tunnel amidst the envious gazes of the survivors waiting outside. As they drove into the tunnel, Tang Jian turned to look at Han Qingxia with pride, exclaiming that their leader was now the deputy administrator of the base. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up at this revelation, and she momentarily paused before bursting into laughter. How impressive, she exclaimed, never anticipating that her unintentional act of saving someone would so drastically alter the dynamics of K1 base. It seemed that the loss of both a daughter and power weighed heavily upon them. If things continued in this manner, the nominal administrators would soon be overshadowed by Lu Qian and his cohort, who would become the true overseers of K1 base. Han Qingxia realized that she had inadvertently placed the Wang family in a precarious situation, stifling a mischievous grin as their vehicle emerged from the tunnel. Before them lay a bright light, and the imposing iron gate emblazoned with the inscription K1 base stood tall. Beyond the gate, the sounds of a bustling crowd could be heard. Big sister, we must undergo security checks once more. Let's disembark, the guard instructed. All right, Han Qingxia replied, as she and Su Xiaoyang each grabbed a bag and exited the vehicle. After they stepped out, the guards approached to disinfect their vehicle, while the two were required to pass through a comprehensive full-body X-ray scan to ensure that all entrants to the base were safe and healthy. Additionally, they were informed that they needed to surrender any supplies they possessed. Anyone entering the K1 base is required to surrender half of their supplies, which must be registered upon entry. Failure to declare these items will result in their confiscation upon inspection. Please open your backpacks. Surrender half of your supplies voluntarily. Any attempt to conceal items will lead to complete forfeiture. These two individuals are guests of Captain Lu, not residents. Tang Jian presented them with a note of explanation. Upon seeing the letter, the staff immediately saluted Han Qingxia and her companion, allowing them to proceed with their bags directly into the X-ray inspection room. After confirming that neither had any unusual wounds, Han Qingxia officially entered the interior of the K1 base. Before her lay rows of hastily constructed shanty dwellings, closely packed together without doors, only separated by curtains. It was mealtime, and the residents of the K1 base, reminiscent of early indigenous people, sat on the ground, gathered in small familial or temporary groups, nibbling on steamed buns while cautiously observing those around them. In the open space to the west, a group of robust laborers, either having finished their meals or gone without, sweat profusely as they constructed new shanties and isolation fences. The streets were filled with wandering crowds, their chaotic movements accompanied by a cacophony of voices and the sounds of brawls. In the corners of the shanties, fights occasionally erupted, yet everyone appeared numb to the chaos, as if they were impervious to the turmoil around them. Chapter 83. Even dogs would shake their heads. Sister, let us move deeper inside. It's chaotic here, Tang Jian suggested. Han Qingxia re-entered the vehicle, which traversed the bustling thoroughfare of the base. Passers-by instinctively stepped aside upon seeing the car, their gazes filled with envy and longing directed towards both the vehicle and its occupants. Han Qingxia was all too familiar with such stares. One should not be deceived into thinking these glances were friendly. Had she been riding in an ordinary car belonging to a newly arrived resident, the expressions would have transformed into ravenous greed, as if they wished to leap forth and devour them whole. It is only through formidable strength that one earns the respect of others. The weak are inevitably subjected to oppression. This era is one of the most extreme manifestations of the survival of the fittest, particularly in such a vast base. Elder sister, these are the newly received survivors. The order is rather chaotic. It would be better to venture further inside, Tang Jian remarked while driving. Han Qingxia nodded, observing as the makeshift shantytown gradually gave way to residential buildings. The security in this area had improved significantly. Those who were among the first to join the base were assigned such accommodations, which offered a considerably greater sense of well-being compared to the makeshift dwellings outside. As Tang Jian steered the vehicle down a branching road, the scenery shifted dramatically. Rows of uniformed buildings emerged, pristine and orderly, with not a single wandering survivor in sight, and patrolling guards occasionally made their presence known. The pickup truck wound its way to a two-story villa, which boasted a small garden in front. Boss, this is our captain's home, Su Xiaoyang explained to Han Qingxia. She nodded and alighted from the car, as a casually dressed man emerged from the house. Without his combat uniform, Lu Qian appeared considerably more refined. Hello, Miss Han. Welcome to K1 base. Indeed, your base is impressive, bustling with activity. I am truly astonished to witness it today. It is evident that Captain Lu manages it exceptionally well. Upon her arrival, Han Qingxia was exceedingly courteous, engaging in a fervent exchange of pleasantries. Lu Qian, taken aback by her flattery, responded earnestly, if you are interested, Miss Han, you might consider joining us at K1 base. I would be delighted to offer you a prominent position. We are in need of talents like yourself. Han Qingxia waved her hand dismissively. I was merely being polite. Please do not take it to heart. Lu Qian thought to himself. Thank you for the compliment. Upon reflection, anyone who has witnessed Han Qingxia's self-sufficient fortress would hardly believe she would join another base. Would she truly be dissatisfied with her current life? Have you eaten? He inquired. Not yet. Has your family begun serving? We arrived here on empty stomachs. Surely, you must treat us to something delightful. Such was the character of Han Qingxia, unabashedly forthright. Lu Qian remarked. I shall take you to the cafeteria. On the way, Lu Qian provided a brief introduction to K1 base. Nestled within a core area surrounded by hills, the primary access point was a tunnel, ensuring a high level of security. However, the base faced a significant challenge. The lack of sufficient arable land for cultivation, which became increasingly critical as the number of residents grew, leading to a dire shortage of food supplies. Certainly, the base offers a multitude of job opportunities for the populace, and residents who participate in the construction of the base will receive additional point rewards. which can be redeemed for food at the cafeteria. A typical adult male can earn 1 point for a day's labor, sufficient to exchange for a single steamed bun. In such a scarcity of resources, the K1 base operates under stringent conditions each day. Han Qingxia accompanied Lu Qian to the second cafeteria of their K1 base. The first cafeteria serves the general public, while the second is reserved exclusively for the military personnel and administrators of the base. The sound of the card reader echoed as Lu Qian swiped his identity card 3 times. The first swipe was complimentary. The subsequent 2 required the deduction of points, 3 points each time. Soon, 3 servings of steamed buns and hot soup were prepared. The buns were made from whole grains, and the soup consisted of cabbage leaves and meatballs. It was evident that even the simple fare surpassed that of the first cafeteria. This was reserved for them. Miss Han, our conditions here are somewhat lacking. Please bear with us, Lu Qian remarked. Observing the modest meal, Han Qingxia inquired, haven't you received a promotion? Don't you eat the same as everyone else? Indeed, Lu Qian replied, offering his portion, which contained a few extra meatballs, to Han Qingxia as a gesture of hospitality. Taking a deep breath, Han Qingxia suggested, how about you and your team join my base? The conditions here are so harsh that even my dog would shake its head in dismay. Lu Qian. Han Qingxia graciously consumed half a steamed bun, as if partaking in a meal with him. However, she refrained from tasting the bowl of insipid vegetable soup and the inferior meatballs, as her elevated standard of living rendered them unpalatable. All of it was devoured by Su Xiaoyang, for Han Qingxia firmly believed that good things should always be reserved for her own people. Even though she was merely enjoying the hospitality of the Lu Qian household, such admirable virtues must be upheld. Su Xiaoyang, with an unselective palate, simply relished the food. After they finished their meal, Lu Qian noticed that Han Qingxia had barely eaten and suggested, how about I take you to explore our local market later? Sounds good, she replied, eager to learn more about the fabled K1 base. As they strolled out of the cafeteria, Han Qingxia inquired, how many teams are there in total tomorrow? There should be 7 teams, came the response. Is the mission truly devoid of danger? The interior and surrounding areas of the supply depot are vast and sparsely populated, but the main thoroughfare outside is teeming with zombies. We will need to work together. You can follow us into the depths where the risk should be minimal. Han Qingxia nodded in understanding. At that moment, they arrived at the K1 base's market, a bustling street where residents had spontaneously set up stalls to trade their wares. People sat on the ground, displaying an array of items for sale, predominantly clothing, jewelry, and precious artifacts, even money. Bundles of cash were laid out on various stalls, evidently belonging to a wealthy individual who had fled in the face of the apocalypse, only to discover that money had become the most useless commodity. Han Qingxia strolled curiously along the expansive street, her eyes wide with wonder at the sights around her. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice calling out, "Food! Food! You think you can get something for nothing? Hurry! Someone come!" In Chapter 84, The Fate of the Han Family, the voice of a middle-aged man resonated ahead. Han Qingxia spotted a burly man emerging from a makeshift shelter, his pants hastily held up. Upon his exit, he was promptly embraced by a middle-aged man, limping and in his 40s, along with an unkempt old woman. Just then, a weathered woman in her 40s rushed out from the shelter, and the trio began to shout in unison, "Someone has taken advantage. Come quickly. Someone is getting something for nothing. Damn it, what kind of scoundrel dares to accuse me of taking advantage? You told me your wife was young and beautiful, more charming than a girl. And now you bring this old hag to demand money from me. I was just picking, wasn't I? Picking? You dare to pick? Why not bring your 78-year-old mother to pick too?" The middle-aged man clung tightly to the other's leg, insisting, "If you want to pay, you shall not leave. Yes, you must provide something. It's not my concern if you don't fancy me. If you come, you must pay," the old woman shouted, rousing the attention of the entire street. The burly man, noticing several soldiers in uniform approaching from a distance, was filled with annoyance. He pulled out a pack of instant noodles, cursing under his breath. What a stroke of bad luck! With a dismissive toss, he threw the noodles to the ground, stepped on them and strode away. The 3 individuals immediately lunged forward like rabid dogs, scrambling to pick up the crushed instant noodles. Get away. I earned this. No one is allowed to snatch it. Wife, you can always earn more. First, let me and mother eat. We haven't had anything all day and are starving. Indeed, dear daughter-in-law, you are the best. Mother hasn't eaten all day. Curse you. At that moment, a younger male voice emerged from the shanty. A man in his 20s or 30s, scruffy and haggard yet in a far better state than the others. He stepped out and immediately seized the instant noodles. Stop stealing. Haven't you already eaten today? You even fed Dad and your grandmother, said the limping middle-aged man. Good grandson, give some to your grandmother. She is starving. Get the hell away from me. You useless bunch. Who are you to eat? The young man kicked them aside. Mother, you shouldn't associate with those two worthless individuals. They are nothing but a burden. One is a wretched old fool, and the other is a cripple who can't even fulfill base missions. Why do you still stick with them? Yes, son, you are absolutely right. The middle-aged woman found his words profoundly sensible, eyeing the package of noodles in the young man's hand. We are a family forever. Mother, from now on, it's just the two of us living separately. We won't associate with those two useless individuals. You are so right. Now that you are doing well, let's kick those two burdens aside. The middle-aged woman followed Han Ying as they departed. Meanwhile, the limping middle-aged man, in a fit of madness, lunged towards the young man. Son, I am your father. How can you abandon your father? You seem to have forgotten that I was the one who supported you throughout your recovery. You cannot simply abandon your father now that you are well. Indeed, Inger, I am your grandmother. I have cherished you since your childhood. How could you forsake your grandmother? Take me with you. I will continue to care for you. Get lost. You two are utterly useless. May you both perish. Han Ying kicked fiercely at the two individuals. This group comprised Han Ying's family. Han Ying's fortune was remarkable. Although Han Qingxia had initially deceived him, leading him to the hospital and seizing his phone and ID, he was fortunate to be located by his loving parents. When they found him, the zombie virus outbreak was at its peak. Sensing the danger, Han Ying's father carried the unconscious Han Ying and sought refuge with his wife and hospitalized mother. Their family's luck was unparalleled as they managed to escape into the hospital's traditional medicine room, locking the door and refusing to open it for anyone seeking help, successfully surviving the early days of the apocalypse. Astonishingly, due to their daily consumption of traditional medicine as sustenance, they managed to restore Han Ying, who had nearly become a vegetative state. Although they missed the first wave of rescue, they encountered a survivor team searching for supplies. They attached themselves to this group and eventually made their way to the K1 base. Fortune continued to smile upon them. Indeed, throughout this lifetime, deprived of Han Qingxia's protection and guidance, they have endured tremendous suffering. In the initial days, they subsisted on meager herbal remedies, with rainwater collected from an outward opening window serving as their only source of hydration. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they have not savored a proper meal. On their arduous journey, no one shielded them. All bore the scars of hardship, reduced to a state of utter disarray. Han Ying's father suffered a grievous injury, losing a leg and becoming incapacitated. Upon their arrival at the base, they found themselves bereft of the advantages they once had, relegated to the squalor of shantytowns. Han Ying's father and grandmother possessed no labor capacity, while Han Ying lay idle at home, consuming more than his fair share, compelled to snatch food from the elderly. The sole breadwinner of the family was Han Ying's mother. Now, as Han Ying's health gradually improves, he resolutely declares his intention to take his mother away, severing all ties with his father and grandmother, whom he views as burdensome liabilities. Yingzi, you cannot treat us this way. Have you not seen how we have cared for you? Your father worked tirelessly in the city to provide you with a better life, enduring humiliation and hardship. Have you forgotten? We are your family. You cannot forsake us. Family? Spare me. Han Ying retorted fiercely, kicking both his grandmother and father. If it weren't for your incompetence, would I be enduring such wretched days? Before the apocalypse, you couldn't even secure a proper home. You caused my wife to miscarry and leave me, forcing me to live in misery. I can't even secure a decent meal. You worthless scum are my relatives. May you all perish. With that, Han Ying delivered a fierce kick to their heads. His grandmother was quickly reduced to a curled-up heap after a few kicks. The prolonged malnutrition and various ailments taking their toll, causing her to spit out blood. Han Ying's father immediately exclaimed, "Mother, mother, Han Ying, you've killed your grandmother." Han Ying, devoid of any compassion, responded with a twisted excitement. If she dies, it's her own fault. A useless waste like her deserves to perish. She's of no value whatsoever. In that moment, Han Ying's father felt a chilling despair wash over him, and in fury, he declared, "You beast, I will fight you to the end. You are the true beast. Are you not tired of your incessant nagging?" Han Ying retorted, viciously stamping down on his head, each step leaving her father bloodied and with shattered teeth. Just as Han Ying's father was on the brink of unconsciousness, a voice cried out, "Commander Lu has arrived." Upon hearing this, Han Ying, filled with disdain, delivered one final kick to her father, sending him sprawling, before seizing her still valuable mother and departing. Left behind were Han Ying's father and grandmother, bloodied on the ground, shouting in bitterness, "Beast, I am your father. I am your father." Chapter 85. Retribution at hand. At this moment, Han Ying's father was engulfed in profound regret. How could he have fathered such a wretched creature as Han Ying? He had given everything to her, carrying her away from the city, only for that wretch to abandon him once her health improved. Truly, she was a beast. In that instant, memories of Han Qingxia surged forth. If only his daughter were here, if only Han Qingxia were present. Though rebellious, he knew she was a person of deep sentiment. He is a phoenix man emerging from a remote village, striving to take root in the city by partially marrying into Han Qingxia's mother's family. Before marrying her mother, he had already held a banquet and wed in his hometown, even fathering a son. He grips tightly, refusing to relent, even as her grandmother bleeds from the bites. Han Qingxia, who has grown up without a father, feels an imperative to protect her home and her mother. Han Ying, her father, understands his daughter's fierce nature. Once she has marked someone in her heart, she will not allow anyone to harm them. If his daughter were still present, their circumstances would undoubtedly be different. In this moment, Han Ying is consumed by regret. Suddenly, amidst the crowd approaching, he catches sight of a familiar figure. Surrounded by a group of base guards, a young girl stands out, clad in sharp combat attire with a high ponytail, accompanied by Lu Qian, the newly appointed manager of the base. She stands tall in her combat boots, exuding an air of superiority, inhabiting a world entirely foreign to him. Han Ying strives to lift his gaze, but he is swiftly hoisted up and turned around, heading in the opposite direction alongside his mother. He casts a fervent glance toward the girl by Lu Qian's side, but all he perceives is her retreating silhouette, striding confidently amidst the throng. She is an unattainable moon, and the formidable barrier of her status leaves him questioning. Is that truly his daughter, Han Qingxia? The girl they have treated merely as a vessel for their exploitation, an overlooked being of little consequence? To her, he is invisible, a mere insect, as she strides forward, indifferent to the commotion around her. At this moment, Han Ying's father could no longer contain his emotions, letting out loud sobs as he shouted in that direction. Lu Qian noticed something amiss and turned to glance at Han Qingxia, inquiring if she recognized them. Without a hint of concern, Han Qingxia advanced, responding with indifference that she did not know them. Han Ying's father, having no right to even approach her, was swiftly dragged away. Yet, he was utterly convinced that it was indeed Han Qingxia. It was her. She had become so formidable, but she did not acknowledge him at all. He had brought this upon himself. At this moment, Han Ying's father regretted so deeply that he wished to slap himself twice. Had he treated Han Qingxia just a little better, had he chosen her, he surely would not have ended up in this predicament. He had truly lost a veritable treasure. He was carried away without ceremony. Captain Lu, how does your base handle such matters?
Han Qingxia inquired.
The management within the base is not my jurisdiction. But if a life is lost, the perpetrator must face death. Upon hearing this, Han Qingxia smiled. In this dire world, where resources were scarce, especially medical supplies, Han Ying's father and grandmother were already plagued with numerous ailments. Now, having been beaten to such a state, they were unlikely to survive. It was unexpected that their final fate would unfold in such a manner, being killed and abandoned by the son he had cherished all his life. Their family was tightly bound together, and it was truly a case of karmic retribution, an unerring cycle of cause and effect. Certainly, Han Qingxia, a self-proclaimed Good Samaritan, could not tolerate such occurrences. She passionately urged, "Captain Lu, you must swiftly apprehend the culprits, particularly those two we just encountered. How pitiful they are. Surely, their time is limited. It would be prudent to detain them beforehand and keep them together. In the event of a tragedy, we must be able to provide the victims with some semblance of justice. We cannot afford to wait until it is too late, risking the possibility of failing to capture the offenders and allowing the victims to suffer in silence." Lu Qian found her reasoning compelling. He realized that if they apprehended the assailants and the victim were to perish, they would face immediate execution. Indeed, Han Qingxia, championing the cause of justice for the victims, felt a profound sense of righteousness, convinced there could be no one more compassionate than herself. While others might turn a blind eye or even exacerbate the situation, she actively sought to uphold justice. Such kindness stirred her own heart, and she resolved that if anyone dared to claim she was not a good person, she would vehemently disagree. As the group meandered through the bustling marketplace, Han Qingxia gained a comprehensive understanding of Base K1. One could aptly describe it as dismal. Were it not for the military's oversight, the facility would have long succumbed to chaos due to its dismal management. Ultimately, the root of the issue lay in its severe lack of supplies. It was no wonder that Lu Qian was so determined to venture to distant storage depots in search of provisions. "Miss Han, we shall set off early tomorrow morning. Please ensure you rest well," he advised. "Very well," she replied. Lu Qian arranged for her to stay in a vacant room within his villa, while Su Xiaoyang occupied the adjacent space. As the door was about to close, he called out to her once more. "By the way, I noticed you haven't eaten much this evening. There are some snacks and cookies in the drawer of your room. Feel free to have them if you're hungry." With that, Han Qingxia shut the door. Following Lu Qian's suggestion, she indeed discovered a box of exquisite cookies nestled in the drawer of her room. The hospitality of this host was quite commendable, surpassing her expectations. Perhaps next time, she could offer them a more generous reception. The following day, having spent the night at Lu Qian's place, Han Qingxia rose early. She made her way downstairs, where a convoy of vehicles was already assembled outside. In addition to several pickup trucks, there were dozens of massive cargo trucks. "Miss Han, you and Xiaoyang will take your vehicle from your arrival. This truck will be loaded with supplies for you." "All right," Han Qingxia replied as she and Su Xiaoyang boarded the vehicle, following Lu Qian's convoy on their journey towards the distant city of B. They planned to convene and rest for the night on the highway just outside B City. Chapter 86. The convoy assembles. They set off at 7:30 in the morning, and by approximately 3 in the afternoon, the convoy before Han Qingxia finally reached the designated gathering point. Throughout their journey, they had to clear the roads, carefully selecting the most passable routes. Highways, with their congested entrances and exits, posed significant challenges, while the middle sections were relatively manageable. Consequently, their convoy stopped and started, ultimately spending nearly 7 hours to arrive at their intended destination. The vehicles they traveled in were far from the specialized ones used by the K1 base. Most were large cargo trucks, appearing as though they had been hastily assembled. As the impressive fleet from the K1 base approached, a throng of people immediately gathered around. "The K1 base has arrived. It is indeed the K1 base. No wonder they are so formidable. Just look at their vehicles." The K1 base is undoubtedly formidable, being integrated within the military district. As Lu Qian alighted from his vehicle, a throng of individuals approached, extending their greetings. "Greetings. I am Li Yuan from the future base, located in the chemical plant on the western outskirts of City B. Our base boasts over 300 personnel. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hello. I am Du Fong from the Galaxy base, situated in the development zone to the south of City B. Our establishment comprises over 400 members. Salutations. I am Su Mao from the Baixing base, positioned in the peninsula at the boundary of City C, with a workforce exceeding 500. Hi there. I am Ji Zhe from the Spark base, located in the remote Eagle village behind City B, housing around 200 individuals. Greetings. I am Lu Qian from the K1 base. Lu Qian courteously reciprocated their salutations. I have long heard of the esteemed K1 base. Alas, the distance is quite significant. Otherwise, we would have sought refuge with you. The managers of these smaller bases regarded Lu Qian with amiable smiles. At that moment, Han Qingxia approached, and Lu Qian introduced her. This is Han Qingxia, hailing from the summer base. The summer base? The crowd displayed expressions of bewilderment upon hearing this. Why have we not heard of it before? Our base tends to maintain a low profile, Lu Qian explained. This statement, however, resonated differently in the ears of the listeners. A low profile suggested a rather diminutive base. Captain Han, how many members does your summer base comprise? About a dozen or so, she replied. Upon hearing this, the crowd's intrigue deepened. Merely a dozen? One could only wonder how small such a base must be. However, since they were following Lu Qian, they refrained from discussing the base any further, pretending to be oblivious to its existence, and instead surrounded Lu Qian with inquiries regarding the resources of the base. Captain Lu, do you have enough food over there? Captain Lu, do you have any surplus meat? Captain Lu, how's the supply of vegetables? Captain Lu, we wish to trade some weapons with you. Do you have any extras? Han Qingxia, uninterested in the small base dwellers, was approached by a girl sporting a short, boyish haircut. Have you really established a base? Han Qingxia looked up to meet a face so sun-kissed that it obscured her feminine features. And who might you be? I am Ji Yurua and I, along with my brother Ji Zhe, hail from the Spark base, located in Dang Village to the north of City B. Dang Village to the north of City B. Boss, that's not far from us, Su Xiaoyang remarked. The westernmost edge of Han Qingxia's territory is indeed Dang Village in City B. Upon hearing this, Ji Yurua expressed her astonishment. Do you truly have your own base? What is there to doubt? Even if the membership is somewhat limited, it is still a base. Ji Yurua furrowed her brows. No, it's just that this is the first time I've seen a woman establish a base. She regarded Han Qingxia with earnestness, extending her hand. Pleased to meet you. I am Ji Yurua, a fire element ability user. Han Qingxia looked at the outstretched hand and replied, I am Han Qingxia, a water element user. She shook hands with her, feeling the warmth of her fiery touch. At that moment, a rumbling sound of a convoy approached from behind them. Another fleet of vehicles arrived. It was the Hope Base. Chapter 87. Hope Base. The entire convoy of the Hope Base was clad in white, resembling a professional corporate team. This was indeed accurate. As one of the three major bases, Hope Base had initially absorbed a significant number of researchers, all of whom stemmed from a colossal monopolistic technology research company known as Dawn Group. Dawn Group is a vast semi-state enterprise, encompassing over 20 research institutes, with fields of study that include but are not limited to pharmaceuticals, medical hardware, life engineering, and even a portion of military and defense research. Before the apocalypse, Dawn Group was the largest enterprise in City B. Their headquarters, situated at the confluence of cities B and C, spans a large area and boasts a comprehensive ecological system. Prior to the outbreak of the zombie virus, their workforce numbered over 100,000, with the lowest educational attainment being a master's degree. It was truly a gathering place for the elite. Following the onset of the apocalypse, Dawn Group, after enduring the initial crisis of the zombie outbreak, chaos, and fear, managed to utilize the internal resources of their compound to eliminate the zombies, reconstruct their stronghold, and establish a large base. Dawn Group was officially renamed Hope Base. Their number of survivors reached as high as 1,000. However, the criteria for joining were exceedingly stringent. They did not accept ordinary individuals. Only the most exceptional personnel were welcomed. In the eyes of these individuals, accepting ordinary people represents a squandering of resources. In a world where resources are scarce, an ordinary person consumes the same amount as a high-caliber individual. Thus, why would they desire a group that can only serve as a burden, contributing minimally? Han Qingxia's recollection of the Hope Base is one of extreme rigor and chilling ruthlessness. Particularly, their base administrator, Qi Sang, ranks among the top 10 most formidable figures, often referred to as a robot with a heartbeat. He is known for his infamous adage, "Every life has its price." To him, individuals are akin to commodities. Their worth calculable based on age, health status, abilities, consumption, and output. These factors determine their lifetime value. In the eyes of this exceedingly cold-hearted individual, if a person's worth falls below his established standards, they are deemed an unworthy waste. Among these elite talents, Every decision is derived from precise numerical calculations, with all choices directed towards maximizing profit, including this collaborative operation. A convoy of white vehicles halted before them, comprising 5 cars from which 7 individuals clad in white uniforms emerged. 5 men and 2 women. At the forefront stood a young man in his 20s, closely followed by the other 6. The Hope Base has arrived. Surely, their administrator Qisang is among them. That must be Qisang. The 4 small base leaders who had just gathered around Lu Qian, upon seeing Qisang's arrival, eagerly approached to greet him. My brother is truly lacking in excitement. The voice of Ji Yuru resonated in Han Qingxia's ears. She lifted her gaze to meet Ji Yuru's. With a dismissive tilt of her head, Ji Yuru remarked, "Instead of wasting time ingratiating ourselves with others, wouldn't it be more prudent to hunt zombies and gather more supplies?" Han Qingxia smiled gently, gesturing for her to join her. Ji Yuru glanced over and perched beside Han Qingxia on the highway guardrail. "How many people are in your base?" Han Qingxia inquired, retrieving a handful of sunflower seeds from her versatile pocket. Ji Yuru hesitated for a moment before declining the offered seeds. "No, thank you. Our base has over 200 individuals, all from our village and the surrounding ones." She refrained from cracking the seeds, while Han Qingxia indulged herself. "What is the demographic distribution like?" Han Qingxia asked. Ji Yuru furrowed her brow. "Our village has many elderly residents. As you know, the rural situation is such that those who remain are primarily the elderly. Young individuals like my brother and me number fewer than 50. Han Qingxia chuckled heartily, spitting out sunflower seed shells. "Then your brother should hurry to secure connections. If he waits too long, he might find himself with nothing but his undergarments." Ji Yuru was momentarily speechless. After a brief moment of frustration, she shook her head vigorously. "No, in my view, we cannot rely on anyone. In this apocalypse, we must depend solely on ourselves." Han Qingxia, still cracking seeds, laughed merrily and extended her hand again, offering the seeds. "Let's share. I enjoy listening to you speak." Ji Yuru replied, "But I am not good at speaking. No one in my family has ever wanted to hear me talk." Han Qingxia insisted, "I like it. Please continue. Consider the seeds as my invitation for you to share your thoughts." Ji Yuru gazed at the caramel melon seeds, hesitating for a moment before accepting them. "Well then, since the onset of the apocalypse, I have not spoken to anyone, and I truly admire you. Have you really established a base?" "Indeed," she replied. "Why did they choose you, a woman, to be the base administrator? Can they truly follow you?" Upon hearing this, Ji Yuru's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that true? If you don't believe me, ask my little brother. He is one I saved," Han Qingxia replied, gesturing with her lips. Ji Yuru then turned to the side, where Su Xiaoyang stood like a mere backdrop, motionless, ever vigilant in guarding Han Qingxia. Su Xiaoyang glanced at her, acknowledging her with a cool nod. At this moment, Ji Yuru inhaled sharply, feeling an overwhelming admiration for Han Qingxia. She truly appeared formidable. It was essential to recognize that Han Qingxia was a woman, and since the apocalypse began, Ji Yuru had acutely sensed the lowly status of women. Even though she herself possessed fire abilities and was equally combative as her brother, her voice held no weight in the management of the base. People naturally overlooked her, with some proclaiming that women should remain at home, bearing and nurturing children. They insisted that even with supernatural abilities, women could not compete with men, who were deemed the pinnacle of existence. Unconditional submission to them was expected. Ji Yuru felt a burning desire to tear apart those who uttered such words, despite her relatively favorable treatment at the Xingho base. Due to her brother's role as the administrator and her own abilities, the status of women devoid of such advantages was even more dismal. Hearing that Han Qingxia had saved everyone and established her own base filled her with profound admiration. Regardless of the size of the base, Han Qingxia is undoubtedly the leader, which fills her with immense envy. However, when she later beheld the scale of Han Qingxia's so-called small base, her jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. "Well, now that everyone is acquainted." At this moment, a chilling voice emerged from the crowd. A young man clad in a white uniform disregarded everyone else and turned his gaze towards Lu Qian. "Captain Lu, weren't there supposed to be 7 small teams arriving today?" Chapter 88. A big move. There is also the Shengxia base that came along with me. Lu Qian glanced towards Han Qingxia, identifying her as the manager of the Shengxia base. The crowd collectively turned to see two individuals casually seated by the roadside, munching on sunflower seeds and chatting away with Ji Yuru. The scene was undeniably jarring. While they remained cautious and tense about the multi-base meeting, those two appeared utterly relaxed. Lu Qian was familiar with Han Qingxia. Let us go over and greet her. Please, everyone, come forward to register. Write down all your information. In due course, rations will be allocated based on your contributions during the journey. Of course, Captain Lu is exempt from this. We shall adhere to the terms we previously agreed upon. Lu Qian nodded in acknowledgement. Once Qi Sang finished speaking, the individuals behind him handed out a stack of forms, distributing them to each family. Lu Qian received one as well, though it was not intended for him but rather for the Shengxia base he had brought along. The location of the Eastern Grain Reserve is known only to those affiliated with the Hope Base. However, they harbor doubts about their ability to secure the supplies safely, as they are primarily composed of intellectuals with limited military prowess. Consequently, they reached out to Lu Qian, seeking his collaboration in the search for food. Simultaneously, the Hope Base remained wary of Lu Qian. What if those armed individuals accompanied him to the destination and eliminated them all, claiming the granary for themselves? Thus, the Hope Base orchestrated a grand multi-base coalition to locate the grain. Even if it meant distributing a portion of the supplies, it was essential for self-preservation. They aimed to engage more bases to constrain the K1 base. As mere small players, caution was imperative. Yiru.
Yiro.
Jizai called out loudly, addressing the sunflower seed munching Ji Yiru. Let us go, let us go. Han Qingxia continued to sit. At that moment, a hand landed before her. She looked up to see Lu Qian approaching, and upon locking eyes with him, she ultimately decided to share half of her seeds. Lu Qian said, "You need to fill out this form." He extended his other hand, presenting a sheet of paper. Han Qingxia accepted the form and glanced over it. It contained meticulous personal information: name, age, place of origin, and even the profession held before the apocalypse, along with details regarding abilities, base size, and structural composition, information of a sensitive nature. Who requires this? She inquired. The Hope Base, he replied. Han Qingxia spat out a seed shell and completed the form. Lu Qian. Han Qingxia lazily patted her backside and rose from the ground. This time, she hoped the Hope Base would provide a map. And you would supply the force, right? Indeed. Han Qingxia beckoned Lu Qian over, and he leaned in closer. With their backs turned to the others, Han Qingxia proposed, "Shall we pull off something big?" Lu Qian pondered for a moment and reluctantly replied, "Don't joke around. Then tell me, how shall we distribute the supplies? 40% to Hope Base, 40% to me, and the remaining 20% divided among the other bases according to their contributions." To prevent Han Qingxia, the instigator, from further inciting chaos, Lu Qian preemptively stated, "Han Qingxia, I do not require you to lift a finger. You simply need to accompany me to fairly distribute the supplies. Let's not create a fuss." Upon hearing this, Han Qingxia gazed at the azure sky at a 45-degree angle, exhaling a deep sigh, acknowledging that Lu Qian was indeed a man of integrity, partnering with such an honest individual. Yet without this honest man, she would not have access to such good fortune. No use pretending to be coy now that she had the advantage. All right then, you have my word that I won't cause trouble. Agreed. One by one, the other teams submitted their forms. Once the submissions were complete, night gradually fell, and all the base teams set up tents around their respective vehicles to rest. Naturally, the tents of Hope Base were situated right in the center of all the teams, safeguarded by everyone. Other teams were required to send personnel to patrol, while all members of Hope Base were free to rest. Han Qingxia chose to rest directly in her vehicle, reclining the back seat and sleeping alone inside. Su Xiaoyang set up a tent outside the vehicle, keeping watch over her. As Han Qingxia closed her eyes, preparing to drift into slumber, she was suddenly startled by a rustling sound. The gentle rustle, accompanied by a dragging noise across the grass, piqued her keen senses. Being a psychic, Han Qingxia possessed auditory acuity far superior to that of an ordinary person. Detecting unusual sounds outside, she immediately sat up and peered through the car window, where an impenetrable darkness enveloped the surroundings. The sky appeared burdened with thick clouds, obscuring the moon entirely, leaving no trace of light. To avoid attracting the undead, they deliberately maintained a complete absence of illumination. The rustling intensified, and Han Qingxia extended her perception outward. With her psychic ability reaching a distance of 20 meters, she found this range negligible amidst the vastness of the desolate roadside. Just then, the dense clouds began to part, revealing an enormous blood-red moon that emerged into her line of sight. The deep crimson orb loomed ominously against the darkened sky, resembling a gaping wound, while simultaneously casting a faint glow upon the ground. At last, Han Qingxia could discern the outskirts of the highway. Across the expanse of the wild grassland, pairs of ashen-white eyes flickered to life. Countless eyes materialized from all directions, fixated upon Han Qingxia's vehicle, converging hungrily towards them. Excitement, greed, desire, and insatiable hunger radiated from the gathering presence. Almost instantaneously, gray energy points manifested at the periphery of Han Qingxia's psychic awareness. A horde of zombies, akin to ants returning to their nest, encircled them from all sides. It was a scene reminiscent of a night of 100 demons. Jiang Xia, wake up! Han Qingxia urgently called out as she flung open the car door, directing her voice towards the tent outside. Su Xiaoyang emerged from the tent 3 seconds after hearing her voice, only to be swiftly pulled into the car by Han Qingxia in the 4th second. It was only after they had settled inside that the first scream erupted from outside. Ah! Zombies! The undead are attacking. The piercing cry roused everyone who had been resting, and by the time they grasped their weapons to confront the threat, the horde of zombies had already surged towards their convoy. Thud! A zombie lunged directly at Su Xiaoyang's tent. Realizing it had missed its target, it let out a howl and crashed against the vehicle occupied by Han Qingxia and the others. A ghastly, bloodless, and emaciated face of the zombie pressed against the window, its gaping maw snapping hungrily at the occupants inside. Chapter 89. My sister is superior to my brother hehehe. This was a diminutive elderly zombie, its tattered clothing stained with blood revealing the remnants of a once respectable linen tang suit, typically worn by elderly gentlemen in the park. The old zombie's head was nearly bald, the hairline receding sharply to the back of its skull. Yet, it was evident that this old man had been quite dignified in life. The scant tufts of hair were styled meticulously, resembling a round, bushy topiary perched at the back of his head, and a dazzling gold tooth gleamed prominently from his front incisors. Clang! The gold tooth struck the glass before Han Qingxia, producing a sound akin to metal scraping against glass, a sharp, elongated noise that could send chills down one's spine. A torrent of thick, dark blood splattered across the window, as the elderly zombie frantically clawed and gnawed at the glass, pounding relentlessly against their vehicle with a series of resounding thuds. On its third collision, bang! A bullet pierced through the right temple of the elderly zombie, and the immense force caused its head to jerk violently before Han Qingxia's eyes, the neck contorting at an alarming 90 degrees, followed by a resounding thud as it was blown apart. Shortly thereafter, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. A troop of Lu Qian's guards rushed in, casting a brief glance at the occupants of the vehicle before signaling to one another and swiftly dispersing to eliminate other zombies. Observing this, Su Xiaoyang wasted no time in exiting the vehicle to offer assistance. At that moment, Han Qingxia restrained Su Xiaoyang, leisurely searching for a vantage point within the car, pulling out a handful of sunflower seeds to snack on, assuring him that they would manage. The relentless tide of zombies surged towards them, and their convoy huddled closely together. Except for Han Qingxia and those from the Hope Base, everyone else disembarked to partake in this nocturnal defense. Outside, the chaos of fire and blood intertwined. Han Qingxia noted that among the 4 small bases, only 2 were equipped with firearms, and their numbers were exceedingly scant. Gun control in Huaxia was extraordinarily stringent, and even in the midst of this apocalypse, the firearms that had trickled out remained severely limited. The primary firepower support had to rely on Base K1, where Lu Qian's personnel were armed with heavy weaponry, all soldiers braving the front lines, the cacophony of gunfire resonating amidst the fray, while the other 4 small bases, lacking such formidable firepower, exerted every ounce of their strength. Elemental ability users unleashed their powers, with fireballs, water orbs, and metal spheres soaring through the sky. Strength-based ability wielders transformed into berserkers, brandishing machetes, baseball bats, and other melee weapons engaging in close combat. The few without any abilities stayed within the defensive lines, assisting as best they could with weapons. The battle raged fiercely. Jiang Xia noticed the young girl named Ji from earlier in the day. She stood behind her brother, a strength-based mutant, who wielded a rake with formidable force, sweeping away 4 or 5 zombies in a single swing. After he brutally flung the zombies aside, 2 fireballs soared through the air, directly striking the fallen creatures. Ji, her short hair tinged with a faint red glow at the tips, clenched her hands in the air, her face dark and solemn. Fireballs continuously formed in her palms as she coordinated attacks with her brother. Over time, her energy waned. As a first-level ability user, she could only summon 2 fireballs at most, and with each use, her body grew increasingly drained, her once dark complexion now pale. Yet the zombies seemed endless. Endless. Brother, why are there so many zombies? I didn't see this many during the day. Perhaps they had hidden during daylight. At night, the zombies' combat strength and sensory abilities multiplied several-fold. This was the only path to the grain reserve and a major thoroughfare in City B. Even if they had cleared the area during the day, they couldn't have eradicated all the zombies lurking nearby. A multitude gathered, drawing forth the horde of zombies from miles around. Lu Qian sensed that the oncoming tide of the undead was far more formidable than he had previously anticipated. With resolute determination, he commanded everyone hold for 5 minutes. As his words hung in the air, he led the entirety of K1 base through the breach at the rear. The individuals from the other 4 small bases felt a jolt of anxiety. 5 minutes. Surely, the K1 base would not abandon them. Yet, in that moment, they dared not flee, gritting their teeth and steadfastly guarding their own convoys. 5 minutes. They had to endure at least that long. Waves of zombies surged relentlessly forth, while the defenders from the 4 bases held their ground, with Hope Base remaining eerily still, no one daring to disembark. By the 3-minute mark, the abilities of the practitioners from the 4 bases began to wane. Their powers depleted and their strength faltering, all the practitioners resorted to wielding melee weapons to persevere. With the sounds of clanging metal, shovels, hammers, wooden sticks, and blades echoing through the air, they poured every ounce of their energy into felling the undead. Yet, despite their fervent efforts, their perimeter steadily constricted. Hold on. Grit your teeth and endure. At 4.5 minutes, their defensive circle had contracted to encircle their vehicles. There was no room left to retreat. Any further withdrawal would mean flight. At this moment, Ji was shielded by her brother, retreating step by step towards their convoy. You need to get in the vehicle. I refuse. Your abilities are gone. What use do we have for a helpless woman? Get out of here. Ji Zhe shouted vehemently at his sister. As Ji exerted every ounce of her strength to gather the last flicker of flame, an unexpected surge of energy escaped from her palm. At that moment, a long-haired zombie lunged at her from the shadows, its gaping maw poised to bite down. The incident unfolded with alarming suddenness. By the time Ji reacted, the grotesque visage of the zombie, with its festering sores and exposed flesh, loomed before her. It opened its abyss-like mouth, revealing a half-formed, putrid tongue teeming with repulsive maggots. In that instant, Ji found herself paralyzed by despair, even contemplating surrendering to the darkness. Yet, just as hope faded, the ravenous zombie froze, halted by an unseen force, unable to sink its teeth into her neck. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the zombie was impaled by a rake, its head violently dislodged. Ji Zhe exclaimed, his eyes wide with panic and relief as he turned to her. In that moment, Ji caught sight of a pair of eyes behind Ji Zhe, a beautiful girl seated calmly in a vehicle, gazing at them with a smile that radiated warmth. Her eyes shone with an otherworldly brilliance, a light so captivating it seemed to possess an indescribable power. Then, with a loud bang, a fireball grazed Ji Zhe's head. He watched as his sister conjured another fireball in her palm, the heat quickening his pulse. Behind him, a zombie was engulfed in flames, its head consumed by the inferno, dark blood splattering across half of his face. At that moment, a resounding roar erupted as a wall of fire ignited around them, effectively encircling the zombies and severing their advance with a barrier of flames. They regrouped towards the convoy, powerful gunfire swiftly eliminating the zombies within. Brother, let us continue. Keep going. Upon witnessing this, Ji Zhe and Ji Yuru's spirits soared with hope, and everyone rallied together to eradicate the zombies in the safe zone. 10 minutes later, exhaustion enveloped them all. Within the safe zone, every last zombie had been dispatched. Everyone collapsed onto the ground, celebrating their narrow escape from death. Ji Yuru turned to her brother. Brother, am I still of any use? Ji Zhe smiled, extending his hand to tousle Ji Yuru's hair, which was cut so short it could prick one's fingers. Of course, my sister is stronger than her brother. Chapter 90. A good sleep. Hearing this, Ji Yuru raised her pale, peeling lips in a soft chuckle. As she laughed, her gaze fell upon the vehicle that had remained stationary. The occupants inside had vacated the front seats, and the interior was eerily quiet, as if they had drifted off to sleep. Ji Yuru's eyes deepened with concern. Was that merely an illusion? Why had the zombies ceased their advance? Had she somehow caused it? Inside the car, Han Qingxia yawned, rubbing her fatigued mind from overexertion, and succumbed to a deep slumber. Of course, this defense against the zombie horde had not been without casualties. Among the 4 bases, 5 individuals had lost their lives. One was unfortunate enough to be mistakenly shot by a teammate, while 4 others fell to the zombies, 3 of whom bravely leaped into the fray to battle the oncoming horde, making a significant contribution to their own base. Please, don't kill me. No, don't kill me. My wife is still at home, waiting for me. Do not kill me, for if I perish, others will torment her, he pleaded, his voice trembling. The veins on his face darkened and swelled ominously. His complexion drained of color as he curled up in agony on the ground, begging for mercy. The survivors of the Baixing base observed his plight in solemn silence, none daring to take action. This was their comrade, a familiar face forged through countless struggles in the aftermath of the apocalypse. He had a wife, recently wed, after enduring years of long-distance love, finally united just before the world fell apart. During his last mission, she had wept, imploring him not to go. He had reassured her that this venture would secure enough supplies for their home, allowing them to remain together for an extended period, thus enabling him to be by her side every day. Please, I love you so much, Hui. Bang! At that moment, a chilling gunshot rang out. The mutated creature from Baixing base collapsed to the ground, motionless. The entire assembly turned their furious gazes towards the shooter, the manager of the Hope base, Qi Sang, clad in a pristine white uniform. He surveyed the scene with an icy demeanor, wielding a smoking gun. The personnel from Hope base had finally descended once the area was deemed secure. Are you still human? He is not a zombie. He is not a zombie. Su Mao, the captain of Baixing base, surged forward in outrage. Yet, before he could reach Qi Sang, several dark gun barrels were pressed against his forehead. The individuals behind Qi Sang regarded him with a frigid stare. Any move he made could spell the end for Baixing base. Yet, he remained resolute. He was still human. Why did you have to kill him? Su Mao clenched his fists, standing rooted to the spot. His eyes reddened with fury as he confronted Qi Sang. Qi Sang, faced with the accusation, remained impassive, his frigid gaze betraying no emotion, as if he were not human. Once he transforms into a zombie, we would be in peril. I cannot countenance such needless hazard. Upon hearing this, Su Mao's grip tightened further, his teeth gritted in anguish. Qi Sang continued, the squads that have suffered casualties will receive a proportionate increase in supplies, commensurate with their losses. With that, he turned and departed, uttering no further words. All present watched the Hope base contingent leave, their gazes following them step by step. In the aftermath, Lu Qian from K1 base approached, inquiring, do you require any assistance? No, thank you, Captain Lu, Su Mao replied. Undertaking missions invariably entails risk. You, too, must have endured hardship. Each squad interred their fallen comrades, and Lu Qian's men provided them with salves and entrenching tools, eliciting gratitude from all quarters. Following the nocturnal skirmish, only K1 base and the ever-cautious Jiang Xia base remained unscathed, in addition to Hope base. Having seen to the needs of the other bases, Lu Qian stationed guards to patrol the perimeter of the safe zone before approaching Han Qingxia's vehicle. His arrival prompted Su Xiaoyang to emerge from the tent. Captain Lu, Xiaoyang, Lu Qian acknowledged with a nod. And your leader? Asleep. Lu Qian. A sound slumber, no doubt. He expressed that she should refrain from intervening, merely providing her with resources as a gesture of goodwill for past favors. You should also take a well-deserved rest, for tomorrow brings more travel. Su Xiaoyang watched as Lu Qian departed, affirming, yes, Captain Lu. The following day, as the sun emerged, the outdoor zombies had diminished significantly. The massive horde from the previous night had been cleared out. Lu Qian toiled throughout the night, yet their efforts were not in vain. They had successfully gathered over 1,000 crystal cores, which were the collective bounty of the base. All teams that had participated in the battle were now engaged in the excavation of crystal cores. Han Qingxia enjoyed a restful sleep and was pleasantly surprised to discover that, after completely exhausting her mental energy, a night's rest had enhanced her mental capacity. She cleared her mind and extended her mental energy outward, scanning the surroundings. It appeared that her perception range had increased by a meter, enabling her to discern the abilities within the bodies of the surrounding supernatural beings with greater clarity. Previously, she could only sense that Lu Qian was a lightning-type ability user due to his overwhelming electrical attributes. However, this time, she detected a faint glimmer of ice-type energy emanating from him. The existence of multiple abilities carries weight. One cannot excel in every type. While Lu Qian's lightning abilities were indeed dominant, this time, Han Qingxia managed to catch a glimpse of something else. She meticulously scanned all the individuals from the various base teams, primarily identifying the ordinary abilities she had observed the previous day, until she pinpointed the convoy from the Hope base. There were 7 individuals in total from the Hope base. The group consisted of 4 spatial ability users, 1 pyrokinetic, and 1 strength-based ability user, along with. As Han Qingxia attempted to delve deeper, she encountered a sharp, needling barrier. It was a control-type ability user. Control-type abilities are a variation of mental abilities, granting absolute dominion over individuals or objects within their sphere of influence. Unlike Han Qingxia's radar-like mental ability, control-type abilities evolve towards absolute mastery from the outset. Anything within their mental grasp moves according to their will, enabling telekinesis, hypnosis, mental barriers, and more. They reign supreme within their domain. In essence, control-type ability users are exceedingly rare, true apex predators. However, their power is confined to their controlled area, losing potency outside it. They cannot extend their mental reach indefinitely or launch remote attacks like Han Qingxia. Their strength lies solely in their confined domain, which is difficult to expand, focusing instead on enhancing control. After a brief exchange, Han Qingxia massaged her temples, having thoroughly exposed Hope Base. So, they harbored a control-type ability user. At this moment, the door of the Hope Base swung open, and Qi, clad in a white uniform, emerged, her gaze scanning the surroundings with an air of gravity. Upon witnessing this, Han Qingxia realized the identity of the adept in mental manipulation. Qi was visibly irate. She had keenly sensed that someone had recently probed them with psychic energy, yet she could not grasp even a shadow of the intruder. This was an extraordinarily powerful psychic. She had infiltrated her domain without detection, only revealing her presence when she delved deeper into their territory. The instant Qi became aware of her, the intruder retreated hastily, eluding capture within her realm. Who could possess such formidable mental prowess? They had been utterly stripped of their defenses, and yet she could not trace the specter of her adversary. This was infuriating. As she scanned the crowd in frustration, a voice broke through the tension. Did your base refrain from combating zombies yesterday? A member of the Baixing base approached Han Qingxia. Indignation etched across his face. His words drew the attention of nearby individuals, who belatedly recalled that Han Qingxia and her companions had indeed not emerged the previous day. They had been asleep. Facing the gathering storm of discontent, Han Qingxia replied languidly, "What of it?" The opposing individual, incensed, retorted, "You were asleep. Do you have any notion of the fierce battle we fought yesterday? We lost several brothers, while you slumbered soundly inside. How could you possibly sleep through that? What else could I do?" Han Qingxia tilted her head, unfazed. The other person, seething with rage, pointed accusingly at her, incredulous at her audacity to utter such words. "Do you not feel the slightest twinge of shame?" Han Qingxia chuckled. "Do you have any other matters to attend to?" At this moment, The individuals opposite her were trembling with fury. "Stop right there. You must provide us with an explanation today. Apologize to all of us." "An apology?" Han Qingxia stretched languidly, gazing at the agitated figures before her. She soothingly patted the chest of one of them and said, "All right, which of my words offended you? Speak, and I shall repeat it." The other party was left speechless. This was no longer mere anger. It was a fury so profound that it brought her to the brink of tears. How could there possibly be such a person in this world? Was she a bandit? Tang Jian and the others who had rushed over could only remark on the striking similarity of the situation. Yet another pitiable soul victimized by Sister Han. He himself had nearly been driven to tears by Han Qingxia's antics. The other members from various bases observed the scene. Their emotions ignited. If anyone could incite the collective ire of the crowd with mere words, it would undoubtedly be the tempestuous Han Qingxia. "You from the Shangxia base truly are insufferable," declared the Baixing base. "You send only 2 people, and neither of them is willing to fight." "How utterly outrageous," echoed the future base. "You must provide us with an account today," insisted the Xinghe base. Just then, a voice rang out from behind them. "What is happening here?" Lu Qian strode over with his team. Upon seeing Lu Qian's arrival, the members from the other bases immediately voiced their grievances. "Captain Lu, not a single person from the Shangxia base emerged yesterday. They are simply too arrogant. They only sent 2, and not one of them is willing to engage. Although they were few in number and joined us, we turned a blind eye to their presence." However, can you believe what she said? She slept through yesterday's fierce ambush. Lu Qian, overwhelmed, cast a glance at the troublesome Han Qingxia and attempted to explain. Captain Han might have genuinely been asleep and didn't hear anything. Upon hearing this, the others felt a surge of frustration. Could Lu Qian be any more blatant in his defense? It was far too obvious. Yet, despite their grievances with Han Qingxia, they held an undeniable respect for Lu Qian. If it weren't for his leadership at base K1, they would have surely perished, not to mention the assistance he provided in tending to their injured or fallen comrades. They truly respected Lu Qian. His words commanded their attention. He continued, stating that this matter should be put to rest, as those individuals were brought by him, and all efforts should be considered as contributions from base K1 to the Shangxia base. The sentiment among the group grew increasingly sour. They recognized that this Shangxia base was merely riding on Lu Qian's coattails, lacking any real strength, relying solely on connections. "I believe Captain Lu has a point." At that moment, Ji Yurua stepped forward to support Han Qingxia. As her words hung in the air, her brother immediately tugged at her, casting a disapproving glance her way. Ji Yurua glanced at Han Qingxia, recalling her gaze from the previous day, and resolutely stated, regardless of the circumstances, "I believe Captain Lu's assertion that they have aided Shangxia base is valid." The others, upon hearing Ji Yurua's stance, felt as if they had found a convenient excuse. Never mind, since Lu Qian has already stepped forward to provide protection, there is little more that can be said. As Ji Yurua agrees once again, who among them would dare to oppose? Such an act would only reveal their immaturity. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from behind everyone. "I believe this matter should not be dismissed so easily." Chapter 92. Arrival at the reserve granary. Qi Sang's words prompted every gaze to shift in his direction. The onlookers beheld Qi Sang, dressed in a white uniform, striding towards them with an aura of absolute indifference and superiority. His demeanor today was markedly different, exuding a palpable sense of cold detachment. The members from the smaller bases felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to being pricked by 1,000 needles, compelling them to lower their heads in discomfort. Only Lu Qian and Han Qingxia remained unaffected by Qi Sang's imposing presence. Han Qingxia languidly observed the approaching figure, while a multitude of mental energies emanated from within a 2-meter radius around Qi Sang, each imbued with a clear investigative force. Although his control abilities were formidable within his domain, he lacked the discernment to identify the nature of those abilities. He could only ascertain whether or not the other possessed abilities, unlike Han Qingxia, who could accurately distinguish between them. Furthermore, Han Qingxia's mental prowess far surpassed his own. As long as Han Qingxia refrained from releasing his mental energy, Qi Sang remained utterly unaware of its presence. Qi Sang projected his abilities outward, attempting to locate the formidable mental ability user among the crowd. After scanning the area, he found himself at a loss. Instead, Lu Qian's dissatisfaction was evident as he regarded Qi Sang. "Captain Qi, what is your intention?" Lu Qian's lack of response stemmed from the strength of his abilities, not from ignorance of Qi Sang's presence. He could perceive the assault emanating from Qi Sang towards everyone. "What is this man doing?" Upon hearing Lu Qian's words, Qi Sang lingered for a moment, displaying an expression of skepticism. After a brief pause, he retracted his domain, his gaze becoming deep and frigid as he spoke. "I am contemplating the words spoken by Captain Lu. I believe it is not as you suggest. If you act on their behalf, they shall evade responsibility." Qi Sang turned his attention to Han Qingxia, his cold eyes devoid of any human emotion. "Our current operation allocates resources based on contributions. Should you lack any contribution, you shall receive no resources, regardless of who brought them." The atmosphere fell into an intense silence. At that moment, Lu Qian positioned himself before Han Qingxia, asserting, "There is no need for further discussion. The resources from the Shengxia base will now be incorporated into our K1 base." He obstructed Qi Sang's line of sight, and upon hearing his words, Qi Sang's icy gaze darkened further. "Since Captain Lu has stated it thus, I shall refrain from further comment." He turned and departed with his group. The other squads, finding the resolution agreeable, dispersed as well. Once everyone had left, Lu Qian turned to Han Qingxia, saying, "Do not be upset, everyone. No need for explanations." Han Qingxia replied nonchalantly, patting Lu Qian's shoulder with a cheerful smile. "After all, you brought me here to enjoy without cost. Why should I be angry?" She was not a Na'vi girl who believed Lu Qian owed her anything. He had taken her along without requiring her to contribute, and he had already shown considerable goodwill. Was she foolish enough to be upset with him? It was merely the others, especially that Qi Sang. Very well, she had successfully provoked her ire. If she didn't retaliate tenfold for today's events, she would renounce her surname. After the morning's incident dissipated, the group prepared to consolidate their forces and advance. Yesterday's operation was brutal, but consequently, the primary horde of zombies along their path had been eradicated. With K1 base leading the way, all vehicles cooperated to clear away scattered zombies and wrecked vehicles, successfully opening up the main thoroughfare. By the afternoon of the following day, they had traversed the most perilous area and smoothly entered the sparsely populated reserve granary region. Reserve granaries were strategically located far from population centers, in virtually uninhabited areas. The only road was deserted, devoid of any vehicles. Everyone proceeded unhindered along the level road. As the sun gradually descended and nightfall enveloped them once more, they finally beheld the towering, colossal cylindrical granaries. The National Reserve Granary. They had arrived. The sight of the massive granaries filled everyone with irrepressible elation. "We're here. We've reached the granary. Food. We're about to have food." Led by K1 base, convoys of vehicles crashed through the gates and parked in front of the 10 enormous cylinders. The reserve granary employed a fully mechanized management system, with only 10 workers overseeing the entire facility, one for each granary. There was no one else present. "We've arrived. This is our reserve granary. Just imagine how much grain is stored here. Each granary holds 5,000 tons. There are 10 here. That's 50,000 tons. Enough to feed everyone in all the bases combined for a century. We've struck gold. We've struck gold. The legacy of human civilization is exceedingly rich, so abundant that discovering a single treasure could enable survivors to overcome a monumental challenge. Although an astonishing 99 of this heritage has become akin to sunken ships, submerged beneath the waves after cataclysmic events, destined to remain forever undisturbed. Even the slightest glimmer of hope would suffice. Qi Sang and Lu Qian instructed everyone to disembark, and their first priority was to survey the surroundings outside the granary, ensuring that no one lurked nearby before entering the employee building. To their surprise, the building was eerily quiet. None of the 10 staff members were present. Uncertainty loomed over whether they had fled or succumbed to the fate of the undead. After deliberation, Lu Qian and Qi Sang led the group into the granary to inspect the provisions. Armed with flashlights, they ventured into the first storage chamber, where they were greeted with an overwhelming sight: mountains of grain. Joy erupted among them, Food had been found. However, their elation was short-lived as they soon encountered the second granary. It was spoiled. Months had passed since the apocalypse, and without supervision, the vast quantities of grain had become prone to spontaneous combustion or decay. Once spoiled, an entire storage facility was rendered inedible. The third chamber was similarly tainted. By the time they completed their examination of all 10 massive granaries, they discovered that more than half had spoiled. One had ignited, another was damp, and yet another had become a veritable paradise for vermin, teeming with an overwhelming infestation of rats. There are only 2 truly intact granaries, the first and the last. A mere 10,000 tons remain. Nonetheless, 10,000 tons is quite substantial. Everyone immediately expressed their readiness to begin loading the grain. Allow me to elaborate on the distribution of the grain. The K1 base and I shall each claim 40%, while the remaining individuals will receive their share according to the proportions I have calculated. Is there any objection? Upon hearing this, the representatives of the 4 smaller bases nodded in agreement. Although the average share for each of them would dwindle to approximately 5%, it was still a considerable amount. Each team dispatched 10 large trucks, which would not suffice for a single trip, necessitating 2 journeys, providing enough sustenance for their respective bases for several years. No objections arose. In unison, the 4 small bases affirmed their agreement. I will allocate 200 tons specifically for you, Han Qingxia, declared Lu Qian. Chapter 93, The Granary Zombies. Lu Qian's words drew the attention of those surrounding Han Qingxia. 200 tons, given freely. At this moment, the gazes of the crowd became increasingly disdainful. Each individual regarded Han Qingxia with scornful eyes. Was it not evident? This so-called manager of the midsummer base was undoubtedly Lu Qian's mistress. She had been protected by him all along, contributing nothing, yet still receiving 200 tons. Such a woman sigh. Ji, did you see that? A tall, slender member from the Xingho base, walking at the back, remarked with a tinge of sarcasm. Indeed, it is beautiful women who garner such affection. Despite being a woman yourself, the disparity between you and her is stark. No one extends any grain toward you. Luo Hu, what nonsense are you spouting? Ji Yurua's expression darkened immediately. It was not that she was upset by Luo Hu's insults directed at her, but rather that he was disparaging Han Qingxia. She firmly believes that Han Qingxia is not that kind of person. Captain Ji, you should take care of your sister and encourage her to dress up a bit. Perhaps with a touch of beauty, she could attract some powerful figure, and then our Spark base could effortlessly thrive. Shut up. My sister is not someone you can talk about. It seems that whether before or after the apocalypse, it is still preferable to be a woman. Luo Hu, are you seeking death? Ji Yuru raised her hand, conjuring a sphere of fire. As the fireball illuminated the darkness, she suddenly noticed 8 or 9 humanoid creatures, suspended upside down like bats, on top of the granary. Whoosh! A ball of flame soared towards Luo Hu's head. Startled by Ji Yuru's seriousness, Luo Hu quickly dodged and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Before he could finish his sentence, he lurched forward as a skeletal zombie, clad in tattered management attire, descended from above, seizing him and plunging him into the pile of grain. In an instant, one must understand that being engulfed in a heap of grain is akin to sinking into a quagmire. Once trapped, escape becomes exceedingly difficult. The more one struggles, the deeper one sinks. After being pulled into the granary, Luo Hu vanished in the blink of an eye. Qi Sang and the others, who were leading the way, halted abruptly, hastily shining their flashlights backward. What happened? There are zombies, Ji Yuru shouted, pointing above, as everyone lifted their heads. In that moment, whoosh, 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 the zombies, akin to cockroaches, scurried away swiftly, soon landing atop the pile of rice. The only difference being their size, which was significantly larger than that of cockroaches. Each one of them appeared grotesque and terrifying, their mouths gaping wide as they emerged from the mound of rice, resembling cockroaches scuttling back to their nests, burrowing into the position where the recently dragged-in Luo Hu lay. Suddenly, a resounding scream erupted from the depths of the rice pile. The attack. Everyone was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. By the time they regained their composure, the sharp crack of gunfire reverberated throughout the scene. Lu Qian's team swiftly engaged in a fierce exchange, firing at the zombies crawling upon the rice mound. Yet more individuals were dragged down into the depths. Hud, hud, hud. In the darkness, flashlights flickered erratically as people were pulled into the rice heap along the granary corridor. A flashbang was hurled into the open space, instantly illuminating the area. Lu Qian's squad reacted promptly, lighting up the entire zone, and it was only then that they noticed zombies crawling beneath their feet in the corridor. With their mouths agape, they bit into the corridor panel made of wire mesh. Crack! A large bite tore a gaping hole in the wire netting. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted again in the corridor. To everyone's astonishment, this round of bullets seemed to have minimal effect on this batch of zombies. Their desiccated skin was as hard as steel. Bullets ricocheted off, sparking, leaving nothing but a series of craters. Mutated zombies, with skin like bronze and bones like iron. This was something none of Lu Qian and his companions had ever encountered before. They had encountered some mutated zombies thus far, but this was their first encounter with creatures whose skin was so tough and desiccated that even bullets struggled to penetrate. Moreover, these zombies moved with astonishing speed. Retreat to the entrance, Lu Qian bellowed. Instantly, everyone at the scene sprinted towards his direction, while simultaneously guarding against zombies approaching from all sides. With each inch they ran, they were gnawed at by the zombies clinging to the floor. Bang, bang, bang. The corridor of barbed wire was being torn apart, creating gaping holes. Zombies would occasionally spring forth from the sides, attempting to drag them down. In the chaos, some were indeed pulled under. Those who fell felt as if they had plunged into a quagmire, rapidly engulfed by a mass of reeds. In the blink of an eye, half of their group of 60 or 70 had vanished. As gunfire cleared a path, they soon discovered that the effects of their abilities surpassed that of bullets. The zombies exhibited a natural vulnerability to these powers. The entire squad under Lu Qian ceased their reliance on firearms, instead unleashing their abilities. Fireballs, water orbs, metallic spheres, and bolts of lightning swirled together, assaulting the encroaching horde from all directions. A powerful eruption of abilities successfully bought them a precious moment. Run, run, they shouted, hurling their powers indiscriminately to obstruct the advancing zombies. Just as they were nearing the entrance, a sudden crash echoed through the passageway. A massive shadow plummeted down with a resounding thud. Crash! The shadow turned, revealing an enormous, grotesque zombie, its body seemingly scalded and decomposing. The remnants of a manager's uniform hung in tatters, fused with its putrid flesh. Its face sagged, a ghastly sight as it roared at the hapless souls before it. It charged towards Han Qingxia and the others, causing the very ground to tremble. The corridor quaked ominously as they faced this monstrous creature, with no escape behind them. The ravenous zombies pursuing them had already reached the feet of the last member of their group. There was nowhere to hide. To make matters worse, they had lost their powers. The last member of the future base was dragged down, his teammates desperately grasping his hand in an attempt to save him. With a sickening crack, a zombie ascended from below, delivering a lethal strike to his heart. Meanwhile, a swarm of zombies, dark and numerous like centipedes, lunged at the vulnerable group who were tightly packed together. There was no escape in any direction. Just as despair engulfed them, a magnificent wall of water suddenly enveloped them. It was a formidable barrier unlike anything they had ever witnessed, so powerful that it felt as if the moisture within their bodies was being forcibly evaporated, leaving the air parched. Bang! Everyone stared in shock as droplets of water burst forth like high-pressure bullets, piercing the skin of the zombies, which ordinary bullets could not penetrate. From this moment forth, I shall be the one to allocate food. Chapter 94. How could she be so strong? The misty water dispersed, and all the zombies lunging forward were repelled by this formidable force. A member of the future base, who was in the midst of a rescue, witnessed a zombie reaching for his heart, its claws poised just an inch from his chest. As its sharp talons tore through his thick tactical jacket, a solid wall of water suddenly emerged to obstruct it. Before his eyes, the water wall fractured into countless droplets in an instant. Those minuscule droplets, propelled at high velocity, sliced through the zombie's arm with the precision of water blades. Each droplet struck the zombies like bullets, effortlessly penetrating their sinewy frames. The sheer power was astounding. Furthermore, The imposing zombie directly in front of them was violently knocked back several meters. Its swollen, waterlogged body was battered by Han Qingxia's water droplets, resembling a steamed bun soaked to the point of decay, creating multiple puddles like the holes in a wasp's nest. After retreating a few steps, it halted, drenched in a slick, crimson fluid, as if it had been submerged in water. The enraged zombie spat blood and foam at the humans before it.
Han Qingxia, unfossed.
Calmly instructed, Jiang Xia, cover me. Yes. In full view of everyone, Han Qingxia drew the tang knife she had been carrying on her back, placing one foot on the railing of the corridor to leap high into the air, aiming to strike down at the hefty zombie. This rotund creature was swift and powerful. However, Han Qingxia's speed eclipsed its own, and her strength surpassed it. The silver tang knife glimmered ominously under the flickering light of the red magnesium flare. She moved like a wraith, swift enough to leave trails of afterimages in the wake of her blades. Her explosive power was formidable, each swing of her knife slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh, as Han Qingxia fought with an unrestrained ferocity. There was no hint of ostentation in her technique. Every strike was aimed with lethal precision. The martial arts she had mastered surpassed the standards of her time. If one strike proved insufficient, she would simply deliver several more. Her movements were striking, her speed remarkable. With a final, forceful blow, Han Qingxia's blade lodged a quarter of its length into the metal wall, the icy steel of her tang knife vibrating as it pinned the zombie against the surface. Breathing heavily, she grasped the hilt of her knife, and with a decisive motion, she withdrew it. As she did so, the large zombie crumbled like over-whipped cream, collapsing from the wall in a disheveled heap. A crystal core, roughly the size of a newly laid egg, fell from the tip of her blade. At that moment, two gaunt figures, resembling elongated centipedes or cockroaches, emerged from the shadows, charging directly at Han Qingxia. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could utter a warning, two powerful jets of water surged forth. It was then that everyone realized the significance of the solitary member of the midsummer base, who had silently trailed Han Qingxia. This man, who had never spoken a word, was also an ability user. Furthermore, his powers were astonishingly strong. While the rest of them could barely conjure fist-sized spheres of water or fire, he effortlessly summoned high-pressure jets as thick as his arms. Particularly for Tang Jian and the others, it was the first time they witnessed Su Xiaoyang wielding his powers in combat. They recalled that when they last parted, his abilities had been on par with theirs. Even the water-based abilities initially served the primary purpose of providing a modest supply of drinking water. How is it possible that merely a few months have passed, and Su Xiaoyang's powers have grown to such an extraordinary extent? They far exceed tenfold. Bang! Bang! Two powerful jets of water shielded Han Qingxia on either side, forcefully repelling the two zombies that lunged towards her. With a swift motion, Han Qingxia wielded her Tang Dao in perfect synchrony with Su Xiaoyang's support, severing the heads of both zombies in one decisive strike. Following this, a resounding roar erupted from behind them. Han Qingxia, once again before the astonished crowd, manifested her abilities, and this time everyone bore witness. A deluge of water coalesced around her, enveloping all in a radiant display of power. If the sight of Su Xiaoyang's jets had already left them in awe, then Han Qingxia's abilities were nothing short of astonishing. The onlookers were left speechless, realizing that she was no mere burden or the ill-fated mistress of Captain Lu. She was a formidable weapon of unparalleled might. It became evident why Captain Lu treated her with such kindness and indulgence. She was indeed an extraordinary force. The individuals from the other 4 small bases were captivated by Han Qingxia's prowess, rendered utterly dumbfounded. Their faces flushed with embarrassment and disbelief. They had previously scorned her, labeling her a useless burden. Yet, witnessing her strength in this moment, they felt as if they had struck themselves across the face, the sting palpable. With just a flick of her finger, she could obliterate them. In the crowd, Ji Yuruo stood frozen, completely mesmerized by Han Qingxia's magnificent display of power. Immediately, her eyes erupted with an incredibly sharp light. She was unexpectedly formidable. She had always believed that Han Qingxia was not the type of woman who relied on men. Surely, she possessed great strength, but she had never anticipated it to be this immense. Her power surpassed that of both her and her brother combined. No, even the entirety of their base could not match Han Qingxia's prowess. At that moment, she suddenly recalled the harrowing experience from the previous night, the terrifying encounter with the zombies. Could it be that she truly was the one who saved her? Ji Yuruo was utterly astonished. K1 base, those familiar with Han Qingxia, including Tang Jian and others, were filled with admiration as they witnessed her in action, their eyes sparkling with the desire to cheer for her on the spot. Magnificent. Stunning. She truly is remarkable. She is formidable. Even Su Xiaoyang, who accompanied Han Qingxia, was in awe of her strength. Is she a goddess? They would gladly kneel before her. Lu Qian, who bore a shoulder-mounted missile, was equally captivated by the scene before him. It seemed that Han Qingxia had grown even stronger. Their K1 base had only just begun to make a slight breakthrough in their research on abilities, and before he could even share the news with Han Qingxia, he discovered that she had surpassed her previous strength by more than double. How did she achieve this? Meanwhile, everyone at the Hope base gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide open. Even Qi Sang, who typically remained unfazed by anything, was visibly shaken by the display of the woman's abilities. The icy calmness in his gaze shattered to pieces. He looked at her power in disbelief. This was undoubtedly the highest level of supernatural ability he had ever witnessed. The strongest, without exception. Even a seemingly ordinary water-based ability, which was not highly rated in their research, was wielded with remarkable strength by Han Qingxia. Qi Song gazed in astonishment at the individual before him, completely overturning his previous assessment of Han Qingxia. In Chapter 95, the scene unfolded with a resounding cacophony. Bang, bang, bang. Through their seamless collaboration, Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang unleashed their powers, swiftly eliminating the majority of the zombies on site. Gunfire erupted as abilities were deployed. In no time at all, they had eradicated all 10 of the administrator zombies. Some individuals had fallen into a pile of rice, prompting everyone to hasten and activate the machinery in the granary to rescue them. By around 9 o'clock in the evening, the operation was deemed complete. Among those who had fallen, a total of 4 were saved, while the remainder had succumbed to the zombies' relentless grasp and bites, transforming into the very creatures that had hunted them. The most tragic fate befell Luo who, the first to fall. When he was retrieved, he was nothing more than a skeletal frame, having been devoured by the famished zombies. Ji Zhe, witnessing the plight of his teammate, wore an expression of profound solemnity. Luo, who was his fellow townsman and classmate, albeit one who had dropped out before completing middle school. He was no model student. Rather, he often engaged in brawls, earning the reputation of a problem child in the eyes of his teachers. He had left school in his 3rd year, boldly declaring his intent to carve out a place for himself in the world, proving wrong all who had looked down upon him. Ji Zhe vividly recalled the spirited youth, then only 15 or 16, proclaiming his determination to achieve greatness and to show those who doubted him just how wrong they were. At that moment, Ji Yuru walked up to him and said, "Brother, I blame myself. If only I had reacted a bit faster, perhaps." Ji Yuru was already in the midst of counterattacking, but it was too late. "Don't dwell on it," Ji Zhe reassured, patting his sister's shoulder as they together delivered a final blow to the corpse of Luo who and buried it on the spot. This was the apocalypse. Not a trivial joke. Accidents and the trials of life and death lurked everywhere. No one could predict when their time would come. Likewise, no one could offer unwavering protection for your life. Even Han Qingxia could only strive to safeguard her own people. In a world where the majority were as inconsequential as blades of grass, she was no savior. At most, she would intervene to rescue those in peril when it threatened her or her family, and if a few were saved along the way, that would suffice. Beyond that, she could not save, nor would she attempt to save more. She had to prioritize her own interests, protecting herself, her people, and her base. Her strength was limited. She could not bear great responsibilities. While Han Qingxia was unfit for monumental duties, she must excel in the smaller ones. As the group gradually finished processing the scene, she cracked her knuckles, ready to settle accounts. "Everyone, gather around. I am here to redistribute the food supplies. Do any of you have objections?" Standing outside the granary, Han Qingxia commanded the attention of all present. 6 teams and 4 small bases had no dissent, all converging towards her, including the K1 base. The group clad in white uniforms, akin to a meeting, turned their gaze towards Han Qingxia, with Qi Sang leading the way for everyone to join her. Upon arriving at the scene, Qi Sang, as usual, assumed the demeanor of a leader. Captain Han has made significant contributions today, as everyone can attest. It is only fair that you receive a larger share. Let us redistribute. Each of us, K1, yourself, and I, shall take 30%, while the remaining small teams will divide the last 10% among themselves. Upon hearing this, the members of the 4 smaller teams displayed their dissatisfaction. Yet they dared not voice their grievances. They were all aware of Han Qingxia's remarkable efforts today. If she chose not to claim a substantial share, they would surely face dire consequences. Thus, they resigned themselves to being the sacrificial lambs. Are you Qi Sang? Han Qingxia inquired. Indeed, Captain Han. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Qi Sang from the Hope Base. Qi Sang's previously frosty demeanor softened slightly, and although his gaze remained devoid of warmth, he extended his hand to Han Qingxia, formally introducing himself for the first time, a gesture that even Lu Qian had not received. In response to his overture, Han Qingxia launched into a jest. Little Chong, there is no need to feign familiarity with me. I am known for my lack of fairness. Should others discover that you approached me for a handshake and I awarded you an extra grain, they would surely swarm around me daily, seeking my favor. Qi Sang could only respond with a muted, "Oh, I see. However, I find your proposal quite agreeable. You 4 teams heard that, right? Little Chong just suggested you receive a mere 10%. Can you accept that?" The 4 small bases exchanged glances, and after a moment of contemplation, they begrudgingly agreed. A 10% share among the 4 bases amounted to 1,000 tons. Each family receives 250 metric tons, which, although halved from the initial calculations, remains a substantial quantity. With an average population of 200 to 300 individuals per base, this amount of food could sustain them for nearly a decade. While it is improbable that the food could be stored for such an extended period, it would certainly suffice to endure the most challenging times ahead. This 250 metric tons is indeed sufficient. Furthermore, they lack any leverage. Qi Sang is withholding their benefits for Han Qingxia. Both Qi Sang and Han Qingxia are not individuals they can afford to offend. Thus, as suggested by Shao Qi, the 4 families shall share 1/10 of the total, evenly distributed among them. Is that agreeable? Exchanging glances, they acknowledged the similar toll they had each suffered. At this juncture, calculations seemed futile. They nodded in agreement. Xiaoyang, release the grain. Upon receiving the command, Su Xiaoyang promptly proceeded to distribute the grain. The granary still had electricity, and the release of grain was entirely mechanized. A simple operation on the system would trigger the pipes above the grain silos, allowing the grain to flow down through the external outlets. Vehicles from each base lined up in designated areas, all of which were oversized cargo trucks. On average, each truck could carry over 20 metric tons, with some exceptionally large models capable of transporting up to 55 metric tons. Essentially, they filled their vehicles to capacity, reaching the full 250 metric tons. As they watched the trucks laden with grain, a sense of validation washed over them. This endeavor was indeed worthwhile. The most pressing food issues faced by their respective bases were now resolved. After allocating shares to the 4 individuals, Han Qingxia turned to Captain Lu Qian, inquiring, "Captain Lu, Shao Qi just mentioned a 3/10 share for you. Would you be amenable to that?" Lu Qian's gaze flickered momentarily before he finally uttered 2 words. Acceptable. A 10% deficit was tolerable, especially since it was for Han Qingxia. All right, Yangzi, continue supplying. Allocate 30% to Captain Lu. By the way, reserve 200 tons, as Captain Lu has requested for me. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian smiled gently, just as Qi Sang stepped forward. "Captain Han, it is now our turn, is it not?" Han Qingxia looked at him and offered a slight smile. "Little Qi, I believe your distribution is rather inequitable. Did I not mention that I value fairness above all else? How would you prefer to divide it?" Qi Sang's brow furrowed. "The remainder shall be mine." Chapter 96. You cannot seize control. Is Captain Han jesting? Qi Sang's expression turned as frigid as ice, emanating an aura of chilling discontent.
Han Qingxia mantan a benevolent smile.
"Little Qi, you are still young and lack the ability to grasp the situation. Are you feeling defiant now? Qi Sang felt a throbbing pain in the veins at the back of his head. Captain Han, what do you think? Very well, let me impart some wisdom to you. Following your own rules for distribution. You previously stated that allocation should be based on contributions. What do you believe the base has gained from this operation? Was it your efforts in repelling the zombie siege yesterday, or the slaying of a single zombie today? Qi Sang's face darkened to an unprecedented degree. We need to map out our strategy. Qi Sang pressed his thin lips into a line, unable to utter a single word. Zombies? They had not slain a single one. Engaging in such perilous endeavors was certainly not their responsibility. Han Qingxia let out a cold laugh and said, "Let us consider this. I recall you, Shao Qi, mentioning yesterday that when others do the work for you, it does not count. Without personal contribution, there can be no reward. However, I am not as unforgiving as you. I am quite magnanimous and shall grant you another opportunity. Ask those present if any team is willing to step forward and claim they did the killing on your behalf. If someone does, I shall acknowledge your contribution." Han Qingxia's words felt like a public execution to Qi Sang, reflecting back on how he had treated her the previous day. She truly was magnanimous. Wasn't she? Nevertheless, he glanced around at the people from the Hope Base, but it was evident that, unlike Han Qingxia, no one was willing to support them. They had managed to offend everyone. Not to mention that during this journey, the actions of the Hope Base had been witnessed by all. Furthermore, it was he who had proposed the final distribution of food, slashing their rations in half to supplement Han Qingxia's share. What had originally been a 0.5 share was now reduced to 0.25. Those were his words. Now, who would be inclined to speak on behalf of the Hope Base? Let alone the fact that doing so would incur Han Qingxia's wrath. They were not the well-liked and highly accomplished K1 base. Why would they assist him? Do you see? Han Qingxia smiled cheerfully at Qi Sang. Even if I were willing to acknowledge your contributions, no one else is inclined to do so. Yet we are the ones who brought you here. At that moment, Qi Sang clenched his fists tightly. Correction. It is not you who brought us, but you who brought them. Captain Qi, you do not suffer from selective amnesia. Do you? I have long been dismissed from your action team, and thus, I am not entitled to any of your provisions. I am not even counted among your members. Surely, you cannot expect to reap the benefits of my contributions while attributing the maps provided to them to me. Do you genuinely believe you are justified in this? As Han Qingxia spoke, Qi Sang clenched his fists tightly and approached her in silence. With each step, an overwhelming domain expanded around him, a testament to his mastery of extraordinary abilities. Just as he neared Han Qingxia, a resounding whoosh echoed as a Tang Dao was thrust against his chest. In that moment, all those behind Qi Sang drew their weapons with a sharp click, aiming them at Han Qingxia. The onlookers, including Tang Jian, did not await Lu Qian's command. They swiftly cocked their guns, targeting the Hope Base at the center. Han Qingxia, undeterred, called out to Qi Sang, demanding he disarm everyone from the Hope Base, offering a reward of 100 pounds of grain. Instantly, individuals from the 4 major bases surrounding them seized their weapons, converging upon the scant few who remained armed. Among them were primarily spatial ability users, while the others were merely weak researchers, lacking any significant combat prowess. The disparity in strength was palpable, and Qi Sang's expression shifted drastically as he witnessed the unfolding chaos. "Cease this at once," he commanded. Han Qingxia laughed heartily. "Oh, Qi, it is evident you are young and lack the awareness to grasp the situation. Who do you think you can command to stop? The only one who can halt this is yourself." In an instant, he was struck down heavily, sent sprawling to the ground. After Han Qingxia kicked him away, she looked down upon him with an air of superiority. Small in stature yet unyielding, weak yet fearless of the powerful, you are truly arrogant. Let me make it clear to you, Qi Sang, it is I who saved your lives. It is I who brought the provisions for you to distribute, not to share with you. You have never had the right to negotiate terms with me. In fact, it is you who should feel indebted to me for the life-saving assistance I provided. When you claim you cannot grasp the situation, what do you mean? If I were you, I would have long since learned to act with humility. Han Qingxia smiled as she stepped on his chest. Upon meeting her gaze, Qi Sang's normally calm heart raced uncontrollably. He witnessed the formidable strength of a fierce tiger. True power emanates from one's very soul, transcending gender, age, and all else. Powerful, dominant, formidable. She is qualified. She possesses the capability. She is a true force to be reckoned with. He truly has no right to negotiate with her. Just as she stated from the beginning, he failed to seize the situation. He still believed he could command respect through the reputation of Hope Base, yet in reality, he had offended all 4 small bases, and even K1 base stood with Han Qingxia. From the very start, he lacked the qualification to negotiate with her. Han Qingxia declared that not a single grain would be divided with him, and in terms of emotion, reason, and strength, he had no grounds to stand upon. Emotionally, Han Qingxia saved their lives. Logically, she was not even part of his team. Just yesterday he had personally cast her aside. And as for strength, there was no comparison. For the first time in his otherwise smooth and extraordinary life, Qi Sang encountered an insurmountable setback. He was utterly defeated by Han Qingxia. I understand now. He fixed his gaze upon Han Qingxia, the chilling words escaping his lips with deliberate slowness. A soft chuckle rippled from Han Qingxia in response to his utterance. To tread with caution and humility, a lesson swiftly learned. Indeed, the mark of a keen intellect. The scales of advantage are weighed with haste. Qi Sang rose from the ground, his comrades freed in his wake, though their armaments were forfeit. All were surrendered to Han Qingxia's charge, to be claimed as recompense. Neither Qi Sang nor his company dared contest the matter, and after a profound glance cast in Han Qingxia's direction, he led his people to their vehicles, departing for the nonce. In their departure, a palpable easing of tension pervaded the assembly. Han Qingxia continued to direct Su Xiaoyang in the provision of sustenance to K1 base, the resultant dust clouding the air in great plumes. The other squads retreated to the adjacent clearing, there to spend the night, loath to venture further in the darkness. At this juncture, Lu Qian approached Han Qingxia's side. Chapter 97. Is that all you've got? Are you not apprehensive of offending Hope Base by such actions? Han Qingxia lifted her gaze to meet his, a wry smile playing upon her lips. Should you not rather consider the prospect of Hope Base incurring my displeasure? To offend me is to invite their ruin. Lu Qian. The ethos governing these bases more closely resembled the survival tenets of tribal societies. Might makes right. Her strength afforded her the prerogative to confront Hope Base with impunity, and indeed, the greater her power, the greater the fear she inspired in others. Were she to show weakness, Hope Base would inevitably assert dominance. This was no era for amicable compromise. A single step conceded would embolden Hope Base to advance tenfold. Today, she unleashed a fervent outpouring, particularly towards the Hope Base, which prioritized self-interest above all else. They had deemed Han Qingxia a figure of extreme danger, someone to be avoided at all costs. How could they possibly seek out conflict with her? Furthermore, in this age of rampant zombies, she was situated 100 miles away from the Hope Base. It would be sheer madness for them to traverse countless perils merely to provoke Han Qingxia, resulting in a self-inflicted loss of 1,000 to defeat a single adversary. Determinately, Han Qingxia resolved that she would henceforth be the premier provocateur at the Hope Base. Wherever she appeared, a wave of confrontation would inevitably follow. She embraced her petty nature and held grudges with meticulous dedication for a century. Lu Qian, observing the gleam of satisfaction in Han Qingxia's eyes after her spirited outburst, couldn't he help but smile in response. He found himself incapable of emulating her fiery demeanor, yet he was undeniably charmed by it. Let us eat. I've asked Jian to prepare the hot dishes. Forget about your home-cooked meals. I'm in high spirits today, and I shall treat you all. With a generous spirit, Han Qingxia offered to host a meal, motivated not only by her own enjoyment but also in gratitude for Tang Jian and the others who had swiftly armed themselves to support her. Han Qingxia was a woman who repaid her debts of gratitude with equal fervor as those of vengeance. Before long, a massive pot simmered with steaming, aromatic instant noodles. Each member of the K1 base received a substantial bowl, topped with seasoning packets and slices of ham sausage. In the pre-apocalyptic era, this had been a testament to culinary innovation. Yet now, amidst the desolation, all she could think was how utterly delightful it was. It was simply irresistible, particularly the instant noodles. It is now 11 o'clock at night. After a long day filled with toil and near-death experiences, the sheer joy of gathering together to enjoy instant noodles is nothing short of a delightful luxury, especially for many of them who have been subsisting on bland, oil-free boiled vegetables at their home base. The rich, oily broth infused with familiar spices wafts through the air, and they are eager to savor every last drop, even scraping the bottom of the pot. The golden, oil-laden noodles, slurped with delight, elevate the spirits of the K1 base inhabitants to euphoric heights. Tang Jian and others surround Han Qingxia, affectionately calling her big sister with warmth and camaraderie. The other 4 small bases, witnessing this scene, cannot help but swallow in envy. They too are indulging in their own provisions, some with instant noodles, yet lacking the abundant toppings and merriment found at Han Qingxia's table. Each group must remain centered around their respective bases, eating while casting envious glances towards the joyful gathering. Ji Yuru, after observing for some time, turns to her brother. "Do you remember what I told you about yesterday?" "I do," Ji Zhe replies, offering the last piece of cured meat from his bowl to Ji Yuru. "Yesterday, I almost terrified you, brother. Thankfully, divine intervention spared me. I was nearly bitten." "Not that, brother." Ji Yuru sets down her bowl, earnestly grasping Ji Zhe's arm. "The zombie was truly about to bite me, but it suddenly halted. I believe it was Captain Han who saved me." Ji Yuru points emphatically at Han Qingxia, her conviction unwavering. Today, Han Qingxia commanded respect, and at that moment I felt it was her influence. The more I reflect upon it, the more I am convinced. She is extraordinarily powerful, remarkably powerful. Otherwise, she could not fathom why that zombie had suddenly halted. Ji Zhe, upon hearing his sister's words, turned his gaze toward Han Qingxia, his eyes deepening as he observed her for 3 seconds. He gently patted his sister's head, suggesting they should eat first, and he would express his gratitude to her tomorrow. After all, she had saved them today. All right. Meanwhile, Han Qingxia and her companions finished their meal, while the K1 base personnel busily packed their belongings, loading their provisions. They had some